think it's true that you've
Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
There's the snap. Niners rush forward. Goff, quick throw, got it complete. And it's a lateral back this time down the right sideline. And it's Jamison Williams who's going to walk into the end zone for the touchdown. Pass to Amon-Ra, flipped it back to J-Mo, and J-Mo takes it to the house.
More Ben Johnson jealousy, more envy towards playoff quality football, more Shan and Bobby with a Tolo Tuesday edition right here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Thank you for joining us as we head you into the new year. I'm Shan Sharif. Head you in, lead you in, guide you in, whatever Bobby wants me to say that has better grammar. I'm Shan Sharif. He is know-it-all, Bobby Belt.
Hey, it's important to have good grammar.
We got Peyton in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And last night, that was a fun one, if you love offensive football, as the Detroit Lions, with a little bit of a gamble in terms of throwing the guys out there, that was Man Campbell, head first into San Francisco. They beat the 49ers 40-34.
And there's obviously nothing on the line for San Francisco at this point either. So this game really meant nothing. And yet it still felt like playoff football, or so. Like it felt like, oh, these are two of the best teams in football that you were watching. And so it was really entertaining, but obviously ultimately means nothing.
And it felt like San Fran was going to win this game.
Yeah.
Brock Purdy was playing out of his mind, and it's like, all right, the 49ers are trying to head into next year with Jerry Jones-type momentum.
Yeah, and is that something now, though, coming out of this game where Purdy they're talking about a significant elbow injury again for Purdy. That's two of them now.
Oh, baby.
And do they just start, if there were already questions to begin with, are you like, do I want to pay somebody who's got significant arm issues already?
RJ has been right on this about the quarterback injury to the lower half. When Dak Prescott broke the leg against the New York Giants, we all said it won't matter. It should not matter. It will not matter. I don't know if we were exactly right about that, given Dak's movement and injury history today. But what Purdy's dealing with, Bobby, much more of a factor and a worry in his negotiation than Dak's injury with the leg, right?
Yeah, I would think so, because I mean, you're talking about not just an arm injury, but two really or elbow.
We're talking about a pitcher here.
Yeah, you're talking about two significant elbow injuries now. In all likelihood, we'll still wait for specifics on what this one is, but you're talking about two significant elbow injuries in, what is this now, 3 years or whatever that was. And if you're already stacking up arm injuries, that's generally not going to get better, I would think. And so I don't know what this is. When we talk about it's the velocity and the spin rate and everything in baseball, like, is there something Purdy's doing mechanically that is just not good for him and it is stressing things to where if he gets hit or something else, because I know the first one was he hit in Philadelphia, I think he hit a helmet with his elbow or something. But is he doing something that's weakened and he's having issues with it? But if you're San Francisco, now you got to start saying, like, all right, is this what we want to invest in if his arm's going to fall off?
With Kirk Cousins out there and available.
Aaron Rodgers out there and available, who grew up a massive 49ers fan, as we just saw in that documentary.
Had a Tolo tweet me yesterday and said, so should I be rooting for San Francisco to win here to get the worst draft pick over the Cowboys? My answer back was yes. They have Arizona in the final week as well. They could lose that game. Instead, with San Francisco losing, they are currently picking at 11, then the Colts at 12, and the Cowboys at 13. So I would have preferred for San Francisco to go ahead and win that game for team tank purposes. It's not like you should have any love for the Lions. I know the Cowboys and the Joneses want you to forget everything, and some fans, some diehard homers, want you to forget what happened against the Saints, what happened against the Ravens. The most embarrassing loss of the season was Detroit. Detroit embarrassed you, and they tried to embarrass you on Jerry's birthday. That was the game before the famous interview that took place on this show. Jerry Jones, once again, at 8:30 this morning. But it's not like rooting for San Fran means that you have to love the Lions. No, Detroit winning also makes their magical season even better because Dan Campbell got away with playing all the starters last night. That would have been a fourth down microcosm of like Dan Campbell's decision-making. What'd you do that for? You're reckless. And now you sat there and got your kicker hurt. Now you got Jahmyr Gibbs hurt. Things that could have taken place. But no, I would have preferred San Fran. I'm in team tank mode. I want to pick in front of San Fran. Now, some Cowboy fans followed up and said, well, it will also mean that you face Arizona instead of the 49ers clinching a last place schedule in California. You were right about that. The opponents for San Fran next year, keep this in mind when you consider a bounce back. The Giants, the Browns, Jacksonville, Tennessee, Indy. What you're getting is the AFC South. Ooh. The Saints, the Panthers, Bobby, and the Bears. Those are 8 bums. 8 absolute bums. By the way, yeah, maybe you're happy you get to dodge San Fran for a game. Well, Nick Eatman will be the first one to tell you Arizona owns you as well with these weird matchups against Kyler Murray. But if I'm a 49er fan, I'm already looking at that schedule and I'm salivating.
Yeah, which if you're a Cowboys fan and you're looking at your schedule next year, you get the AFC West and the NFC North. So you get the Bears, you get the Lions, Vikings, and Packers. You get the Chiefs, Chargers, and Broncos next year, too. Next year's going to be fun.
Is that locked in?
Yeah, that's locked in. That for sure is going to happen. And right now, they're third in their division, Dallas is. So right now they would face New Orleans and Arizona, like you mentioned. And if for some reason San Francisco were to go above Arizona here in the final week, then you might be lined up with a bounce-back San Francisco team.
The other thing I tweeted last night, and some, didn't exactly get what I was talking about. I said the quality of play. Yesterday on the show, I said this time of year is always should be a sobering reminder of how far the Cowboys really are away from being a Super Bowl contender. And I'm like, just watching this game back and forth, like high-level stars and playmakers just doing work. Now, not a lot of defense, but that was a back-and-forth heavyweight fight. Of course, I got Tolo, Chris Jones, and some others saying, well, are you talking a 6-9 team? Well, whoop-de-freaking do. They have a worse record than the Cowboys, and they have less significant injuries. I'm just talking about the quality of play. The San Francisco can the Cowboys participate in that type of slugfest that we are about to see in the playoffs moving forward? The answer to me from a consistency standpoint is no. And that is how you need to judge the next moves that are going to be made. Not, oh my God, 7-9. 7-9 with Cooper Rush? That's outstanding. 8-9, 7-10. Nice job, Mike. No. Look at it from the other way and say, with the teams that are about to play, can we beat them and beat enough of them to advance to the Super Bowl? That's the end of the spectrum to view things on.
Yeah, I think
I'm not trying to say San Fran is, definitely a better team. Just the way that they were playing last night, showing what they're capable of. Many people would probably say, if I asked people around the country and fans that are listening on the Odyssey app, which year is more of a fluke? Is it this Cowboys season or 49ers season? What would the answer to that be?
49ers, I think, is what it would be. But I mean, some people believe that that's
tricky because you don't have your starting quarterback.
Yeah, and it's possible some people look at San Francisco as just being, well, no, this is the beginning of a toxic decline because they've screwed up their culture. So
and they're going to pay the quarterback.
Yeah, exactly. Now, if you look at, to me, I think when you look at the games that San Francisco's lost this year, they should have won like most of these games, or not most of them, but a lot of these games they should have lost. There's like 4 games on their schedule they should have won that they blow at the very end, which I'm not saying that makes them good. I'm just saying that's different than what Dallas ran into, where they were getting blown out of the water several different times this year. It's a different thing. We talk about point differential. One of the other things that's important to look at is touchdown differential. And just how often are you scoring touchdowns more than your opponent? These are the worst teams in the NFL in touchdown differential. The Raiders, -15. The Giants, -16. The Patriots, -17. And
meaning they've scored 17 less touchdowns.
Yes. And then tied for second to last, it is the Cleveland Browns, the Tennessee Titans, and the Dallas Cowboys at -20. And then it is Carolina at -22. So you are only better than Carolina in the NFL in terms of your touchdown differential.
And the 49ers are?
-5. And their point differential is -24. They've been playing roughly even. They blow games late. That's been a big problem. Remember, that was the big narrative early in the season. They got blown out by Minnesota, but early in the year, they had like 4 games that they lost, it felt like, in the last 2 minutes. And so, again, that doesn't make them a good team, but it tells me their margins are smaller than where yours are at. You are getting throttled in a lot of these games.
Tolo TR passing along this note from Florio. The Lions have 5 games this season with 40 points and 0 turnovers, a first in NFL history. And, man, you saw more of that. I know we don't want to just simulate Madden video game, except the Jets. They want to simulate Madden.
Yeah.
But the amount of trick plays and creativity and ingenuity on display again last night with that sick hook and ladder touchdown to Jamison Williams.
It does tell me, like when you were saying, I'm not saying you have to root for the Jets or for the Lions. I'm not, I know some people don't want to do that. I think there are a lot of Cowboys fans who want to root for the Lions right now because they love what they represent relative to the Cowboys and what
I know
the Cowboys
Choppy does.
Yeah, and what the Cowboys refuse to do. I think they see, Ben Johnson's good. Dan Campbell's good. You should have hired a coach like this. Like, I think there are a lot of fans who actually want to see them succeed as, here's the model, here's what you screwed up, and be more like them. This is the standard. For so long, I mean, for the last 4 years, it was, why can't you be more like San Francisco? It's like the whole thing when you're a kid, or why can't you be more like Tommy?
Yeah.
Or something like that. It was always San Francisco with Cowboys fans. Now it's feeling like, why can't you be more like the Lions? They have a bunch of injuries. They keep winning. They've got all these different situations. Why can't you do that?
No Luka, no Kyrie, no Clay. Did the Mavs have no chance?
Scramble for the ball. Keegan comes up with it. Malik in transition. Going up high. Oh, Kentucky to Kentucky connection.
Kings Radio with the call as interim coach Doug Christie. I always got to put my hand up for Doug Christie.
For Jackie?
The all-time whipped move. The all-time whip move that Doug Christie had to put up the hand to wave to the wife in the crowd. I believe she's on one of those reality shows that my wife watches. I think she's still on Basketball Wives. But the Mavericks were up 18 in this game in the first quarter. They were up 18, and they end up losing to the Kings 110-100.
Yeah, this is, look, Spencer Dinwiddie filled it up. PJ Washington was playing well for a lot of this game, but
30 and 28 between them.
I expect them to lose a game where all 3 of those guys are missing. I don't care. I don't care who they're playing. And the Kings are not very good.
And no Najee.
But no Najee. I expect them to lose those games. But, especially when you're talking about the team on the other side's got a player like De'Aaron Fox who can fill it up, who can take over. That's something that I would normally expect. But Doug Christie, that's fun. That is an original villain here in Dallas. I don't know nationally how much that got talked about because you would have been in college, I think, when he was here for a 2-week stretch. He was Lamar Odom here.
I have no recollection.
Oh my gosh, he was here for 2 weeks. Cuban thought he was a massive pain in the ass. His wife was insane, and they cut him after 10 games. And
really?
he had been their big offseason signing.
And Brendan Malone calling the Kings classless the other day. No balls in the way that they got rid of Mike Brown.
And De'Aaron Fox is getting a lot of heat from people right now for you kind of did him sleazy. That they were saying that he's kind of underhanded and operated in a little bit of a LeBron sort of way. He actually responded to it. He said, there was never any pushback about anything. This narrative of us butting heads or me going to management saying anything is BS, so you can run with that if you want to.
Well, look, in terms of, Sacramento has been really disappointing the past year and a half. They were one of these teams that had emerged as a top 5 contender in the West. You had last season and right now, 14 and 19 with the losing streak that they were on. So something was wrong there in Sacramento, given the trajectory that they were on.
Are they still lighting the beam? That was a big thing for them a couple years ago.
Well, don't we have one Tolo in Sacramento who will text us here soon?
Boy, he was always making sure we knew about it. And to be fair, we had to give him his props at the end of the year and say, all right, you were right. They were competitive. But, man, it has slidden back significantly. That Marvin Bagley over Luka thing is still something that gets them crushed.
Vlade. Mavs are 4th in the West. They're a half a game up on the Clippers, 1 game up on Denver, and the LA Lakers, a game and a half behind the Rockets. 1, 2, 3 in the West. 1, OKC, no surprise. Memphis 2, Houston 3. But Sacramento was in that Memphis discussion and category for the past couple of years.
Yeah.
Memphis has bounced back. Sacramento has declined.
Yeah, and Houston is starting to put things together the way people felt like, okay, you've built this really nice young core. You could be a new Oklahoma City soon.
How did Stephen Jones tick off Cowboy fans yesterday on this radio station? And does Mike McCarthy actually want to come back here for this job. Why didn't Mike answer it yesterday? We go inside the Star with Sean and Bobby after this. And this is Hurtado Barbecue.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Free Club?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
ounce drafts for $4. The only beer of the Dallas Cowboys. Please drink responsibly.
And it's back to Shan and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Excellent job. Excellent job. Good morning, Chris Arnold. I'm Sean Sharif. We got Pay firing up the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. This is DFW Sports Station and your home of the Dallas Cowboys. The show in review on New Year's Eve. Part 1 coming up at 6:40 as Bobby has put in all the legwork to relive all the hilarity and the embarrassment of the morning show. 6:40, Jerry Jones live at 8:30 here on 105.3 The Fan. Nice job by the Cowboys media yesterday. I'm very jealous. They stole my big question I was planning for Friday in asking Mike McCarthy at 6:30 on this program, Coach, do you actually... Well, it is amazing how this narrative and storyline is flipped. It's mind-blowing, really. It shows the power of the media and how people can be influenced, really. Mm-hmm. We have gone from Mike McCarthy, total lack of inspiration and excitement after you brought him back after the Packers loss, to dead man walking. Then I think it really started with Jerry Jones on this show being asked, is it crazy that Mike would come back? And he goes, no, it's not crazy. Then you get all the players supporting and different broadcasters. Then you get the rumors of the Saints and the Jets and other teams maybe being interested in talking to McCarthy. And now it has gone all the way to asking Mike. And I respect and love the question, smart question. But now we've gotten to the point of asking whether Mike would take us back. Mind-blowing.
It's
incredible.
This is this is what happens when you get a good media campaign. And he's used it effectively before.
But what has he done effective with the media campaign before the agent put it out there that the other teams were interested?
He got a job in Dallas. I mean, that media campaign, he was considered untouchable after Aaron Rodgers drove him off in Green Bay. And the reflective period where he got a long form piece done with Peter King and then another one with Tom Pelissero talking about all the work he had done, that absolutely, I think, got him back in the coaching circuit. And so he's used it effectively before.
But I meant in contributing to this recent run of Mike coming back. Did he do anything else PR-wise?
No, I don't think so. More just he's used it effectively throughout his career. Not so much right now. This is just, again, my sense of it is, or my gut feeling, I guess, is that you're starting to hear this because I think he's just been concerned about, I want to be back. I think that he gets a sense he's back now. So now he's trying to leverage, he wants the play calling. And so he's trying to find leverage points.
Well, McCarthy yesterday addressed it, but didn't answer whether he wants to still be the Cowboys coach.
Well, I think the biggest thing, Todd, is, and I do appreciate the opportunity to speak on it, but, I've answered this question the same forever how many months now. So I think the focus, I need to make sure I'm doing exactly what I'm asking everybody else to do. So we need to finish the race. It's been a challenging year based on our contract situation for the coaches. I mean, it's stating the obvious, but, we'll have time to talk about that next week.
Number one, perfect team PR answer. Hey, I don't want other guys to be focused on their stuff. We're a team. We're a collective unit. Let's finish the job, and then we'll go ahead and address our own situations. That's number one. But my first question, Bobby, in listening and reading this was, why didn't Mike just say, yes, of course, I'd love to be back? Do you think that speaks to your leverage point of creating some fear in the front office, some fear to the Joneses of, I just want you to be on your tiptoes here just to know I have options too? Or was it just, I got to answer this as a team first person? Why not just be like, because it wouldn't have been harmful or selfish to say, well, look, of course, I love it here. I love these guys. I love the city. My family loves it here. Of course, I would want to continue to be the Cowboys coach? Why not just answer it that way?
I think he has seen from his own players what suggesting, whatever the future holds, maybe that's not here. I think he's seen what that's done in negotiations for them. And if he's just now, all right, I'm past the idea of do I have the opportunity to come back? Yes, that's on the table. Now I know that that's it. Maybe I wouldn't have made this play and jeopardized things if I'm just trying to make sure I have a job. But if I know I've got a job and I want it on my terms, well, now I'll be a little more free with, okay, I can more comfortably toss out a threat here because I'm not in a position necessarily to toss out a threat before because they don't even know if they want me back. And so I do think that this coming out the time that it did is a decent indicator that he feels, at least, even if it hasn't been said to him or anything else, he at least feels like he's going to be coming back and that they want him back. But it
sounded like he was happy that Archer asked the question too.
Which he is. That was the thing that was funny. I don't think he has ever appreciated the chance to speak on his job status. I don't think he has ever met the question that way. Chef's kiss. Great job. Very coordinated media campaign here. Honestly, he's doing a good job.
Yes,
playing the game. He's needed to play the game more during his 5 years here in Dallas, and he doesn't. And so I respect it, but I mean, this definitely feels like part of the game. It doesn't feel like any sort of genuine question. But I mean, Jerry plays the game pretty well too. So I'll be interested to see how he answers it at 8:30 today.
Stephen Jones yesterday making a lot of headlines on the KMC Masterpiece. It was Will Chambers and Mike Bassick in for Kevin and Corey, and Stephen touched on McCarthy's performance.
I think Mike's done a great job considering the challenges that we've had, and Mike Zimmer the same way. I mean, it's been a new group out there, whether it's the offensive line, whether it's a combination of cornerbacks, whether it's the D-line. Different group of receivers moving in and out of there. I think Mike's done a good job of getting the guys prepared. Again, I thought we started off the game against Philly, really strong. We were moving the ball, sustaining drives, and doing a good job on the defensive side of the ball as well, containing Barkley. Hats off, by the way, to Saquon. I mean, what a year he's had. It's rare that you see that happen. A back going for 2,000 yards, and certainly he's had a hell of a year. So hats off to him. But I thought early on we played well, and then as I said, we just we made too many mistakes to beat a really good football team.
What does Steven think of the multiple reports? Adam Schefter, Jay Glazer, who when Glazer goes out to practice in California, heads right on up to that booth upstairs, the tower, to watch practice with the Joneses. What does Steven think of the insider reporting that other teams are interested in Mike?
It doesn't surprise me a bit. I mean, Mike's an established head coach in this league. He's won Super Bowl. He's won a Super Bowl championship. He's been to multiple championship games. Obviously we had a tough start with the COVID year that everybody was trying to get their hands around, and followed that up with 3-12 win seasons. And then, of course, we've had this year, but this year's been a challenge for the obvious reasons with injuries. So, that doesn't surprise me a bit. I mean, Mike's an established coach in this league who, consistently has success. And, unfortunately, we've just had a tough year this year, but it doesn't surprise me a bit there'd be interest in Mike McCarthy.
Does it play a role in anything on determining whether or not you would like to bring him back?
Like you said, we'll address all this after the Commanders game.
My impression, my takeaway from that answer is, and I might be overthinking this. You might be telling me in a sec that I'm overthinking this, but they're so good in general, the Joneses, at knowing how to choose what they want to say. Do you think that was a total stumble? If McCarthy's trying to leverage them a little bit, do you think it's a total stumble at all for Steven to start saying he's won Super Bowls, a Super Bowl?
What are you trying to look into that?
Just slightly poking at the. Well, yeah. I mean, you were supposed to have a lot of success. Super Bowls? No, well, sorry. I mean, a Super Bowl.
No, I think that's a Bobby Owen.
I think it probably is, but it still made me laugh that he had to correct it.
Let me nerd out for a second.
Okay.
This is a really nerdy broadcasting thing that just popped into my head. How do you play this if you're Glazer? Jay Glazer's tight with the front office here. Jay Glazer's tight with McCarthy. They all exchange information for favors, right? That's what Florio accused, Adam Schefter of. So Glazer, we think, does McCarthy the favor of putting out the report that the other teams are interested. What happens when Steven calls Jay and says, all right, what's the deal? What does Jay say to Steven if he's trying to do the favor for Mike? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get what you mean.
Because it's like,
where does your loyalty lie?
Where does your loyalty lie?
I think you probably give morsels to both, but you don't give them the full picture. A lot of times I think that...
So you be Glazer, I'll be Steven. Okay. Hey, I saw this report.
Okay, go ahead.
Get up off your knees. The first time I've ever said that. Get off your knees. Don't be Jay Glazer right there.
I had to cut my height in half.
Hey, what's really good? What's the real interest here? You doing the agent? You doing Mike and the agent a favor?
I mean, I don't know what Mike thinks. I know there are people around the league who want to talk to him though. And so I mean, I'm sure Mike would, at the very least, just as a courtesy, Mike might talk to him. He just doesn't, he doesn't want to disrespect him. But yeah, there are teams who are interested in him.
Okay, because now you're creating a little unwelcome urgency for me. You're putting me on pins and needles a little bit here and thinking that there's a threat. So I just want you to know that that's the way I'm feeling based off your report and this conversation.
Yeah, I don't know about Mike specifically. He's obviously locked in with the season right now. We've talked a little bit, but he's kind of shut all that down. But yeah, I mean, there are teams who at the very least would be interested in him.
Okay.
I want them to name.
You're going to be
these teams,
watching practice down there on the side. What do you mean? He just named the teams. He named New Orleans. He named
as like they pointed the way those teams have been referenced. They've been referenced as here are teams with openings where he was interviewed with the Jets last time, and he used to work in New Orleans. Maybe those would make sense. It was said like that, but nobody has actually said this team is interested in talking to him.
When and do the other teams refute the report for their fan base purposes? If I'm a Saints fan, right, if I feel like it's an uninspiring hire, if I'm a Jets fan, I'm on Reddit. I'm on the Ask Reddit Today 740. I'm on message boards, and I'm going crazy saying, are you a stupid front office? Are you dumb? Bring in someone new. Bring in someone fresh. Bring in someone young. I wonder if any of those teams leaked to a reporter. There's no truth to that. What do you think about that?
I mean, I don't know how Brick Johnson feels about Mike McCarthy. If young
is that
Brick,
Woody's kid?
If young Brick likes him, then I mean, look.
Do they have Legends mode on that, and that he could play with the Aaron Rodgers Packers and be like, Dad, this is it.
The Jets did just interview Ron Rivera yesterday. They might not have an issue with that. Maybe they want somebody who's been around the block a little bit. They want
to fulfill the Rooney Rule.
I mean, there is that too. They did interview McCarthy last time around, and so it's totally possible that he could be in the mix there again. But
I love breaking this stuff down.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that I don't think a team would outright refute.
You think you don't think they would outright refute it?
No. Even if it wasn't true necessarily, I think a lot of teams recognize it's the game. Yeah, it's the game where they're trying to leverage a position where people do it to the Cowboys all the time. Talk about, there's interest there. And the Cowboys don't bother to shoot it down. They're just like, all right, they're trying to get their money.
It is about to be 2025, and a lot of people and a lot of shows are going to do their look back and review. RJ wanted early access to this yesterday on the group messages. The highs, the lows, and everything in between of the morning show. The 2024 blooper reel, part 1. Next on Shan and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a TD Tuesday, the final.
Uber Eats has a low fee on it? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me.
Home of America's team, 105.3 The Fan.
And it's back to Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Peyton adding one to the blooper reel already. Good morning, Metroplex, and good morning to the 6 a.m. club. I'm Sean Sharif, alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt. Choppy will be back on Thursday after the New Year's Day celebration. Thank you for turning it on, leaving on. That's what Tolo stands for. And Bobby Belt has done all. A lot of people ask me, my wife mainly, why? Why do you put up with him? Why do you like him? What is it? I don't get it.
Amanda gets it now. She gets it. She knows I'm funny. I can tell. Did
you guys bond on the Alba limo party bus?
No, not so much that. She's disputed me being funny in the past, and it devastated me. But I've seen that, like, over recent times, like, she does think I'm funny. So I've won that one in the long run.
Bobby does all the little things. He does all the extra homework. The depriving of his family is a benefit to me. His wife and children lose, I win, because he goes and does all this extra homework, which I appreciate, and that includes the audio year in review.
Yep, let's take a look back. 2024 is coming to an end. Are you feeling the older you get that it does? Like everybody says, they're like, oh, just the older you get, the faster it goes by. Like it's just it's gone.
All I've been thinking about lately in terms of a timeline and time span is this is the longest Dallas Cowboys season that I can ever remember.
Oh man, I feel like it went fast.
Oh no. I went back and like last night I just like went back and I was like, all right, did they play San Fran? I have forgotten. So I heard someone say it yesterday. The Cleveland game feels like 2 or 3 years ago. To me, it does. It has been insanely long and insanely exhausting.
Yeah,
you don't think the Cleveland game, like the Pittsburgh game, feels like forever ago?
I feel like it was just yesterday. I was sitting in that rain delay and then rolling in here at 5 a.m. and still coming on the air to talk, not having to take off just because I worked the night game the night before.
All right.
No, I'm just playing. All right. We just talked a little bit. Let's lead off with this clip. We talked last segment
This is all from this year.
Yes, this is all from 2024. We talked about McCarthy playing the game a little bit. And I believe an instance of McCarthy playing the game a little bit is what led to the very first audio clip we have here, which is a drop that Peyton has loved to hit this year that listeners may not know the story behind.
Our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Play the highlights.
Smaller double team this time.
You got to start off with me sounding like an ass.
It was January. It's just when I was looking back through stuff, I was like, oh, I forgot that's such a funny clip because we were in the middle of arguing during the break, and it came up yesterday actually because you were saying it's the angriest I've ever seen Bobby was with Will or the maddest I've ever been at Bobby, and I said no. I think earlier this year when I didn't ask the question, I didn't ask any questions of McCarthy after the first two, was the anger. So the context behind this was we were interviewing McCarthy, and I believe, and I think Sean's come around to this, I don't know that he thought it at the time. I believe that McCarthy's got a pretty heavy awareness of what's being said and who's talking to him.
Yeah.
And so that week, I had asked 2 questions, and I got very short answers. I was like, okay, this interview will not go well if I ask more questions. Like, we're just not going to get as much out of him. So I had just, all right, let me bow out, and I'm going to stay out. But Sean thought I was just taking my ball and going home. And so then when we get to the break, Sean's like, you can't just hang us out to dry like that. Like, I need other questions in here. You can't just walk away from it. And so we're in the middle of, like, talking about that. We come back, and that's when you get play the highlight.
Play the highlight!
The thing that was funny was Sean didn't realize until we got to the break. I actually think it was within the segment. You then realized, I actually never called for the highlight. That's why Peyton wasn't playing anything.
Oh.
And so then you were like, sorry, my bad. I was distracted yelling at Bob because he was being a jackass. But that was my favorite. Now,
play the highlight. But Peyton, did you expect worse, better, just about working with me based upon what you had heard, or more blow-ups, more tantrums, more anger?
Maybe more blow-ups, but I mean, I knew that, look, if I don't F up, the job's easy. But if I screw up, it gets difficult at times. You expect perfection, and so I expect perfection out of me and everyone else here. So, if I screw up and I get yelled at, then it's on me.
Well, let's talk about Sean's most perfect ad read this year. And it came back in April when Sean was doing a live read for
You're supposed to kick Choppy.
Hurtado Barbecue.
Not me.
And it got a little sus.
The Miho platter, $24 a person, your choice of 2 meats and 2 sides. How about the Poppy? What Bobby calls me sometimes. $28 per person, your choice of 3 meats and 2 sides. Don't get grossed out, Bob. I'm just joking. Or the Hefe. Maybe he calls me that. $32 a person, your choice of 4 meats and 2 sides. Where are you going to get that deal? Briskets, spare ribs, pulled pork, sausage.
I got to know, after the Poppy,
yeah,
why'd you go back to the well with the Hefe then and say, maybe he calls me that?
I think sometimes when you know that you messed up, you try to fix it and cover it up. Like, let's just make it a bigger joke.
About the Poppy.
And it was just more awkward.
It was funny. Because it did. That's why you said.
Very sus.
You said, don't get grossed out, Bob, because I definitely raised an eyebrow. Now.
Then the sausages.
I think sometimes, yeah, exactly. I think sometimes people think when you've stepped into one or you've walked into something, people are like, oh, Sean didn't even see it there. When in reality, there's a wink and a big grin on your face when you're saying something. And I think that was this example. Another little bit of a sus clip.
Why are we doing this again on me?
This is the last one. This is the last one for you, and then we're going to move over.
Thank gosh.
This is Sean talking about how much I can drink.
does Rogers call it? How many knuckles?
Right, yeah.
Oh, how many knuckles did you take? Fingers did you take?
Yeah.
How many are you? How many are you taking down? Are you taking down 2 fingers, 3 fingers?
I don't judge it by fingers. I don't ask myself how many fingers am I taking.
Yeah,
I instead
like this, 3 fingers like this, or 4 fingers.
Yeah, probably.
That's what they say.
It is. It really
That's
is.
what it is.
Really is.
Yeah.
Well, how many do you think he takes?
Bobby?
Yeah.
Oh, Bobby.
Was this before or after I drank?
Bobby easily can handle 3 fingers.
Okay, so a 3-finger pour.
After I've had 2 fingers. After I've drank the
So
two.
you probably take 2, 3 fingers.
I don't know. It's probably like, so when I take one of those.
You take 3 and 3.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, typically. I think at the time people thought you knew what you were doing.
Yeah.
You knew what you were doing.
Yeah.
But it is still, that's probably my favorite clip there. Outside of maybe one we'll play soon, which is Broadus's impersonation of you when he was at training camp. That one's probably my favorite. Let's go over to RJ Choppy. And RJ Choppy, the man who embraces toxic masculinity.
Yes.
And how much he loves it.
Except in his own household.
Man, and he, I think, really did long-term damage back in June when we were at the Allen Fire Station. And he was like, yeah, I'll do the break down the door test. And he came across looking rather weak.
We've got this steel door, and there is maybe a half by quarter into the door to prevent it from just being able to be broken down. All right, he's being instructed. He's trying. Oh! Did not break the wood. He bit his tongue. They're literally just asking him to hold something steady at this point. They're telling him to push this thing, and he can't do a damn thing.
Before soda, this would have been the hat already.
Oh.
I had 30 more pounds, but now I don't.
Is there now I was trying to kick it. They have cracked the door open even more for him every day. Oh, we might have gotten some breakage. It's like EF2 intensity, what he's done to the wood. He wasn't swinging and hitting anything. He was holding something to say, oh, there we go.
Hey.
He has broken through the door.
And everyone has died.
Here. Everyone has died in the process. Here, Chop, would you like to say any words?
I need cardio.
And he was massively emasculated when we went to break. No joke, no sarcasm. When we were walking back, he was like, that door was really... Like, it's really difficult, though. And I was like, sure, child. It's like, dude, they have firefighters do it. It's part of their training. Like clearly that's something that's not just easy for everyone. And he was like, really, it really got to him, I think, that he wasn't able to do it. So it ate him up. Let's make fun of Peyton. RJ Choppy is a lifelong Catholic, as we're aware. And one of these times that we were playing...
He's a 3/4 long Catholic.
Sure, yeah. I mean...
He's hit the eject button.
He's a lapsed Catholic, maybe. But either way, Catholicism has been in his life. And so the Pope has been in his life the entire way. And we were playing How Young is Peyton Russell back in May. And we should play that this week, too. We should play that Friday. I've got some more names to throw at him.
I'm off Friday. But.
Well, you're going to call in for it then. This is RJ Choppy just losing his mind, his Catholic mind, when we were playing How Young is Peyton Russell.
Crime, politics, or miscellaneous for the 70s, Peyton?
Let's go back to miscellaneous.
Miscellaneous it is. Peyton Russell. Who's John Paul II?
Catholic guy. Catholic church. John Paul. That's the name of a church. That's the name of a church.
I'll give it to him. I don't think he really knows.
With the judges, will we accept that?
Whoa, under review?
I'm going.
Could you be a little more specific?
Who is like...
Catholic guy.
$40 in the bank for Peyton Russell.
Count it in the foul.
And the foul. You're like Luca. And one. Give it to me.
Oh my God, Catholic guy.
As he's frantically Googling in that time period.
I did not get a chance to show you. I need to show you the How Young is Peyton Russell from last week, which, by the way, Babe Laufenberg was listening after his segment and was so blown away by the game that then he went to Cowboys practice. And when he walked in the building, he was telling Christy about it, and then he pulled Bront over from Cowboys PR. Oh, no. And he started hitting Bront with all the names we threw at Peyton, and he said Bront didn't know any of them either.
No! You're going to out Bront like that? We like Bront.
Alex was worse. Alex was insane, and that's what I need to play for you when we get to the break. All right, we can fit in one more here. Everybody remembers one Reginald Atatula, and he was sitting in on Crosstalk one of these days, and we had played How Young is Peyton Russell recently, and this was on May 30th, and we were like, well, let's throw some of these at Reggie. Surely Reggie will know these. Reggie's a pretty cultured individual. Well, this is Reggie specifically discovering Kirby Puckett is a black man.
Oh, no.
Who's Kirby Puckett?
Kirby Puckett.
Come on.
Kirby Puckett was a quarterback. Pitcher. Damn it.
Nope, none of those. None of
Are
those.
you doing a bit right now?
No, I legitimately
Oh my
am.
lord!
Go look up Kirby Puckett. Go look up Kirby Puckett highlight catches.
Played for the Twins,
Dude,
involved
it's
in one of the
amazing.
most iconic World Series of all time.
Outfield.
Rest in peace, Kirby Puckett, by the way.
Good job. What have you found out about him?
That he does not look like what I anticipated.
He could get up that wall, too.
That's one of my favorite players, Kirby Puckett, now.
He became a big fan with one Google image search.
That was awesome. Part 1, Bobby's year-in audio review of the morning show. Happy 2024 and 25 to the 6 a.m. club, our best audience of the entire show. Are we all getting a look at the Cowboys' brand new running back tonight? We got a bowl game and the college football kegger next on 105.3 The Fan.
How about some commercial-free Shan and RJ? And now that's some quality breakfast.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey Sports Station.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
College football resumes. I was really, really sad that there was no big-time college football bowl games, the ones that actually matter, this past weekend. But it is going to resume this evening with maybe the Dallas Cowboys' newest running back.
You were out when we were doing CFP reaction because obviously that weekend was the start of your vacation.
Yeah.
Did you have any thoughts about the structure of it, or?
I have a big rant.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. I am so sick and tired already of it's not a rush to judgment. It was a sprint to judgment of everyone going, oh my gosh, what a waste. Too many games. Look at the first round quality. Look at the disparity of the scores. Shut up. Just give me more games. It's like the same people who question whether there should be a week 17. Extend any type of football as long as possible. In my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Baseball, boring. Basketball, problems. Hockey, a distant fourth to many. Give me as much NFL and college as possible. We are going to get upsets like moving forward. We are. If we get 3 years of 20-point, 30-point first round bowl game blowouts, okay. But can we give it like a little bit of time to judge it? That was my reaction with people being, oh, what's the point? And now you want to take it to 14? What's the point? You're just going to get blowouts. It was nothing but absolute beatdowns with 4 teams.
Yeah.
It was nothing but beatdowns with 4 teams. And this year was wide open. We felt like we didn't have a great team. And just because one playoff tournament shows, the chalk winning out, doesn't mean we should blow the whole thing up. That rush to judgment is so ignorant.
Well, and this is so new, so everybody's trying to figure out what matters. Like, does CFP football change from the regular season? Like, when you turn it into 3 rounds, do teams... It's like the same thing of just like when NFL football comes around, they're like, oh, when you get to the playoffs, you got to run the ball. Even if you haven't during the year, you got to run the ball. You got to do this. You got to do that. So I'll tell you the thing that stood out to me the first week was, I severely underrated what an advantage playing the game on campus is. Like, the home teams have a big advantage. And so, to me, that was the one thing I did say. It was like, oh, okay, we might learn moving forward. If you have a home game in that opening round, it's going to be really difficult for whoever the underdog is to win that game. Because I don't think Clemson gets their ass kicked like that if they're playing in Clemson. I don't think that Indiana has the same sort of problem with Notre Dame. I don't think Tennessee, if they're playing at Rocky Top, they're better. And so, I don't think they win those games necessarily, but they're not getting shellacked like that. So I do wonder if maybe there's obviously going to be expansion, but if under this current setup, if this was the setup, I do wonder if they would look at it and adjust and say, maybe we put the bowl games back here, and then the first games for the first 4, the semis, like when you get in the next round, you turn those into the on-campus home games where you reward those teams and they get better competition. You've thinned it out, and then we get better games on campus there. I kind of wondered if that was how they're going to react to this.
All right, tonight, though, all eyes on Ashton Genty here in the Metroplex, as it's going to be Boise State against Penn State, and the Nittany Lions are favored by 11.5 right now.
Yeah, which is funny because they were at home against SMU, and I think they were a smaller favorite than they were against Boise State.
Man,
or
that
than they were
SMU
against Boise
game,
State.
that was a disaster.
Can't turn over the ball.
That's
what they did all year.
Quarterback disaster.
Yeah. No, and that's been the issue for them all year. Now, I always have a little bit of hesitance when it comes to Penn State with Drew Aller and the way that he plays in big games. He didn't play great against SMU. And consistently, he plays worse football on big stages. And so
now Boise is the 3 seed in this technically.
Yeah.
Penn State's the 6, and Boise is the underdog by double digits.
Yeah, because in the actual CFP rankings, I believe Penn State is 4 or 5, or was 4 or 5, and then Boise was down at like 10. And so Penn State is considered a better football team. But it is, I think, just the Genty factor is a significant one. They played Oregon really well earlier this year. Boise State did. And so I think that Boise's got a shot because I don't trust James Franklin. I don't trust Drew Aller in big games. Penn State is the better football team, and I would probably pick them, but Boise's got a shot to win this one. Now, I'm curious, Ashton Genty, people keep talking about, if he could play 2-3 more playoff games, he might break Barry Sanders' record. Which is a more illegitimate takedown of a rushing record? If Saquon gets it in 17 weeks or if Genty gets it going into the playoff and takes away Barry Sanders' record?
And what would be the difference in games compared to Barry?
Like 3. But it's a different era, too. Like, do you era adjust it all and say that's still more impressive that he did it in those games?
Look, I want to give Saquon. I love Saquon. I don't know why I didn't know this much about him in New York, since it's the media capital of the world. I love this guy's personality. He's saying all the right things. And he also went into being a historian yesterday, and where he's like, well, if you really want to be a historian, I understand how maybe I shouldn't even be in the Dickerson conversation because of the amount of games played. Or you should really just give it to OJ because he played 2 or 3 less games. Like, he went in, he knew exactly how many games played and everything that went into it. He's like, I'm fine with whatever Sirianni wants to do. I understand we got bigger goals. Like, I'm falling in love with Saquon Barkley, the person, unfortunately. I really am.
Did you think it was a little odd that he invoked at all O.J. Simpson? They're like, just avoid that. Just stop it,
Right.
Eric Dickerson. You don't need to go back. Go to Jim Brown. Say, really should go to Jim Brown or something like that.
What's your answer to the legitimacy of the records? Because yesterday you said, forget it. Just give Saquon the crown if he ends up getting it. We don't hold it against other people.
Yeah, I think it would obviously be, you would probably, not an asterisk in the record book. If it's in the record book, it goes to Ashton Genty. I think it's worth referencing, though, if you're talking about it historically in future years. Like, well, you got to remember he played more games. Just like it's worth mentioning, Randy Moss has the receiving touchdown record for a single season, but it's worth mentioning, well, he did do it in 4 more games than Jerry Rice. But we don't put an asterisk next to it. We just say, this is the reality, and this is how he got the record, but the reality is that it was done in a quicker time frame with Babe Ruth or with Jerry Rice or with Barry Sanders. And so I think it's worth noting, but I wouldn't say it's worth denting their record at all.
And then tomorrow on our sister station, News Radio 1080 KRLD at noon, Peyton and Bobby will be on eggshells, maybe not, as the Texas Longhorns take on Arizona State. The Longhorns are favored by 13 against RJ Choppies and our new favorite coach in Kenny Dillingham.
Yeah, not at all anything that I'm concerned about. 13's not enough points. It should be 23. And
you went off in your email last night.
This loser, this little Merrill Hodge wannabe, Cam Scattaboo, or whatever other white running back you want to come up with.
Merrill Hodge wannabe.
Kyle Juszczyk without the blocking, whatever you want to call him. He's been a really good player. He's getting a little too big for his britches. He's talking a lot. So he had done media availability yesterday, and I was looking everywhere for the actual sound clip. Nobody has posted the sound clip. It's like, I wonder if they're just wanting to bury this a little bit. But he was talking to media yesterday, and he finished 5th in the Heisman voting, and he was asked about facing the number 1 defense in the country and how he'd be affected by the Longhorns trying to stop him. And this is what he said. They continue to keep saying that people are going to try to stop me. There's nobody out there that can stop me. We played in 13 games, and I've been the target on each one. So I'm not too worried. We're going to play our game and play ball and see what happens out there. Well, here's the thing. You did get stopped by Texas State earlier in the year. And you think you're just going to do whatever to the Longhorns? The Longhorns are the Iowa State Cyclones, who he runs for 177 on and have one of the worst rush defenses in the NFL. The Texas State, Texas Tech, back-to-back games against those two teams, which are not juggernauts to stop the run game. He averaged 2.9 yards per carry in those back-to-back games. So, great. Run all over a trash team in Arizona. Run all over a porous run defense against Iowa State. That's not Texas. In fact, he's not gonna pick up 80 yards in this game. They're gonna hold him under, and it's gonna be hilarious to me because he will not stop talking.
Kenny Dillingham, the best quote in maybe all of football, defended his running back.
I think if you're not confident, right? So everybody's different. I think sometimes people want to put personalities in a bubble, what you're supposed to say, what you're not supposed to say. Make sure you say this. And everybody wants to just almost take personalities and force them into what it should look like. I couldn't disagree more with that. I want our guys to be themselves. That's it. If what makes you play better and what you feel is you got to express it, express it.
So there's Dillingham. By the way, shout out to Jared Sandler listening on the Odyssey app from Spain. Look at that dedication. This is why I love this dude. I love this guy. He's on the big-time European vacation.
When did he go to Spain?
I guess he just left London.
Maybe that's why he was distracted when he was hosting with us last week. He was doing some planning.
Whoever sits in that chair. RJ's gotten better, though. RJ's gotten better off the computer.
You weren't here last week.
Shout out Jared and Emily Sandler listening on the Odyssey app from Spain and everyone else listening on the Odyssey app wherever you are. Then you move on to the 4 o'clock game, the game that Nick Saban and others think should not be happening because it's way too much of a powerhouse matchup. At 4 o'clock tomorrow, this is the College Football Kegger on the Fan, Ohio State and Oregon.
Yeah, and people are frustrated by this because there's an argument from a lot of people. There are a number of people who believe these are the 2 best teams in the country. We talked to Stuart Mandel, who said most talented team in the country, in all likelihood, Oregon or Ohio State. Oregon, undefeated team. I'm stunned that Ohio State's favored in this.
By 2.5.
I have no understanding of why they're being given this credence. Now, Choppy last week was asking his handicapping buddy about, hey, what's the deal with Oregon? Why would Ohio State be favored here? Especially after Oregon won a game earlier. Ohio State's had all these different issues. He said it apparently relates to some of their advanced metrics on defense have looked really poor lately for Oregon. But this is where, and this is the argument I had with Chop last week. When you're doing betting or you're looking at different things, I understand you have the certain numbers you look at and the analytics and the forecasting. But at what point do you look at the factors of like, there's a reason they lose all the time to Michigan and Oregon, or the Ryan Day factor of like these intangible things that you cannot measure.
It's always been Ohio against the world.
Exactly. But when you look at those aspects, how do you weigh that? It's like when you asked yesterday about the NFC East thing for 20 years. It's like, do you bet on that? You probably don't bet by it, but how do you explain it?
But what is the intangible common denominator between Michigan and this? Are you just talking about a big game?
No, not even a
Michigan versus Oregon.
Not even a big game.
The parallel?
More what I'm getting at here is Michigan, I think, is absolutely in their head. Oregon, not as much.
Right.
But Oregon has been a stylistic challenge for them in the past. And the Michigan issue is still so fresh, what happened on that field, where Ryan Day just looked spineless and was destroyed. And people wondered, how are they going to rally? How are they going to play? They played really well against Tennessee. And that's great. But are you going to be able to hang with the top team in the country that in a year of ups and downs and everything else has not slipped? They're the one team who didn't slip at all and has beaten you this year. And Dylan Gabriel has played his best football throughout his college career in these big moments. And against his best game of the season was against Ohio State. And so to me, it's like, I don't trust anything with Ohio State. And
so you're picking Oregon.
Yes. Yeah. I don't trust. I think it absolutely matters. I think big game nerves matter. That's why I don't trust James Franklin. I don't trust Drew Alley. I don't trust Ryan Day. Those things matter. And Ryan Day's been a good coach. Ohio State's very talented, but it's just, I don't know how they're going to be able to just rally for a big challenging game after what happened against Michigan a month ago.
And then tomorrow night to end things at 7:45, 7 versus 2, Notre Dame against Georgia. Georgia's favored by 1.
This was my big upset pick. I've got Notre Dame in the title because I've got them beating Georgia and then going on and beating Penn State or Boise State.
And Beck is playing?
No, Beck is done.
He's done.
Yeah, he's done.
All
so
right.
it's John Stockton's kid.
Because for some reason, ESPN has like Beck up there in terms of like the leader still, and I was like, oh, okay, he recovered from the Texas injury just like that.
No, he declared for the draft a couple days ago, and he's got the surgery, so he's done. So it'll be Stockton that'll start this game.
It's John's kid?
No, it's not. I just had to make that joke.
I had a lot of jokes ready.
But when you look at the way he played against Texas, first drive he was really solid. After that,
Karl Malone's not at this college game either.
After that, it looked really bad. And Notre Dame's secondary is game changing. Like they can absolutely impact a game and turn the field. Ask USC. Ask Jared Sandler on the Odyssey app about the 200-yard interception returns they gave up in the final minutes of the fourth quarter. So Notre Dame is absolutely a game changer, and I think they beat Georgia.
College football kegger with all the games tomorrow. Again, News Radio 1080 KRLD for the Longhorns and Arizona State. We have Ask Reddit at 7:40, Jerry Jones Live at 8:30. Micah Parsons says, you're looking at it all wrong. Don't look at the scoreboard when judging the Cowboys against filthy and is Mozzie Smith falling back into some bad habits. Bobby Belt, Cowboys inside the film room for Cowboys post-Hut clarity. Commercial-free Expressway is next.
Wake up, wake up, wake up, wake up.
You're waking up with Shan and...
Has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Tickets sell fast, so pick up yours today at Rangers.com/FanFest.
And it's back to Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
I had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity.
You watch it and you're super into it. It's like really exciting. The storyline's good. And then you finish it and I'm looking at the film and I'm just like, I was watching it?
Stop calling them films,
Mike. That is gross. And those people are getting paid.
I'm not happy, Sean Sharif, as we start post-hut clarity. So I'm going to pull behind the curtain a little bit. One of the things I do after I watch the tape back, I watch the game initially, watch the tape back, and then typically I go, I want to go over to PFF, and I want to see where I differ from them. Because I don't trust them on a lot of things, particularly offensive line. But I was like, I want to go.
You're usually happy when things are opposite from them.
Yeah, if they've got, like, if I'm talking up Jalen Brooks, I want Jalen Brooks to have a 20 grade. Like, because that tells me, all right, they don't know what they're talking about. If I'm talking about Brock Hoffman playing well, I want them to say Brock Hoffman is the worst offensive lineman in the NFL. If I say Tyler Guyton is struggling, I want them to have a 99 on him. That's how I look at it. So I always go like, oh, yeah, I need to check that. So we were getting ready to start the segment. I was like, oh, I need to go back and check PFF. I didn't look and see what they graded people the other day. Because yesterday, I had given Jalen Brooks a star up, and you went, I didn't even know he played.
Yeah, one catch.
Because it was very...
he was your first star up.
He played like 10 snaps. But it was something where I saw a couple different things that gave me evidence that he's progressing the right way. And I go and I pull up PFF, and the top-graded offensive player is Jalen Brooks.
Wow.
And part of me wants to use that to dunk that I used him yesterday, but I don't. It's like saying, like, ha, in your face, Sean, Dan Orlovsky agreed with me. It's like, I don't want that at all. So now I have to...
It's impressive. I lean towards it's a very impressive football observation by you.
I have to reevaluate a lot of different things.
You do watch more football.
Yeah, that's what it is. I showed Kristen that audio for the first time the other day.
Me versus Choppy.
She was dying laughing. She thought that was so fun. It is good audio. I know you don't like listening to it, but it is good audio.
Yeah.
All right, post-out clarity. Sean teased it a little bit when
I'm gonna take over here for a second.
Okay.
Because Micah Parsons went viral again.
Ooh.
Couple Cowboy fans, like probably 2 out of 20, said, no, it's actually a good football point if you listen to the end of it. This was Micah Parsons after the Eagles' embarrassment saying, no. Don't really focus on the scoreboard.
I mean, you look at their play, I mean, they have 2 big runs and 3 good deep shots. Other than that, we made them earn it, and you take away we really take away the scoreboard. It was about 5 plays that decided this game. And you hate to say that because it's a lot of football, but you know, the 2 deep shots to Devontae Smith and the one to A.J. Brown, and then also Devontae on that slant, you know, for the most part, we were making them earn it. 3 yards, 2 yards, 4th and 1s, which is good football for when you're playing a team like the Eagles. But the other side is that when you play in those big teams, we understand big plays is going to happen.
The most common word used to criticize Micah Parsons over the last month plus is delusional. Is that delusional or next level football insight of it's really just 5 plays?
I wonder if that's code for Andrew Booth sucked today. In one part, like, hey, we were stopped. We got beat by chunk plays. Who's getting up the chunk plays? I wonder if that's partly like.
But Saquon went off in the second half.
Yeah, he did. They got worn down, but they were already up big by the time Saquon started running the ball well. And so I wonder if that's part of it. I do think that. What is the thing that you would say I'm most dug in against? Pick a topic, whatever it is.
Dug in against?
Yeah, that I'm just like, I will never give them credit for anything or anything like that. Is there anything like that?
I mean,
Caitlin Clark.
McCarthy, okay.
Who did you say?
Caitlin Clark.
Oh, Caitlin Clark. That's a good one.
McCarthy. Let's say, because I said to stick to athletics, Peyton. So let's say that McCarthy.
We have a spittle meeting today.
Let's say McCarthy does something really well. And I'm just like, well, it wasn't really him. I think that's Micah. Micah clearly has reached a point, I think, where he doesn't like the Eagles, the way he's talked about them. Recently, he's like, no, I don't want them to beat Washington, or I don't want them to win against Washington, even though it helps us. Like, I'd rather they lose. I think.
So you're saying he's doing this to kind of take away from the Eagles?
I don't think he wants to credit them at all. He likes Saquon. Obviously, that's a Penn State guy. But I don't think he wants to credit the Eagles at all because they've talked a lot of trash about him, and I don't think he appreciates it.
When Micah says something like this, I go right to Twitter. This is what X is for. And Cowboy fans did not disappoint. I was close to winning the Mega Millions if you take away the 6 numbers. I'm actually very rich if you don't look at my bank account. Jerry Jones has already trained Micah perfectly when talking into a microphone. So all these Micah examples were thrown out there for jokes, and I was there for it for a good 15, 20 minutes yesterday.
Peyton has perfect attendance if you don't look at Mondays. Give
us your fill in the blanks on the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Micah-esque comparisons.
Yeah, hit us, and we'll read some here. All right, let's lead off with one of Micah's scouting evaluations. Mozzie Smith has slipped back into some problems. And I don't know. Here's the thing. When you see a stretch where he played really well, he played average to above average to really good, somewhere in that vicinity, every game for like 6-7 weeks in a row, which massive credit to him. Massive credit to Jeff Skinnia, the defensive line coach who really focuses on the work with the tackles, that a guy who was starting to hang his head a little bit and could have gone a Taco Charlton or Tristan Hill route where they let it beat them up. Credit to him for rallying and picking it back up and playing good football for 6-7 weeks. The last 2 weeks have not been good. And specifically Sunday was bad. He's had issues the last few weeks with his anchor. He's getting driven off the ball more. The double teams are getting to him. He's not playing with the same sort of power or base that we had seen the last few weeks. He's getting off the ball fine most of the time. That's always been a big issue of his. But he was getting driven off of the ball and dominated the last 2 weeks physically, to the point that it makes me wonder, when we saw how he had played over those 7 weeks, now it's like, okay, he might be banged up. I don't know. But if we're getting near the end of the season, guys, a lot of times he's playing more snaps. He's getting double teamed. I wonder if he's just fatigued and beaten up and it's taking its toll. But not a great day for Mozzie Smith. Let's talk about another Cowboys young defensive lineman, a guy who I don't think we've said he's been bad all year. We've given him good marks. Marshawn Nealand had problems in this game. And Nealand, again, is a guy who has dealt with injuries this year. But when he's been out there, solid, good baseline player. He's never going to be a big sack guy. I would guess his ceiling is probably on average, maybe he gets like 5, 6 a year. He's very DeMarcus Lawrence light. But DeMarcus Lawrence light means setting the edge well and being able to defend the run and do those sort of things. And he did not do that in this game. He had his trouble getting blown off of the ball. He had his trouble wrapping up and finishing tackles. Again, same sort of question. When you get younger players, do they have issues playing deeper into the season? Osa, for years, the first 3 years of his career, Brian always made the analogy, he said he's a college player. It's like he never got away from the college structure, where he'd hit the 12-game mark of the season, just like in college football, and then it was like he was worn out and gassed for the last month of the year.
Yeah.
He's reversed it this year, where he's played his best ball as the year's gone on. But it does make me wonder, is Nealand just getting a little exhausted and worn down at the end of the season? But physically,
people are speculating that, by the way, about the Steelers. We haven't brought this up here on the show, like what players or teams are hitting the wall. John Gruden the other day had brought it up, and I'm just thinking about the next Monday night matchup with Cincinnati and Pittsburgh after last night's game, and he brought them up as a candidate of hitting the wall. We really haven't had that conversation of who's hit the wall for this season on the Cowboys.
Yeah, but I mean, that's you might be seeing it around now, and those sort of things. I'm going to give a couple more revised star ups, because I didn't give them star ups yesterday, and I think you gave star ups to both of them. And
so I watch more football.
You do.
Yeah.
And I think there was praise for them on social media when I was watching the game, or when I was watching the game and I was following along. It's just a lot of times you're focusing on a different area, and I didn't notice them as splashy, I guess, until I watched the film back. Eric Kendricks was really great in this game. Big time difference maker in the run game. And then Deron Bland played better than I thought he did.
Nothing from A.J. Brown. And does Deron Bland travel a lot more than Diggs did?
Yes. Deron Bland tends to move more than he did, but he was definitely traveling with Brown.
And what does that say?
I don't know. Flexibility. I think they feel like DaRon Bland is a better athlete than Diggs. Diggs is not very fast, relatively speaking. He's an NFL athlete. He's fast, but he's not fast, relatively speaking. He never ran his 40 at his pro day or combine.
Yeah.
Diggs was thought, I believe when you talk to people around the league, personnel people, the thought was Diggs was probably around a 4.58, 4.55 speed guy, and that's not a lot. So I think they feel like they have to get him matchups a little bit more, or they don't necessarily want to travel him with somebody. Whereas Bland, they feel like, well, Bland can play physicality, Bland can play speed. He's just a solid player. He can play inside, he can play outside, he can follow somebody in the slot. They're not usually going to follow Diggs into the slot. So I think they just feel like Bland's got more flexibility that he can do that. Is it a knock on Diggs? Not necessarily. I think it just speaks to Bland is a more versatile player than Diggs is. And it's not necessarily that he's better. He's just more versatile. But Diggs definitely had his struggles here. But Bland, I thought, overall.
Because in the world of corner credit, and I take this back to Patrick Peterson and Richard Sherman, Josh Norman, that era, we give you a lot of corner street cred if you follow and play both sides. Richard Sherman got knocked all the time. You know, it's like kind of like a soft, not a soft thing, but a chicken thing, or lack of versatility thing. Like, hey, if you the dog, go ahead and follow.
And I think Diggs would want it. Like, I think Diggs is very competitive, and Diggs trusts himself. We played the audio.
Yeah, I know.
Earlier.
I see my DMs.
Yeah. We talked about
you wait for that.
We talked about Diggs earlier this year, how he would get offended when you were asking him, how good is this receiver?
Yeah.
It's like, why aren't you asking how good I am? Like he gets worked up about weird stuff, but he's competitive like that. I think the Cowboys just go, it's matchup dependent. It's not that we don't think you're a great corner. It's just we need to maximize who's going up against who. By the way, we've got some answers on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorneys fan text for your fill in the blank. I'm 6'4". If you take away those 5 inches, that's from Black and Gold B. 817. Sean looks like a normal guy if you don't look at his hands.
Oh.
641. I don't even know what area code that is. My ex-wife is a virgin if you don't look at all the baby daddies.
Yay!
817. I'm a great driver if you take away the 3 DWIs. So not bad. You can keep sending those in on the fan text. Last point here on the offensive line. I did think Guyton struggled. Like, I had him as a star down. I thought Guyton struggled. In fact, initially I said Guyton, Hoffman, Steele. Big struggles. I'll revise it a little. Steele was better than I initially thought live. He was not great, but he was better. Hoffman, Guyton had issues. Chuma Edoga was pretty good in pass protection, I thought. And didn't have nearly the struggles that Guyton did. And this is why I think the Cowboys, if Edoga had been healthy, and McCarthy talked about this a couple weeks ago, if Edoga had been healthy, they would have started the year with him. That they would have just said, look, Guyton's still coming along. He's still figuring things out. To be fair, 4 years ago, Tyler Guyton was a defensive tackle. Like, we got to remember that this guy is not just switching right to left. He is still very young in playing the position of offensive line. He hasn't done a lot, but he's got great traits, and you hope it comes together. It's just not there yet. Things don't work in harmony with him, with his feet and his hands, and he doesn't feel in sync, and it causes defensive linemen to be able to get him off balance or to step inside on him, and it causes a lot of problems. Edoga has played better than Guyton every time he's been out there, basically.
Wow.
And I don't know, long term, do you say, oh, let's try and bring Edoga back? Or not long term, but let's try to bring Edoga back next year, some insurance. But Guyton's going to have to do some work because Edoga has outclassed him this year, and specifically on Sunday, Edoga was much better.
So Tyler Smith's rookie season has just run laps around Guyton's, but you have never, first off, confirmed that statement? Yes?
Yeah, no.
But you have not expressed deep concern for Guyton moving forward.
No, because I think this is the one factor I can't know, but I haven't heard, is the hang your head factor that we talked about with Mozzie.
Yeah.
Does Tyler get down about this? Does he allow it to beat him up? Because it's natural to expect guys are going to struggle. Tyron Smith had an awful rookie year. He was not good. And he bounced back, and he went through it. Guyton's just, he's got to keep his head up, and he's got to learn from these things, which I think he will, because the skill set's really good. The thing about Tyler Smith was you knew the skill set was good. How coachable was he? How teachable was he? The scouting staff knew he's teachable. He takes to it. It was Klein Kubiak, who was the area scout at the time for Tulsa, he talked on the draft show with us right after they picked Tyler Smith. And that was one of the first things he said, you knew talking to people at Tulsa, you would see the traits order, but you knew talking to people at Tulsa and being around the program, this guy's going to click into place because of the character, the study habits, how teachable he is, how he takes to it, how many times you have to coach him on certain things. So they knew they could project that out. Guyton, I'm sure they saw similar things. That's why they picked him. I don't know how long is it going to take to click into place, and does he hang his head or not? But skill set wise, I think he's a Pro Bowler in the next 5 years.
Whoa. And that is why he is although I guess we don't need the segment anymore. We can just read PFF. That is why he's our Cowboys insider. Bobby Roberto Belt back from Filthy with post-Hut clarity.
One more Micah fill in the blank for you. Oh, yeah. 817. Bobby's a really nice guy. If you take away the fact that he was homeschooled and he even made his mom quit on him.
Oh. Happy New Year. 877-881-1053 on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. 2 more Cowboy follow-ups after the Eagle beatdown. Why not just throw everything into the pot here? PFF and Dan Orlovsky yesterday on ESPN when they were having the debate over whether Mike McCarthy should come back.
Mike McCarthy's a very good football coach. He obviously has proven he's a Super Bowl winner. There is absolutely no way that you can watch the Vikings play offensive football, the Lions play offensive football, the Packers play offensive football, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers play offensive football, the Rams play offensive football, and think that schematically you can just run it back and play an even game. His scheme is behind where the NFL offenses trend right now. If you want to bring him back because you think he's got great leadership skills and galvanizes the group and leads the men, and he's going to be your head coach and you're bringing a different offensive philosophy, I can get on board with that. But if we're going to keep the same offensive philosophy, I don't think you don't watch the same football as I do then. And you don't realistically think about football the same way as I do. Because I watch every snap, and I watch some of these new age offensive minds, and the advantages that they create for their players are so significantly greater than the advantages that are created for the Cowboys players. Plain and simple.
What a liar.
Oh, so you think McCarthy's ahead of the curve? He's like Ben Johnson schematically.
No, look, first off, on that point, let's just get something clear. Dan Orlovsky can never be given credit for anything. Because
he's your most dug in topic.
No, because last week, let's say we were sitting here last week on Tuesday. I was like, the Eagles are going to destroy the Cowboys. Saquon's going to run all over them. This is what's going to happen. Let's say that then Wednesday, I say, Cowboys are going to gut this one out. We're going to win a close ball game. Thursday, and Cowboys keep it close, but Eagles win in the end. Friday, come out. Dallas I think they're going to shock the world. They're going to blow people out. I've got a cut for everything. So when we come back, it's like, well, you got to give Bobby credit. He did say that the Eagles were going to blow him out and Saquon was going to run wild.
But he has consistently criticized McCarthy's schemes.
This year, like last year, he talked about, and 2 years before that, he talked about Dak as the problem as opposed to McCarthy. And he talked about, he's done this before where he's talked about, oh, McCarthy's great. He flips and flops on Dak. Is Dak a franchise quarterback or not? Does Dak deserve this or not? He's got to have a take for everything so he can have a clip to go back to and say, I did it. Now, the issue, he's just, well, I won't say that. I've caused myself enough headaches recently. I watch every snap. No, you don't.
You don't think he's watched every Cowboy film review?
No, I don't think maybe Cowboys. I think in the context of what he's just saying there, because he's talking about trends around the league.
Yeah.
He's saying he watches every snap of the NFL
you don't
season.
Think he's gone back and watched every film? Is that an impossible thing?
Yes. Do you see how often he's on TV? Think about it. How often he's on TV, how often he's doing different things, and just listen to him talk about football. Does that sound like somebody who's aware of what's actually happening around the league at all times? There's zero chance that is so much. That's 3 hours every game. And you're talking about 16 games a week?
And he's a college analyst.
He is not watching however much that is. He's not. There's zero chance that he's watching 48 hours of game film a week. You liar.
Commercial-free Expressway.
God, he sucks.
Here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. The three things I was pointing out from that, if Orlovsky was on here and not lying about a dentist appointment, which kind of ended our relationship last time, I would first ask, okay, what does it mean? Explain to me how the schemes are ancient. Explain that to me.
So what are they running? It depends on so it depends on what recently, especially the game last week against Tampa Bay. We talked about this. It was you were out, so you didn't hear this. Tampa Bay was stunning when you watch the tape back because McCarthy completely changed the scheme for Tampa Bay in a way that we hadn't seen all year. And it was like, okay, this is...
Now explain how.
They went back to classical West Coast concepts. So everything that you heard about McCarthy, when McCarthy got hired on or was named the play caller, and we were back reviewing everything from his time in Green Bay. And we're talking about, these are the concepts that you'll do and these sort of things. And then when they started the season, it felt very reserved and pulled back and didn't feel totally classic West Coast. And then after the bye week, when it seems like somebody must have said, we need some changes here, it was a completely different looking offense that pushed the ball down the field, did deep crossers, did those sort of things. This version is not, the version against Tampa Bay was not the version of the offense that finished the season last year, was not the version of the offense McCarthy started with in 23, was not the version of the offense we see most of the time. It was the version that we saw in Green Bay. It was a ton of 3-step out, 5-step out, 7-step out, and a lot of slant flat combos. So slant flat combos are going to be, you've got the
two
tight
outside
end,
receivers,
tight end and slot are going to the flats.
Yes.
The outside receivers, the X
Running
and Z,
slants.
they're running slants. And it's just...
Now, is that viewed as outdated, old stuff?
Always take a profit. There are coaches and philosophies who say there's nothing wrong with methodically moving the ball down. If you're having success with it, and the thing that people love about the West Coast system, the thing Aaron Rodgers has advocated for forever about, is the idea of if you are perfect in your timing, if you're perfect in your study, everything else, you can be less talented than the team across from you. They can cover you tight. They can do whatever they want. They can't stop you because of just the precision that exists within it. And it then sets up play action stuff, pushing the ball downfield. Dallas has consistently throughout this year run the widest formations in the NFL. Against Tampa Bay, they ran tighter formations than they have all year. Everything really tight, condensed, which is more similar to what San Francisco and some of these other teams run.
Bunch.
Yeah. They ran 4+ receiver sets against Tampa Bay, I think 7 times. They had all year run them like 25. And so it was something where that was a classic McCarthy thing from back in his early days in Green Bay. He ran 5 receiver sets, 4 receiver sets all the time. And then you look at Turpin the last 2 weeks, all of a sudden is running the ball inside. They've been doing jet sweeps or tosses. Now they've got him running inside and doing traps and different things like that. And that's what he used to do with Ty Montgomery. Ty Montgomery was a receiver that he lined up in the backfield and had him run inside, and sort of what they do with Debo and different things like that. So it's been more West Coast true against Tampa and some of the stuff lately. And I wonder if I've had to adjust some things. While we were still alive, I had to lean into Rico Dowdle. When we had Dak's got to be in control of the offense to some extent. If I'm going to be judged on if I'm returning these last few weeks, we're going to do it exactly my way. And so I'm going to commit to, hey, if you don't have me back, I'm putting something on tape for other teams to say, this is what my offense would have looked like, by the way.
Which yesterday, Mike Zimmer, and getting very emotional and talking about his son and everything else, he said his biggest regret this year was not coming in and doing things his way to start off. And he said, I probably wasn't much of a hard ass. I wasn't as pound the fist with my schemes and my stuff because I came in and said, okay, DQ had a good defense here. Let's not change things up too much. And Zimmer expressed that as a big regret. The other question I would have for Dan Orlovsky's audio right there, and I would ask this to Belichick and Brady, and Aikman, who keeps saying, Mike's a good coach, Mike's a good coach. What I would say to Dan is, if you're killing someone for being ancient and way behind the times with their area of expertise, Mike and offense, how does that make you a really good coach? That drives me crazy when people say that. That's like saying, oh, well, Sharif's a really good radio host, except he stutters all the time. True. Screw you, Mike Bassick. And he can't interview and he can't set up topics and he can't do commercial reads, but he's a good host. No, it means I'm not a good host. So if you're way behind, why do people keep throwing that in? Rex Ryan, they keep on saying, Mike's really, really good. Mike's really, really good. Well, then how can you can't be way behind and costing your team from a schematic standpoint and still be a really good coach? That bothers me. And then the third thing, you want to touch on that?
I was just going to say, I would guess that what they would say is if it's a little behind the times or it's not as innovative schematic-wise, they would just say, but it's everything else. It's the way he protects his players in terms of their health.
Well, that leads me into the third point. And I'm going to ask this to Cowboy Tolos, who are not agreeing and upset with the possible probability of Mike coming back. Orlovsky said, I'd be fine with him, CEO role, but you bring in the new offensive mind. Here are my follow-ups to that. My biggest problems with Mike McCarthy and the way he runs a team, I feel like the Dallas Cowboys are undisciplined. I feel like they're not football smart. They don't do the little things correctly. That's my biggest problem with why I would have someone replace Mike. Does that go away? And people and these guys like Mike. That's a good thing. He can handle the Jerry noise. That's a good thing. He seems to have a good working relationship with McClay and Steven. That's a good thing, right? He kind of understands or is now familiar with the way things are done around here. Do those issues with culture and not being tough enough and not being smart enough, do they go away if Mike is still the CEO head coach? Can you have a Ben Johnson? Because I think we do this a lot of times with defensive coordinators. We go, Brian Flores can come in here and make them some badasses. But we don't really do it with offensive coordinators. Could if they found the next Ben Johnson tomorrow, or they found a new offensive coordinator, could that person change the identity and attitude of the team, even with Mike as the CEO head coach? Could it work with Mike as the CEO and you just get, brand new attitudes and mentalities on O&D in the coordinators?
That's a good question. I'm trying to think.
Question.
Because I think
I'm a great radio host.
I think you're right.
Great radio.
I think we've got that. We got that clip for later year in review audio.
We're run out of time, probably.
I think that defense definitely does feel like maybe this is a better way to put it. It matters what's the philosophy of the head coach. Is it an offensive or defensive head coach? If you have an offensive head coach, I think it's harder for an offensive coordinator to come in here and establish culture because that kind of belongs to the head coach.
Yeah.
When you've got an
Kellen, here's my cookbook.
Yeah, or even still, just involved, wanting to be involved and keeping an eye on there and still the ultimate authority. When you've then got an offensive-minded head coach, then whoever's the defensive coordinator is like the head coach for those defensive players. That's the person who they respond to. That Mike McCarthy said it. He said that when he was in Kansas City, he said, man, I learned early on the last thing you wanted was Marty Schottenheimer coming into your offensive meetings. If you weren't doing things the right way, you wouldn't want Schottenheimer coming in there because he was a defensive coach and he was going to focus on the defensive side of the ball. So a lot of times, it's not even an expectation that Schottenheimer or the head coach is going to drop in on the other side of the ball their meetings. And so Zimmer is like their head coach on defense. Quinn is like their head coach on defense. And you go through and look at that. And when McCarthy is an offensive-minded head coach, he's naturally probably going to be the one that they respond to in terms of physicality, mindset, different things like that. And on the reverse, if Mike Vrabel comes in here, whoever they hire as defensive coordinator, Vrabel doesn't do it. Vrabel's probably going to be looked at as, no, but that's head coach over there. And whoever's running the offense, Vrabel would be looked at as kind of secondary to whoever the offensive coordinator is. And so I think it kind of depends. Like, did we ever feel like Garrett was, even though he wasn't calling plays, did we ever feel like Garrett was...
Well, he did call plays at one time.
Right, but near the end, did we feel like Garrett was ultimately responsible for the defense, or were we always talking about Marinelli and Richard?
Never.
And so I think you're right. It's probably going to be tough for whatever offensive coordinator they bring in here to change mentality or approach or anything else as long as you have McCarthy or any other offensive coach as your head coach. That's going to be tough.
All right. Since this has gone long here with Cowboys topics, might as well finish up with the thing that ticked off a lot of people yesterday. Stephen Jones was on the KMC Masterpiece, and they asked him, they got a lot of great headlines yesterday, so props to Bassick and Will. I can't do a crosstalk with Will, but Will can apparently do a Stephen interview. And
one more thing, Sean. Just one more thing.
They asked Stephen to compare the way the Cowboys roster is built to Philadelphia, right? Because a lot of people on social media go, Philly's paying all these big names and they still add. So what's the difference with the way y'all been constructed?
Yeah, I think one of the things, too, is, unfortunately, we have had, and I'll say it again, the world's smallest violin, but, we have over 50% of our cap on IR, and those things, when they hit at the wrong time, it makes for a challenge. for a team, obviously San Francisco is another team that's had their share of injuries this year in terms of, a big percentage of their cap, sitting on IR. I mean, those are things that, come with the territory. I know, everybody has their different battles with the cap that hit at different times. And, Philly will have theirs coming up. Well, they'll have to make tough decisions. But, yeah, we're constantly looking at ways to look at our salary cap to give us the best opportunity with players like Dak, CD, and Micah. You throw Diggs in there, to let those guys, hopefully, one, stay on the field, but two, give us the best opportunity to make a great run.
So, Bob, people were infuriated. I saw KG post a video and some others. Why are you putting your hands, players always say, don't put your hands in other people's pockets. Why are you putting your hands in the Eagles' pockets? How dare you compare yourself to the Eagles when they won a championship and had way more playoff success than you and maybe on the way to another? There was an old Rams clip going around yesterday of Steven kind of being like, a lot of risk there, that all-in mentality. So people, Jerry and Steven were actually trending, Jerry and Steven, after Steven's response to this yesterday in projecting. And people were like, oh, you're just projecting doom and gloom for the Eagles cap? Like, it's coming for them. The cap's coming for them as well, just like it did for us.
Yeah, I mean,
it didn't sound...
That feels like Gerard Mayo criticism for invoking the Belichick thing, where it's like... You ask him a question about it, he's got to use examples or analogies across the league.
I didn't have a problem in listening to the audio.
No, I think it's fine. You can disagree with the philosophy or what he's saying, but...
The headline turned into Eagles have salary cap hell coming too.
Yeah, and that's, again, the salary cap is viewed...
Oh, my God.
What?
Don't get that on the fan cam, Carter, please. Carter,
What?
Nothing. I took a shot in the eye.
Oh, okay. I bet you did.
Shot right
I look at
this damn water bottle.
By the way, I saw some coffee drippings in the lobby again.
My mother-in-law got me a new cup.
Oh, okay, good. Because those
this thing's done.
Yeah, it's over with. I think that it's reasonable to point to other examples across the league and say, this is what's happening here. They're going to run into these things. The thing is that I've drawn this analogy recently. When you look at the salary cap, it's no different than talking about economics in the United States or whatever else.
Uh-oh.
I'm going to be very
Get ready,
general.
1080 KRLD.
When you look at what is this tax bill going to do? What is this going to do? There are 4 different opinions from economists. It'll do this to the economy. It'll do this. Same sort of thing. If we do this, it'll do this to our cap. If we do this, it'll do that. There's just different perspectives. You can disagree with Steven, but they are going to have a perspective.
Jerry Jones, live at 8:30. Y'all, that is a big fat football breakfast sandwich on the home of America's team with our Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. I'm Shan RJ. That is the commercial-free Expressway. Is Josh Allen the new Dan Marino? And Troy Aikman says, forget about the big two. This should actually be the MVP. Around the rest of the NFL, next on The Fan.
absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Goff's going to work out of the gun. Gibbs to his left. Jared's got it back. Looking, throwing, end zone. Caught. Touchdown, Detroit Lions. Amon-Ra St. Brown hauled it in at the 1 and just turned it up. Found pay dirt, and the Lions have the lead.
Did I hear someone clap with applause in the back? Did I hear a, yeah, we need to ask Laufenberg that.
A reminder, this is a working press box. No applause, please.
Brown. What does Laufenberg think when he hears these other... Dan Patrick used to do it. It was a phenomenal segment, the Homer Calls of the Weekend. And he would just play how cheerleader everyone got in the broadcast booth. But that was Lions rated. That was a fun one last night. An offensive display back and forth that the Lions went out on. And Dan Campbell gets away with one. He does. No reason to go ahead and put everyone out there, but he became Man Campbell. The bottom teeth showing once again on Monday Night Football, 40-34 Lions over San Francisco. And yes, Peyton, I know it's your number one question for me today. I did win both of my league championships. Oh, Carter was just in here. I need to figure out payment. I need to figure out how that's going to be sent on over to the old Venmo accounts. And y'all better pay up, too. I need all the listening names who haven't paid. I'm not sure if I paid.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. As me and Carter were talking, I don't think anyone's paid.
See? Don't
free league, Sean. I know it's tough, but that's the rules.
Let me set a deadline.
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna put it on the wall back here. I'll make all y'all's life a living hell. All of you.
I'm curious about something like we talked about. There was nothing to play for last night with Detroit and Dan Campbell taking a risk. Detroit this offseason seemed just as enamored and chasing San Francisco as Dallas had been the last couple years. Do you think Dan Campbell just looked at it as like, this is an important step for us as a team, is we got to show we can beat them?
I think that played into it because Jared Goff said he wanted revenge for last year's NFC title loss.
I think that's the only way we know. It is just go and find a way to win. And the team we were playing, in San Francisco, this is what ended our season last year. And there was a lot of guys on this team that were there last year that, wanted to get one back on them, even though, in a lot of ways it was meaningless for them and meaningless for us. But they were prideful out there too. They were trying to, beat us as well. And it was a fun game.
And that's an all-time great sports argument, rest versus rust. Belichick was on McAfee yesterday saying, look, if we're not playing the way we want to be playing heading into the playoffs, we need to go out there and play, because if you're not playing well, that's not going to last very long. So there it is. Check that off. San Fran played really well, at least offensively. Brock Purdy was out of his mind until he got hurt, and the Lions still stuck it out and won on the road.
I typically have fallen, and we got to figure out some study for this to see if there's a way to track it. I feel like rust is a bigger factor than rest. I feel like generally teams that just go ahead and say, all right, we're going to play. I don't feel like we've thought back and think it hurts them. Where I do feel like we've thought before about man, this team was rusty. They sat guys and they got out of their rhythm a little bit. I do think that there's...
Look, I'm a chicken about it. I fully admit. I'm waiting to fire you if you put a guy out there unnecessarily.
Yeah,
I'm waiting to can you. The Peyton Manning Colts, I'm sure RJ could go on a diatribe about how it helped them, how it hurt them, and all that stuff. I want you to rest them. That's just me and my gut.
I bet if I want to look and see.
I don't want to risk any injury out there.
Who are some of the number one seeds, convincing number one seeds that lost without winning a playoff? So you remember Packers went 15-1 in 2011. Did they rest guys the last couple weeks? I'd be interested to see if we find a common theme of when those teams lose, they rested guys. Dallas did that in 2016. They rested everybody the final week against Philly.
Jerry Jones at 8:30. Let's touch on a couple of big around the NFL topics. Speaking of resting, the Saquon Barkley decision. I've made up my mind on this.
Mm-hmm.
Adam Schefter and others think they know what Nick Sirianni is going to do in trying to break the all-time rushing record. And my decision is sit him. Do not put him out there and do not play him for the 101 yards that he needs to pass it. What do you think RJ would say to this? I've been wondering about that. I think I know what he would say.
I think he'd say sit him.
I think he would say play him.
The way he was talking in the text, I thought he'd say sit him.
Really?
Yeah, because he was clear.
I can't keep up with all y'all's texts over comp holiday days. I bailed out after that.
It's Bush League. It's Bush League. You can't run the ball against Dallas. This is weak that they're trying to get Saquon. So
but that's in a blowout. That's in a blowout scenario. This is starting off fresh in a brand new game.
But hasn't he always been a rest guy for teams that have clinched? I feel like he has.
But I'm sitting him if I'm Sirianni. You?
No, I'm letting him play because I would wonder. And look, they're gonna know
the only chance they have of winning the Super Bowl, in my opinion, rests on the quads of Saquon. And if anything happens to him with an injury history, you absolutely tear that up and flush it and destroy it. Period. I would actually...
If you're that concerned about it...
Yeah.
Don't pay him the money to come in and be there. That's it. No, I'm just saying. It's obviously the more wear and tear that happens and exposing him to unnecessary risk, I get it. It's like talking about... Why would you play somebody in all 4 preseason games? This is essentially a preseason game for them. So I get that aspect of it. But I am saying if it's such a concern that with history on the line, you're like, this is a legitimate risk. It's like, well, that sounds like you got into a legitimate risk that's going to terrify you for 3 years. It's an unnecessary
risk. It's just a completely unnecessary risk. You put him out there, and he gets hurt in the third quarter, and he can't play in their first game, and you lose, you could be fired.
You grew up in Maryland.
Don't remind me.
Would you have said it's a meaningless game, sit Cal Ripken? Like, he's chasing history.
It's a meaningless game, sit Cal Ripken.
Like, if there was a meaningless game, would you say, oh, we're about to go into the playoffs, let's get him some rest?
Well, first off, it's baseball, not football.
Sure.
Big difference in terms of physicality.
Mm-hmm.
Are you setting... Is this the final game of the regular season before the playoffs?
Yeah.
I think you're going to have to come up with a better analogy. Anyway, my opinion is you sit him. And Schefter thinks, with the way they pulled him off the field quickly against the Cowboys after he got to over 2,000, that he will be sat. Schefter said he'd be floored and shocked. Rex Ryan also thinks he should be sat for the bigger goal.
Ask Saquon. If Saquon's like, yeah, I'm cool. Because this is specifically...
Yeah, I have Saquon sit down with Sirianni, Lurie, and Roseman. Everyone votes. And everyone says, look, this is our perspective on it. Like, if I love Saquon Barkley that much, he's begging me. Do I feel like he could turn on me if I bench him and don't let him do it? Maybe I factor those things in. Maybe you don't whatsoever. What would Jeffrey Lurie want for, the sales of it? What would Howie Roseman want? How much do you, placate the player? I don't know.
If he sits down in front of you and he says, I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to like beg and plead, but I'm just telling you, it would mean a lot to me to break this record against the team that discarded me. Like, I get a chance to do it against New York.
But this goes into the whole Cowboy thing of, and Michael Lombardi, if he was on right here, would say, you don't let the players dictate it. That's a Cowboy Jerry problem. That's a stereotype that's out there, a narrative. You don't let the players make these decisions. That's why they're players, and that's why you're an executive.
But I think it matters.
And Saquon's he's been there for a hiccup. This isn't LaShawn McCoy. This isn't Brian Dawkins.
Oh, but he was a massive public narrative because of leaked audio of the way the Giants were talking about him leaving and just different things like that.
No, I'm just saying he's not a lifelong Eagle to where I have to give him his final send-off.
But he was.
Why aren't you putting the championship over everything else? If Mike McCarthy, and I don't want to get you on another rant or more in trouble, if Mike McCarthy did this and he got hurt and the Cowboys got eliminated, would you not say that Mike should be fired for that?
No, because you would ask me before the week, and say what should they do, and I'd say he should. If the player wants to play, you need to let him play.
Okay.
Well, like to me, CD was the one where I don't care if CD wants to play, shut him down. There's nothing he's going for, anything else. This is a really unique context and specific question where I think it matters.
Okay. Also, Troy Aikman last night said that Joe Burrow should be the MVP. Do you agree?
Yes. So this is the question of best versus most valuable and what that means, and we always do that. NFL has typically been fortunate that the best player is usually the best quarterback, and the best quarterback is usually going to be the best team in the NFL. So they're fortunate that they never get this question posed to them. But you are at a Felix Hernandez Cy Young question now, where he's the best pitcher in baseball, but he's 13-12. And what do you do? And I think Burrow clearly has been so much better and has them in this position now where they could still make the playoffs, that I think if they even sneak in or even if they fall short, I think it's just you have to reward who has clearly been the best player in football.
Who are you voting for?
I'm still with Josh Allen. I get the Burrow take and the record matters, but I'm still Josh Allen here.
I'd probably lean towards Allen as well, but I'm intrigued. I'm not rejecting the notion of Burrow doing it, but Allen, did you send me that stat yesterday over wins, yards, and everything?
This is nuts. This is something that the Bills tweeted yesterday. Josh Allen has the record for most wins, total touchdowns, and total yards in a player's first 7 seasons.
And he did it while losing his number one as well. Jerry Jones live at 8:30, but the year-end in review, the morning show bloopers continue with the audio you have to hear with some laughs heading into tonight, next on The Fan.
That's a blower-free product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak.
And it's back to Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Jerry Jones coming up live at 8:30. How many Mike McCarthy questions will he take and answer? That is the big question right now. Here on Shan and Bobby, Kevin Parsons tweeted, be a good teammate, Sharif, and get that man a cough drop. I've been telling him, Bobby, he's gutting it out. He's gutting it out. He's coughing, turning it off, coming back to finish the statements and the sentences. He's got the cough drops. I've offered him the throat spray. It's all here. Go get water in the commercial breaks. The dry cough, the sickness, the allergies is all attacking at once.
It'll either be so much better or so much worse on Thursday. We'll see what a day away brings us.
Need a day of rest tomorrow. Happy New Year's, everybody, and happy show in review to you listening, because it won't be for us with the blooper reel that Bobby has put together.
Yes, and you know what? Let's jump right in. We're about to talk to Jerry Jones. Let's listen to a man that Jerry Jones employed for quite some time. That's Brian Broaddus.
Oh.
And at the end of training camp, Brian Broaddus was at one time a staunch defender of Trey Lance, if you'll recall.
Yeah.
And we had gotten into we had mixed it up over. I'd said I didn't think he played that much better. It's not
you
enough
took
to,
a lot of grief for that one, I remember.
It was bizarre how much they were like going off on like, well, he played better. All right, he played better. It still wasn't great. Like it's still not good enough. And so after we had that fight, I had turned to you when we were interviewing Broadus during the 840 hit from Oxnard, and I said, Sean, what do you think about our argument? But Sean, where did you come down after listening to our conversation?
I thought that.
Oh, this is going to be fun. I was thinking you two need to fight more on these shows.
No, I was hoping the
two
fight was,
idiots going at it. Not very strong.
I was hoping the fight was worse. It wasn't that
Yeah,
bad.
exactly. You were hoping that you'd have to talk to me and go, hey, I'm thinking about posting this. What do you think? What do you think? I'm thinking about for the ratings here.
Yeah.
If you and Bobby would if you met with each other and hit each other in the face, that would be better. I'm cooking a brisket. What do you think?
Oh!
I'm using my Thermopin and some foil.
Send this over for G-Bag of the day.
I'm making a boat out of the foil. I'm making beef tallow while I'm doing it.
Wow!
I use the beef tallow from some beef stroganoff. I'm thinking about ratings. Who you liking at quarterback, Brothers? I hate everybody you like anyway. Sometimes you're a little bitch when it comes to this stuff.
That was my favorite clip of the year.
That's Big Sarge's favorite. He just tweeted.
He launched it. I remember asking him later. I was like, "You had that prep, didn't you?" He's like, "No, I figured y'all were gonna talk about it, so I started throwing out some grilling stuff."
Yeah, that was good.
It was good. It was the specificity that was so great about it. All right, we're gonna talk to Jerry Jones here in just a sec. So we played that Broadus clip. Let's keep it Cowboys related. Jake Ferguson, your favorite Cowboy on the roster?
Offensively,
yeah. You like
overshown.
He's fun.
As overshown yesterday when Mike Zimmer said, "Well, someone has to want you back to come back." Overshown responded to that Nick Harris's quote and said, "We want him back."
Yes, and so Ferguson though he's always been good time. He rolled up to us on set at training camp while we're still on the air and was just pumping his fist, "Yeah, I'm here, boys." And so he's a great interview. Had a lot of fun with him. But before we got to training camp, the week before, Choppy had taken a lot of shots at the University of Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Over their jump around music. He's like, how great can an environment be if you're stealing somebody else's song? I mean, I was going off about that. And so we decided, hey, you should talk to Jake Ferguson about it. And this came up when Jake Ferguson was telling us that he was playing the NCAA college football game and he had been playing as TCU.
Tell him what you said about Wisconsin.
Well, I was going to say that. Why did you choose TCU over Wisconsin? Is it because you didn't want to hear them play that stupid jump around before the game?
I'll jump over the table right now.
No, you stay right there. I defend you. Stay right there. We're short bros. Yeah. Okay, we're short bros. Yeah.
That's RJ's contention. He said, if you have to pipe in somebody else's song, how great is your atmosphere? So would you like to say anything about that?
It's because On Wisconsin isn't a good fight song.
You know, I don't even know what it is. It's the science building that gets the stuff on the Richter scale. When we do jump around, it's a mini earthquake. It starts going.
Yeah, he's House of Pain's playing, not because the crowd.
Because the people are jumping. The stadium's integrity is in question.
He's so good.
He
is such a good. That's a dude who, if he ever
he
starts
should be
a podcast,
a G-Bag Weekly.
I'm subscribing if he ever starts a podcast. I'm jumping all over that. You know, people love when you and I mix it up and we get into fights, and a lot of times I don't know that they realize we're taking playful shots, and so. We had one of those examples. We had been apart for, the whole show had been apart for 3 weeks. We had just been alternating time off, so nobody had really been together consistently. So this is back on July 16th, right before we went to training camp. And you were fed up with me having the return and having to work alongside me.
What'd you order?
The cappuccino.
Okay.
Very good.
Sorry, go ahead. Did you have more? Your mic's off.
You think
what's wrong with you today?
This
you come in late. You don't have your equipment.
I was not late.
You don't have an earpiece. Your coffee off. You're stuttering and stammering. You don't have your mic on.
I was not
Wake
late.
up.
I was not late. And yeah, I mean, stuttering and stammering just means we're twins now, Sean. That's all that is. So, Peyton, continue.
He went in on that while you were out. He kept talking about how, I guess, an insecurity or whatever. And I'm like, I don't even notice it.
He was talking about me
Yeah,
stuttering?
I don't even notice
No,
it.
I did not.
If you could ever have your name first or second in the show and talk as much as I do, you probably stutter more.
Son.
Yeah.
There's a promo right there, baby. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you.
There's your promo for the day. So Tim doesn't have to bust Bobby's ball. That's the last time I take up for your ass too. When you don't, when you want to say something in the meeting, you're too scared to do it. That's the last time I put my neck out there on the line for you.
That one G back of the day a couple times, and I remember Lucius playing it back, and you just made a face at it. Lucius played it back and going what's Choppy doing? Oh man, Bobby was going off, by the way. He's like, Lucius said, that's Choppy clearly just trying to stir
That's what
He's
Lucius
dry.
does.
He does.
That's all Lucius does.
Which he appreciates it, but I think he wanted a bigger reaction.
But I wanted to focus on something. I'm like, is this a psychological study done? Is stuttering, did you say, was an insecurity?
No, that's what I was trying to clarify when Chop started saying, boy, he was going in on it last week, saying it was an insecurity and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, no, that's not what it is. And then that's when you cut me off. We had been talking the week before about Mike brought up, he was doing the impression of going, woo, 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 woo. He was doing that thing. And Chop said something like, I don't get it. I was like, because Sean's talked about it before. That he's like, he'll mention his stutter or whatever. I was like, he's clearly got an awareness of it.
I have tears. And awareness, it's not like a major issue.
No, but you're aware that you do it. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying you've talked about it, so it's not.
No, when I listen to Tarico, like Tarico will come on this show and then do Sunday night, and I'm like, these play-by-play guys never have a stutter. And I was like, if I got thrown into a play-by-play for 3 hours, I'd be all over Awful Announcing and Barstool and Bro Bible for a stutter count that was put on. Like it's like a living nightmare.
If you took away the words like and the phrase I think from me, I don't know if I could talk.
Bobby Belt doing the work that has me love him versus the hating here with the audio year end in review. Maybe we'll get to the final clips at 9:20 after recapping our interview with Jerry Jones, who joins us. First time responding to the beatdown, first time responding to the Eagle fans harassing him. Jerry joins us live on Sean and Bobby next.
Forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What's it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It is now time for the Jerry Jones Show, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. I'm Shan RJ, alongside Cowboys insider who went to Philadelphia and all the road games, Bobby Belt. And Jerry is joining us now here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. I'm being told this could be the final Jerry interview of the season for us. KMC will have him on Friday at 10:30. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Fine, and Sean, Bobby, let's kick this old 24 out. Now, I had some good things happen, but I can't really say that we would want a retake of the 24 total season. But let's basically be proud we're sitting here on the end of 24, and let's go forward in 25.
Jerry, Bobby said that he felt like the season just started yesterday. I felt like it's been one of the longest seasons I can remember. Break the tie for us. How has it felt for you?
Well, I tell you, I live these things week to week, and I don't have anything to compare it to. The length we're talking about now. But I really like that I focus in on the game coming up the week ahead of us. And so I don't see long seasons or short seasons. And all of them have their challenges. Each game has their challenges. We're dealing with some different roster issues every time we go to play for the week. And so I like to think that I live in the moment. It seems like yesterday when we started training camp. So it goes fast for me.
Jerry, wanted to get your first public comments in reaction to the Eagles game and your just thoughts on what happened Sunday in Philadelphia.
Well, we let it get away from us. I was pretty encouraged the way we stepped out and opened the game. And I really thought that we were playing well. And I was surprised, really, when we let that thing get away from us. And we know that once a team gets up a couple of scores on you, they really can pin their ears back, and that's what was happening. I was surprised that we didn't match up better relative to the way we were moving the ball, playing offense. Again, I like the way we started. But we let them take the air out of us there midway through that second quarter and going in at half. So I was surprised that we were in the shape we were in as we entered the third quarter.
Jerry, you know we're always comparing ourselves here and in Philadelphia to each other. Yesterday, Steven touched on the way that they've built their team. What are your overall thoughts on the Eagles, the way that they've built it, and their possibility as a playoff and Super Bowl contender?
Well, I've got a lot of respect for that team this year, and I thought they did pretty well the other day with their backup quarterback. And of course, we think a lot of their starting quarterback, and I like what they've done. They've got some big guys on the front, big defensive linemen, and they've got a real solid offensive front. If you look at our best years, and you look at, let's say, Dak Prescott's best years, it's when he's had outstanding line for offensive line. And so I'm envious of any team that I see that's uniform across the board playing good football. And that makes a big difference. But the good news is I think that is one of our strengths going forward. We've got some young guys. They've played a lot this year. They'll be much better next year, and that'll be a nice complement to what we expect from Dak and what we expect from our offense.
Jerry Jones here on The Fan. Jerry, how do you compare the roster construction? Because a lot of people say, okay, well, Philly, they have paying a lot of people, and they still trying to go for it and add here and there with Howie Roseman a lot of times in the media and the press. How do you, to answer the Steven question from yesterday, compare the way both y'all have done it?
Well, I think they've are at a time where they're paying the quarterback now, and they've really spent some money to put this team together right now, and they've spent some cap. And so this is a good time for them to hit it because they've got a lot invested in this team. I for sure make comparisons with cap status around the league with where they've got room to grow the cap, where they've got to really get in and look at losing some guys and replacing them with younger guys. So I do that all the time and observe every club very carefully and obviously let that go over and apply to us and where we spend our money. That's why that we reared back and put the money in Dak this year. That's why we reared back and put the money in Lamb this year. We know they were cornerstones of now and in the future.
Jerry, the sentiment from the media and fans now seems to have shifted that Coach McCarthy is going to return. Your thoughts on how much of your mind you've made up or whether you've made the decision on Mike?
Yeah, I don't have any comment this morning other than what you just said. And I think the fan sentiment has shown that Mike's certainly got the kind of coaching background and coaching success that would make him a very qualified coach in the NFL. So all of that's there. What I'm not going to do this morning is to get into any indication one way or the other that I'm not interested in having Mike back. I don't want that to be the case at all. And we've got this game ahead of us, but I'll assure you that I have been for weeks thinking about how we go forward after this season.
Jerry, there were, irrespective of your own thought about it and how your decision-making process is there were 4 separate reports over the weekend from national reporters that said other NFL teams will be interested in Mike McCarthy as a head coaching candidate. Are you confident that Mike wants to be back in Dallas?
Well, I feel good about Mike McCarthy, and the main thing is that I like the job that he's done. It's unfortunate we've had the year that we've had, but I feel good about Mike.
Jerry, do you feel like you've learned more about Mike McCarthy as a coach this season with all of the injuries and tough circumstances than maybe you even learned about him during the 12-5 run?
Well, I think you really get a deep dive into anyone that when they're dealing with a controversy.
Jerry, with so many of...
Hey.
Sorry, Jerry, we lost you for a second. Oh, no, not today. Peyton, try to reconnect. Not today.
No.
But he said he did not want to go one way or the other in terms of talking about Mike's future. And then what about a timeline? What about the options that are out there as possible replacements?
Yeah.
We'll see if we can get him back connected. Jerry Jones brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas.
Yeah, I'm honestly not surprised. We were talking about that earlier. We wondered how much he might be willing to talk about it. He's setting clear. He's not prepared to talk about that right now. He wants to look at some different things. And, there's a lot that's going to need to be decided on, not just with McCarthy. I mean, there's a lot that needs to be decided with assistants and personnel department and players. And this is could be a very big period of change for them.
And normally the timeline, it feels like, at least it did with Garrett, that Jerry is not interested in conforming with anyone else's timeline. He loves to say, it's not on my schedule. He has his own schedule. We all thought that the Jason news was going to happen much earlier than it actually did. What is the timeline here on not just Mike, but all these other assistants? Mike Zimmer yesterday, very, very emotional in his press conference. He's on a 1-year deal. I mean, we know the number of 1-year deals that are out there. What else did you take from Zim yesterday?
I mean, Zim, I think that there's a sincere period of reflection for Mike Zimmer himself. That I think he's trying to figure out. This seemed like a job that when he talked about, man, I had loss with my family, different things. This seemed like a comfortable job that I needed to come back to and continue to press through for my son, Adam Zimmer, who had passed away a couple years ago. And he got very emotional about it. But I think that there's a chance that I think this year could have been, all right, I did what I needed to do. I came back. I put a bow on it. I finished out my career. I didn't end on that note. And I came home to do it. And so I wouldn't be stunned. I'm not saying this is what's going to happen, but I wouldn't be stunned if maybe Mike Zimmer says, that's enough football. Like I've been around for enough and done enough here that I'm satisfied.
Nick Harris tweeted out the recap of Zim yesterday. He walked off the podium holding back tears, explaining why his son was a big reason why he came back into the season, said he had no feelings really about his contract status, said someone has to want you in order to return in 2025, wished he had done things his way earlier in the season, and calls it the biggest regret of the year. The full quote, I wish that when I came in, I did everything the way I wanted it done. That was probably the struggles at the beginning. I was just doing things I was uncomfortable with. So I had to do what I had to do. I've said it to some of the coaches. You come in, and here was the situation. They were good last year, right? So I don't really want to come in and rock the boat. I wasn't as tough as I typically am. I probably wasn't as hard-headed about how I do things is the best way to say it. That's what I regret the most.
Yeah, and they all the coordinators yesterday took really long media availabilities to the point that it almost kind of made you look and go, are they sensing like this might be my final time talking in front of them? And to get a thought out there or to address something that maybe they've been a little more reserved about or be reflective. And so I think everybody's aware of that. Look, Mike said it yesterday. That has been a challenge for them this year, has been the contract situations for everybody on the staff and not having that certainty. And that's been something that has caused not issues, but mentioned it's been a challenge. It's something you have to overcome.
All right, let's get Jerry Jones back on here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, we got a little bit disconnected there. You were talking about Coach McCarthy.
We sure did. I apologize. Yeah. And listen, you probably didn't hear the rest of my answer, but you learn a lot during adverse times, challenging times. You learn a lot about yourself. But certainly you learn how it is to work with someone. And yes, it's been that kind of year. I learned a lot, as much as I knew about Jimmy Johnson when we first got involved with the Cowboys. I learned a lot more when we won one football game, and it was all good. And you got to be able to operate and go forward when times get tough. It's the game is about that. So, yes, I've learned a lot.
Jerry, with so many of your coaches, not just Mike, but with so many of your coaches out of contract beginning next week, how quickly do you feel you need to make decisions on those contracts?
I'm not under any unusual time frame at all.
Jerry, Mike yesterday was talking about the situation. He also declined to speak on his status specifically, but he did say that this year has been a challenge in terms of the contracts of the coaching staff not having that certainty. Do you think those contract situations have presented any distractions for you guys this year?
No. I think in regular life, away from coaching, you have most of us that operate without a guaranteed contract for the next year. And that's to me, I've seen people do better as well when they don't have a contract. Very few people have guaranteed contracts, whether you are successful or not going forward in this world.
Jerry, you've mentioned to us earlier this season, very reflective, and I think it's been really interesting to hear you talk about how you regretted the firing of Wade Phillips in the middle of the season. And I know you've also reflected and said, I wish I wouldn't have let Chan Gailey go after 2 seasons. So those are examples where you regretted taking action too quickly. Have you ever regretted waiting too long on a move with a coach?
No, I haven't. Just have not.
Jerry Jones, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Jerry, last one on Coach, and it's the number one fan sentiment, so I wanted to relay it from our listeners. If you guys decide to remain consistent next year and bring Coach back, how do you see that as something to inspire the fan base that things could be different in terms of getting closer to a Super Bowl with basically the same set of star players and the same coach?
Well, first of all, I think that we're going to have a more seasoned and, frankly, a more talented, because of that experience, offensive line. I think we ought to all focus on having Dak back in terms of being back with his health and able to execute. And so I think starting right there, and then you look at having C.D. Lamb, those are real points going forward that we've made a big commitment in and will serve us well. And we've got every reason to think that we'll be successful there because of our past with them. We started off a little rough early this year, but that'll be pretty easily identified as to how that happened and why that happened. So I think that's going to be good. I think we've got a good chance to have a lot of the injured players that we've not had on defense. And you put all those back. Hopefully, you've got to look at it this way. You won't be without Micah for 4 or 5 ball games. When I look at where we are at our talent level, I feel real good that we've got the nucleus of a team that can compete. And so that's a lot to look at. A lot of time you don't have the veteran quarterback. That's why we have him, because he's a veteran quarterback, won a lot of games. So all of that lends to a positive outlook for me. To me, this year was really a surprise. Again, I've said that I think I take full responsibility for maybe thinking we were going to be able to take the younger guys in the offensive line and develop the kind of protection and the kind of run game that we needed on offense. And then I don't know, and this is not an excuse, but we've sure been without a lot of the year, a lot of our strength on defense, which was some key corners and those pass rushers. And we've had a real down year with a health situation on our pass rushers.
Jerry Jones here on Shan and Bobby. It is your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, does the thought of major changes, is that an uncomfortable thing? You're always talking about your football life. You don't have time to have a bad time. Do you think that contributes to thinking, all right, continuity and consistency is the way? It's too uncomfortable, too many unknowns for big major changes versus keeping things pretty much the same?
Well, it's your definition of a major change. If you have somebody come in and have a great year at a position, and especially the impactful positions that you have, which is pressure on the other quarterback or basically get without a stalwart in the middle, just having them there when they weren't there the year before is major change. What you may be referring to is new faces rather than a face that we started the year off with or that we didn't start the year off with in case of Williams, our pass rusher, Sam. So my bottom line is that I think we can have major change as far as the team is concerned with many of the people we were counting on that didn't play this year or because of injury. And then I think we're going to have a good chance to do some of the things that we wanted to do with our schemes that we didn't get accomplished this year. Those types of things will be major changes in the pro sports in the NFL, which when you have players under contract and you have them for several years, then that pretty much restricts you from changing. That's one of the good things about having the flexibility when you don't have contracts. But so all of that cuts both ways. But I think our fans can look forward to the kinds of things that a healthy Prescott, a protected Prescott with able to really have the complementary football that Mike talks about, the run game complementing the passing game. I think we can have that. And I sure think we can have some of those players that we didn't have for the most part this year on defense that will really help us out. And we'll add some new faces as well. But that will, in terms of numbers, you've got your contracts in place that are there. You've got a lot of them are out of contracts. And so that's where you'll have some flexibility if you want it.
Jerry, I don't know if you got a chance to catch Coach Zimmer yesterday, his press conference. He was very emotional and reflective, but he basically said, I would have done things a little bit different to start off the season. What do you make of Coach Zimmer's comments? Even if you didn't hear him, I'm sure you guys have talked about that stuff behind the scenes.
I don't believe that I've ever seen anyone that is any more confident within himself and should be than Mike Zimmer. He's been there and done that. And when he reflects back and said, if I had that to do over again, I would do it differently, that's telling it like it is. Nothing wrong with that. Some of the very best people in coaching I've ever been around are the most candid about, I did that different wrong, I'd do that again, I'd do it differently. That's who you want to be in the foxhole with.
Jerry, how would you feel about Trey Lance getting the opportunity to start this final game of the season?
Well, I don't know that at all. I don't want to speak to what we're going to do for a lot of reasons, but certainly overall I'm real pleased with how Rush has played. Very much. So all of that needs to be taken into consideration. A little rough outing that we had there against Philadelphia, but we'll see what the day brings there. But I know this, we'll be doing some things that probably are in the best interest of our team going forward.
Jerry, you've talked a lot about, the decisions that you have to make and that you're evaluating with your coaching staff and with players, too, that are pending free agents. We haven't talked a lot about personnel potentially. Will McClay mentioned in January that he was entering the final year of his deal as well. Are you evaluating Will McClay's future with the organization at all as part of your outlook?
We have, in all of our organization, we have people's agreements, if you will, their contracts. We have them come up. I prefer much shorter contracts than probably the people involved would like to have. And I do that because that's pretty impactful when you can't move because of contract. And so I like to have the flexibility and comfortable with them. So we'll be, have been, and will be, no one thinks will draft and terms of organizing. What a lot of people don't realize is Will's main job is organizing the scouts that we have out.
Jerry, we're losing you a little bit. Step to your right. Is that a blooper?
Okay, guys.
There we go.
But I'm actually okay. There you go. But so we'll just see how that works too.
Well, Jerry, we'll let you go with that. Then, thank you for answering all the coaching status questions. This was the number one most memorable Jerry Jones interview year of my career. So, thank you for putting up with it throughout a tough season, and we look forward to the next one.
All right, guys, we've got a lot of living ahead of us. Let's enjoy every day.
Happy New Year. Jerry Jones, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Could there be a more perfect way to end the final Jerry interview of the season than that right there? Let's react to all the chaos. Final hour, Tolo Tuesday. Bobby's already slamming his headphones down. We're back after this on The Fan.
No, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. This is Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on the Fan Cam. Sean Sharif, Bobby Bell. We got Peyton Carter Freeman in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thank you for joining us, even though you may not have anything to do but chill today. Appreciate you on all the video and the Odyssey app as well. And, of course, the original and old school radio, baby. That's how I do all my listening. Final hour. And then tomorrow, you get all the college football games. You have one tonight as well with Ashton Genty taking on Penn State. More on that coming up at 9:20. Crosstalk with Will Chambers and Mike Bassick at 9:40. We react to the Jerry Jones interview, our last one. I'm glad that we clarified that.
That's what it sounded like last 3 minutes.
And what about the first three? It was a perfect fitting end to the season. Yep. It really was. Nice job by Pepe clarifying that this was the last interview. A lot of times, I just remember for about 15 years getting Jerry after the final game. Then last year it changed a little bit. So I guess KMC will get the actual final one on Friday at 10:30. But that was our last one, and it was fitting. We cut off, phone in and out, chaos in terms of the connection. Jerry took all the McCarthy questions. He just did not answer any of them, which is totally expected.
Yeah.
He's not going to give anything one way or the other. Yesterday, McCarthy declined to say whether he wants to come back here. Great question by the media. He just said we'll address it after the season is over. But Jerry, he was not going anywhere close. He was not trying to give anything in terms of a tell on Mike's future.
Yeah, you had and I'm already, I went and during the break, I threw the audio through the auto transcriber, which is what I do every single time. And then I open it up and look at it.
I don't think there's much need to send all that out.
I've got it. But you had asked him about the sentiment changing from media and fans, that it's leaning towards, it seems like the sentiment is that he'd be back.
And my sentiment in the question was not relayed or accepted correctly. I was not trying to say that the fan sentiment has changed towards wanting Mike back. The sentiment has changed towards thinking Mike is coming back. So I don't want Jerry going away from that interview thinking, oh my God, the fans, they're for Mike's return. Because that's not the case. That's not the case right now. But that's the way it came across to Jerry.
The
sentiment is that people think Mike is returning. Not necessarily the fans want Mike to return.
Right. And I think it's fascinating that you had asked the question of the sentiment is that he's likely coming back. That's where people have gone with it now. And then he positioned it when he said he wasn't going to make a comment. He positioned it on not bringing him back, where he said, all of that's there. What I'm not going to do this morning is get into any indication one way or the other that I'm not interested in having Mike back. It's like, well, it wasn't even posted that way. Again, could be a small linguistics thing. You just never know with Jerry.
Yeah.
Sometimes it could just be a misstep. Other times it could be very calculated, and you just got to sift through it and go, which one is it?
Yep.
But I did think it was, when he talked about all the checks that are in his favor, when he said he wasn't going to comment, he said he has the kind of coaching background and coaching success that would make him a very qualified coach in the NFL. Again, it was very kind of externalized the way he answered it, and not in here.
So what do you think?
I don't know. I never know. And that's probably what he wants. He wants us to never know, which I totally get.
Yep.
But it was, you're right. He entertained every single question.
Yeah.
He kind of, smoothly walked around each of them.
Here's the biggest problem. And I don't know that they care. If your selling points for next year in the offensive line with more experience and Dak Prescott healthy and CeeDee Lamb healthy, that's not enough. I'm just telling any of you listening in Frisco, you can hate this show, you can hate us, you can love us. I'm just telling you on behalf of the fan base, and you all know this too, you all have your own network of platforms. All right? You all have everything DallasCowboys.com and Nick Eatman and everyone else doing the shows. It will feel like, it won't get to that point, I don't think, but it will feel like a fan rebellion. Now, ultimately, are you really going to not watch? Are you really not going to support? Are you really not going to pay? Choppy, if he was in here, would say, no, you're going to watch just like you do every single year. And he's probably right for the overwhelming majority of the fan base. But just from a sentiment, from an emotional standpoint, in my opinion, if you bring Mike McCarthy back and don't have any significant additions or changes in this offseason, that will be absolutely disheartening and no reason to be excited to any extra degree about next football season. I expect to see even less seats in Oxnard. I expect to feel even more apathy. I expect to get even more tweets saying, I didn't turn on the game, or I turned the game off even earlier than normal. Or I'm not listening to the Cowboy topics on the radio station. I feel like, and I'll speak for myself, and this probably isn't the smartest thing to say out loud, but I always get myself in trouble anyway with the bosses. I will have a tremendous lack of excitement. I'll be excited for the draft. I'll get my hope up, not hopes, like maybe one free agent can be signed. I'm a big hype guy, man. I fall for it. I do. I love the flash. I loved when Dan Snyder back in the day tried to buy a football team. It didn't work, but it was freaking exciting. I love going on Madden and making the trades and the new and what could be, you know? And if that doesn't happen again around here, I'm going to have a big, true lack of excitement in the offseason for next Cowboys season. That's just me.
Yeah, because it's really tough.
And I don't know that they care about that or it matters one iota, but there's no legitimate football argument you can make that running this back is going to be any different or break through to even the NFC Championship game. There's no way you can sell me on it.
What if they sold you on the idea of, all right, look, we've got Mike coming back as head coach because we believe in what he did with the culture and how he established things and how he got them to fight. What we're going to do is we're going to go find our Ben Johnson to be the offensive coordinator, and that's going to be our solution to this. We think he's got the culture in place. We think he oversees this. So where we're going to meet you guys and say, we're not totally running this back. We've got a new play calling. This is what that guy's going to do. Would that hype you up at all?
That would hype me up. That would get me excited. I still would not trust that the Cowboys are as detail-oriented and disciplined as they would need to be to win it all. But that would be exciting. I think an exciting coordinator may be as exciting or more exciting than any name in terms of an offseason addition. I haven't done free agent preview and shopping and looking yet. Yeah. But yes, that would be exciting. I don't know if that fixes all the detail ailments that I personally feel like they have.
What if let's throw out a couple different scenarios here.
And what about for you?
No. I mean, just in the sense of, I think that, and I know I've gotten worked up about it several different times, but here's just the sober take, and I think.
Oh, you were drunk last time? You were drunk last Thursday or Friday,
emotionally sober take. Here's the thing, is that if you've got 5 years, that's half a decade, you were given, so it's the same question with a rookie that you pick. It's like, all right, we'll exercise the 5th-year option, but like how many opportunities to show you're going to be what we brought you here to be? And with draft picks, they don't do that. If you're not who they thought you were, they'll maybe hold on for a 5th-year option one more year, but they don't keep you here past that. And so I think it's really tough to justify that it will be different next year, or not justify, because they don't have to justify technically to any of us. Yeah. But I think it's really tough to expect that it will be different next year, or even think it's possible that it'll be different next year.
Because in your best case scenario, like I've seen you, what I think is nearly at your best. I've seen you healthy. I've seen Dak have an MVP type season, and you weren't close to the conference title game.
Mm-hmm.
If you got to the conference title game and lost, okay, we can have a much different discussion. That didn't put you close. Was it a bad game? Is it too much of an overreaction to one roll of the dice against Green Bay? Maybe, possibly, but
it wasn't that small, because I mean, Jerry told us a couple weeks ago that he thought that affected them into this season, that game, that it was significant enough.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's still, you have to absolutely say, all right, that was a critical, foundation shaking type of performance, and you brought it back, and you're going to do it again potentially.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Well, Chuck, biggest Jerry takeaway was liking shorter contracts and not thinking the staff being on a 1-year deal had a negative impact. He feels that can provide better results at times, yet he won't ever impose that same standard for himself. He never has the risk of being fired. So that's Zach Wolchuk and his reaction.
The Trey Lance answer, I mean, we always got to ask about Trey Lance.
Yeah.
I thought it was odd what he said at the end of that answer.
It made me think, again, all this is blind guessing, of course. It made me think we're going to see a lot of Trey Lance Sunday.
You think so?
I'm guessing so. I don't think anything. But he kind of ended it in where I was like, oh, okay. All right. I think we could see a lot more Trey.
Well, because he says a little rough outing that we had there in Philadelphia, but we'll see what the day brings there. But I know this, we'll be doing some things that are probably in the best interest of our team going forward. Like, I don't know what you could be doing on Sunday that's going to be impactful for the future or that you're preparing for. I don't think Trey Lance is coming back. He's a free agent. I think they'll focus on bringing Rush back. I don't think they need to bring Trey Lance back. So to me, that feels like, all right, if you're talking about the future and doing things for the future, then you're not interested in putting Trey Lance out there is what it sounds like to me.
Michael Irvin on FS1 said, you know what? All that positive culture, all that not quitting for Mike, that got erased Sunday.
This for me, this kind of game, erases December. I don't. You can't tell me, oh, we played good in December, and then the backups to the team, their backups playing your backups, and they put up a 40 burger on you, and you look like the way you look. So I think, yeah, this takes away some of the things that you have.
Would you replace McCarthy?
That's not Peyton. That's me.
Okay.
Because the word didn't come across there.
I'm not
He
gonna
has the last word in there where he says whatever it is, and Cowherd talks over him like a dummy.
Here's the answer to Michael Irvin being asked, would you move on from McCarthy?
Yes, I would. Yes, I would. I just think it's time to go in another direction.
Okay.
And I hear this late surge to maybe to stay with Mike McCarthy. I'm not on that. I'm not on that bandwagon. What I believe is this team needs more discipline. I'm not saying Mike McCarthy is not a good coach, X's and O's coach, but I think the team needs more discipline. And sometimes, and it's hard to bring that in when you say, okay, this guy who doesn't have that firm hand and discipline is now going to either bring somebody else in to help him with
You know what I always
discipline.
said, Michael? It's much
that
easier.
doesn't work.
That doesn't
Do me a favor. If Cowherd's talking at the end of it, just clip it. Don't include it
Because it's his final thought. I have to put it in there.
Well, he didn't finish the thought. But there's Michael saying, I basically what I've been saying, what I agree with. It's just something missing in terms of, I think, the taskmaster. But that's Michael Irvin, opposite of Troy Aikman, Dak Prescott, Micah Parsons, and many others. It is unbelievable that we have gone from dead man walking to, would Mike turn them down because of other interests? A lot of that, in my opinion, is agent driven, made up. I'm not totally buying it. Would someone interview Mike, bring him in? Okay, yeah, maybe. But we've gone from there. Dead man walking to, would McCarthy actually reject you and them?
Yeah.
Crazy.
And I don't think there's any chance. I think if McCarthy were to walk away, it would be like if he were to turn them down, it would be under the pretenses of I'm exhausted by this. Like not just I want to go get another job. Just more like this has been enough. Like it's time to go home. Like almost like that.
The final laughs of 2024. Our morning show, year end in review, the audio to give you some laughs heading into 2025. The show end of year recap next on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
back to Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk with Mike Bask and Will Chambers coming up at 9:40 here on DFW Sports Station. I'm Sean Trafe alongside Bobby Roberto Belt and Peyton Russell. What are the New Year's plans for this evening? Pepe, you're the youngest with the most life left to live. What are you doing?
I think it's like the 5th or 6th year in a row, I'll be going to my friend's house. He has a place over there, Fort Worth, Hearst area, and so a bunch of friends go over there and we'll drink it up. And then I think for the second straight year, me and Mackenzie have the hotel room because we do not want to have the hour drive back to Rockwall.
So you got the hotel room tonight in Fort Worth.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit south. I think more Arlington, but yeah, close. It's about 15 minutes away.
Okay.
So you got 2 rooms? That sounds expensive.
Yep, 2 rooms, 2 beds. So.
Okay, good.
2 rooms.
No.
Her dad listens.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they live together.
Yeah.
They're still going to get 2 hotel rooms.
Yeah, exactly.
Engaged, that's right. What about you?
We didn't have a sitter. We couldn't find a sitter, so we're at home.
Last year, didn't you go to Arlington?
Yeah, we went to Texas Live. We had a sitter then. We don't have one tonight, and so we're gonna end up doing something at the house. I think.
What would you have done? What was like the ideal plan?
I had a buddy who wanted to go to Glass Cactus or do a Texas Live thing or something like that. In years past, we've always done. I can't remember which one it's called. One of those loft style hotels that's around here. I can't remember which one it is. But they would always have a deal where it was like $200. Would get you a room for the night, and it would be a party on the main lobby floor area.
Whoa!
And it was like
drinks included.
It was like free food. You got 3 drink tickets, and then they gave you a free champagne toast at the night. So it was like for $200. I was like, that's a room. You don't have to go anywhere. Everything's all centralized. This is perfect. And so I love that. I don't think they've done it in years though. So we used to do that every year though. But no babysitters.
You guys can drop the girls at my house.
You want to watch my kids?
Nope. Absolutely not. That was a fake invite and gesture. All right. It is the 2024.
And you? What are you doing tonight?
I've been in a 5-week hell. This is the worst parenting stretch of my parenting career. My daughter has gotten like every daggone ailment known to man. Over at Children's Medical the other day, they're like, the swab has to be wrong. There's no way it could come back with this. And we have not gotten like a full night overnight sleep in like 5 weeks. It's been torture. And not sending him to school. I'm just lighting money on fire for the daycare. Now Ollie's got it. This is the worst 6 season I can ever remember. Longest Cowboys season in a long time. And worst 6th season that I can remember in the Metroplex.
You've been sicker more frequently this year, I feel like, than
me
the previous 2 years. Yeah, not like missing days, but like you've had days where you're just popping like cough drops or whatever. Like I feel like that's occurred way more frequently this year.
But oh my gosh, my daughter, the runny nose, and then learning how to suction it, the saline, all the crap, antibiotics. It's been miserable. So, no, I'll be, as soon as I go home, my main goal is to give the wife some sleep. That's it. Lame. Nice and lame.
Well, let's finish this year then with some chuckles for you then.
Yeah.
All right, Peyton, we'll go 23 first. We've talked about Jared Sandler already this morning. One of my favorite clips from this year was when Jared Sandler's so delirious on the West Coast and being in Los Angeles, was going to go to a Dodgers game, and Choppy was curious about what he anticipated the atmosphere was going to be like there, and Jared was so jet-lagged that he just forgot what FCC rules were.
Tonight, I'll be able to better answer that question when there are 40,000 people at Dodger Stadium, and they are batch you know what.
Whoa, Sandler!
Oh, yeah.
Has it been that long since you've been on the radio, Jared? Jeez.
Did you get that, Peyton? Did you dump that?
Yeah, my bad. I left out the wrong word there.
Yeah. He almost sounds, he would never do this. He almost sounds like he did it on purpose with the, oh yeah, my bad, guys.
He's so polished and he's so prepared and he's so anal. It's stunning. Because he's had like a couple of these incidents over the years. It is stunning that he's such a professional that he slips up like that. You never would expect it from Sandler, but he did it right there.
I just bat bleep. You know what? Oh yeah, crazy is the part that you needed to bleep.
Yeah.
There. Let's make fun of other people again. Let's keep this going. It doesn't have to be about us. We're not making fun of them. Let's hear from them. Eric Chiafalo had sat in with us in July, and we found out that what Eric loves is he loves the same traits in an offensive lineman that he likes in his women.
I think the key is you always got to look. Like, you could just tell by the ankles. Big guy, smaller ankles, we're good here. It actually goes even with the ladies as well. Like, you're a bigger body, but then you get down to the ankles. You know, you can start projecting out. Just look at her ankles, and we'll tell you what she's going to look like in 15 years. That's just a fact of the matter. If you want to know how big if a big guy can move, just look at his ankles, man. You look at his ankles. I got a big guy, thin ankles. This is a guy that's probably got some athleticism. So if he's got cankle-type ankles, this is a guy who's probably heavy-footed.
So what you're telling me is you look for the same traits in elite offensive linemen that you look for in women that you would like to get with.
When you're projecting out, not get with. This is the settle down type. I want to know what we're looking at in 15 years.
Don't they say look at the mom too with the women?
Look at the mom for sure. But specifically, look at the mom's ankles.
I just see Eric like looking at his mother-in-law's ankles now and like just sizing them up.
I remember driving around listening to that. And the other day, someone tweeted and said, "Is Chiafalo going on Dancing with the Stars after his show? He was all in here. Hair was perfect. Black button-down, dressy shirt." And Chiafalo responded with, "No, I'm actually in the same exact clothes, underwear included, as last night." And I was like, that is perfect Eric right there.
That is Eric in a nutshell. And I respect it. And, he's given us some gold content. Last year he gave us the breast milk story, talking about having to make sure his wife didn't get mastitis. So he took care of things. That was a great story,
and
too.
I felt bad that he tried to guilt me over fantasy football money. Like, I really need this. I think he's got, flooding house floor issues or whatever. And I almost suggested, do you just want to split it? Do you want to not even have the finale and split the pot? But no, I just decided to keep it and let his floors mold.
Yeah.
Sean, you can't split a free league. So
well, and Eric won't split pot. So there's that aspect of it too.
All right, I'm going to come up with a deadline. I'm going to come up with a deadline for all y'all who have not paid the fantasy pot.
Collections are going to start calling here. All right, so there was a awful list we got from ESPN in July. The top 100 athletes of the last quarter century, and it was the worst list. And there were actually, I listened through the segment, there were like 5 different things that I was like, man, I should pick this one, this one, this one. But I thought overall, the one that best encapsulated making fun of it and absurd reactions to things was when we got to number 23 on the list of the top 100 athletes since 2000.
Oh, baby.
23.
Get on the fan cam. Get on Twitch. Get on the fan cam. 23.
Leah Thomas.
Chop, this is for you, baby.
That's not right, Bobby.
I don't even know the joke.
That's not right. Leah Thomas is the swimmer.
Oh, transgender?
Yeah.
Okay. 20.
Breaking barriers.
Shut up. Shut up.
Joey Chestnut.
23. No.
Joey Chestnut.
No, hoops. Men's hoops. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait for Choppy.
Who could possibly in men's hoops be on this?
This is an argument I had early on in the show days.
Hang on a second.
Hang on a second. With what I thought
Kevin Garnett.
Kevin, the big ticket.
Shut up.
The big ticket. The big ticket.
Shut up.
20.
Kevin Garnett.
Kevin Garnett.
Who has won absolutely nothing is better than Peyton Manning. Go ahead. Are you kidding me?
I thought you were going to argue for Dirk, not freaking Peyton.
Well, we've already established that Dirk is about 40 spots too low on this list.
Kevin Garnett over Peyton Manning.
Who else is on? And Dirk and Bonds.
He was so legitimately angered. That's my favorite part, is that he doesn't get worked up by much.
Yeah.
When it clicked in his head who you were talking about, and he just starts like, no, wait, there's no, and it did make me mad hearing the audio back again that like I cannot believe they put Kevin Garnett 23.
Do you feel like you have figured RJ out more or less after this year?
More.
Okay.
I think I got a better beat on. Why? How do you feel about it? You've been around him for so long now, so I guess it's different.
Yeah, I got him down pat. So I was wondering about you.
Oh, no, I feel like I've got it, but I mean, that may mean that I have no idea. So if I think I got it. All right, we got 2 more quick clips here. The first one, we had a great time back in September going out to the Live Golf Tournament. They were They were great to us, and we got a chance to talk to Henrik Stetson. And, you know, he was actually a really good interview. He was really funny and great. And so we're like, all right, it's time to show off my golf game to Henrik and see if he thinks I could break 80.
Bobby Belt here has never played.
Nope.
He thinks it really is an overhyped sport in difficulty, and he thinks he can go out there first time.
The side eye. He gave the side
eye. And shoot 80. Henrik Stenson, break down his swing, and look at the technicalities of it, and see if you think he could.
So here's my first question. That sounds like a lot of clubs to carry. So if I'm just going to carry one, which one am I carrying to hit everything with?
Which stick?
Okay, he's not going to break. That question tells me he's not going to break 180. I'm going to do one of these and kind of just get it, lined up, like do one of these, and then I'm going to come here and I'm going to watch it behind me to make sure it's straight, and then I whack there.
Yeah, I mean, I'll put everything I own there, You're not going to break 80 at a putt.
And he was great, too, because when we got off the air, I was like, oh, hopefully he didn't get offended by saying, like, it's an easy sport, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
But, like, he immediately, as soon as he took the headset off, big smile, shook our hands, and he was like, that was fun, guys.
Awesome,
so
dude.
He was absolutely awesome. All right, last clip here. And this is just a good encapsulation, I think, of the show in general. So it's a good one to finish with.
Okay.
This is back in October when we had Matt Pettman stop in the studio, and he gave us some of the new Hail Mary stuff. And Matt was in here and started just talking about brining a turkey. And in the process of doing that, Choppy and I displayed what children we are and how Sean has to play the adult.
Make sure the turkey's completely submerged. Go an hour a pound. I just say do it overnight. When you pull it out, I do rinse it off because it can be salty.
Yeah.
And then go for it. And it's super, super easy.
What are you pervs laughing at?
We're just listening.
We're listening. Get these
Bobby
two
and I we're children.
We're listening. I'm trying to think of the horniness that could have been taken from Matt's description right there.
Nothing.
And what you could be laughing. Brine.
I totally like a good wet brine as well.
We haven't even gotten to the injection. Now you can start laughing.
I know we haven't gotten to the notes about Magnum
but I'm
loads.
already there. Okay.
Yeah, what was sorry, pick back up with you talking about when you pull it out, you like to wash it off because it can get salty.
Well. And then the injection, do you inject?
Yeah.
I love frying turkeys. Man. I'm glad I drove up today.
Have you, because this is a good question for you. You said, have I figured out Choppy? Do you feel like you've been able to successfully navigate and no longer get distracted this year by when Choppy and I just start like snickering at each other? Are you able to power through it any better?
No, I get distracted. No. I'm glad though that I feel bad when I don't get all the pop culture references, so I'm at least glad that you each have it. You each have the connection.
We only have to giggle. That's all that matters.
Let's crosstalk with the fellas and find out. I want to know the resolutions. I want to know any great Tolo resolutions and see if Bassick or Will Chambers has any. The final crosstalk for the morning show of 2024 next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, wait, yeah, a little bit.
And it's back to Shan and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and the fan replays brought to you by Ciroc Vodka.
It is now time to crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece featuring Mike Bassick and Will Chambers. Good morning, William. What is coming up?
A couple ticket giveaways for the Cowboys. We'll have that the 10 o'clock hour. And at the 12 o'clock hour, we're going to start out talking some college football. We, a lot on the Cowboys yesterday and some NFL, but we'll have Carter Freeman in hour 4 to join us to do that. But we're going to kick things off talking about the games tonight and tomorrow.
Are you excited about the CFP?
Yes.
Are you?
I'm going to. My plans today, we do this a lot, and we will see Dallas Stars fans there. I don't know, do the Stars play tonight at home? It seems like they usually do on New Year's Eve. We go to Papados at 4 o'clock. So, right, I mean, I'm sure.
Like a tradition?
For the most part, yes.
Okay.
I won't say we've done it every year, but a lot of times we eat at Papados early, and we'll see Stars fans there because I think they usually have a home game.
They play Buffalo tonight at 7.
Yeah, so I feel like that's a tradition on the Stars schedule is that they usually have a home game.
Why Papados?
I really like Papados.
I really like it.
So, and it's easy.
Yeah.
And
okay, this brings up.
I would love to say it's affordable, but everything is going way up in price going out to dinner.
Yes. If you don't want to get caught in the midnight madness, this is my goal for today. Right. If I go out, how late can I push it as a cutoff point to leave the place before the New Year's festivities? Do I have to be out by like 6?
I would say 7:30 is maybe like at the end, because by 8 o'clock everything gets very crowded, and so that's why I'm saying I'll be home by 6 o'clock tonight, and I will sit down and watch that game. I'm excited to watch that game.
I think it's
the CFP.
I think that's probably right.
Yeah,
not Star Sabers.
No, well, I guess you can app it on your phone or whatever. So.
I'm going out for the first time in a long time on a New Year's. I mean,
what are her names?
Yeah. We'll find out later tonight.
What's your give us a dating life update. Let us live vicariously through you.
God, I wish I could.
When's the last time you've been on a date?
Oh, well, last week.
Are you going out with someone tonight?
No.
Okay.
No, tonight is solo. Got a group of friends that we're going over to a Snowbird at the Star. I think I've been there once. Over in that.
What is that?
Restaurant, lounge, bar kind of deal. And it's because I think I have to go back and think how long it's been since I actually went out or did something on a New Year's. And some of my neighbors asked, and I was like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to do that this year. Yeah. And then I probably won't do it again for a decade.
So is that like a whole money inclusion thing? You pay for a package?
And it really wasn't as bad as I thought. I mean, it was, I want to say $125, and not just to get in the door or anything like that. I mean, that includes, your food and drink up until that point, and then you can go above and beyond it. But they want to make sure that you at least have the floor of spending $125.
What
which is
drink
impossible not to.
What drink is included? Like drinks?
Just drinks, yeah. But it's like it's like the start of your tab, right? They want to ensure that you
get to 120.
You get to 125, and then you go over it. Your bill is your bill. The minimum has to be $125.
Okay. So back to the dating life.
Yep.
Now, are you using certain apps?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a Bumble and Hinge guy.
Okay. How's Hinge?
Mostly Hinge. I like Hinge better.
How's Hinge different?
So Hinge, it's just more personality on there a little bit, or, opportunities to have stuff, prompts or whatever, things like that. Bumble is just pretty straightforward with pictures and a few things in there that have personality stuff. And then, obviously, the big one with Bumble has always been that the female initiates first.
Okay.
Like the
and
conversation.
Hinge, either one?
Yeah. Yeah.
And you like Hinge better?
I think both. I've
always
liked Hinge better, but I've been hearing from people that are, like women that I know that have friends that are single. They're like, yeah, they've been more of them. They're all on Bumble. Okay. So it kind of shifted for a while. Like Bumble was big forever, and then Hinge came out. They're all owned by Match now, by the way, too. And their stock apparently is way down. So I don't know if that means just less usage or what the deal is. But anyway, it's, kind of has ebbs and flows, and I think it's more use on Bumble
Are
now.
you trying to get married? Like, is that what you're after right now?
I mean,
how old are you?
45. It's
better
like
be trying soon.
Well, yeah. I'm one of those.
Do you want kids?
I would like to have kids.
You need to be a dad.
In your dating life, does that mean that you'd have to date a woman under 35 years old? Not saying you can't have a baby
It's not-
after 35,
I don't look at
but
it-
becomes it's considered a high risk
Yeah, my
pregnancy.
wife's geriatric.
I don't look at it as a deal breaker. That's the thing for me. I'm just looking to be happy and to make someone happy. Just to have that whole nice, cute romantic thing or
When's
whatever.
the last longest relationship you were in? How long was it?
Well, you met her.
Is this good?
Oh, that was yeah.
The girl
Yeah.
at the pool party?
Yeah.
How
yeah,
long was
Tawny.
that
Well, we knew each other
They dropping
for
names, too.
at least 3 years, and we were just kind of off and on in there, and so
why didn't that stay?
Sometimes it just isn't the right dynamic. I think.
What do you think is your biggest
Personality-wise.
relationship fault? Why are you single?
My gosh.
I'm because I am sadly never satisfied.
See? There you go. So you always think
That's
there's
my
like-
own problem.
You always think there's something more, like it's not the perfect picture or package.
Yeah, it's not necessarily that I looked at. Well, I think maybe there is something. I believed in my 20s, in my teens and 20s, and getting in my 30s that I was going to be Joe Buck.
Yeah.
Or I was going to be
We all did.
Lance
We
Bass.
End up here.
especially Lance Bass. And so I wanted to. It was when I got to that point when I wanted to be finding the person that I was going to live the rest of my life with, right? And then, just life happens. And then you don't get there. And then all of a sudden you're 30, you're 35. And those kind of mentality that you had about that, I mean, so to speak, the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow or whatever, you keep seemingly chase it. And I don't want to do that, but I'm trying to, I go to therapy. I mean, I'm like, I want these questions answered for myself. Like, how do I stop looking at things this way? Or how can I, be the, as good a man as I can be, without having these just, constant not being satisfied.
Fascinating.
There's some hope for you on the fan text here, Will.
Is that right?
469 met my husband on Hinge in 2020. Got married in November.
If y'all really want to help, volunteer yourself.
214-48 met my wife on Hinge last year. We have a home and a baby today. 903 met my wife on Bumble. Another one, 817, met my wife on Bumble 5 years ago. So Bumble and Hinge,
My wife
they work
swiped
out.
left on me on Bumble.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah, she swiped left. She said I was going into the place that she worked with other individuals and maybe had an idea.
Do you remind her of that a lot?
Nope.
I would remind her of it every day if I was you.
Well, I do stop down and I'm like, you realize how lucky you are? Like, you hit a freaking lottery ticket.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, you get to talk to a professional personality. Like, I'm a paid professional personality that you get to interact with every single day. You realize, like, that is a lotto
That's
ticket.
always been one of my rules too. If I have to, if I have to carry every
And she couldn't give a
single,
rat's ass. I don't think that I'm on the radio. That part sucks. I was hoping she was more starstruck.
I don't want any of that. What I want is not to have to carry every conversation that we have.
Yeah,
Can't do it.
yeah.
And
I get these social paranoias.
I thought
where
you
I'm
liked doing that.
I don't like it.
You don't?
It's a social responsibility, and my wife would be like, "You take it too seriously." Like when we go to these Oxnard dinners, I feel like I'm passing. I'm like just distributing. I'm like, I want you to talk. I want
Like
you
you
to
have a
get involved.
topic list. I feel like Sean would have at least a backup of 4 or 5 things to bring up if it gets stale.
But the great relief is when I do. That's what Fish always made that joke. But when you go to a dinner and the other person, they can just talk amongst themselves.
Yo, yeah.
It's such a great relief for me because I can't stand the silence. Like being in a car ride with Gavin Dawson would be like torture for me.
My favorite part of when we go to the Oxnard dinners is when somebody's droning on with a story and Sean will go like this.
Shut up. I don't do the break side.
Or he does one of these with the pad, the little.
It's great hearing that, by the way. I mean, I don't have it up in front of me at the moment, but, and hearing people, forever up until, I want to say 15 years ago, I mean, it was like, it was almost a stigma, like the online dating or doing, like eHarmony and stuff like that. And even I had to be convinced I was actually moving down here in the car, talking with an ex-girlfriend in L.A., and she's like, you got to get on at the time Tinder. Because that was the
Tinder
first
has
one,
the
only
stigma
one.
now, right?
Now, yeah, totally.
It's the MySpace of dating apps.
Yeah. And she was like, well, explaining, no, you got to do that because you're going to go down there, you don't know anybody, et cetera, et cetera. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how you meet, just as long as you met.
Have you heard my brilliant dating idea, Shark Tank concept?
I don't know how it wouldn't have come up between you and I.
I forgot.
It couldn't have been that brilliant if you forgot. But you go to a website and you guys are given like a certain color or like necklace or like symbol to wear.
Oh, yeah, because women were like, hey, we're already getting hit on enough. We might not need the
extra green light.
Yeah, I remember this now. Yeah.
But like instead of like having to interact with the app or everything, you go out tonight to this bar you go to
Mm-hmm.
and someone else is wearing like a necklace that lets you know like I'm open for business, I'm down.
Oh, yeah.
So
yeah.
rather than the uncomfortability of going up and being like, what's my pickup line at the bar?
Yeah.
Can I offer to buy you a drink? Is your boyfriend in the bathroom and vice versa? You guys are like wearing something.
It's a great idea.
Right?
Yeah.
It can be not a name tag or dot, but like something.
Is there
not
nothing,
pineapples?
Is there anything that applies?
So that way, like you're both there for the same reason. Like all right, that guy's single. And he's he's wearing the sign and the symbol that lets me know, like, I can go up and talk to them.
Or just like, this is what I'm wearing.
Yeah.
Here. Like, I'm the guy in this. Or on the...
It's, what color is that?
I don't even know.
Does anyone know what color that is?
Violet. Plum's good.
I'd say plum.
Plum's good.
It's Violet Tuesday.
Purplish.
It's Plum Tuesday. And if you're wearing plum, you know what I mean? Maybe make it a little more specific. But if you're wearing that color, you're out and about New Year's Eve. You go up and and if you don't want to be hit on, then don't wear the damn color.
If you're wearing plum, your plum's open for
is
business.
Women pay money to go get their colors done, as in what is the right color for you to wear. So some are winter, some are fall, some are like bright colors, some are like, so what if, like my wife would be like, I won't wear these colors because they're not right for my skin tone.
like
and my
flattering
hair
colors. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that could be a necklace. It could be a piece of jewelry.
Yeah, or just something that, okay.
Like RJ
what kind of necklace?
RJ got a pinky ring.
Oh, I know where you're going.
RJ got a pinky ring from his mother. I think they got passed down. So it could be Pinky Ring Tuesday.
Well, you can have it set up like location just in, a specific, maybe an area, like say at the Star or the bar, and then just put specific to what you're wearing. And like, I've got, a black
hair.
and gray beard. I mean,
you want to see the lady with that?
Yeah.
Go run across. Or an earring. It's a type of earring.
And I love it too, because is there anything that applies more pressure to a guy than trying to, create a relationship out of thin air, like going up to a bar? Like,
awful. RJ's actually
do it.
RJ's great for that. Yeah, we've seen you attempt.
I've seen
I've seen it succeed.
Here's my last will.
I've been there.
Here's my last will female interaction. Hey, I got like this ulcer that is burning me up. What do you suggest? What do you suggest for the mixed drake? Like, what do you think? I got
that is such an exaggeration.
No, it was the last.
I said I couldn't do anything spicy.
Because of what? What was the medical condition?
Yeah, no, because I was having gut issues.
He told that to the bartender. He told all the waitresses.
But I wasn't.
My gut microbiome's a little off right now.
Yes, he was getting all specific.
My pH is off right now.
Yes. All right, boys. Happy New Year. Any resolutions? Any resolutions, Michael? Any reflection?
Oh, I haven't thought. I haven't thought of having a New Year's resolution.
You got a couple hours left.
Yeah.
Have you
plenty of time?
You try to do them?
Yeah, I can't remember anyone that I really tried and then it happened.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It does. You just didn't follow
What's
through.
Jerry's resolution for the Cowboys, do you think?
Oh, he just keeps owning it and making billions of dollars.
All right. Pepe, any resolutions? Try not to tell your girlfriend everything you're going to do like the day before you do it?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I could say
does she get offended with if you don't address if you're like, this is my girlfriend, it has to be fiance now? Do you think she's going to be one of those?
Oh yeah, if I slip this is my girlfriend, I go, yeah, she'll
fiance.
Yeah,
fiance.
Exactly.
I mean, you figure that has to happen early on, right?
Ooh, maybe it's go to a Cowboys game.
You got one more chance.
For your resolution?
Yeah, because I mean, you can get a ticket for $12.
And you can get tickets
check that
where
box
else?
real quick.
Where else can you get tickets, Will?
In the 10 o'clock hour right here on the KNC Masterpiece, as well as the noon hour.
Happy New Year. Be safe. KMC is up next.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Happy New Year. It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Once again, I'm Will Chambers in with Mike Bassick, Alec Medford, Carter Freeman. Coordinate your video. You can check us out on YouTube and twitch.tv/DallasFanCam.
I'm excited. Happy New Year. I'm excited and shocked because we're talking college football here.
Yeah.
And I didn't know this. I was whispering to Bobby as you were talking about your dating life and if you're getting married or not in your lifetime.
The eternal mystery for my parents and family.
I'm starting it off with this. We were talking college football. I am shocked because at 12:40 we're going to talk about betting in football.
Mm-hmm.
Oregon's an underdog?
Yeah.
What? How is the number one seed that didn't lose a game, how are they an underdog in the bowl game?
Well, keep in mind, too, that lines can move a lot because of money that comes in and not necessarily
Eddie George
from
bet
the sharps.
$1 billion on Ohio State?
When you see late movement on a line, which is, well, pretty much like starting right now on either the game tonight or the game tomorrow, those are the sharps that are betting. They're putting their money on it, whereas you have a recency bias coming off of the last times that we just saw these two teams on the field and being it more recent with Ohio State.
Yeah, looking horrible against Michigan. An average college football team.
Right. And then looking great against Tennessee. Yeah. We expect more of the great from Ohio State because of the roster, the pedigree, like where they were ranked from the beginning of the year. And so we feel as a public more like that's really the more Ohio State team.
Is that how you feel about it?
I honestly, do you remember a couple years ago?
When it said OSU, I was like, Oregon's not OSU, are they? I was like, that's Oregon State. So I was I'm shocked going into this show that Oregon is an underdog tomorrow.
Since I watched Ohio State play Tennessee, I've been leaning Ohio State. And then I'll talk myself a little bit into Oregon because I'll say, don't let the, internal bias and all that kind of stuff. A couple of years ago, CJ Stroud and Ohio State against Georgia and Stetson Bennett. It's one of the best college football games I've ever seen.
Yeah, that's when I thought CJ Stroud should be the first overall pick.
Ditto. Yeah, you and I were in the same boat together on that.
I'm not going to watch hours of film like Broadus is. I don't know who Broadus had one or two in that quarterback debate.
Yeah.
He literally puts in the work, the time, the effort to watch almost all he can watch of these guys to make a real evaluation. I'm one of those stupid fans who watch one bowl game and go, I think CJ Stroud's the best quarterback.
Yeah. Well, I mean, think about it.
I watched Paxton Lynch that one year in the Fart Knocker Bowl.
Yeah.
And
those are two different things that I think.
And I was like, Paxton Lynch is horrible.
Yeah.
And I know it was just a bowl game, right?
Just a regular bowl game. It's hard to.
In the first round, the Cowboys really wanted him. We're shocked and disappointed they didn't get him. But I was just watching that one bowl game and go, I was sitting next to Kavanaugh, who loves the draft or loved the draft both. And I was like, he's horrible. And it was like, it's just one game. It's just a bowl game. Maybe he's not into it, whatever. It's like,
probably because
he wasn't into the NFL either.
No doubt.
Okay,
was in and out of it. No, I agree. I mean, I've been saying this for months now, and I think we talked a little bit about it yesterday, that in order to get to the party, you have got to have a great defense. And that year, Georgia had the best defense. I mean, all those guys are in the NFL pretty much, and most of them playing for Philadelphia. But that's to get to the party. You have to have the offense in order to win the national championship, to get you over the hump, to beat those good defenses. And CJ Stroud was incredible. Marvin Harrison Jr. goes down in the first half of that game. Think of the first half, but if he doesn't get hurt, I think Ohio State probably pulls that out.
Okay.
But Ohio State's up 14 in the third quarter. Might have even gotten into the fourth quarter where they were up 14. But bottom line, Stetson Bennett played outstanding football to come back, and it was like 42-41.
I mean, he's a veteran. He was 30 years old playing quarterback, so he wasn't going to be shocked by the moment as a kid because he was a grown adult who probably had three kids of his own.
Absolutely. By the way, I have to look up his name in full, but that was like the most SEC quarterback name you could ever, like Stetson Eugene Bennett III or something, but it was even more so.
Okay.
But I'll say this. That's the kind of game that I'm expecting with Ohio State and Oregon.
Okay.
And at that point, it's pick 'em.
Okay.
I lean Ohio State now.
I like this because I want to bet on these games. I'm interested in tonight's game. I'm going to be at home by 6 o'clock. Kickoff, I believe, is 6:30. So I am excited about this game. I am shocked that this game is an 11.5 point spread for Penn State. I do think Penn State is going to win. I am an amateur when it comes to all this. I know you and Carter are experts, but I want to have some fun on these games. And I will take the 11.5 points and Boise State. But they're not going to win.
I think 2 of these games are going to be very close. I think 2 are not going to be close.
And I'm excited tonight because I also think there's a great chance the Cowboys fall in love with Ashton Jeanty. Not that they're going to trade up, but if he's there with that pick, I do think Jeanty will be the pick for the Cowboys.
And I'm curious to where everybody stands on that. 877-881-1053. Hit us up on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text because, you know, much like a debate happens on this station with Eric Chiafalo and I'll say RJ is on his side, and then I don't know if anybody else is on the opposite side, but they are pretty much anti-spending a lot or giving up a lot, like a first-round draft pick on a running back, you know, like kind of devaluing the position. How much of that has changed in what we have seen in the NFL this year? I mean, the difference maker has been Saquon Barkley for Philadelphia. I mean, you look at Detroit, they've been sensational all year with balance on offense and even balance at that position with Montgomery and Gibbs, even though Montgomery is out now. You really do need both there. So if you were an anti-running back first-round guy, has what you've seen in the NFL this year changed me? Like, no, I think that they need to go get Ashton Jeanty. And will that create interest for you to watch him tonight?
Yes, I am very interested in this game, partially because Ashton Jeanty, I think, is going to be around the Cowboys pick, somewhere between 10 and 15, it looks like, is where the Cowboys are going to pick, and I think Jeanty will be picked around that pick. I just don't think the rookie scale is that big of a deal. I just pulled it up. Now, it says the 2025 rookie scale. The 10th overall pick could get $23.3 million on their 4-year deal. The 15th pick gets $18.1 million on their 4-year deal. That's not paying a running back a lot of money. It's not paying them.
No.
I think that. So if I'm looking at, hey, do I want to take a running back? Do I want to take Ashton Jeanty with the number 1 overall pick? Well, that's $42.2 million.
But the argument, right? The argument in this case is not about the money.
Yeah.
The argument is you can get a running back in the 3rd round or the 5th round. Was Isaiah Pacheco?
And I get, that's.
You know?
To your point, that is in the first year less than $1 million. That's awesome. And in year 1, it says the 10th pick gets $4.2 million and the 15th pick gets $3.3 million.
Yeah.
I'm just giving
Well, you want to get the most value you can everywhere, right? We always want to have that. So that's where you're wasting first round asset or, talent there at another position where you could get somebody that is very talented that could do the things that you need later on.
All right, let me ask you this. This is a question that doesn't really have a easy answer. If Boise State wins the game and Ashton Jeanty has 30 carries for 230 yards tonight, does that change his draft status that he beat Penn State?
Absolutely. Well, I mean, no, it's the manner in which he beats Penn State.
Right, yeah.
You're going to go up against that
defense. 200 yards or more rushing, where he's averaging 5 or more yards per carry.
Yeah.
Does that change that Jeanty is now not going to be available at pick 12 or 14 because he just pushed himself into, I'll say, Bijan Robinson status? Where he goes somewhere between 5 and 8?
Mel Kiper Jr., I saw this yesterday, had ranked all the, I don't know exactly how many years he goes back, but modern era, recent picks, at running back, the top ones. He has Jeanty at number 6. Saquon was number 1. McCaffrey was ahead of him. Bijan was ahead of him. But he's got Jeanty at 6.
Okay.
I think that would change I mean, in response to what you're really asking,
Okay.
if he is to do that tonight. Now,
if you're a Cowboy fan and you really want him, do you want Boise State to lose by 20 and he has 21 carries for 83 yards? Does that change that he won't be a top 10 pick if he doesn't rush for 100 tonight?
Look, at the end of the day, you have Boise State's schedule. You know, I complain all the time. We talked about it yesterday on why I felt SMU and Indiana were deserved to be in the college football playoff and Alabama not and all that. That being said, when you're trying to evaluate, you know, how they play, I do look at them in the games in which they had tough competition. And oh, by the way, Genty was really good. He was great against Oregon. But it is still the Mountain West.
Okay.
And I'd like to see how does he go, because Penn State has a really good defense. Now, you know, we'll talk a little bit more like this, you know, with Carter in hour 4 at 120, but they're 45th in rushing success rate. That is how frequently an opposition gains 50% of necessary yardage on first down, 70% on second, 100% on third or fourth.
Defense.
This is Penn State's defense. So they're 45th, which isn't, you know, it's not great.
Yeah.
But it's still, you know, they're a good football team. And they play in the Big Ten. So if Ashton Genty does struggle tonight against that, then yeah, I'm going to be like, I don't know. I wouldn't waste a first. You know, he'll probably be gone in the first round. So maybe I'm looking elsewhere, especially if you're drafting in the top 15. That would be me personally, and I think that's how others would look at it.
Yeah. Okay. So now that you said this, and this will get into Mike likes it a little bit, but I would like to bet you $20,
let's go.
And I will take Boise State
I'll
plus
take
11.5.
I'll give the 11.5.
Okay. So
yeah.
And you have Venmo?
Yes, I do.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we can.
All right, so
we'll be able to settle it.
Okay, good. So this gives me a little bit more on the game tonight. Now I'm a little bit more interested in it because I have $20 on plus 11.5 Boise State. And I think Penn State's going to win.
Yeah.
I just like having 11.5 points.
I'll explain when we get back into college football later on why I like Penn State to win and to cover. And the other team, I expect to cover very, very safely. But there are two games that I'm having a hard time with.
I want to bet all 4 games.
Okay. All right, we'll do that for sure.
Now, there could be a game where I'm like, no, I love this, and you love it too, and I don't want to do it. But I have a good feeling. I'm such a bad bettor, like most human beings. That's why there is Las Vegas.
That's why it looks so beautiful.
Is that if you do really like a game, I'm like, I don't care. At least it gives me juice on this. And all it is $20. I can survive losing. Like, I could lose up to $80. If you go 4 for 4 in this, fine. I lost $80. Most likely, I'm not against you, Will, but most likely you're not going to go 4 for 4 in these games.
Yeah, they typically don't. That's why, the parlays are really hard to hit.
Maybe I lose $40, but I had fun because I am really excited about tonight.
I've had a pretty good year, by the way. I think I'm batting around 60% or so in college football.
We're going to put up Christmas stuff tomorrow for New Year's. Like, we're going to make sure our house is like done with Christmas. So when we get back from Mexico, I'm taking a little trip to Mexico with the family, is that when
you're
we
not
get
having
back,
to take anything down.
Everything is done in the house. The house is just like, we don't have to do any chores for the most part when we get back. So tomorrow from noon to let's say 11 p.m., I'm going to be pretty college football heavy, and it'll help out that I have $20 whole on these games.
It's going to be fun too. There's nothing like the Rose Bowl. The atmosphere, the time it's played every year. I don't understand why that is not our national championship every single year.
It's a real Rose Bowl game too. It's a Pac-12,
Pac-12, Big Ten,
Pac-12, and Big Ten. Whatever you want to call it.
I just got goosebumps right now thinking about how good that game is going to be in the venue, in the setting, all of it.
Tomorrow you have no plans except watching college football.
Oh yeah. Doing actually the same. I'll be taking down all the Christmas stuff.
Okay.
Love it. Cannot wait. All right. Just getting started here in the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Will Chambers in for, I'm here with Mike Bassick, so you can pick if I'm in for Kevin or for Corey. AM on the FM, next hour at 11:20 with Alec Medford. We also have a Cowboys ticket giveaway that could be right around the corner for some tickets, thanks to our friends at Miller Lite. We will talk about the Mavs coming up a little bit later. They lost last night, but they were pretty much a MASH unit, or with some guys that were out on suspension. But we're going to get into what the depth means for this team, especially if Luka is going to be out for a considerable period of time. It's possible. We'll do that in the Expressway up in hour 3. But Mike asks all the football questions. That's next in the KNC Masterpiece.
Like, if Dak is a difference maker, what difference does he make? That'll be question 1 coming up next. But look,
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady? Asia baby.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maybe? No.
Nutmeg maybe.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, let's do this thing. Callers 9 and 10 right now for Cowboys tickets. 877-881-1053. Win a pair of party passes. That's the standing room only tickets to see your Cowboys take on the Washington Commanders this weekend at AT&T Stadium. That's courtesy of Miller Lite. So we'll take callers 9 and 10 right now at 877-881-1053. Will Chambers in with Mike Bassick today, the KNC Masterpiece. And, of course, Alec Medford, who will give us a AM on the FM about an hour from now. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video, so check us out on our YouTube channel and twitch.tv/Dallas Fancam. Now time for Mike Asks All the Football Questions.
All right, so this is going to be about what difference do these guys make for the Cowboys, and I'll see if we can get into any other players. But I thought about this on Friday, Saturday. So it wasn't like because Dak is playing right now, and it was before the Philadelphia blowout game. But Dak Prescott is paid like a difference maker. The Cowboys will tell you he's a difference maker. So my question is, if Dak is a difference maker, and Alec, I want you to chime in here too after Will, what difference does Dak make? I get he's better than Cooper Rush. I'm not trying to do any of that. But if Dak is a difference maker in the NFL and on an NFL team, what difference does Dak make?
Dak, it is so difficult with Dak Prescott, right? I can't recall, or I've asked this over the years, and I don't know if I have seen such a departure from what we have in a regular season quarterback than what we have in a postseason quarterback. Because he is a legitimate, or was last year, a legitimate MVP candidate, right? He was sensational. We've seen him at points in his career breaking NFL records. And yet, when it comes to the playoffs, we've seen him not match the moment, as we were just talking about in regards to some of these CFP teams, in that first weekend. I don't know what it is. So it's abstract. It's so hard. Like, as far as a difference maker on a team, I think that he's a really good quarterback. I think he processes information well, being, what is he now, 9 years now in the league?
2016 was his rookie year.
So I think he plays the quarterback position very well. I think the ultimate question is going to be, is this a guy that you think makes the difference in making your team a Super Bowl winner or, Super Bowl participant? And I'm sorry, I don't believe that because of all the evidence I've seen in the past 4 years in the playoffs.
Okay, so let me ask it another way. Instead of if Dak is a difference maker, what difference does he make, is if I ask it this: Dak Prescott, out of all the NFL quarterbacks, is top 3, and I know that's a very small window. He's top 3 in this. Like, he's as good as Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson or you name it, Joe Burrow. He is as good or better than these guys at what? In a specific thing. Is it reading a defense? Is it a 2-minute drill? Is it like, obviously he can't run anymore. He's one of the most unathletic quarterbacks now in the NFL.
No, it's one thing and one thing only. And that's having the belief of, your teammates and the galvanizing effect that you can have.
His leadership quality is possibly top 3.
That's it.
Okay.
There's somebody sitting down close to us that probably thinks very differently on that.
Well, and I don't mind Bobby chiming in here because he is. I'm not saying it's bad to love Dak. Dak is I think a great.
I think it's such a difficult
I don't know him as a person, but it seems like he's a great person, right? So sometimes we like saying this person's great or this. I don't know, like maybe behind the scenes he's not, but I do think from what we hear, Dak is a great leader and a great teammate. And maybe that is what you could say. That's his difference. That's how he is a difference maker. But if I ask you, Bobby, people say Dak Prescott is a difference maker. What difference does he make?
So I think if you're to identify where's he near the top of the league, like you were asking about, I think universally, whenever you talk to people around the league and say, what does he do that's really different or where he's better than most quarterbacks, they will tell you that it's pre-snap diagnosis, identifying what the defense is in, what they're trying to disguise.
That's probably that's better than what I said as far as the information front, because that's been not his best at times, but pre-snap definitely.
There was I don't want to out who, but like there was last year, for instance, they were meeting with a college player leading up to the draft, and I had a couple discussions with this individual, and they had mentioned that when they went and they were talking to Brian Schottenheimer, and they had asked him, well, what's Dak Prescott like? What would that be like, play with him? And that Schottenheimer had told him that, look, if you want to be in the exact right position and in the exact right play on any given snap, you want to play with Dak. And he's like, Dak's the best I've ever seen at getting us into the right play, getting us in against the right look. So that's one. Two, I think people think, again, there's such nuanced traits, but it's eye discipline. It's the way that he moves the safeties with his eyes.
Okay.
It's the progression. Those are the kind of things.
Yeah, I'm not here to bash Dak, but I think that it's a good question. He is obviously paid as a difference maker.
Mm-hmm.
We're hoping that he is a difference maker in the biggest moments. And so now watch how easy this one gets. If Micah Parsons is a difference maker, what difference does he make?
Not as much of one. Look, I think I think Micah can be the most disruptive player in the league on defense. He just isn't all the time. And in the second half of years, we don't see it a lot. Now, to be fair, offenses are like, he's a problem. We got to have two. He's got to get double team and chipped. He's probably tired out throughout even though he's in tremendous shape. When you're getting double and triple teamed all year long, it's going to make it difficult, one, to be ultimately successful and that disruptive, and then two, especially in the last half, of the years. But the fact is what it is. I mean, the last half of last year, you just didn't see a whole lot, stat-wise, but you can say when you watch the tape, well, he matters because of how much of an offense he takes up.
Okay. I think he's a difference maker because of how quick he can get to the quarterback, and I would say arguably he's the fastest at getting to the quarterback at times. Like, he is, to me, we saw how crappy this defense was, and I understand.
Yeah.
There were different things going on, but we saw when he came back from injury, this defense went from being pretty crappy to pretty good. Not great, but pretty good. And so he's a difference maker, as he can take a bunch of crap, because we saw how crappy this thing was, and he came back, and all of a sudden this was a pretty good defense. So, Bobby, if Parsons is a difference maker, what difference does he make?
Yeah, I think there's no player on defense for them that impacts the way a team game plans more than Micah. Because Micah, just as a small example, teams talk all the time about, we've got to send double teams over here, or we've got to have a chip. We've got to have the running back chip over. So let's say you're going against San Francisco, okay, as an example. You've got Micah out there, and Kyle Shanahan says, we cannot have Micah Parsons beat us. So what we're going to need is a couple different times, George Kittle, you're staying in to double team block Micah Parsons. Christian McCaffrey, on this pass play, you're going out and you're chipping him. And so you're talking about, if you can take 6, 7, 8 plays, however many plays it is throughout the game, especially on third down situations, which are going to be third and long, and you're taking away Christian McCaffrey from the route progression or George Kittle from the progression because they have to commit resources to just making sure he doesn't blow the play up. That's something where even if he doesn't make a play, it so alters the way that they want to attack things in big moments that I think he completely alters the way teams game plan for Dallas.
And I think, to me, that's an easy one. We can see how much of a difference maker Micah Parsons is. Not every play, but at times that he's a difference maker. Now, the next one I think is a pretty easy one, too. I just want to know your specifics on what makes him a difference maker. If CeeDee Lamb is a difference maker, what difference does he make?
I think, to me, he's the ultimate difference maker on the team, on the whole team. He can do so much. He can do it on the perimeter, but he really excels in the middle of the field. He's gotten bigger or stronger, and I think Bobby would back this up, that there's nobody tougher than he is. he's a premier talent. I know when we talk wide receiver throughout the league, a lot of it, you go Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson are at the top, and rightfully so. I honestly put CeeDee Lamb, right there, right behind him or up there with him.
Okay. What would you say specifically, Bobby, on what makes CeeDee Lamb a difference maker in the NFL?
I think it's funny because like when you mention Dak and you say what difference does he make, like what traits are there? What do you look at as top trait? If I even ask people that with CD, I think a lot of people would go, he's not like super fast. He's not super strong where he's breaking a bunch of tackles. He doesn't do a bunch of that.
Well, yeah, he's always been so thin too.
And then Aikman earlier this year said not running great routes. So it's like, okay, well, what does CD do? I think a lot of CD stuff is body control, hands. There's a lot of subtleties in his routes to get separation. I think he's very laterally explosive. That helps on in-breaking routes for him to get open. But I think, honestly, the biggest difference that he makes is regardless of what scheme you're drawing up or what your game plan is or how much you struggled or who your quarterback is, if you need a conversion, if you need a touchdown, you've got a good shot with CeeDee Lamb at any given moment. So he will extend drives. He will end games for you. And it doesn't matter how limited you are as a play caller or quarterback or whatever else, CD can help you overcome that and make a difference.
I think the body control is a really underrated, or probably not by those who actually analyze in scouting departments, but for what gets talked about, like with people like us, it's way underrated because that to me is how you get yards after the catch. If you're one of the, like, used to hate it with somebody will like jump up for the ball, like when they didn't need to, like keep your feet on the ground, keep running. Like all that does is slow you down and you're going to get tackled. His body control and how he catches the football, no matter where it is, a lot of times enables him to, keep moving forward and gain more yards.
So my next one isn't a Dallas Cowboy. This is going to be interesting with Bobby because I know that I'm not saying you think this person is, but you think this team somewhat is. And I think this is a big debate around the NFL, but he's to me the best player in the NFL and one of the greatest players in the history of the NFL with a lot more prime left. If Patrick Mahomes is a difference maker in 2024, what difference does he make?
Oh, this is so easy for me. His legs. And I don't mean how fast like he is, and he's obviously hindered. It's how often have we seen, especially this year, him steal a first down or end up enabling his offense and his team to win a game by just suffocating the other one by driving out the game, right? Finishing with a field goal or finishing, sitting on the ball. We know what he does. His arm talent's incredible. He's so much of a smarter quarterback now as it happens. So as you play longer, you go on. But to me, like the biggest thing that he does right now is doing what I just said with his legs.
I troll about the Mahomes thing. It's mainly I don't like the Chiefs right now and their fraudulent record.
I think they get bounced in the division.
Mahomes is the best quarterback in the NFL because Mahomes, the ability to, there's no such thing as a bad throw from Mahomes. Like there's no position you can get him in to where if he's off platform or he's falling off to his side or he's rolling out or you've got pressure in his face, he's got the arm strength to be able to deliver the ball without a problem. He's got the quick release mechanics to get it out in a hurry. It's something where off platform, on platform,
improvisation,
regardless of what it is, he is incredibly accurate.
It's so hard to get him off the field, especially at the end of games, because of what all those things he just said. I mean, how we saw last week that flick with the left hand, to get a first down. I mean, you got to be like, if you're a defensive coordinator, like what?
There is no amount of a pass rush that can disrupt the way he plays. That's incredibly rare.
And we're out of time here, and that's how quick Mike asks all the football questions.
I like it.
Because we'll do this a little bit more maybe later in the show. Because
we got some more questions.
But it's going to be interesting because I don't want you guys to talk on this because we got to get to baseball nuggets. Always get shortened anyways. Is I can't vote Patrick Mahomes less than third in the MVP. I think Josh Allen is going to be the MVP. I think Saquon Barkley is going to finish second. I think it's going to be a very close race. But Mahomes has one loss, and the only loss he has to is the guy who's going to win the MVP. I get Lamar Jackson season. I get some other people like Joe Burrow and his numbers, but the dude went 15-1, and the only loss he has is a somewhat close loss where everybody watching that game thought, if Buffalo kicks a field goal here, they're going to lose. and they luckily scored. Josh Allen had an awesome run and scored a touchdown.
There's so much on that, so much meat on that bone. Sean McDermott, what a playoffs it is in front of Sean McDermott. All right, thank you, Bobby. Thanks for popping in with us.
Last time I had to give him $5 to do this. I didn't even.
Now I do it for free.
Yeah. He brought us with the 8,000 jobs. Okay, coming up at the top of next hour, we'll talk with Mickey Spagnola and then AM on the FM. But, of course, next here in the KNC Masterpiece, Baseball Nuggets.
And Will changed his mind. About 3 years ago, Will told me how much he hates baseball. He doesn't hate it anymore. Why? Next.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
An hour from now, some gridiron gravy. The decision with Saquon Barkley being mulled by Nick Sirianni. Apparently going to consult his players as well as the Philadelphia brass on that, as well as the coaching candidates that are taking interviews, all an hour from now here in the KNC Masterpiece of 105.3 The Fan. Will Chambers in with Mike Bassick, Alec Medford, and Carter Freeman back there coordinating your videos. You can watch on YouTube as well as Twitch. Okay, let's do it. Let's get into some baseball nuggets.
All right, real quick, sad news. If you're a long-time Texas Ranger fan, Lenny Randle, former Texas Ranger infielder, passed away yesterday. I just texted my father because I know that they were buddies and teammates on the Texas Rangers. I didn't know that till right before we did this segment. So condolences to Lenny Randle's family as he dies at 75 years old. Now, I want to get into this, Will, is a few years ago, and I can't remember what year. You're gonna kind of lead baseball nuggets here because I found it interesting listening to you on the weekend or when you fill in. You used to really dislike baseball, and we'd have discussions about it.
I loved baseball. Up until getting into like the 2020s.
Okay,
2018, 19, it started really shifting.
Recently, I've heard you say, "Hey, I'm enjoying baseball again." So I'd love for you to kind of give the story on how you loved baseball, then really disliked it, stopped watching it, and now you seem to be watching it more.
Because I felt like we lost the game of what it was. That any critic of baseball will say the same things, right? It's always the same, right? Like it's slow, it's boring, it's all the things that kind of go like around that. Well, the thing baseball fans love the most, if you're like a baseball nerd or seamhead, is the strategy behind the game, because it is one of the most strategic, if not the most strategic, at least of all the major sports, right? Based on the things that you could do, the manipulations that you would have, but that all went away over the course of a decade, or probably a lot longer, but still more hardcore into the analytics when it came to launch angle.
Yeah.
And when it came to, speed, miles per hour from your pitcher, where we got to the place where it was just nothing but home runs, walks, and strikeouts. And much like we were talking yesterday about the 3-point line, right?
Yeah, isn't it interesting? The analytic people, and they are smart people, came into sports and said, just do this all of the time, which mathematically does make sense. It works out. But it's not really fun to watch.
No. And that's where you go, well, okay, I remember a few years ago, this is when I had gotten my peak where I was like, I'm done. We had a fan outing out at the ballpark. Actually, I think it was just like the company thing, right?
Old ballpark?
No. New ballpark.
The new one, okay. So 2021, because 20, nobody was allowed to go
21,
to the games.
maybe 22. And we're up there, and I'm down watching the game. And there was, I want to say, 1 or 2 outs. The bottom line is that there was a shift deployed. Or no, there was no shift deployed to a hitter. And then once they got to 2 strikes, they actually went into the shift.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? That doesn't make any sense. And so I texted you and Jared. And I think I talked about it with Jared at length, and he was just like, yeah, they still look at it analytically that it doesn't matter. You still want to pull the ball there, even though you can get, with 2 strikes, it always been choke up, just try to make contact, get the ball in play, and maybe you end up on first base. No, it completely gone away from that. What I wanted was more action on the field. So years ago, we used to have Tim Kirchin on every week. And I said one day, I go, Tim, you can tell me how crazy I am by this idea. But what if we moved all the fences back? We moved the bases back, not a ton, but a little bit. And we moved the mound back a little bit. And here's the reason why. I feel like that I want more space out on the diamond. More space for the ball to fall in, thusly creating more running of the bases because that's action, right? I love first to third. I love the strategy of having a player that I know that is hitting second that could get Juan Pierre from first to third. Somebody who makes contact
Luis
and maybe
Castillo.
is really good going opposite field, right? Yeah, you know what I mean? That's what I loved about baseball.
Yeah.
Moving players, right? How important it is, how much pressure you can put on a pitcher, especially in the postseason when you have got to be able to, have to have the ability to manufacture runs to win. Because if you are reliant on the home run ball and all of a sudden you're not hitting home runs a la the 2008 Chicago Cubs, you're not winning anything. You can't do it. That's the way that baseball used to be. And it went so far away from that I'm like, what is this anymore? And Tim went, yeah, Will, you are crazy. But, as it turns out, that's a little bit of what, we're seeing now. And it's not that I wanted it easier on the hitters by moving the mound back. What I thought was the closer you have forces together, the greater the impact when that force happens, right? So, a 95-mile-per-hour pitch, and then the impact with the bat, the closer it is, the harder the impact. Just by moving it back a little bit, deadens that impact a little bit, putting the ball in play more. That was my, that was why I came up with those ideas.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted to see more in baseball. I wanted to see more managers doing things in order to manufacture runs, to create pressure. Like, to me, the golden age of baseball was in the late 90s into the, through the 2010s. And it's not because, I'm not a Yankees fan or anything like that, but
yeah,
you had these rivalries. You had these, gritty players like a Dave Roberts that was used in the manner he was with the Red Sox in order to beat, on that epic comeback. So really that was the genesis of what led me astray. And then these new rules coming back. The pitch clock, to me, fine. I like the fact that the games are a little bit shortened, but that's not it at all what I wanted. What I wanted was more action. You got more stolen bases. You got more base hits. You got more runners being moved all around. That's what I love the most.
So I've talked to multiple people in the sport. Thank you for not kissing me on the head like you just did, Will. Is the analytics side will always be there. They're very smart people on the analytics side, giving you as much information as possible. In fact, too much information, but that's their job is go through all these numbers and give us more information than we could ever contemplate as a manager, as a staff, as a player. But from what I understand is over the last 2 or 3 years, as the rules have changed a little bit and they've seen at times the lack of success just having an analytic team. We're just going to go with the percentages every time. You find out that, hey, this pitch is good. Why not, instead of throwing it 30% of the time, why don't you throw it 50% of the time?
Right.
And then it loses its effectiveness. So they have found out that analytics are good, but not only were they possibly ruining the sport for people like Will Chambers, but they weren't as fail-proof as they thought it would be. Mm-hmm. And so a lot of teams now are not
like it is with the three-point
analytics,
shot.
but they're like, what if it works at 30%? Maybe we just up it 5%. We don't try to double the percentage of it because its effectiveness is effective because it's only used 30% of the time. If we try to use it 50% of the time, how much do we lose its effectiveness type of deal? So I'm just giving you an example, but I think the analytic part that is a very smart part, which kind of maybe got fans to be like, I don't enjoy this anymore as just hit a home run. Who cares if you strike out?
Right.
Now they're seeing the negative effects of just playing an analytic game, not only from the fans' perspective, but from the team's perspective of like, it actually doesn't work the way we thought it would work. Teams are going away from some of the analytics and getting back to, what do you see? What are we seeing in this game? How are we hitting the last 3 days? Yeah. Yes, overall, Corey Seager's going to probably get his 30 to, I'm hoping if he stays healthy, he's a 40 home run guy.
Right.
But like, hey, if he's struggling right now offensively, he's going to get out of it. But let's not just try to smack the ball pull side over the fence. If you get a ball, pitched middle away, shoot
the other
ball
way.
hard into the gap
No
and let's
doubt.
get a double because
that's exactly what I'm talking about.
I grew up, you said 90s, 2000s, but I grew up with some of the best players in the game being Don Mattingly, Wade Boggs, Tony Gwynn, Cal Ripken Jr., these guys that would batting average was so huge. It's funny to go back.
Also, with that, who's the biggest guy in the league at that time?
The biggest guy in like the 80s?
Jose Canseco, right?
Yeah, for sure. In the
During
late
that time,
80s.
which I totally agree with. Now, and obviously steroid, but there's like 4 or 5 of those guys on your roster. Everybody's, big and jacked now. So that's,
And that's what made them so different, right? Ricky Henderson, Mark McGuire, Jose Canseco, Dave Henderson. They had so many big boppers in their lineup. And then they had the guys that did their jobs of Carney Lanford and Walt Weiss and guys
Willie
that would get on
McGee.
base. Tony Phillips, I think, might have been on that team. So, like, guys that would get on base, stuff like that. So, I'm glad that I think the sport is doing some things to get people back to the game that used to really like the game. And I'm not, if it gets into, we don't have any more time, but the golden at bat thing, if you said you like that, I was going to punch you in the face.
No, no. I appreciate more ideas.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to just trash it, but I still think that I'm not a fan of the second, the runner on second in extra innings.
Yeah.
You want to do that in the 15th inning. I'm like, okay, I'm down for that. But in the 10th, come on. I'm glad they're not doing that in the playoffs.
All right. So there's baseball nuggets. Will Chambers back
I'm
with
back,
baseball.
baby. I'm back.
But still,
I love it.
like I'm done. But Luis Castillo, Luis Arise.
Yeah.
He's now San Diego's trying to move him. It does show Luis Arise, if you look at his numbers, very similar to Ichiro, Tony Gwynn, Wade Boggs. So we do have a person who is like Rod Carew. He is in the game
and defense
today.
too. The importance of defense.
He's struggled. That's why they have to
Well, not with
move
him, but I
first.
just mean in general,
Yes.
because if you're putting the ball in play more, then defense has to matter more.
Yeah, but it is interesting. There is a guy hitting like those guys, and he keeps getting traded every year because teams kind of want him, but then kind of don't want him. So I don't know what would happen in today's game if you had Tony Gwynn and Wade Boggs and stuff, because we do have him. He does make an all-star team here and there, but teams end up not
journeyman.
wanting these single guys.
It's wild. All right. Great stuff. I love it. And I love being back in the baseball because once it, was going away, I'm like, we're never getting it back.
86 days away from Rangers opening day.
Let's go. And more Ellie De La Cruz, too. That's my favorite player right now. He's just incredible. All right, let's hit into hour 2. Talk back with the Cowboys with Mickey Spagnola next here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Lady?
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, it's hour 2 on this New Year's Eve. Happy holidays, Happy New Year's, everybody. It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Will Chambers in today with Mike Bassick and Alec Medford, who I tortuously said we are going to get his thoughts on, we both did, on the Mike Ask All the Football Questions, while also asking him to answer the phones for the Cowboys ticket giveaway.
That's a little tough.
I thought about it, and I looked at it.
Bobby came in, and I was like, we're good.
Okay. Now, we're going to get his thoughts, and AM on the FM is coming up in a little more than 15 minutes from now, but now time to talk more Dallas Cowboys with DallasCowboys.com's Mickey Spagnola. Mickey, Happy New Year. What are the plans for you tonight?
Going to the Stars game.
All right. We were just talking about that.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what's going to ruin my first question with you going to the Stars game?
What's that?
How much are you going to watch of the Penn State-Boise State game, and how interested are you in Aston Genty possibly being a Dallas Cowboy next year?
If I wasn't going to the game, I'd certainly be watching it. And we'll probably go somewhere to find the TV during the 2 intermissions to catch up on what's going on. And I'll probably tape it, too, so in case I want to watch it. And I would have no problems with drafting Genty if indeed he was in a spot where you can get him. Yeah, absolutely. And I would have no problems with Cam Scattaboo either, by the way.
That's interesting because Cam's fun to watch, and he's awesome, but he's so undersized. Do you think the Cowboys might be...
well, he's undersized because he's not tall, right?
Yeah.
But he's thick.
Yeah.
I mean, when I first saw him, I thought he was a fullback, the way he ran. And and then it was like, okay, I wouldn't mind having him on my team in some form or fashion. But yeah, he's not your typical NFL running back, and he probably wouldn't, go until the 3rd or 4th round. But let's see how he does tomorrow.
Things change in sports. You look at the teams that win and go, hey, we need to do more things like them. And who knows who's going to win the Super Bowl this year. But you look at what Barkley has done for Philadelphia, and they have a good team around him. And you look at what Derrick Henry has done for Baltimore, and they have a good team around him. And then we talk about Genty, who's playing tonight, and the possibility of, the Cowboys sitting there at somewhere between, let's say, 12th and 15th pick, and him possibly being available. Do you think that the success of Barkley and Derrick Henry is having conversations around the NFL about the importance of having a good running back?
Yeah, around the NFL? Sure. And I think a lot of it, the salary cap had so much to do with, I think, some of those decisions on, if you're taking a guy high in the first round or middle of the first round, can the guy be effective enough to get a second contract? Because for a while there, it seemed like the attitude was to treat it like like you're buying a lease car. You kind of use it for, 3 or 4 years and then get rid of it and get another new one. And a lot of the theory in the NFL is you would certainly like your first round pick to get a second contract at least. Now, if you think about how everything's changed, right? It was like, well, why would you give Zeke a second contract? Well, okay, because he was pretty good. Well, now these running backs are getting second contracts, just not with the team that drafted them, right? So a little bit of a change in philosophy here, and it's only right when it works.
True.
If you're wrong, well, that was the wrong decision. And so now, revisionist history, well, why would you sign Zeke to a second contract? Well, because he was pretty darn effective on the first contract. You can't have it both ways.
Obviously, Mick, I was never good in Major League Baseball, but I did have an agent, and I know that you don't want to tick off an agent of even a below-average player because most likely they do have above-average players on their roster, and you would like to have a good relationship with most agents.
Mm-hmm.
Is this too hardcore thinking? And I have no clue who, let's say, Aston Genty's agent is. But
or will be, right?
Right. Well, I don't know. I think they all have agents now in
probably
college.
these days, right? Because he's done now.
Is how hard line a stance is it to tick off the player? And this is always tough because you want the player wanting to play for you. Is you draft a first-round running back and you say, well, we have a fifth-year option on you. We're using it. That's why we drafted you in the first round. And then we're going to franchise tag you for up to 2 years. That gives us 7 years of that running back where we never have to commit a long-term contract to him.
Right, yeah. And you know, when people would ask me, these, going into this year or whatever about Micah Parsons. And it's like, well, this is going to, can you get him? And it's like, well, if I don't want to sign him to a big long-term deal, I pick up the fifth-year option like they did, and I can franchise him again and have him for 7 years. So I don't know, how that'll go off, go over when you hold out, and then you become, it becomes a distraction or whatever.
Because I
could do it.
Yeah, and I don't like this, Mick, from a former player's perspective.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to be really hardcore as a general manager, or president, or owner, you could say, if you don't want to show up, that's fine. You're never going to get paid another dime to play football the rest of your life.
Yeah, and think about what Philadelphia did with Barkley. Because what I think gets lost is he's got so much guaranteed money that he's got a void year for like 2029 somewhere in
29,
there.
yeah, you're right.
And it's like 40-some million.
Yeah.
And he's not under contract. So, yeah, that's one way to afford him now, but at some point you got to pay the piper.
Yeah, and to be fair, we brought it up yesterday with you, Mickey, and
Right.
as well as Steven, that I can mention those, 8 guys that comprise 31%, and then, the Cowboys with 4. At some point, there are contracts that the Eagles have where you go, that's going to be a major problem for them down the line.
Right.
So,
And, and if it works and you win, then everybody will go, well, okay, so now we're going to lose for 3 or 4 years because we've pushed money down into the salary cap when we don't have the guy. But if you win, and it's like, well, was it worth it? Can I get a Super Bowl and then 3 losing seasons? So yeah, there's a trade-off there.
So we're talking about, the changes throughout the league, and it's ever evolving. The Giants, this was just, months ago where they're like, we're not going to do that style of offense. And now look at them and look at the Eagles. It can happen just that fast. But what we have seen throughout the league and the success of these teams like Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota, and then obviously Sean McVay with the Rams, Kyle Shanahan, the way that they do offenses, and I wonder because Mike McCarthy has done a great job this year considering all that's around him. You won 12 games 3 years in a row. Everybody thinks he's a good coach, but yet Jerry, they're non-committal, and they're saying they're going to assess everything after the year. Do you think that the conversations they're going to have is maybe moving in a direction of the more innovative offenses, the different ones where Mike is, still kind of in that West Coast, and maybe that's why they're going to possibly make a move in the offseason?
I don't know that would affect the decision because, if you wanted to do that and you wanted him to be your head coach, you go hire a offensive coordinator and say you're the head coach, right?
You think Mike would be willing to do that?
Well, I have no idea, what would be in his mind. But some of these young guys that are doing these new offenses, it hadn't worked, right?
Mm-hmm.
How lucky did Minnesota get with Darnold playing the way he is, right? No one planned on that. So, there's a lot, remember the Cowboys led the league last year in scoring in points, and they had all their guys, by the way. So some of that makes a difference.
Oh, nobody's scored more points, I don't think, or even had more yards since McCarthy's been coach of the Cowboys than the Cowboys.
So now you have a bad season. You had just a slew of injuries, and then you say, okay, let's blow it up and start again. but you still got the same players that have the big contracts that have to be central to this whole deal. To me, with the running backs, and consider this, with Barkley and Derrick Henry, who are their quarterbacks, and what do those quarterbacks do?
They run it.
Yeah. So now defenses got to worry not only about the running back, but also the quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that helps those guys do what they do, because you can't just concentrate on stopping the run with the running back, and then the quarterback pulls the ball out and goes around, and you've crowded the line of scrimmage, and he gets outside, and he's gone. So I think the combination of those guys being with who they're with, like, do you think if Barkley was still with the Giants, he'd be rushing for 2,000 yards? No, because everybody would say he's the only thing they got. We just got to stop him, right?
And they'd be down by like 14 points at halftime.
And you have to give up, and you have to give up running the ball, right? So I think it's a great combination, the situation they're in, and I don't know that I always thought that way, but the more I thought about it as the season went along, it's like, well, yeah, look what these quarterbacks are running for, and their ability to do that. It helps the running back too, and then the running back helps the quarterback. So they both landed in really good situations.
Absolutely. I mean, a play where they space out defenses and have more than just the threat of them running the football.
And they can throw the ball too, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So it's a pretty good deal.
No doubt. Hey, Mickey, thank you so much.
Go Stars.
Go
Yes.
Stars, and have a great New Year.
I will try to be safe and sound.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Mick. That's Mickey Spagnola from staff writer from DallasCowboys.com. The thing to me, though, too, I mean, because he mentions Darnold. Now, lucky they are that Darnold. I look at it that O'Connell is the reason why Darnold is playing the way that he is. You asked the difference maker, right?
Yeah, well, when I get to more football questions, because I had a Sam Darnold question, but I love where you're going here is how much credit do you give Sam Darnold? Because it sounds like you're giving
We'll do that at 1 o'clock today.
Yeah.
I feel like the Sam Darnold hater of all these questions I have with it, but I can't help it. He's conditioned me.
I kept saying no to him for the first 8 weeks of the season, and around week 8, he had a couple weeks that weren't very good.
Yeah, and he's gotten a lot better.
It's all coming downhill. He is Sam Darnold, because this would be as crazy as gosh, I hate saying this about the guy. Who is the guy drafted after Trevor Lawrence that maybe liked moms a lot?
Oh, Zach Wilson.
Zach Wilson. Can you imagine?
That has got to be on Masterpiece of the Week.
Can you imagine 3 years from now, Zach Wilson going 14-2 for a team?
Oh, my God.
That's what's happening.
I know.
That's what's happening is Zach Wilson, who we've written off, who will never be good at football ever again, all of a sudden is arguably one of the 5 best quarterbacks in the NFL. I know that Sam Darnold isn't, but that's his record suggests he is.
Mike, that's got to be the question that the Cowboys are asking themselves in assessing. When Mike McCarthy got here, he said it himself. He had never had a team as talented as the Cowboys when he came in. And not a ton has changed over a 5-year period, because you can see a lot of roster turnover with a lot of teams. And we're seeing it more now, as you'd expect, but these guys, man, they seem to be difference makers for the teams that they coach. All right, we'll do those football questions. In fact, that Darnold one. How about 1 o'clock today? But next, we've got AM on the FM. Alec, what do we got coming up?
We got the question of the day, plus congratulations, guys. You just found your newest favorite Texas Ranger. That's next here on The Fan.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
AM on the FM. It's coming up in a matter of moments. The KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Alongside Mike Bassick, I'm Will Chambers, and you can catch us on YouTube as well as Twitch today. Happy to be sitting in with you guys. It was a lot of fun yesterday. Been a fast one already so far, just an hour and plus in. We'll get into some gridiron gravy coming up, of course, next in the decision on Saquon Barkley. That and more coming up. But now, time for some AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. And as Will mentioned, he has been in for the past couple of days. Thanks for helping us out.
Was that me saying, Alec, that was awful?
That was Jared.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot
there
of
you
people.
go. People confuse us all the time, too.
There's a lot of
anyway.
people that will text in and ask if Jared Sandor is in the building whenever you're on the air. There's a lot of people, trust me. So I'm glad you said that. That just validates everybody out there that has ever gotten you confused because you couldn't even recognize if that was you or not. But no, it's been fun, Will, because if a lot of people, don't get the chance to listen on the weekends, one, I hope you try us out. And two, that's where I got my start in hosting this radio stuff was with you and Bobby Belt on the weekends.
That's right.
So
the fan jam, man. We're still jamming along on the weekends. Usually, CA and I every Saturday morning. It's a lot of fun.
So that's the one gratifying thing about the Monday through Friday radio life is I can actually take in like every minute of the weekend content now, and it's kind of weird not being a part of it, but actually getting to enjoy it now. Because I'm not having to plan for
and
it
not
or
the
anything.
million hours off and on all over the place.
Exactly, yeah. So I'm like, I'm actually going to drive around, grocery shop, take the AirPods with me inside of the grocery store, and I'm going to listen to the boys. So it's still very fun to be a part of the show, even though I'm not actually there. But we got the question of the day coming up here in just a second. Plus, congratulations, you just found your new favorite player on the Texas Rangers Baseball Club. But I'm going to take the low-hanging fruit, guys. It's New Year's Eve, if you didn't know. Congrats, you just woke up from living under a rock, if you didn't know. I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to phrase this in a way that will hopefully get something out of you if you're not big on it. I'm going to ask you, 877-881-1053, what your New Year's resolution is. But if you're not big on those, which I'm not, I don't do them personally. I just kind of have goals that I set at different times throughout the year and whatnot. I give myself deadlines on certain things. So, what's something that you want to work on, something you want to change, something you want to accomplish here in the near future? 877-881-1053. Twitch and YouTube want to hear from you as well, because I've never really done the New Year's resolution, maybe younger, like as a kid or something, like get better grades in school. I don't know. Whatever it may be. But, I've always been a big believer of the idea that if you want to change something, if you want to accomplish something, you don't need to wait till the end of the year and the start of a new one to do that and to dictate that. I say you do it whenever you feel like you need to do it. And for me, the goalposts move depending on certain situations, the radio industry, for example, is not kind of like a quote-unquote regular job where, you say, okay, I'm going to get a promotion by this time or whatever. You got to wait for the next step in the food chain. Obviously, for me, it was Reggie getting a job down in Houston that helped me out there. But for me, something I want to work on is building the brand of Alec Medford and AM on the FM, and specifically through social media. I suck at social media. I really do. I'm not afraid to admit that. I want to work on growing that brand, that presence, whether it's TikTok, whether it's Twitter X, whether it's Instagram. I don't know. I need to work on it because I have too many friends, too many close friends that work in social media in promotions that can teach me all of the tricks of the trade. But I do not use them as assets. Shout out Michael Beer over at Foul Territory. Shout out to all my friends in the music industry that work in promotions and whatnot and helping tours, get on the road and stuff and promote on social media. I do not use any of them to my advantage. I need to get trained up on social media on how to use that stuff the right way.
I think that resolution-wise, you're absolutely right. But what the calendar does is it just gives you a slate, right?
Sure, yeah.
I look at it like, okay, what do I want to do just this year? Not necessarily a resolution. Like, I want to do that. Like, okay. And I need to be better about it because it was last year where I said I wanted to learn Italian. And I started doing it, but I just didn't follow through on it. So I'm going back to being like, all right, I got to get back on that. But I think it's good to have like, all right, this is one thing I want to do this year. I've been saying I want to do it. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I do it. Every year I say I want to be like leaving on Christmas Day to go on a vacation, like do all the, family stuff. And then, but usually everybody's just kind of like done like, late morning, early afternoon.
Yeah.
Like get on a flight, head to a beach. So I would say those would be.
Okay, I know what mine is.
You came up with one?
I did, because I had a 35-month streak of hitting the gold medal on Peloton and that would be 150 miles a month on your Peloton.
Oh, okay.
And I stopped that streak and I had a bad 2024 on the bike. I was not on the bike nearly as much. There was obviously getting the Rangers job, more travel, so a little less time just at home and getting on the bike. But I do have a 1 month streak right now. I have hit the gold in December. So my goal is, since we're doing New Year's resolution, I am going to get 150 miles or more every month on the Peloton. So I'm going to restart the streak. So every month, as long as I'm healthy, obviously if you get hurt and you can't get on the bike, you can't get on the bike. But I'm going to get 150 miles or more every month on my Peloton.
I like that. I
love it.
I do want to zone in on the health again, too, because that's something that's been big. Like, I still work out almost every day, but I want to get focused in on the diet, and I want to get back to running, too, because that's like my escapism outside of any of this is, especially during the summer, whenever it's just like, it's beautiful outside, you're not having to deal with like the elements or whatever. I'm just like, plug in the AirPods. If I have any minor inconvenience in life, lace up the shoes, go on a run at the park, down the street, and, you know, reset the mental. I want to start doing that every day again because I used to do it every day. I don't nearly anymore. I barely run like once a month anymore. I'm more of like a Stairmaster kind of guy these days just because it's indoors and the weather has been so weird.
Yesterday would have been a good day, too.
Yes.
Beautiful.
Yes, it was gorgeous yesterday. I went on a walk yesterday because I did cardio in the gym. But I want to actually get out and run again. I want to do that, start training twice a day again. I did see one that I really liked here on the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053 from the 757. They said, I stopped drinking in September. My goal for 2025 is to be 1 year alcohol-free this coming September. I like that a lot.
Already stopped smoking and started lifting weights. Love to see that.
Look at that. And then I see
my life goal is on here, by the way.
What is that?
On the 469, my New Year's resolution is to hit 100 golf balls on average every day. Yeah, that's just basically where I'm trying to get to in general.
That's consistency. I tried the golf thing because my grandpa gave me his old set of clubs that he got gifted as a retirement gift. Probably like COVID when everybody was bored and didn't have anything to do.
But you could go play golf.
Exactly. So I have a driving range literally like 3 minutes from my house over by Jopal Lake. And so me and the buddies went through a phase of like every single day that I was not here, we would find a mutual time to go drive golf balls. And we ran into Chris Woodward there one time. That was weird. Very random. But yeah, he's definitely got a good swing on him too. It's impressive seeing what some of these former baseball players can do to a couple golf balls, but just put me and my friends to shame. So that was fun. He was right next to us and he was just like, watch this, you know, and sent one 400 feet. But that's something I would like to do again. Maybe find like a new hobby, a new sport, something athletic to get into. Because
pickleball. Get after some pickleball.
I don't know if I can do that to myself. I don't know if I can do it.
Do you play tennis? You ever play tennis?
Yeah, and I was terrible. I was god awful. I still have a tennis racket in the back of my car, and I'm like, why do I have this? I'm never going to touch it again. I was terrible. It was awful. So keep those coming in. The New Year's resolutions or things you would like to achieve coming up in 2025. Do have some other things we can get to as well, but I want to run this. I know the G-Bag Nation did have the newest Ranger, Jock Peterson, on yesterday. If you missed that conversation, it is up on the 105.3 The Fan website and the Odyssey app. But I want to go to a moment from his introductory presser yesterday that went a little viral on Twitter for a few different reasons within a few different fan bases. And he was talking about what appealed to him to the Texas Rangers, why he ultimately signed here. And I'm just going to forward it by saying congratulations. You just found your newest favorite Texas Ranger.
There's a lot of things lining up for us to go on a nice run in the playoffs. I think played the Astros a couple times in the World Series, and they put together a nice little run, and it's coming to an end, and it's time for us to take over the West. And so, like I said, there's lots of things that are going in the right direction for the Rangers to be on top of this division. And I don't know, you talk to a lot of teams, they want to win the World Series and do this stuff like at the start. And I told Siwa, I mean, all we got to do is get to the playoffs. You let Bochy do what Bochy does in the playoffs, it usually comes well. And then, I mean, you add in a sprinkle of Seager in there, and next thing you know, we're all walking around with more rings.
I think
Boy,
I like the
that's the
sprinkle
truth.
of Seager line. That's probably my favorite part of that whole thing. I
watched some of the press conference. I think they were roommates in the minor leagues or roommates in spring training. So they are buddies. Jock Peterson and obviously Seager played, and they came up about at the same time through the Dodgers system. So pretty good buddies. And then he grew up in the Bay Area. So I'm not sure if he was a Giants fan, but he was like, yeah, I watched the Giants win a lot of World Series under Boch.
And a lot of it was getting in. I mean, they weren't necessarily dominant regular season teams that would just get into the playoffs, and not too dissimilar from what we saw a couple years ago here.
And look, if you get into the playoffs this time, and I know last time you had DeGrom on your roster, he was hurt. If you get in and you have a healthy DeGrom and a healthy Eovaldi, that's not going to be fun for other teams. They're not going to look at those two guys and go, all right, so possibly the best stuff in baseball, and then a dude who went 5-0 in his last playoff run in Nathan Eovaldi.
Yeah.
Like that could be really tough.
That's another thing we'll have to get into another time when I'm in here for Baseball Nuggets. Be the relief pitching, starting pitching element of baseball. That still I'd like to get fixed a little bit.
And it's pretty well documented that Jock Peterson is a very colorful personality. He's a clubhouse guy. He's a dude. You know, he's just a dude. I think that's the best way to put it. So he started off things with a bang here with his introductory presser yesterday. So that was really fun to see, and just see all the Astros fans instantly start whining about that, and people trying to combat the idea that their run is done and whatever. Very fun stuff there, but I will go ahead and say that he's already within my top 5, if not top 3 favorite players off of that line alone.
Alec, out of the way Jock Peterson talks, out of the way that we all know how much the Rangers do hate the Astros, and I know a lot of teams hate the Astros, a lot of players hate the Astros. Isn't it awesome that in, at least right now, the Texas Rangers, they have a rival and they hate them?
Yeah.
And they hate us too. That is what makes sports really fun, is when you're I think that's maybe why you like college football so much, Will, is there's true hate.
Yeah.
In that, I don't want this team to win no matter what.
There's nothing I hate in this world like the University of Louisville. Just in general. I mean, not the Packers as much anymore, the St. Louis Cardinals and stuff like that. It's just not, maybe that just comes with age.
Yeah, and
I still hate Louisville.
I think it appeals to me a little bit too, to Mike's credit, that growing up, I'm only 23, so I didn't really get to see some of those rivalries be born, and I didn't see them really get to play out, because we were just talking about it yesterday, how the NBA has softened up so much in some of these respects that outside of football, with the Cowboys, I still get that vibe with Philly and with Washington and with New York, but outside of football, I haven't really gotten that. Over the past few years, you've started to see that change a little bit with the Mavericks. You saw the back and forth with the Clippers. I mean, even with PJ Washington and Oklahoma City, stuff like that. Just seeing some actual emotion in some of these matchups. You talk about the Rangers World Series run full of emotions, especially in that ALCS against the Astros. I'm getting more emotionally invested, as an adult than I ever was as a kid, because outside of the Mavs, back and forth with the Heat, I didn't really feel that growing up. So it is really, really cool to see these players openly saying, yeah, don't really mess with those guys. So
that's
nice
right. We need more fighting.
Yeah, we need more fighting.
Hey, look.
I mean, hey, Joe Mazzulla said it. We ran that audio a few weeks ago, Mike, where he said on a podcast, he was like, bring back fighting, man. We're robbing the fans of entertainment. We don't have to go that far in every single sport. Just bring back hatred. I mean, you saw what it did in music this past year. Look what it can do in pro sports.
Sports hate is good.
Sports hate is good.
I'm down for the sports hate.
And that's my time. Thanks,
Love
guys.
it. Down for the AM on the FM. Great stuff. All right, we will get back into the discussion around what Jerry had to say this morning in regards to Mike McCarthy. There's obviously reaction to that around the league, and I think it tells me something pretty definitive as to what the Jones are doing and what they're looking at. We're going to do that as we hit the top of next hour at noon. But next, got some gridiron gravy. Saquon's decision with the Eagles, and did Dan Campbell make the right move last night by playing his starters? That's all next here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Did Dan Campbell make the right move in playing his starters in what was ultimately a meaningless game for the Lions last night? Discuss that among other NFL topics coming up in just a moment. Top of the hour, a lot of discourse on X following the Shan and Bobby interview with Jerry Jones this morning in regards to Mike McCarthy and his future. We will discuss that at noon today. It's the KMC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Happy New Year's, everybody. Drive fast, take chances. No, I'm just kidding. Play it safe. Be safe out there tonight.
I'll be off the roads hopefully by 6:30. One of my boys drives. The other boy, I'm like, if you ask me to come pick you up at 12:30 or whatever, it ain't happening.
Yeah.
You're spending the night.
Hey, look, there's we've got ways and means out there to do some things. Will Chambers, Mike Bassick here. Alec Meckford back in the Pimp Cup, and of course Carter Freeman is coordinating your video on YouTube and Twitch. But now it's time. Let's go across the entire National Football League and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Please get an Uber.
Oh, brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you could shield your home with Rhino Shield? Visit rhinoshieldtx.com. Thank you for doing that phonetically, by the way.
I'm here to help. Good producer, you know?
I know this is gridiron gravy, so it doesn't say NFL, but Alabama decided they don't care about football today.
We were just talking about it during the break. I take bowl games outside of playoff ones with a grain of salt. I have no idea what kind of takeaway you get. Now even more so with the transfer portal of who's there, who's not. Now, Alabama, I don't think it's going to be as affected as, a lot of others being at this point, but in this particular year. But yeah. I can't decide. Everybody just kind of loves Dan Campbell, right? Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, and especially he is homegrown from here, went to Texas A&M, so I think there's a lot of
played
love
for the
for
Cowboys.
him around here.
But he's infectious, right? He's I think we all kind of, made fun of the fact that he was talking about biting kneecaps, and he just kind of looked like this this bro that was coming in to coach, right? Some, old tight end, like what is he going to do? And yet he has created a culture, a mentality, and a character in Detroit that has gotten them to, obviously, the NFC Championship game last year and as a title contender this year. I don't mind the aggressive decisions that he makes within games and stuff, but I never liked the fact when anybody or anything in general was like, we have to do it because this is the way that we are. And what I mean by that is we are aggressive. We go for it. We're playing our starters no matter what. Why can't we just say, no, we're a very aggressive football team. We're going to go for it on fourth down, do some things, but then I'm also going to, play the starters for the first half and then save them. Like, why can't we do both? I literally don't understand it.
I don't either.
Did it make sense to play all his starters for 4 quarters last? It was a great game, right? But what are we doing here?
Going for the 1 seed, but that doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter because even if they lost, it'll still be the tiebreaker next week with Minnesota. If they beat the Vikings, then they would have the tiebreaker.
Let me throw this out, and this was a miracle run in 2007. The Giants didn't look like a very good team going into the playoffs, but they beat the 13-3 Dallas Cowboys. They end up beating the...
They looked bad the last few weeks.
17 or 18-0 New England Patriots in the Super Bowl. And they played some guys late in the year, and they ended up getting hurt. Now, they were not, set. They had to kind of play to get into the playoffs and everything, and they ended up, playing great at the end.
Against New England, I want to say, the last game of the regular season.
Yeah, and almost beat them. Is there a part of Dan Campbell that says, I don't want to lose any momentum going into is it Sunday Night Football versus the Minnesota Vikings?
I totally get that.
I'm trying to throw out reasons why you're like, I don't want to lose this momentum we've possibly gained.
I agree. My thinking would be you don't lose momentum if you start pulling guys in the second half. You know? I think Troy at one
I guess
point
they just want to keep the winning spirit. Then they did win, right?
Yeah. I mean, look, they came back to win. They played really well. My concern would be running out of gas. Take it where you can kind of get it, because if they lose to Minnesota next weekend, then you don't have the week off, right? We only got one bye now.
Yeah.
So
that's why I think the Cowboys are going to win Sunday.
Yeah,
I think
probably.
Washington's going to sit out.
Yeah, I mean, anytime throughout a season that you can get your guys some extra rest, you kind of want to do that because everybody's banged up. Everybody's just gone through a very physical season. So anyway, I just kind of question it, but more so on the why do we not adjust like a little bit here and there? It's almost like a stubbornness. Like, no. Like,
That's
no,
exactly
you
what
can
it
still
is.
be what you are. It doesn't change it by pulling back a little bit with your stars.
Coaches don't realize that in today's game. You see it with Mike McCarthy all the time. Like, I feel like he hasn't changed since Aaron Rodgers was his quarterback. It's the same way with Dan Campbell. He said it in his pregame interviews and his pressers. He was like, we're going out there to the West Coast to win this football game. Why? Because he is a giant meathead that does believe in all of those things. And it's totally fine by me.
You can tell I was looking for meathead and I couldn't find it, could you?
Yeah, and again, good producer. I'm here to help you out.
Thank
but
you.
No, like there's a lot of coaches nowadays that have I guess I'll say the ego of the players. Where they want to send a message. They want to be in the headlines. They want people like us to talk about that after the game and say, what a guy. Star of the game. Didn't even put on any pads or a helmet.
And I love it that the players think that way too, and allow them to think that way, and then be like, "Yep, we get it, but you're going to sit down."
Exactly.
That takes us into topic number 2, where Philadelphia Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni hasn't decided whether or not to, play his running back, who has a chance to break one of the all-time records in sports. This is, and I think that matters. Do you guys agree?
Yes.
That it's this particular one?
Yeah, I get if it was, I don't know, most receptions. Like, I'm just like from a...
Or receiving. We don't even know what that number is.
I know, but like, I guess if it was receiving yards or rushing yards or passing yards, I get how that would be a very big deal to the individual. Yeah. And somewhat maybe a big deal to the players. Maybe those offensive linemen for Philadelphia are like, hey, I don't know who the linemen were for the 84 LA Rams. But like, I'm sure they take a lot of pride.
Absolutely. They do, for sure.
In that number. And in fact, I think you're going to hear Eric Dickerson come out and congratulate Saquon Barkley if he breaks the record, but he's going to say, I did it in 16 games. He did it in 17.
Yeah, well, he better not, because you know what? He broke, I believe, OJ's, and OJ did it in 14. Yeah. So you better check yourself, Eric. Now, I was going to ask, do you guys know? And then in my brain, I'm like, oh yeah, I do know immediately. Who has the all-time receiving yards in a season?
I don't know.
You don't?
Okay. Is it the Viking?
I think it's Calvin Johnson.
Calvin Johnson.
It's Calvin,
okay.
right?
You'll know. I don't. I'm taking a guess.
Okay, so what that was
like,
really what I was saying.
Is it a recent record?
Everybody knows it's Dickerson.
Yes.
That's always been the chase.
Yeah.
So I look at it and I go, man, that's really tough. I mean, as a fan, I'd like to see him go for it. I'd like to see him get it, especially just sticking it to the Giants, having played them. But Sirianni says that he's going to talk to everyone in the organization, including owner Jeffrey Lurie, before making that call. Nick. I wonder what that really means. I mean, I could see him being like he talked to literally everybody, like equipment guys, just everybody. What do you think? What do you think? And then he'll talk about it. I could just see it.
That Sirianni's asking the equipment guy?
Yeah. When he says everyone in the organization, like I'm literally talking to everybody in the organization.
I'm assuming he's talking to the owner, president, GM, and maybe his coaching staff.
Yeah, he says, I'll talk to our staff. I'll talk to the players. I'll talk to Howie. I'll talk to Mr. Lurie. I'll talk to everybody to try to make sure I'm making the best decision for the football team.
No, he won't. He's such a loser. He has such a big ego. He wants to have his name associated with that record. I'm telling you that right now. If ownership comes down and says, don't get our running back hurt before the playoffs, then he's going to listen. I guarantee that. But if
get fired, I would listen too. If he's like, you're not playing him.
Exactly.
Like that's the end. Like, because your job is now on the line if you do.
But
Exactly.
I wonder their mentality too. And I can't help but also think that this is all occurring in Philadelphia with a Philadelphia team.
Yeah.
Because that's a big thing for the LA Rams to have, with Dickerson. That's an iconic, we can all still picture in our heads, or at least us of a certain age, of Eric Dickerson in that Rams uniform. And, the highlights of him, running and getting that record. So would they want that as well for their organization?
Yep.
I don't know. That is a tough one right there. And then finally, we've got Kyle Shanahan. According to 49ers brass, their ownership, both he and John Lynch, and that being Jed York, the owner, they're not going anywhere. You can write that for sure. He told the Standard before the game Monday against the Lions. They're not going anywhere. So, thusly crushing the hopes of any team out there or fans of a team that may trade.
I know we were up against it. You were not on San Francisco, like as in you said they weren't going to make the playoffs. You were correct about that. Do you still think they would have had the same fate if McCaffrey would have been healthy? As we talk about running backs carrying teams, we can kind of see recently that McCaffrey's kind of carried that team a little bit.
Yeah.
They have a great team around him. I'm not taking anything away, but
no,
they definitely missed him.
That was part of it, and I could have been proven wrong, had he stayed healthy. But it was, if you look at that team, the offensive line is not all that good outside of their left tackle. They were already missing Dre Greenlaw. Did Dre come back? Yeah, he came back. That's right. They had that little controversy a few weeks ago. But he was out for the majority of the season, and they're an older team that had played a lot of games in the last 3 to 5 years. Well, really 5 years. Kansas City, the other team that's like that, is a lot younger. So I didn't think it would affect them as much.
So good job by the Cowboys of recent years by destroying the 2024 49ers by you kept losing to the 49ers.
Yeah, just keeping them going.
Yeah.
You thusly just kind of...
Yeah, eventually you wore down the 49ers and they couldn't make the playoffs by you losing every time in the playoffs to them.
Can the Cowboys win in the playoffs with Mike McCarthy? That is the ultimate question, is it not? That's where we go as we open up Hour 3 of the KNC Masterpiece next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Indeed, it is. Happy New Year. Great to be with you all, and appreciate you letting me kind of hold down the fort here for Kevin and Corey with Mike Bassick. I'm Will Chambers. Alec Medford back in the Pimp Cup. Hour 3 of the KNC Masterpiece on this New Year's Eve. Happy New Year's, everybody. 877-881-1053. That's the Frankel and Frankel fan text, and I'm sure you're going to want to weigh in on this upcoming topic right before we hit the expressway, in which we're going to get into some Mavericks discussion, Michael, are we not? You got some questions on Luka? The possibilities on Luka being out a little bit longer than maybe we're hearing?
Well, I will say that what is their record going to be? That's kind of what I'm wondering.
In February.
I think he's going to come back around the All-Star break or before the All-Star break. I'm just like worried. What will the record be, and where will they be in the Western Conference as it's somewhat jumbled up now? Oklahoma City they're the 1 seed. Like unless they have like 3 major injuries, heck, they're playing the season somewhat without Chet Holmgren, and they're just fine. So we know Oklahoma City is going to be the 1 seed.
Which is scary.
It's just okay. Where are the Mavs going to be when Luka comes back in the standings, and what can they get to by the end of the year?
It's going to be interesting, especially without Luka for this period. So we'll get into that. Also, I've got a question for Mike on his thoughts on the depth. Now, the Mavericks have shown clearly that they are deep. How much does that really matter? So we'll get into that coming up. But now I want to get back into the Mike McCarthy discussion after we spoke with Stephen Jones yesterday, and then, of course, Bobby and Sean talking to Jerry Jones this morning. I find it interesting. And we do this all the time, well, at least just here. Well, I shouldn't say all the time. It's the last 2 coaching cycles, really, because Jason Garrett, remember, was not fired. We had a definite feeling on that one, though, correct?
I think everybody felt at that point, it's over. And that was the guy he wanted to be as Tom Landry. So that was the only thing is like he's proven he's not anywhere close to being a great head coach. But maybe Jerry's just going to stick with Garrett till he dies.
Right.
And
there was a % chance we all had in there that it was possible, but it was very, very low.
Yeah. And so I think luckily the team moved on from Jason Garrett. I won't say luckily you better hope that they move away from Mike McCarthy. I do think, and I understand you can disagree with me and you'd have a good argument. I do think Mike McCarthy's a good head coach. I don't think he's great, but I do think he's good.
Yeah, I do agree with you. But ultimately, is he the guy that's going to get you to the next level? And the feeling I get is that's honestly the assessment that they're waiting to make, and they are really waiting until after the season. Now, whether or not they've had these internal conversations, who knows?
Yeah.
But at least when ultimately there's going to be a decision after next week, it might be because of that very thing. And Alec, are you good with on these cuts here? So let's hear. Let's go with cut 7, and this is a question asked on like what's your time frame on extending or walking away from McCarthy?
Jerry, with so many of your coaches, not just Mike, but with so many of your coaches out of contract beginning next week, how quickly do you feel you need to make decisions on those contracts?
I'm not under any unusual time frame at all.
Okay. Interesting. And also, he's been effusive in his praise in this look back to fan replay presented by Ciroc Vodka. Please drink responsibly. Listen to this tweet in response to a John Machota tweet from the Athletic. Cowboys owner Jerry Jones on 105 through the fan. Jeez,
you got
declined.
it.
Godly. You know, you're reading 2 words at once. To get into any specifics on his decision one way or the other regarding Mike McCarthy's coaching future in Dallas. Quote, I feel good about Mike McCarthy. I like the job that he's done. Ed Werder, now Cowboys insider with WFAA. I agree with this. I find it odd that Jerry Jones has given every indication that he values Mike McCarthy but doesn't commit to his return and, in fact, seems prepared to allow him to determine whether other teams might be interested. McCarthy and staff become free agents Sunday night without contract extensions. Hence why we had the question for Stephen yesterday. And this is where it's taken to me to where I'm now at 50-50 on he's staying or going.
I was at 0% before I left for the holidays because
that he was coming back.
No, that 0% he's coming back because I thought they're going to lose to Tampa. Tampa's a better team, and they freaking beat Tampa. And when they did that,
who is playing for everything?
Yeah. And so when they did that, I thought, oh my gosh, this gets me to maybe 50-50. I don't think that Philadelphia game had anything to do with it. I don't think this Washington game has anything to do with it. I'm not saying Tampa had everything to do with it, but it put into question on maybe Mike McCarthy is coming back. But what you just read from Ed Werder, it makes me think that the Cowboys made the decision maybe at 3-7, and it really didn't matter unless they were 10-7 at the end of this year. I'm totally confused because I thought for sure Jerry knows how to market this team. He's the greatest marketer in professional sports history. That's why his team is worth $10 billion. Is
because we're having this segment right now.
Yeah. And
how many other teams do you think Mike would get rid of Mike McCarthy right now?
I would say very few, to be honest.
You're exactly
because
right.
He went 12-5, 12-5, 12-5. He went approximately 500 with Andy Dalton as his quarterback, and he's gone approximately 500 with Cooper Rush as his quarterback. So there's a lot of positives to see from Mike McCarthy, but boy, if I don't know, if you don't fire Mike McCarthy, the headlines, what
you
are
don't
you going
have
to be talking about?
Again, remember, that's an important distinction, I feel like, that you don't have to fire him. And firing him would be ridiculous. Yeah, exactly.
And it sounds like that if for some reason, I think Jacksonville, Monday or Tuesday, they're certain teams. Yeah. And certain teams have already made the decision. The Chicago Bears, that they're moving forward. They've already done that, made that decision. So he's saying, if Mike McCarthy on Wednesday or Thursday got offered a job by the Chicago Bears or something, he's not worried about it. He's like, go take it. I don't care.
No, it doesn't feel that way. And that is kind of an odd juxtaposition of whether or not, or how you feel about him coming back. But that does tell me, that's what gets me to 50-50. The Cowboys under Mike McCarthy are 7th in yards offensively, 2nd in points in that time span. Mike McCarthy, as you said, is a good coach. You can't blame him for what happened this year. You can't. Right. I think you can appreciate the job that he's done. And I saw a tweet from Dave Hellman yesterday. He's like, you can appreciate the job that he's done with also not being overly impressed with what he does. I think that makes total sense. And that's where I go, ultimately, we got to figure out, are you cool with being where you are right now? Because you've had a lot of success, but you did not get to the place that you need to get to. And that's where I go, the other 50%. And that's where I think with Jerry being non-committal, I wonder if they're having the questions of the same thing that we talk about with all these other openings, particularly with the Chicago Bears, right? That's the biggest one with Caleb Williams. The fact that you've got some talent there, but the Bears as a franchise continually screw up and these quarterback positions that they got to make sure they get it right. Well, with the Cowboys here, you've been getting it right without being able to get to that next spot. So what is it all about?
Well, I think you're asking great questions, because if you're saying, hey, this is about getting to the Super Bowl, which it sounded like when you hired Mike McCarthy, that was the job.
It's a Super Bowl winning coach.
You have to, in this contract, which he's met the standard of in this contract, the 5 years of this contract, you have to get to a Super Bowl. And he didn't. And he didn't even get close. You could say the 12-5 records gave you the opportunity, but you didn't even get close in the playoffs to making it to a Super Bowl. So that would be a failure of the job over 5 years. You can look at it different ways and stuff, but that would be just, if you're looking at it black and white that way, that is a failure of the job, which that's a tough standard. But
you
that
asked
was
the questions earlier, right? The questions that you had, where Mike asked all the football questions at 10:20 today. If Dak Prescott is a difference maker, what difference does he make? Same thing with Micah
and CD.
So you can ask the same of Mike McCarthy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and you don't really, you'd probably get some kind of, vague answers, or you can lean on statistics, but you can definitely, go ahead.
Well, I think the difference that he makes is he beats almost all of the average to bad teams. But that doesn't get you to the Super Bowl.
No, I'm gonna give pushback on that, because it's so hard in the NFL just to win. I mean, you're probably not wrong there, but I find it to be very week in and week out. There's so much parity that you can win or lose games. There's years where you're having, Kansas City was almost beat by a number of weak teams this year. It wasn't like, the Raiders. So I get it, but I look at it that.
But they beat Chargers twice. They beat Baltimore. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying Kansas City. Like, I don't know. And I'm sure you could look at last year, they beat Detroit because Detroit had all 5 offensive linemen report as eligible players. So they had 10 eligible players on one play. But I look at Mike McCarthy, and Dak falls into this category for me too, as, man, are they great. Because you talked about the offensive numbers, the points scored, the yards gained. Boy, is Mike McCarthy and Dak Prescott, they are the 2 best in the history. They're tandem of destroying crap teams. They score 40+ against crap teams on a consistent basis.
And they were doing that before Mike got here. You know, look at the difference that Jim Harbaugh made in Los Angeles with the Chargers. That's virtually the same team. How many wins did they have last year? 5?
Yeah.
And now they're in the playoffs. Look at what Sean McVay does. Sean McVay goes to L.A. immediately. Jared Goff, who looked like his career was, before it began, was over, right? Under Jeff Fisher. Takes him to a Super Bowl. Then goes, we're going to go elsewhere with quarterback. And then gets Matthew Stafford to a Super Bowl. Look at what is happening with Minnesota and Sam Darnold with Kevin O'Connell. Those are difference makers. You know what I mean?
I'm with you. I agree.
That's
I'm not
where
disagreeing with this.
So that's where I think you have to ask yourselves the question, and that's where I believe Jerry and crew right now, that's what they're going to assess after the year. Do we want to go in the direction like with a Ben Johnson and that whole way?
Done this.
Okay, so that's another thing.
Like, can you get better than Mike McCarthy? I think the answer is yes, but Jerry refuses to go down those paths.
He wants somebody that I think he feels can handle being, the Dallas Cowboys head coach.
Yeah.
And that's where, for 31 teams, I believe that they should go in the direction of, like what the Bears should, and getting like Ben Johnson. But the 32nd team is the Dallas Cowboys. I don't want anybody here that it's their first head coaching gig, being here. I think you got to be able to know the ropes a little bit to handle everything else that comes with the media and the fact that your owner and general manager is talking to the media 3 times a week.
Yeah.
I think that, and that's where I went with Vrabel and all of it, because I think he can handle it, and there's some other ones out there that I mentioned, but that's where I think you need to find the difference maker. And for the Cowboys, the difference maker, yes, offensively, schematically, like if you could get Kubiak out of New Orleans under Vrabel, to me, that's like maybe the best situation or something similar to that.
I hear you. It sounds like a good plan. Jerry has never gone down the route.
Oh, yeah, I don't think it's going to happen.
Now, he went extreme with Jimmy Johnson, and it worked out. But since that point, and he had to get Bill Parcells, and that was surprising to me. But I don't know. Can you do better than Mike McCarthy? The answer is yes. Will Jerry even interview the people that could be better than Mike McCarthy? I think the answer is no.
Yeah.
He's going to go down a route where he knows he can control that person.
That's another part of the keeping.
They're going to have to deal with the Dallas Cowboys way, which is in a way, I just think it's a losing way. I don't think you can win. There's a few ways to win, and there's a whole bunch of ways to lose. And I do believe that this organization is built to lose. Not every game, not make the playoffs, but I think this organization is built to lose. And that's where you have people like DeMarcus Lawrence, who I think a lot of people like and respect, and I do too, who comes out on Stephen A. Smith during Super Bowl week and says, we just didn't have anything left in the tank. We just didn't really want to play in the play. Like, I forget his exact quote, but it was almost like, we were tired. We were burnt out. I think he said we were burnt out. So you got to 12-5, you got to the 2 seed, and DeMarcus Lawrence, one of your leaders on the team, went on a national show and said, we just didn't really want to play in the playoffs last year.
And how much does Jerry want to begin a new relationship, and help running his franchise? That's part on the side that, the 50% that he stays. Boy, a lot there. It's fascinating, and it's so difficult because, again,
I can't believe, though, I've gone from 0% to it's 50-50, but maybe I've gone way too high on 50-50.
Diana Rossini of The Athletic put it in her article, I think last week or like Saturday, that, it's amazing about how we are all, shoving dirt on his, coaching grave, and yet here we are, and it's close to maybe him coming back. All right, let's hit the expressway, and in doing so, Mavericks without Luka possibly until February. Where do you think they will be? And then, of course, Mike likes it. That's all coming up next here on The Fan.
Hey, Burleson, we're coming to Buffalo Wild Wings at 12832 South Freeway in Burleson.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Malik in transition, going up high. Oh, Kentucky to Kentucky connection.
Was that Monk and Fox, though?
Yep.
Is that the wrong one?
Yep.
I thought in my mind, right as he said, Alex, like, I'm going to play a highlight just for you. And I'm thinking, it's got to be a PJ. Love it. All right, the K&C Masterpiece here as we hit the expressway on this New Year's Eve. Happy New Year's, everybody. Will Chambers in with Mike Bassick, Alec Medford, and, of course, Carter Freeman coordinating your video on YouTube and Twitch. You can find us there as well. And, in fact, right now it's time. Caller 10 right now, 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see your Dallas Cowboys take on the Washington Commanders at AT&T Stadium this Sunday, courtesy of Miller Lite. So, again, that's caller 10 at 877-881-1053. Before we get into the Mavericks, some texts that had come in our last segment, Mike, on our discussion around Mike McCarthy. And one of these that I really like to get into, but just rolled through once again. Mike, the 903, and we talked a little bit about this yesterday. I just don't get blaming this on Jerry Jones over and over. He has fielded several teams in the last 15 years that were capable of going to the Super Bowl. Lack of preparation in the playoffs is not on Jerry Jones. Here is where it has become, I think, difficult. And again, I use the word over and over, abstract. If I'm Jerry and Steven and Will McClay, I feel damn good about the teams the last 3 years put on that football field enough to win a Super Bowl. Regardless of where you stand with Dak, Dak was number 2 in MVP voting. But for some reason, and it could very well be Jerry Jones, but we don't know because it's abstract. Why do the Cowboys, of all teams, seem to fold like a lawn chair when it comes to playoff games? Right?
Like since 1996?
I'm going to say let's just go to the most recent history.
Okay.
Because I can't speak to that. And maybe that's the case, but I know I wouldn't even say the losses that they had to Green Bay, they didn't fold in that one in 2016. And then there was one right after that. I don't necessarily believe
they lost at the Rams. They gave up like 250 yards of rushing.
Yeah. Yeah, that wasn't a full.
They beat Seattle here, then they lost to LA, the Rams, and then
so really this is the last 4 years.
In recent history, the last 3 years. Lost to San Francisco
twice.
Tampa, lose to San Francisco, lose to Green Bay.
And in those losses, and granted, Tampa Bay, that you're with Brady, that was historically one of the worst playoff teams ever.
Right there, 8-9.
And
I believe, or 9-8, but
it's even different of just being outcoached or outplayed. They literally folded. I mean, they looked nervy. They didn't look anything like they had throughout this. I mean, there was all these different elements. When you watch them play in those 3 games, you're like, they are not meeting the moment. That's a totally different thing than those other things I was. And there, how do you describe or figure out what the problem is? Because what is it? That's a mentality thing. That's where I come in with the Vrabel stuff. Just for that, specifically. But I understand that thought when it comes into that sentiment with Jerry.
I don't really. I hear what you're saying. I don't. I'm not a Jerry fan. I understand what he does financially is tremendous, but I'll leave it at. I just think Jerry sets the mentality.
Okay, and that's very well.
Losing's fine.
Yeah,
it's not a big deal.
I don't know. Is everything too nice? Is this too much of a country club? But again, it's impossible to really know. The problem with Jerry, the Cowboys as a franchise, and even large part of the fan base's expectations from the 407, the definition of success for Dallas is always, I don't know where this goes here because they get all jumbled up. But bottom line there, expectations, are they too high? Why would they be too high? I mean, if you're winning 12 games in a year. John Gruden was also brought up here. So, and this one, I'll leave it at this as we move on to the Mavericks. What Dallas has lacked since Jimmy is a chip on their shoulder. They have no dog in them. That's Jerry's fault. He makes them think they're special because they have a star on their helmet. It's as if they believe they have 10 points on the board before kickoff because there's 5 trophies in the lobby. That text probably encapsulates to me where I think I feel the strongest in agreement with that.
This topic just drains all the life out of me being a former Cowboys fan because Jerry's pushed me out. There's an interview with Dave Wanstead. I talked about this about 3 weeks ago, and this didn't happen recently. It was a year or two ago, but he's on with, I want to say it's Rich Eisen or Colin Cowherd. I forget which one, but they're like, hey, Dave Wanstead, you were around the Jimmy and Jerry Dallas Cowboys and all the success. When did it change? When could you tell that Jimmy and Jerry weren't going to work out? And he said it was 1991, I believe. And he said Jimmy Johnson just had a press conference. And Troy Aikman had turned the ball over 2 or 3 times in that game. And he said, you can't play for me if you're going to turn the ball over 2 or 3 times. I don't care if you're Emmitt Smith. I don't care if you're Troy Aikman. I don't care if you're Michael Irvin. You can't turn the ball over 2 or 3 times and expect us to win and be a successful team. And then after that press conference was over, he noticed a lot of milling around in the back and chairs getting set up and all of these things. And Jimmy's like, what the hell are you guys doing? What's going on? And why is the media now leaving me? And they're like, Jerry's about to have a press conference. And that's when Jimmy was like, oh, so Jerry's about to have a press conference. And then Jerry Jones immediately starts his press conference. And this is from Dave Wanstead, the defensive coordinator of the Dallas Cowboys or defensive coach of the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Jerry starts off and goes, love Troy Aikman. Nothing's wrong. We're doing great and everything's fine. So Jimmy set the model of, you turn the ball over for me, you ain't playing.
And you just got undercut.
I'll play Steve Berline. And it didn't matter. So that's when Jimmy knew this isn't really my organization or my team. This is Jerry's organization and Jerry's team. So when you're asking, hey, Jerry does all these things, it's Mike McCarthy's fault. It's Dak Prescott's fault. Yeah, in a way, you are partially right. Do you understand? I guess if you've never been part of a professional organization, I hate doing this because then it makes me sound uppity, and I'm not trying to. But you know when you're a player who controls the team, who controls the organization. And when it's not your head coach,
then why do you follow anything he's going to say?
So when Jerry does this, and now he's done it for 3 decades straight, they don't even care who the head coach is, to be honest. Like, that's when Jimmy knew the head coach isn't going to matter that much here.
I hadn't heard that story.
Jerry's
that makes sense.
Undercut the head coach. So whatever Mike Bravel's message is that you want it to be, Will, don't worry. Jerry, knowingly or unknowingly, is going to undercut
my desires
his
are moot. Yeah. 877-881-1053. Great stuff, guys, on the Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text. And, of course, something that, we've been talking about for years, and it's what keeps them so incredibly relevant and polarizing now more so than any other time,
Let's
even
give
when they're
something
winning.
Away. Have you done
We
it
already did that. I think we got them?
Good.
Tickets are gone.
Good night.
Mavericks.
Remember, you called and you have to go.
Let's now you have to go.
Yeah, Josh and Cedar Hill, you have to go.
Josh and Cedar Hill, you got the
You're
tickets.
locked in.
You have to go, man.
All right, let's talk about a good team. Despite the fact that they're reeling a little, Kings get the win over the Mavericks last night in Sacramento, 110-100.
I turned into the pregame show, and I saw when Dana Larson and Skin Wade were on, and they posted who's not playing, and I saw Kyrie's not playing. I was like, I'm not watching.
Not even Clay, Derek Lively,
I'm like,
of course, Najee.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not watching. They have no chance.
Yeah.
So I know they lost by 10, but I'm like, I'm not watching. This is what the NBA's turned into. Like, I want to watch, and I get that Luka's hurt. There's nothing Luka can do, and I get that they. In today's NBA, you don't want Kyrie playing probably more than 70 games. Like, you're going to sit him out a dozen games this year to have him ready for the playoff run.
And a back-to-back on the West Coast.
Yeah.
It makes total sense.
I get it, but I'm not watching.
Mm-hmm. They are right now 4th in the West and at 20-13. And as we were in the break talking about this, because, Luka with the calf injury, it's a month and then a reevaluation, correct?
Yes.
That's the best I knew it.
They're hoping the start of February is probably their hope. Who knows? Maybe it might be after the All-Star break. If I just look really quick at the schedule, February 13th is their last game before the All-Star break. That gives them 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 games before the All-Star break.
Okay.
So he could miss, he's already missed a few, but he could miss approximately 25 games here. Like, this is going to be the first time he's not going to make an all-NBA team because he will not qualify.
Well, yeah, he won't play enough games.
He won't play 65 games this year. He won't even get close, to be honest. So I think he's probably looking at about a 50-game season.
I think if you look
Maybe.
at the... yeah. Well, yeah.
I hope so. I hope he plays 50.
I'm going to remove the last couple of games as far as like in my mind, the record without Luka.
Yeah.
Because you got the suspended guys too. And if you're going to have, Najee, then you're just
Nobody's going to win if you're missing 3 of your 5 starters and you're missing 1 or 2 key bench players. You're just, it's going to be pretty impossible in the NBA to be a winning team.
So the schedule coming up, they're in Houston tomorrow night.
Hell.
Back here for Cleveland, at Memphis, Lakers.
I hope they win one of the next 4.
Yeah.
I think they'll win one of the next 4.
Because then you've got Portland again and Denver back to back.
Portland, you'd win. They're horrible. Yeah. As long as you don't have everybody sitting out besides Kyrie.
Exactly.
You'll beat Portland. And this team is I'm looking at it and I'm not hoping. I hope they do better than this. I think they're going to win 7 of their next 16 games. That gets you to February.
I mean, if you look at the schedule, it's rough.
Yeah.
I mean, it's rough.
Because you have in there, you just mentioned Denver twice. You have at Oklahoma City. You have Boston. You have actually home against. So you have 2 against Denver, 2 against Oklahoma City, a game against Boston. Like, this is going to be a tough schedule, and you don't have Luka for any of these games.
So if we're saying there that, would you say 7 and 9? Okay.
7 and 9 in their next 16, which gets you to February 1st, which I would hope at that point Luka's back. I don't know, but if you're 7 and 9 over your next 16 games, you're 27 and 22 on the season. So, where does that put you in the West? I look at it and I go, you're probably in 6th, 7th, or 8th place, probably by the start of February. Now, I hope they win a few more games. Maybe they're 29 and 20. That would be unbelievable. If they're 29 and 20, I still think you're right around 5th through 8th place in a jumbled up deal. So I'm thinking, all right, if you're about 5 games over 500 around the All-Star break or right before the All-Star break and Luka comes back, this puts you in a similar situation, a little better, but similar situation to last year where you got to 5th place.
Mm-hmm.
I think this might be the path again for the Mavs. It's different, but I do think your path is going to be you're in the play-in around the All-Star break, and you're going to have to get out of the play-in, and then maybe can you get to the 3 or 4 seed? You better stay pretty healthy after the All-Star break.
How it doesn't worry me as much this year when I look at the Western Conference is that am I acting a fool with that? And the reason being is that
JJ Redick would say you're a fool. Every team is the greatest team in the history of basketball right now, and we should just appreciate it.
Because Denver has no bench. The Clippers, what can you really trust is who's going to be playing? I mean, is Kawhi, that
if Kawhi's completely healthy for a playoff series, I would worry about it, but that's rare.
Who knows? Houston is so young. And really, they're just they're like the Cleveland of the West, except not as successful, right? There's just no standout stud.
Everything you're saying so far, I'm with you.
And then Memphis, I'm not going to, trust that. I'm not saying that they're fun to play against. But the bottom line being that, all right, if you're enduring this part of the season without Luka and you're getting to that point that you're talking about 5 games over 500, or, just wherever you're going to get as far as in the Western Conference seeding, you're like, okay, there's nothing that's going to scare me too much. I'm trying to figure out what the path is to avoid Oklahoma City, even though, the Mavericks thus far, kind of own Oklahoma City.
I'm a little too homerish in this. I do think Oklahoma City is better than Dallas, barely, this year. But I hear what you're saying. They did beat them in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm. I think they could be a better team.
They beat them earlier in the year when it was kind of this small ball team without Luka versus their small ball team because they were without Chet and they were out without. I always say his last name wrong, but I say Harkenstein. Harkenstein, whatever it is. You know who he is. The white dude who's good at basketball. I look at this and go, I think Oklahoma City is the best team in the West, and most likely they'll be in the NBA Finals. I do. I'm with you. I think Dallas is the second best team. And I do think that they are headed for a clash in the playoffs, but it might be in the second round now. I think the Mavericks might find themselves again
if they're going up against OKC.
Because of Luka's injury,
yeah.
And it's going to be a long time without him. You're looking at All-Star break or maybe a little before the All-Star break. I'm thinking the Mavs now are going to find themselves in the 4 or 5 seed. Oklahoma City's going to run away with this thing. Their last 5 games, I bet, aren't even going to matter because they have blown away the Western Conference with their record.
They're 5 clear of Memphis right now. They've won 11 straight.
So I'm looking at the Mavs and going, all right, they're going to be in not a horrible position, but not in a great position around the All-Star break because of Luka's injury and because of, like Derek Lively, I said it yesterday, and I don't want people to take this wrong. When I say he has a child's body, I'm not saying he will for his whole career. He just is not. He's not in his man's body yet. And I don't know when that's going to come. Is it going to happen at 22 or 23?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. But he's dealing with a lot of injuries because he does not have a grown-up body yet to deal with the NBA schedule and the physicality of the NBA on a night-to-night basis. I do believe that will happen. I think there's a lot of potential with Derek Lively. But he's going to miss games because his body is not ready to handle an 82-game season and handle the physicality of the NBA yet. But he's way better than I ever thought he'd be at Duke. When you drafted him, I wasn't even happy about drafting him, but I'm super happy about it. I think he's awesome. He's going to deal with a lot of injuries until he gets stronger. That being said, with having an inconsistent Lively in your lineup because of injury, with Luka being out, with Kyrie, you're trying to find games to sit him out. So last night, you pretty much just sacrificed the game.
Yeah.
You just said, we're going to lose. So let's just not even play Kyrie and give him time off because he gave everything he had against Portland and you still lost that game. Let's give him a night off and let's get him ready for tomorrow against Houston and see if we can sneak a win there. You're still going to be without Najee Marshall. You're still probably going to be without Luke. You're going to be without Luka. You're going to be without Lively. You're probably going to lose that game. So you just start looking at it and you go, all right, can the Mavs after the All-Star break, can they go on a run they did last year, like a 16-2 run record-wise with a healthy team, and then get to that 4 or 5 seed? I would love for them, and maybe you're going here, Will, is maybe the West is so jumbled up after Oklahoma City that you can somehow get to the 3 seed and avoid Oklahoma City until the conference final.
That's it. That's where I think, I don't know. Look, Memphis and Houston have good records right now. I mean, if I were to bet on any team, it would be Memphis because they've been there before.
But all around the All-Star break, all Ja has to do is get on an Instagram at a club or in a car and flash his gun, and then they start losing a lot of games.
Well, yeah, and then he's suspended for, 20 games. So.
And then they also have the injury history of Ja and Jaren Jackson.
Yeah.
Those are their 2 best players, and they seem to have a lot of injury history behind them, too. So I look at it and I go, all right, not going to be in a perfect position around the All-Star break. It's not going to be like you're fighting for the 2 seed because you're probably not. You're going to be like, crap, we're in the play-in again at the All-Star break. I do think this team is a great team, probably not as good as Oklahoma City. It's just what can they do in the second half now? In fact, I don't know. There's a little bit of, you talked about the depth before we got on to this subject.
Yeah, I was just going to bring that up real quick.
I like the depth of this team. But damn, everybody else needs to be healthy now for the next month that Luke is out.
Well, and I think about it always in regards to the playoffs because you can be like, oh, we got the deepest team. We're like, well, okay, but you don't have the rotations. They're much shorter in the playoffs than you do. You don't play all the same guys. And I wondered, okay, how much does that matter, let's say, in a matchup with Oklahoma City when it comes to the depth for the Mavericks, as good as it has been?
I think that you're going to go at most 9 deep kind of in the playoffs. It's very tough to go anywhere else. Or, can I trade the depth and get one more stud guy, which I do think Nico's looking at.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a matter of matching salaries, which is going to be tough. And I'll just tease this. When I get back from Mexico, I've been thinking about a certain fat player that I think could fit on the Mavs.
We talked about it during the break. This will be fun to hear.
That'll happen, but I do think there's a fatso that's available. And if you can get that fatso to concentrate on basketball and not porn stars and cheeseburgers, then I think that would be interesting.
All right. Speaking of which, let's get to some Mike Likes It.
All right, Mike Likes It. The last Mike Likes It of 2024, where the theme is take a load off in 2024 during Mike Likes It. This one's interesting to me because this year for my football watching has not been great. And here's one of the reasons why I think. I didn't play fantasy football. I haven't played fantasy football like a yearly fantasy football in forever. But this year I didn't play daily fantasy football because I just felt like I'm not going to have time to know all the guys that I need to know to try to win money on DraftKings or FanDuel. So I'm just not going to do it. So I did none of that. Then Kevin and Corey, who I love, they do not like doing the Mike bets on football games. We used to bet $20 a game. Corey would pick a game, I'd pick a game against Corey. Kevin would pick a game, I'd pick a game against Kevin. So that gave me 3 other games to care about besides the Cowboys because I just have a random $20 on it. Like tonight, I got $20 right now on Boise State.
Boise, that's right.
Plus 11.5 against you. I love that. I was going to watch it anyways, but now I have more
of
a
a vested
rooting
interest.
Even if the game's a 17-point game with 3 minutes to go and Boise has the ball, guess what? I'm still sticking with this game because I want Boise to score a touchdown and lose by 10 so I can win $20 from you.
Anything that you could do to give it meaning. Now, money's always going to play a much bigger role, but yeah.
So I found out yesterday, this is where I came up with this topic, is Alec, I didn't know that maybe you bet on props and bet on games, but you're like, yeah, I bet on that here and there. And Will, you bet on, it sounds like quite a bit of football.
Yeah. I mean, games, college mostly now, not as much with the NFL, just because, and I've got something for you here in a second when it comes to that, but it's so hard, the NFL
Where would your interest be in football if there was no fantasy football, or you just, for, let's say your New Year's resolution in 2025 is, I'm not going to bet on any sports. And you had no fantasy football, you had no daily fantasy football, and you had no betting on college or pro football. Where would your interest go if that was the case for you in 2025?
It would be down significantly. But would I still watch? Yes. I'd be the same level in between. Like, I love NFL football. I love college football this season, but I'm not trying to watch, Toledo and Bowling Green on a Tuesday night. And God love you if you do that. And there's lots of people out there that love Maction and stuff like that. I'm not one of those guys. I like to, teams that are relevant, that are going to play a role in the college football playoff. In the NFL, we get it all in, for the most part, one day, right? So the Red Zone channel, having all the games going on, all the different things that are happening all at once, I think that's also a big part of the intrigue. And we talked yesterday about how spread out the games have been this week with Christmas, right? Or last week, I should say. And I just got not just footballed out, NFL'd out. And I wonder if they recognize that part of the greatness, I don't know if I really had considered it very much at all, is that pretty much all the games are being played on one day. I like that element of it, so I think I would still watch it. But to answer your question, it would wane.
Yeah, Alec, how would you feel about football if there was no gambling on it and no fantasy on it?
It would go down significantly, mainly for fantasy purposes, because I don't bet all that much. One, because I don't have a bank account like that, and two, I'm a lot more conservative when it comes to that stuff. Like, fantasy is fine. A $50 buy-in at the beginning of the season is nothing.
Right.
But I was trying to find the exact game, but for example, the 2020 season for the Cowboys, Andy Dalton is the quarterback for most of the year. I think I was at a Buffalo Wild Wings, a game. This season is already over, right? Andy Dalton's the quarterback. Nobody really cares. Cowboy game, I didn't really care about. But I was at a Buffalo Wild Wings with my buddy Anthony, and we had made, I think it was actually on Prize Picks, believe it or not, a 6-leg parlay that included an anytime Zeke touchdown. I needed that one more touchdown in a 3:00 game to get, I think it was a $500 payout. And I was like, I do not care about this game. It's my favorite team, but I want that $500. He scores the touchdown in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
So I watched all of that game up until the very end just to see if Zeke scored. And he did. and I got that money. And after that, I was like, okay, I don't need to watch this game anymore. I got my money. So in situations like that, absolutely. But I mean, even this year, I was just showing Lucius, like one of my biggest payouts was on a Zamir White touchdown for the Raiders. You really think I'm watching the Raiders every single week? No, I knew they were a miserable team, but I knew in weeks 1, 2, 3, maybe even 4, Zamir White was going to be their starting running back, and he was probably going to find the end zone at least once. And I knew he sucked, but I still wanted to try to win. Yeah,
Alec, what you are talking about, because you could say it on that end, whether you did it like on Prize Picks or on your fantasy team, as to why the NFL is the juggernaut that it is.
Yeah.
So I think, Mike, ultimately, to answer your question, if there was no gambling at all, the NFL would suffer. But then again, so would everybody else. You bring down everybody.
I just am personally, because I didn't gamble this year in any way at all.
Just
on football,
weren't as into it.
It really, like, I just didn't care at all if Corey, and I'm not saying they should. I didn't want Corey and Kevin didn't like doing it. And I'm like, well, I don't want to force you to bet $20 on games if you hate doing it. Let's just kill the segment and not do it. But I did it forever with Gavin Dawson and Jeff Kavanaugh, and then I wanted to pass it along to Corey and Kevin, and after a while, like, they didn't like it too much. I'm like, well, then let's stop doing it. But for me, a random game that you're talking about, I'm just making up a game here, but New Orleans versus Jacksonville, that's a pathetic game. But if somehow Corey said, I'm taking $20 on New Orleans, I'm paying it. I might not watch every second of that game, but I'm paying attention to that game because of it's $20, right?
Yeah.
I never wanted to make it really that much more than $20. That's why I want to bet you $20 on all of these college football games that are the playoff games. Because I'm like, I'm interested already, but this gives me more reason to be interested if I have $20 on
It's also been a lackluster year in the NFL. Let's be honest about it. We talked yesterday about who we like the best in the NFC. Like, who is in, like, the 3 top teams. All of us are like, there's a reason why you would say no. Kansas City themselves, they're 15-1. But we talk every week about how unimpressive, the only thing impressive about them this year has been the record. Last year, there were 4 teams that won 4 or fewer games. This year, currently, there are 9. And you have teams in there, I'll say specifically the Jets, Jaguars, and Bears, that I think we all expected to have, more than 4 wins. I'll say that, right? And ESPN had this piece this morning on their NFL betting favorites on verge of completing historic season. Favorites won this year at almost 72%. That is wild. And I mentioned earlier that, there's a lot of parity week in and week out. That, as a favorite, you can have them back and forth. I mean, I saw a 17-point spread a couple weeks ago, I think, or within the last couple weeks. And in regards to the spread, they have, where is that number in here? Because you could say this is just favorites overall, right? Without the spread. Straight up in December, 76.7% win rate. I was like, that is absolutely nuts. Now, the favorites have covered the spread in almost 54% of the games, the best rate since 2017 and the 7th best in the Super Bowl era. The whole point of those statistics right there is that you didn't have a whole lot that you didn't see coming, game-wise. I mean, you may not have thought, the Jets were going to go 4-12. Maybe you did, but they had a lot of talent. But game in to game out, you're watching them going like, they're a hot mess right now. Like, the Bears almost won like 4 games. They lost 4 games in a row that they practically won almost all of them. And then it started to unravel, and you're like, that's a hot mess. Jacksonville is so difficult. But anyway, those teams, and then Carolina, Cleveland, Tennessee, and New England, and the Giants were just so consistently awful. At no point putting in anything like even remotely a threat. So I think it's really been a down year for the NFL in that sense. So maybe that weighs into it too.
All right. Well, hopefully we took a load off for you. That's the end of Mike Likes It.
I love it.
For 2024.
But that is not the end of the questions because Mike still has.
Oh my God, I have more questions?
He asked all the football questions, but not all of them. There were still a few left, plus what the coaching really does. Back more into that as we open up the final hour on this New Year's Eve here next on The Fan.
The boys wrap up the season by hosting
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Happy New Year, everybody. It's the KNC Masterpiece, hour 4 here on this. What day is it again?
The 31st.
I know.
My sister-in-law.
We're all still there, right? We have no idea what day of the week it is. Tuesday. On this Tuesday. Will Chambers,
Happy
Mike Bassick here with
birthday
you.
To Allie, my sister-in-law, who 100%, and I mean 100%, is not listening to Sports Talk Radio.
Brian Broaddus is here. We'll cross-talk with G-Bag coming up here at the end of the hour. One of the questions that's coming up here, because we had a few left over from Mike It's Ask All the Football Questions, was a draft one in regards to the Cowboys. And there was one that I picked, a specific reason why. So we'll get. I'll give you my thoughts on it, but Brian Broaddus will have his as well coming up when we cross with him. Will Chambers, Mike Bassick, Alec Medford back in the Pimp Cup, and we're going to be talking college football with Carter Freeman coming up to preview tonight and tomorrow.
I'm wondering if there's any way Broaddus will just play this Mike Ask Some Football Questions game with us, but he's getting busy. I don't want to make you do it. He just came in here, but I was just like, Brian, if you want to, I'd love your opinion on a few of these questions I have left here since he's wearing his LSU purple today. My first football question of the second Mike Ask All the Football Questions. If you're the Vikings, do you offer Sam Darnold a multi-year contract? And if you do, this follow-up question is, what do you do with your 10th overall pick in McCarthy that you drafted already?
I say absolutely not. What I do is give him the franchise tag. Because my belief, what are we really trying to do here, right? I could be dead wrong, and Sam Darnold could win him a title this year. And boy, if that happens, that changes everything. I think he's great with Kevin O'Connell. I have too many years of watching Sam Darnold ups and downs, and a lot of them being downs, and I've seen other quarterbacks that have great years not able to follow it up. Case Keenum comes right to mind for me. It's like maybe the last one to do it. But J.J. McCarthy, who is your future, is coming off of the knee, or was it a knee or Achilles?
I think so.
Okay. And so I still want that bridge a little bit, and I think if you franchise tag, you're at $40 million. That's not too much for me.
Brian?
Wonder if you're in a situation where you could trade J.J. McCarthy.
Now, that's interesting.
Because there's only 2 first-round quarterbacks in this draft. Is that the kind of consensus right now?
I have not. I've looked at 55 players. None of them have been quarterbacks because I'm waiting for more film, and I'm starting to get more film.
I'm looking at a mock draft. It's on Tankathon's mock draft.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't mean that this is the way the draft is going to go, or these guys are first rounders and nobody else is. They have right now Shedeur Sanders going second, Cam Ward going third because of New England picking first. They do not have another quarterback in the first round.
I would not be surprised if Elliott Wolf I almost said Green Bay. I was with his dad in Green Bay. I would not be surprised if Elliott Wolf tries to move the first pick. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, all the teams now that are at the number one pick that don't need a quarterback are moving it.
Yeah, I think that you might be in a situation. Now, that doesn't help you on your Minnesota situation. I do like Will's idea about the franchise tag. Now, if you go...
But to your point, right now, you would have New York Giants at 4, not getting a quarterback. You would have the Jets at number 7, the Raiders at number 8, and maybe even the Saints at number 10, who could be quarterback shopping. They would all possibly, to your point, maybe trade that first-round pick to get McCarthy if they really liked him.
Yeah, if like I say that Darnold ends up to be a one and done, Minnesota's playing great. Don't get me wrong about that. But say Minnesota is a one and done, then do you think differently about signing him long term?
Absolutely. I think they're probably shaky about it.
Yeah, and I like what you're talking about with the franchise tag. I think that's a really good way to play this if you're really interested in keeping him around. But I would entertain if you really, really feel like that, man, we're going to get the best from this guy going forward. Maybe you now move on. Maybe you move on from J.J. McCarthy and you say it in a way of these teams that might not get a quarterback. Some teams might feel better about J.J. McCarthy from last year's evaluations as they feel about the quarterbacks currently in this draft.
Well, think about it this way too. If you're Minnesota and you're still really you're big on J.J. McCarthy, you got 1 year with Darnold at $40 million. Yeah. Which, as big as that is, that's not a huge cap hit. That's a lot that you can do with your roster.
There's no question. Yeah, there's no question you can still do it. He's on a 1 year, $10 million thing, I think, right now. Yeah.
So if then just with $40 million there, you could still build the roster even more so, and then you can turn it over to McCarthy. Okay. And then now you got, I'm trying to think of what quarterback stepped into some really good situations, and Aaron Rodgers is the first one that just pops into my head.
It's so funny. I believe it was 2 years
in Green Bay for Favre, by the way, not with the Jets.
2 years ago, you had your quarterback at Tampa and Baker Mayfield and J.J. McCarthy on the same Carolina roster.
Yeah.
2 years ago, both those guys.
You mean Darnold?
Darnold, excuse me. Darnold and Baker Mayfield were on the Carolina roster together.
And and this is where we were talking earlier, where coaching, the difference makers with coaching.
Yeah, it matters.
It matters.
Well, let's move on to another situation. You have Atlanta with Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix now the starting quarterback. Yeah. Is Kirk Cousins, does he start another game ever for the Atlanta Falcons?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, he does not.
Me too.
You're moving on. You're going to do exactly the plan that other teams have done when it comes to eating money.
If you could take it, if Atlanta takes a portion of it,
they're gonna eat this cap.
Do you believe that Kirk Cousins has multiple teams that would want him as a starting quarterback?
I think there's teams that would be interested in signing Kirk Cousins. Yes.
Okay.
I wouldn't say multiple. I would say interested.
Much like Darnold coming into this year, I would think.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Next one. Right now, the Cowboys have the 13th pick. Tonight, Aston Genty plays. I'm all in this game. I'm not saying whatever Aston Genty does, I want him or don't want him. I'm not putting that on him tonight. But I found this interesting in this mock draft that pick 10, 11, 12, and 13 are all playing either tonight or tomorrow night. Pick number 10 right now in this mock draft is Starks.
The safety from Georgia.
Safety for Georgia. Yeah. Number 11 is Kelvin Banks Jr., the tackle for Texas. Yes. Number 12 is Jalon Walker, the linebacker edge for Georgia. And number 13 right now, the Cowboys pick. They have them selecting Ashton Genty, the running back for Boise State. If all of those players were on the board for the Dallas Cowboys right now today, who would you pick and why for the Dallas Cowboys? You want to go first, Broadus, since you know the most?
Let me go first because I want to see if my initial instinct was Banks because I think Banks will play guard. And
I think he will too in the league myself. I have him listed as a guard.
Let And I don't know what the answer obviously will be there, but to me, to get this thing, if we're looking at as quick of a rebuild or retooling, whatever you want to call it, is solidifying what you've got in the trenches. And, Williams obviously is a defensive line guy with Georgia, but it's been a little shaky on the offensive line. And so that's where I think if you've got Banks there, possibly to replace Zach Martin or just at least at the guard position, I think I would do it there.
The way I would rank these guys, I would go Genty, Banks, Walker, Starks. That's in what order I would pick them. Now, again, my whole plan, if I'm picking somewhere in that top, because right now I've got 15 first-round grades. Right now. I mean, we'll see with the quarterbacks and how they play, but that number, I think most people on their board will have usually you'll have between 18 and 22 real first-round grades.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're at 15 right now.
Okay. If the Cowboys win and go to 8 and 9, obviously they won't most likely be picking 10 through 13. They will drop
maybe
some spots.
16.
All right.
Something like that.
Now, unfortunately, I'm not saying unfortunately, I guess just as this mock draft plays out, you don't have another player playing in the playoffs in college football until pick 21, and that is Benjamin Morrison, the cornerback for Notre Dame.
Yeah.
The Cowboys seem to have depth issues at cornerback right now.
Yeah.
Is he a
This is the
first-round
kid that
grade?
got injured, right?
Is
he the one that got
Ravel? The kid from East Carolina is the one that's the best. I have yet to see the Notre Dame corner yet. So Ravel, Will Johnson from Michigan. I think he's playing today. I don't know if he's playing in this Michigan. I haven't seen the Michigan-Alabama game, whether he's playing or not. Michigan's got a couple of first-round guys. They got a defensive tackle named Graham that's in this thing too that a lot of people really were like. The best corner I've seen so far is Ravel from East Carolina, and he hurt his knee in September. And then people really like Will Johnson from Michigan.
Yeah.
Barron from Texas is in this mix, and then there's a kid named Hairston from
Maxwell Hairston.
Yeah, Hairston.
That's a Kentucky kid. He's real good.
Yeah. So those are. I have not seen the Notre Dame kid yet, but yeah, corner is obviously a need for you right now.
I'll ask this question to Broadus. I asked it earlier, so Will, you've kind of already responded to this. Does it matter how Aston Genty plays tonight?
No.
Like if he were to carry this team to, like he has 30 carries for 225 yards and they beat Penn State, could that move him up to like a 5th or 6th or 7th pick?
I think people are really a couple of things. I think people are in the NFL are talking about where you take running backs, and they're going to bring up the number of carries this kid has. Those are going to be, but there's not a cleaner. Maybe Mbuke, the corner, the wide receiver from Ohio State, Gente and that Ohio State receiver Mbuka are the two cleanest players in this draft.
Let me ask you on that with the carries, because we know there can be a rookie wall, right, from going from playing 12, 13, now 14 games to playing 17. Yeah. Do they look at it that it's better that they see the endurance with the higher carries? Or are they looking for more freshness?
They're thinking about freshness, because what they're thinking about is they're only going to have a short career as is.
Mm-hmm.
And so with that being said, they're thinking the more carries you put on these kids, the more likely is that they hit the wall faster. And I just with this kid, I think he is rare. I think he's better than Bijan Robinson myself. I really do. This kid, he never comes off the field. He can pass block. He can catch. He's tough. He's explosive. He makes people miss. There's too much to like about this kid. Can he be a difference maker for you? Absolutely. Is he going to play 15 years for you? Absolutely not.
Let me ask you this real quick too, because Mike, you just said, I mean, if the Cowboys win and then you do go down to say 16, let's say it's 17 carries, 61 yards tonight. Does he slip down to, the late teens, 20s?
He'll slip naturally because people aren't going to take a first round running back. And he will be the best player on a lot of teams' boards when they get to their pick. He will be the best player on a lot of teams' boards. And what will happen is those teams will window dress their board. You should put that kid where you absolutely would take him.
Will you be up? I don't know if this is a good question for you, but will you be upset as a Cowboys fan if the pick right before you is the San Francisco 49ers and they take Aston Genty to replace their kind of hurt running back?
Sure.
And then all of a sudden they got their situation again where they're like, all right, Brock Purdy, we got you a stud running back to hand the ball off to 25 times a game.
Yeah. I would be, like I say, me personally, if I'm sitting there like at 13 and Aston Genty's on the board, I turn that card in. I don't know if the Cowboys would turn that card in because, like I say, I'm trying to limit my potential mistakes, trying to get the cleanest, healthiest player I can get. But I would be upset if he went right before me. Yes, I would be.
If you knew that San Francisco was picking right ahead of you, like it is today, they're picking 11, you're picking 13, and it cost you a third-round pick to go to 10 to get him, would you trade a third-round pick to go up 3 spots if you kind of knew San Francisco is going to take this kid?
Well, now I'm down to now I've used 2 picks on players. I've used my 4th round pick for Mingo, and now I've used my pick to move up.
Yeah.
And that's, to me, would it be if you had your 4? I don't know if I could sacrifice 2 players.
It's malpractice. Now maybe that's just because I'm in the opinion.
You know what though? Let's do this, Mike. Yeah, I'd do it. I'm not going to ride the fence on this. Kid's that good of a football player. I think it's unfortunate Dallas doesn't have their 4. And it's gonna cost you it to potentially, but Dallas cannot afford to give up picks now. Yeah. And I think that I think there's going to be a good player there for you. I wish it was Aston Genty. I really, really do, because I think he is a outstanding football player, and you'll see it tonight against Penn State.
I can't wait for tonight.
Yeah, I mean, so many places that they need help and depth that I would just
look. I'm not a college football guy. I don't watch tons of it, but I guess tonight also just looking at this mock draft, and I don't know how great he is, but he is in the first round. They have Tyler Warren as a first round tight end in this mock draft.
Probably number 1 tight end.
Yeah, I personally, I tell you what, I really do like my kid Mason Taylor from LSU. I think Loveland from Michigan is another one that's playing. I believe
good pedigree with Taylor.
Yeah, playing this afternoon. And Warren's a good player. Everybody's got him as the top guy. I think Taylor, Loveland, and Warren.
Okay.
Kind of all of them are together there.
But at least for the audience, a couple guys to watch tonight. Genty, and not that Warren is on the Cowboys board in the first round, because you're tight end. I think you're solid at tight end if I'm the Cowboys.
Mason Taylor, the son or nephew? Son of Hall of Famer Jason Taylor. So
nephew of Joy Taylor.
That's right.
There you go.
Yeah, even better. All right, let's just talk some college football. Carter Freeman's going to join us next.
growthhormonelevels.com.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Ciroc Vodka, please drink responsibly. And the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Second and 7, Genty breaks through, and Genty to the 40. Genty's gone. Ashton Genty, 61 yards. Blink of an eye. Video game numbers.
Does Carter agree with Mike Bassick that among other topics here we're going to hit, and what's been my favorite subject all year long, in the initial college football 12-team playoff season? What a year it has been. It's the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Will Chambers in today with Mike Bassick and Alec Medford, now joined by College Carter.
Gentlemen.
How are you?
Dude, I am so pumped to talk to you, Carter.
Honestly, I forgot we had a college football playoff game on tonight. So when I woke up this morning and saw that
Not
on
all
the
four were
ESPN
tomorrow?
feed, I was
Yeah.
like, all right,
I know
here we
you
go.
just said that. Can I get the party started, though, Will, with
Please.
University of Texas? Because we do have a local team, a regional team in this thing. We haven't talked about them yesterday or today.
Mm-hmm.
They're favored by 13 points for the noon kickoff tomorrow against Arizona State.
I'm kind of with Bobby. He said this morning it should be 23.5. I don't totally agree with that. I think this is going to be the blowout.
I agree. I was on KRLD earlier.
Oh,
yeah, I
you're
know,
on
right?
KRLD
This
right now.
guy.
Yeah, double KRLD day for me.
Your
but
AM and FM.
on the AM earlier, I said that I think
Stealing my bit, man.
I think Clemson, the team Texas just beat by double digits, is a more talented team than this Arizona State team that they're about to play. And Arizona State probably has a better singular player in Cam Scatterbu. Although with what Cade Klubnik did with Clemson, it's close.
Hey, great game.
This is strength on strength for Texas run defense versus Arizona State's running game. And Texas's run defense has been excellent all year.
Outstanding. Arizona State's without their top wide receiver, Jordan Tyson, and Sam Levitt from Michigan State transfer. I'll say this. If he is able to make some big plays down the field, I would be a little bit nervous if I were Texas fans, because you have the speed. You've got everything on defense. You really have everything to shut them down.
But that's something we saw that Cade Klubnik and Clemson were able to exploit in the second half of their game in Austin a couple weekends ago. In the second half, it was just pass after pass after pass, and it worked. And the reason Clemson stopped scoring is when they started to run the ball.
Well, yeah, and I think that was kind of in a comeback effort. I think it's a good point. I guess I'm thinking it more in regards to the first half and like the first quarter. Because Texas kind of just boom, boom, boom. And they have done that all year. In fact, I don't think that they've had their scoring touchdowns on their first two possessions, let alone their first three.
Yeah, I believe I saw that was the same stat. They hadn't done
from
that
then on,
this game.
You knew Clemson was going to be throwing the football. And I will say last week, and the biggest key for everybody was that every team was able to, at some point, run the football. Now, I think Ohio State did
Except
a better
for Clemson.
job of, the winners.
Oh, the winners, okay.
I think Ohio State set up the run by the pass, which they should have. But, yeah, and I think they're going to be able to run it against Arizona State.
I'm rooting for UT. I think the Longhorns are going to win. You guys are way more experts on this, like 1,000 times more of an expert. But since you guys are talking about UT and how they're going to blow this game out, Will, give me $20 plus 13.
Okay, all
on
right.
Arizona State.
Forks up.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Forks
rooting,
up.
I'm
There
rooting
you
for
go.
UT. If I lose this 20, I want UT to win. If they
Yeah.
win by 20, great. I'm going to be honest. I am not a Quinn Ewers fan. I don't think he's a good quarterback.
No.
I think he's solid I think he's going to be a horrible draft pick. And I hope I'm wrong. I hope Quinn Ewers does great. He's a local
If he's
kid.
drafted this year, I agree.
But give me Arizona State, because I do think that they'll be able to keep it close enough to cover the spread.
My biggest thing in this one is so far we have not seen any of these, pop-up teams, so to speak, SMU, Indiana, match the moment. And Arizona State.
I remember watching Arizona State playing the Rose Bowl, and it was a good game.
Oh,
Joe
Germain and Ohio State versus Jake Plummer.
Remember Jake Plummer?
Wouldn't they have been national champions that year had they won that game? I think they were undefeated. This is 96, right?
Yeah.
I believe they were undefeated going into that game. I think they would have potentially been national champions had they won that game, because that's one of those weird ones you look back, it's like Arizona State was 12-1 this year.
Good
whatever.
recall on that. Boy, I had not considered that. Plus, I don't think the words Joe Germain have come out of my mouth in about 15 years. But
I think the way, if just on the topic of Quinn Ewers, if he plays down to the level of competition, that's how Texas loses this game.
Yeah.
If he plays neutral like he did against Clemson, they're going to win by double digits.
If they have red zone interceptions, like red zone turnovers, and that's why I've been saying pretty consistently, you got to play Arch Manning more in these games, because especially in the red zone. But I agree. I mean, I think the biggest problem is going to be when Quinn Ewers goes up against Ohio State or Oregon.
I feel like I'm leading this topic because I know you guys could talk for hours about one game. Let's move on. How in the world is
Ohio State?
Is Ohio State? Thank you, because how are they favored by 2.5 points?
Because they finally look like the team we thought they were going to be in the preseason, because they just put a mollywhopping on Tennessee, and a good Tennessee team, but the first time these teams played, it was a close game, and it was in Oregon, and Ohio State only lost by 1 point. So, and
well, go ahead. I'll let you finish.
I've said it a couple times on these airwaves, but Oregon, they're undefeated. They're just a boring, undefeated team. Like, I don't think people really look at them as like that exciting. So I think because of that, we just saw Ohio State look as good as they did against Tennessee, and they were supposed to be this team the whole year. That's why it shifted in their favor.
I think Chip Kelly has been holding this team back a little bit by wanting to be very physical and running the football with two very capable backs. And let's be honest, Will Howard is not spectacular in any way.
He's a get the job done kind of guy.
He's a guy like, get it to those guys over there, Jeremiah Smith and Emeka Egbuka. Two of the best receivers that you're going to have. Jeremiah Smith is the best in the country. I mean, I think that's consensus there. And he's 19 years old, if that. Instead, Michigan, they were trying to run the ball and establish all that. And then my question after that game was, what exactly was the game plan here? Why would you continually go to that? And it wasn't working. And then against Tennessee, that first drive, they had some penalties in there that help at 75 yards on that drive, all of them through the air and penalty. Second drive, 18 yards, boom, to Jeremiah Smith. Run it for 4, boom, pass it for 40 to Emeka Egbuka. They were doing the pass to set up the run, and that's where they are dynamic, and that's where they have to be. Will may throw it to you, but it doesn't matter if you're getting those big splash plays, I feel like, and that's what they're going to have to do in the beginning. That and get after Dylan Gabriel. 2 losses Ohio State has had this year, didn't get a sack in it. The only games this year they haven't recorded a sack, and they're usually getting 3, 4, or 5. They've got to get pressure on Gabriel.
Chip Kelly's biggest mistake was leaving Oregon, and Chip Kelly won't figure it out against the Ducks. Give me the Ducks plus 2.5, and they're going to win straight up.
Isn't it funny that would be an upset, technically, the number 1 team over the number 8 team?
Honestly, it didn't matter who. I mean, I can argue my way for either of these teams to win. I literally do not know what I'm going to see outside of what I believe we're going to see, and that is the Peach Bowl from 2 years ago between C.J. Stroud and Stetson Bennett, Georgia and Ohio State.
Yep.
I think that's the game we're going to get. And boy, God, from my lips to God's ears, we get that, especially in the Rose Bowl.
Yeah, that scene with the sun setting on the mountains, it's everything you could ask for. My fun Ohio State fact is they haven't allowed a passing touchdown since they lost to Oregon.
Okay, I'm glad you brought that up.
4 passing touchdowns all year, 2 of them to Gabriel in the Oregon loss. 2 before that, nonsense.
So what they're doing differently is they're playing Caleb. I was listening to Joel Klatt earlier in the week because he talks to the coaches and all that, and he explained how Caleb Downs, they moved him closer to the line of scrimmage, so he's really playing basically in the middle of the field. Also, in the beginning of the year, they're really just doing straight rushes, and they could not get after Dylan Gabriel, who is just carving up Denzel Burke. 212, 2 touchdowns in the first half. So now they're doing a little bit more exotic looks and blitzing to get after the quarterback. So it is a really different defense from what they saw in the first match.
This is why I have to lead you guys. We got 3 or 4 minutes left here at most. Notre Dame and Georgia. And what, Quincy Carter's the quarterback in this game for Georgia?
Going old school.
And they're favored by 1.5? Give me Notre Dame.
Okay.
Plus
All right, good. I like Georgia in this one.
I like Georgia as well. And I'm still riding off the fact that they beat Texas with a backup quarterback on short notice coming in for an injured player, and they still came back and beat what a lot of people think is the best team in the playoff. I hold a lot of value in that. And Will's point from earlier in the show, Gunnar Stockton's now had a month in Georgia's offense to be the lead guy and figure things out. And I think that's going to show. I think this is going to be just as good of a game as the Rose Bowl could be.
Yeah, I think so too. These are going to be the two close games. I mean, look, the passing game for Notre Dame is not dynamic. Riley Leonard, runs the football pretty well, and Georgia does struggle against quarterbacks or teams that have quarterbacks that can run it. But it's the most fascinating thing of the weekend, I think, is going to be Gunnar Stockton. He was an All-American after his freshman year of high school. 5-star recruit, was 24/7 Sports #1 dual threat, quarterback coming into college. Who knows? This could be like the revealing of Tua back when Jalen Hurts was the quarterback at Alabama. So,
man,
I don't know. I'm not predicting that.
Thing to live up to, but yeah. I think just the way Kirby Smart builds his teams, and I know the offense this year hasn't been as good as Georgia's has been over the last couple years, but it seems as easy of a spot to come in, relatively straightforward as a spot to come into as a quarterback and know what you're doing and get the offense to hum, get the defense will do its job, and Georgia will just keep rolling.
Mike, you're right in this. If Notre Dame does win this, it'll be the biggest bowl win in 4 decades.
What if they win it on a last-second, long pass, and Notre Dame, the Catholics,
that's exactly
win on a
the
Hail
stuff.
Mary?
And then proving me right. I mean, how many times do we do this when we have these conversations? It's like the one thing that you think, no, they can't really do, and you're like, boy, did they do the crap. Well, last week, Clemson.
Hey.
Well, and Notre Dame Riley Leonard had a really good passing game. He was passing the ball really well against Indiana, which I thought that was going to be mostly run heavy.
Yeah.
And they were really balanced in that game.
Yeah.
You have all the favorites. In our $20 betting.
Oh, yes, I do.
You have tonight, you have Penn State minus 11.5.
What's the Georgia Notre Dame line now?
It's 1.5.
1.5.
Okay.
You have Texas at minus 13.
That's big.
You have Ohio State at minus 2.5.
It's moved to 2.5.
Yeah.
Because it was 1 last I saw.
And you have
Sharps
Georgia at minus 1.5. So you have all the favorites. I have all the dogs.
Okay.
I can't wait. I'm excited.
I'm excited,
but
too.
I'm super excited now that I have a whole $80 on the line in these games.
Heck 4 hours till Boise State and Penn State tonight. Can't wait.
I'm Papa Doing it. If you want to say what's up to me, I'll be at the Oak Lawn Papa Do's.
Oh, hell yeah.
Having a nice seafood,
seafood
dinner,
tower?
Early dinner. Well, I do like their fried platter where everything's fried. I do like.
That's right.
I know. Just fry it all up for me.
It's the last time you'll have it this year. Yeah, last time of the year.
Yep. And then I'm going all underdogs tomorrow.
It's on the dogs.
Did you give
Except
were
for
you
the
in,
dogs?
Did you give picks too? Did you on these as well while we were on the way through?
Penn State, Texas, Oregon, Georgia.
Okay. All right.
So you like
2 Big Ten.
You like
2
one
SEC.
Underdog in Oregon, and
who's the number 1 seed? Yeah. So yes.
Oregon is so fast. Too.
I think Boise State will cover tonight, though. I'm with you. I think they'll cover. Penn State gives up a lot of rushing yards. They don't give up a lot of big plays, which is what Ashton Genty's thing is. They give up a lot of yards. So I think he will wear them down.
And
as
they
much
don't
as he can
they're
and
not
keep it
explosive
close.
offensively. Aller is, I had a note here. I'm not going to.
Well, even
This is awesome, though.
really quickly, early in the game against SMU beat themselves. Penn State didn't have to do a whole lot to win that game. If Boise State doesn't crap themselves to begin this game, that's Penn State they didn't have to face that with SMU. I think that's going to keep things close too.
Giafalo's a gambler. I wonder, as for crosstalk, who he likes in these 4 games.
We'll find out next.
Maybe I double bet.
Oh, find out next on The Fan.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my run.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, of course you have. Is
sister Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
I want to give my personal great thanks to you gentlemen, all three of you. It's been a fun couple of days sitting in for Kevin and Corey. One final time in the KMC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Will Chambers with Mike Bassett, Alec Medford, Carter Freeman on video. I want to give thanks to Mickey Spagnola for joining us earlier, as well as the man who was just stepping in here on my right, Brian Broaddus. Hopped in for a segment, and welcome in Eric Chiafalo and our chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by D&M Leasing.
Chi, real quick.
Yeah.
You do that gambling show?
BetQL?
BetQL?
Yeah.
I'm betting $20. I'm taking all the underdogs in all of these college football games. Who do you like? Do you like all the favorites?
No. I mean, I think you're barking up the right tree in my mind. You're just taking the points.
I'm taking Boise State plus 11.5 tonight.
I like that.
I'm taking Arizona State plus 13, even though I'm rooting for UT.
Right.
But I just think that it'll be a closer game. Maybe I'm crazy because the last playoff games were all like 100-point losses by the underdogs.
Yeah, but Texas hasn't been blowing people out lately.
And then this is the most crazy one. I have Oregon, the #1 seed. They are right now plus 2.5.
It's crazy.
They are a 2.5-point underdog as the #1 seed who's undefeated.
Yeah. I know it was a close game in Oregon versus the Buckeyes, obviously earlier in the season, but man, it is crazy to think Dan Lanning with multiple weeks to prepare and now gets the added bulletin board material of, look, you guys are the underdogs. They don't even think you guys already beat this team. Like, his motivational tactics.
It's a home game for Oregon too.
Yeah,
well,
it is.
That's a good point as well.
Yeah.
With where it's going to be.
Yeah, it's a home game.
It's one of those things to where this is why I struggled with this game and trying to where I really felt about it. Like, because I love both teams and what we saw recently from Ohio State playing the way that they should be. Now, I would assume that the game plan would be similar to what we just saw against Tennessee, but who knows? But if it's like that, I mean, I think, I'll say it again, the Georgia-Ohio State game, the Peach Bowl from a couple years ago, the first round of the playoffs with C.J. Stroud, Stetson Bennett, that we're going to get a game like that. Both have really good defenses. Both are really fast. Oregon's faster, especially on defense, where Ohio State defensively up front is just more stout. But I think, Brian, it reminded me of, when you have in the divisional round, you had the bye, and then a team that had a really, really good wild card game comes in with some, momentum, playing well, and it's a little bit sluggish to start for the team that had the week off, and then next thing you know, boom, upset. And I was like, that, not to talk myself into Ohio State with that, but I can see all of the angles here.
Yeah, the head coach quarterback combo. I will go Dan Lanning and Gabriel over.
Gabriel is oddly underrated.
He is. He was.
Nobody's talking about him.
No, because he's not super flashy or whatever, but he completes basically every ball he throws, and I would not be trusting Ryan Day in this scenario.
Yeah,
you do trust Dan Lanning. Talk about a difference maker at head coach. That's a guy right there.
A lot of pressure on those Ohio State kids.
Yeah.
Just because of every bad play, every bad series, it's going to feel like the weight of the world's falling on them with that Ohio State fan base, and they feel that. They play that way sometimes, and so yeah, I think that Ohio State. I think Oregon, Stewart, the wide receiver there, he's a really good player. So they've got some really good defensive players. They've got some offensive weapons. They've got offensive linemen. There's a lot of things to really like about Oregon in this football game.
Brian, would you say the same thing about the Dallas Cowboys in that the reason they play somewhat so bad for a 30-year period in the playoffs is they feel the weight of Troy Aikman and Roger Staubach and Dorsett and Emmett and just the success that we were used to? I'm 47. You're even older. You can remember the Staubach championships. Mm-hmm. But, is that why they play so bad come playoff time, is they feel that same weight?
Mike, you're going to find this really surprising. I don't think a lot of these players know who the hell Troy Aikman is or who the hell Michael Irvin is.
Yeah.
I think these players nowadays really don't understand the history of organizations. There's some that do. I'm going to say that Tyler Smith understands who played for the Dallas Cowboys. But there's a lot of these players. I remember working in Green Bay, and the history of the Packers and stuff. A lot of these players, these young players, don't even know. When you say a name, they're like, who? We used to have an honorary captain program, bring back these old players.
Yeah.
And these players didn't even know what these guys did. And we're getting to the point now where some of these players know Troy Aikman only as a broadcaster. They don't know Troy Aikman as a player. What kind of, Michael Irvin, they wouldn't know him as a player. They know him as a broadcaster. It's unfortunate that a lot of these, and I don't think the pressure's on. I think kids are completely different today when it comes to understanding the teams they play for and the history of the teams they play for. They just don't get it like, say groups in the past.
Okay.
I tell you what, too, with all the controversy around Cam Ward and, playing and not playing the second half to break the touchdown record and all that, Dylan Gabriel's 3 behind him.
Yeah, he's probably going to reset it if they go on to win. He could do it as early as this game, or if they win, then at some point in the next couple of weeks, that record will be rebroken. Now, I did want to go back to, that means you got Notre Dame?
I have Notre Dame plus 1.5. I just think Georgia, I get what they did with the backup quarterback. I think playing a backup I think Notre Dame's awesome. I get they had the horrible loss. I don't know. When I watch them, maybe I'm crazy.
I agree.
haven't watched
I like Notre Dame a lot.
They're awesome. And I think Georgia, for some reason, they have Texas's number. But when I've watched Georgia, even against Texas, I haven't been super impressed. I'm not saying they're a bad team. They're good. But without their quarterback
for sure
and playing a backup, I think Notre Dame's going to win that game.
You know what? The thing with Notre Dame, and this will be interesting if we see with their head coach and how he's had to deal with some big game. They've had the worst loss, by the way, of any team in the playoffs. Northern Illinois. Northern Illinois. It was a bad loss for them. But I will say this: the thing that Georgia can hang their hat on, and I've already watched 55 players. I felt like I've watched 4 or 5 Georgia defenders already that are first-round type players.
Man, I
think that's where Notre Dame's speed has gotten better, and their ability to play. Maybe those years in the ACC have helped them having to deal with the Clemsons and people like that. But Georgia, even with the backup quarterback, is going to present a different challenge defensively.
And even though Notre Dame is one of the top pass defenses in the country and they've got some good players, but then you consider I've been defending Notre Dame's schedule, so to speak, because it got tougher, but we're still not talking an SEC schedule. And the weapons that Georgia, if they continue with the drop C's, that's going to be a problem.
They lead the nation in that. They are not one of the better pass receiving teams when it comes to securing catches.
But now they have a mobile quarterback. I know he's the backup, but he brings a different dimension with being able to run around. And you have multiple weeks to build something around him offensively.
And when Georgia has looked poorly, it's been because they've been dominated up front, and Carson wasn't all that mobile.
Beck is what's really killed them in games is Beck's thrown interceptions.
True.
Yeah.
At the absolute worst
He tried
time.
to let UT win the first matchup. He tried to let them win.
He's had. They might actually play a more, and I'm not going to say conservative style of offense. Their offense might be not as turnover prone in this game. And even though in the championship game, our quarterback threw, he had backup threw an interception late in that game that could have been costly. But I tell you what, man, they might play. They're going to hang their hat on this defense, and that's how they're going to try and beat Notre Dame. And they're going to try and beat Notre Dame up front. Is what they need to do.
Yeah, I think Etienne's going to go off because, the Notre Dame's best defensive player, their defensive tackle, out.
Yeah.
That dude he's their cornerstone piece defensively, and you remove him, I think that's going to be problematic.
Can Notre Dame block this front? When I'm talking about Michael Williams and Walker and those guys, can they block these guys? We talked about Starks at safety. Big-time players.
Upsets are already happening. Alabama favored by 17 today. Look, they're going to lose.
Yeah. Texas, by the way, in the 2 games versus Georgia, ran it for 29 yards and 31 yards, respectively. And
that's where Texas lives, is running the football.
Yeah. And Jeremiah Love, who I think is terrific, what's that going to look like? Are they going to be able to run the football? Because they're not dynamic in the passing game with Riley Leonard. And if that's the way Notre Dame is going to have to win, that is advantage Georgia for sure. What do you guys have coming up? I could do this all day, by the way.
Yeah, pure gold as always. Will, thanks for asking. Yeah, we're going to have a ton of college football stuff going on today, so looking forward to that. We have Mark Schlereth joining the program at 4:40, Odyssey NFL Insider, and it's a TD Tuesday. So let's close down this year in style.
Awesome. Terrific. Thank you again, Brian, for hopping in with us. Man. Michael.
Will.
It was a pleasure, man.
You were like
we had a lot of fun.
2 guys in 1 person.
Thank you. It's been a blast, guys. I'll be back at some point. We'll on Saturday morning, but maybe next year here in the KNC Masterpiece. Till then, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation.
Huntington at her studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation, ladies and gentlemen, for the final time in 2024. Great to have you in on a TD Tuesday. 877-881-1053. We got the Super Bowl winning scout, Brian Broaddus, repping his LSU purple. Feeling good with the bowl games in action. We got college football playoff games to discuss. Jerry on this morning. We're loaded. We're absolutely loaded. It's great to see you.
We're loaded other than being loaded.
A little bit of both?
You could be. I thought about it. I thought about one of those days of kind of talking to you, just showing up and making it like a transfusion New Year's Eve celebration kind of a thing.
Just end the year.
Just end the
with
year.
a booze program.
Yeah, just booze it up and then see how it turned out. Might be the best show we have, kind of a thing. But then I said, I don't know if he wants to do that. Figured you had some plans and stuff with the family.
No one has bigger plans than the father of three with a 4, 3, and 2-year-old.
Yeah, we got LSU playing today, man. They're on to 30 minutes. We got a little them against the Baylor Bears.
I know it's gonna be tough to keep Broaddus locked in on the show today because he's got his LSU Tigers in a bowl game. Cannot lose to the Baylor Bears. Can't let that happen.
No.
Can't let that happen to the program. That would be a disaster. You got your guy Nussmeier still spinning it, and he's coming back next year, so you have something to watch. You're still looking for some growth at the quarterback spot.
Still looking for some growth. Still, my man must have come back for some NIL money. I think
you know it, dude.
Yeah, Dad must be happy there with the Eagles. He's got a team playing well and got the son probably getting more NIL money.
Well, Brian Kelly's sending emails to guys like you.
Yeah,
all the alum.
We need to give him more money. He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Any coach that stands up there and says, we need your money, and they want to be competitive, they're not lying. They are not lying, man. It is expensive to play college football nowadays.
He acts like he's playing from a huge deficit, though. Like
we're a broke state.
Oh, give me a break.
We are a poor state.
Your NIL dollars are right up there with the best. You're in the top 3 or 4.
Because I got like 8 jobs sending them money.
You don't send them $1.
You see how many podcasts I do a day? What I tell you, I do a podcast in the morning. I come and then I go do DallasCowboys.com. Come here for 5 hours. Carry you all day.
Dang right.
And then turn around and do 2 more podcasts at night when Bobby decides he wants to do a Love of the Star podcast.
Also, you can pay LSU players to just not even perform that well.
We've had a few that have not.
You've got 2 seasons in a row now where we're scratching our heads about your Tigers, and now you're playing the Baylor Bears in a bowl game.
There's no question that, to me, the money that you spent on NIL, which I think was 2nd or 3rd most in the country.
Yeah, upwards of 20 mil.
Did not, but I will tell you this though, there are some things that happened during the year, some bad losses. There's some bad losses that they had. I mean, they got embarrassed in several games this year. And, if you want to be one of these teams that's in the playoffs, you can't let that happen. So, yes, if a coach stands up there and tells you, hey, I need your money, he's not lying. Because they're getting tired of asking the alumni to come up with money. You know what I'm saying? They're getting tired of going to the same guys and gals that are giving, $5 to $10 million a year, for projects. So believe your coach if he says he needs your money.
Yeah, I'm sure Kalen DeBoer is looking for some more money right now with Alabama. Do you get a warm feeling in your tummy when you see Alabama losing at any point in any game ever?
No, I really don't.
It doesn't really fire you up.
I respect Alabama. I hate the fact that Alabama's losing to Michigan more. I'm not a Michigan fan
You're
at all.
pulling for the SEC in this one?
Yeah. I'll pull for the SEC in this one, sure.
Unranked Michigan up 19-13 on Alabama.
I don't want to see Derek Holland get any joy out of this today. I want to see him miserable in his backyard with his Cleveland Browns outfit on. With him trying to cook. He can't cook, by the way. He's a pretty good cook. But I want to see him miserable. He's got that, he's probably got his, Tom Harmon 1948 Michigan jersey on, getting ready to, I don't want to see him have any success.
Well, okay, so it's you'd rather Alabama win than Derek Holland win.
Yeah, let's go. Go Tide.
Alabama's
Roll
first.
Tide.
I believe Alabama had
Rise Tide. What is that commercial? Have you seen the commercial? It's like a commercial with this guy's like they're outside the bus, and he keeps yelling, Raise Tide, Raise Tide. The lady goes, it's Roll Tide. Oh, and he finally gets it right,
I don't think I've seen that. That's great.
See, why do every time I bring something up, you guys look at me like, what are you talking about, old man?
Usually you're either getting it wrong in some way or you're hearkening back to a time that nobody can remember because it's from when you were born, like in the Great Depression era. So it's just, I have some blind spots.
1963, sir.
63. Yeah, that's what you keep telling us. I'm still waiting on that birth certificate.
That's what. Oh, Alabama with a big punt return here. Come on, Tide, get back in this game.
There you go. The LSU Tiger, man. I've never seen a guy decked out in Tiger gear pulling for Alabama, but here we are with Brian Broaddus live in studio. Okay, man, Jerry Jones talking today, and of course the questions surrounding McCarthy. It's all over the place. But he's not under any unusual time frame at all, is what he says in terms of how quickly he needs to decide.
We're not guaranteed tomorrow, Jerry.
We know what his track record is, at least when it came to Jason Garrett.
Yeah,
it's like we're going through the wild card weekend before Garrett's finally not even fired. Just like,
has anybody packed their boxes more slowly than Jason Garrett did coming out of that?
No, because nobody was forcing him. Jerry was like, yeah, keep showing up to work, man, for a couple of weeks, even though the contract is expiring. So that's where things stand with McCarthy obviously being non-committal in every single way. Now, in regards to what's going to happen this Sunday, meaningless game for the Cowboys, trying to maintain the highest draft pick possible. And he says in regards to seeing Trey Lance, overall, I'm real pleased with how Cooper Rush has played. We'll be doing some things Sunday that are in the best interest for our team going forward. So I don't know are you thinking maybe we see a little bit more Trey Lance action? Could he start the game? Could he get more than just a mop-up duty final series of the game?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Okay.
If I worked in the building, I'd be able to give you a definite answer, but I don't know if I could get anybody to tell me that. I'm taking this all the way, this approach until the bitter end. I think they're doing everything in their power to keep Trey Lance's value down. And I don't think they want to necessarily show anything positive about Trey Lance. They've been with Trey Lance, practicing with him for the last 2 years. They know Trey Lance a lot better than you and I. We've seen Trey Lance in preseason games and some mop-up stuff. But they have got an idea what they want to do with Trey Lance. I really, really do believe that they want to keep his value as down as possible. Would you catch a text?
Yeah, because you're wondering why we have no idea what you're talking about. I said oftentimes you get it wrong, and apparently the commercial you're referencing was not Raise Tide, it was High Tide.
High Tide?
High Tide is I guess the punch line to the commercial that you were referencing right there. Hey, but good news is you're not completely,
you've never seen it, right?
You're not ball sacking us because there's 50 texts right now that are co-signing that commercial exists. They just had to give you a little edit.
They always have to give me help. Raise Tide. It was High Tide.
High Tide.
High Tide.
There it is.
All right. Thank you out there. Were they nice about it, though?
They were nice, yeah.
Okay.
Only a couple have brought us as a dumbass. Just a couple.
Yeah. Man.
Not most of them.
I live up to that moniker of being a dumbass.
Model of consistency.
Why not? Yeah.
Well, consistency is the mark of a champion.
I am one.
You're a dumbass champion.
I'm proud of that. Proud of being a dumbass champion.
Would you... If you're running things for the Cowboys, aren't you?
No.
Wouldn't you be sitting guys of value this week? Like Micah Parsons, you don't need to play this game. Yeah. I'm not playing Micah Parsons in this game.
So you can't do that to your coaching staff.
Looking at the depth of our linebackers for next year, I'm like, Meredith Leofau.
All right,
let's go ahead and let's park it, dude.
Let me tell you this.
Deron Bland, thanks for playing.
If Jerry Jones had come out and said Mike McCarthy's coming back as our head coach next year, I sit everybody. The fact that he is not committed to giving me an extension, I got to play everybody. I got to try and win games. I got to leave a good impression on Jerry Jones before he makes this decision. If Jerry Jones truly and honestly has not made this decision yet,
you're not buying that though, are you? Like that he hasn't made the decision?
Yeah.
You are buying that?
Yeah.
So you think he's still going back and forth in his mind on what he wants to do?
Yeah, I do.
So this game actually matters from the coaching standpoint? Like, why would this Sunday matter for Mike McCarthy? He is what he is, whether they win this game or
8 or 9.
They don't win this game.
They were 8 and 9. They finished the season with all the injuries and stuff. Jerry's going to come up with reasons to keep Mike McCarthy. I told you this, bro. They don't want to stomach changing coaches.
Well, then it shouldn't matter. Then you should be like, okay, we don't want to stomach changing coaches.
That's why Jerry Jones should come out and say Mike McCarthy's going to get an extension.
Or just whisper it in the ear if he doesn't want to make it public, so that we can
I can't.
God forbid Leofau gets hurt. Now you got no linebackers for next year.
I'm sorry. Until you tell me.
This should be the biggest Zeke game of all time. Rico, thanks for everything you did.
Until you tell me that I have a job here next year, I'm playing every one of those MFers that can play. I don't care. And you know what? If I play them and you fire me and some of them get hurt, that's not my problem. That's somebody else's problem.
I get what you're saying with that from McCarthy's standpoint.
Yeah.
But man, if I'm Jerry, I'm knocking on the door and saying, here's the list of guys that you don't have this weekend.
Okay, then just come out and tell me that I'm fired. Because my job is to try and win football games.
All right.
Do you understand?
I totally do.
I
totally
don't know why this is so hard. I know I'm not clear. I know I'm not.
No, you are being clear. It's just frustrating that if you.
It should be. But see, if he were to come out and say, hey, we're working on an extension right now with Mike McCarthy, hopefully have something buttoned up here by the end of the season. If that's the case, then you can make your mandate of like, here are the 14 guys that I don't want you to play. But until he comes out and gives me a vote of confidence or a vote of, yes, you're coming back, I am playing every one of those MFers because I got to try and find a way to win this game. You know, I signed up for 17 weeks. I'm sorry, Eric. I'm not yelling at you. I'm just saying, though, if I'm Mike McCarthy and you give me the mandate not to play guys and then you're going to fire me? Okay.
I get that. I get that from McCarthy's standpoint sure.
That's not fair to Mike McCarthy, is it?
I guess we're playing the fairness game. I don't know, but 903 makes the point about players still have performance incentives.
Some.
So I don't know who those exact players are for the Cowboys, but certainly you would want to factor that in.
You would figure by the time they got to the last game, they would have
that completely dialed and buttoned up, and they would know. And if that's the case, then you can understand, okay, we want to get this guy in. He needs another catch or needs a few more tackles or yards, whatever it is, so he can meet his bonus. I totally understand that, but man, I'm just trying to prepare myself here. You don't want anybody getting hurt that's going to matter for you next year.
I totally
And you
agree.
definitely want
Derek Eagleton asked us today on the show, he goes, what do you want out of this last game? I said, everybody to get up after every single play. Just let everybody get up after every single play today in this football game.
It's like a preseason game.
Don't want anybody laying on the ground. Don't need anybody hurt, like you said. But Mike McCarthy, obviously, Jerry Jones has not made a decision on his head coach. I think he wants to see a win against the Washington Commanders.
Well, we saw a win for the Lions last night in what was a meaningless game for them. But, Campbell can't help himself.
No, he played a meaningless game. This is why their team has been as good as they are the last 2 years, because what did he do? He went to a game in Green Bay last game of the year, nothing to play for, knocked Green Bay out. That right there was the first cornerstone to them being the team they are right now.
Yeah, and for the Cowboys, their cornerstone is being knocked out by the Packers at home in the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the Cowboys haven't built, this foundation of being tough guy, kneecap biter, we win at all costs and who we are. That's not who the Cowboys are. So I get why Campbell did that. He's tried and true and consistent with who he is and what he does, and now he's maybe the best team in the sport. That's not what that's not the foundation that McCarthy and the Cowboys have laid for the last half decade. So I think it's different from that standpoint. But now the Lions, the sixth team to go undefeated on the road in a season since the year 2000. So
Were the Cowboys one of those teams? I think the Cowboys one year went on the road, and they couldn't win a damn game at home, and they won all the games on the road.
2014. Your 2014 Dallas Cowboys.
There you go.
The Chiefs in 2020, Patriots 2016, Patriots 07, and the Rams in 2001. Those are the teams since 2000 to have gone undefeated on the road. So did you watch any of that game last night, or were you because that Jamison Williams play.
Yeah.
That was special. Ben Johnson it was a fun game. It was meaningless, but I'm like, dang it, they're making this fun enough to where we're going to go ahead and park this thing and watch the Lions take it home. Brock Purdy gets obviously his elbow banged up. Should be okay, but man, that's multiple elbow issues for a guy that you're thinking about maybe handing the fatty Boombah contract to.
Or maybe not.
That's going to be a fascinating one. But we do know that the Niners, Jed York has come out and said that John Lynch, the GM, and Kyle Shanahan, the head coach, are safe, and they will be remaining in San Francisco. All right, we're out of the gates here in the G-Bag Nation for the final time in 2024. G-Bag of the Day with Lucius coming up at 2:30. And we have a winter classic food item that's not really getting the people going. And what are your New Year's Eve plans? That's next year in the Nation.
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, right.
Congratulations to the 214 Brock Purdy being banged up last night. Kept, or maybe just some of the numbers that he put up, kept this dude out of last place in his fantasy league. So good for him. That's fantastic. And shout out to our guy Vinny as well. Just texted in that he was able to win $800 in his fantasy league thanks to the Jahmyr Gibbs touchdown late in that game that put him over the top. He won a neck-and-neck championship title. Baby Back Gibbs is the name of his team, and Gibbs with the touchdown late in the game to win him the title. Congratulations to Vinny. All right, G-Bag of the Day coming up here in just a few minutes. What are you doing for New Year's Eve tonight? 877-881-1053. Segment here in the nation brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. Also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And brought to you by the Frankels. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Michigan beats Alabama in the bowl game.
Damn.
And the LSU Tiger is frustrated about
One
it.
of my dear friends, who's a lawyer here in town, Bob Weathersby, who's a teammate of mine at LSU.
Fake name.
Bob Weathersby from Athens, Georgia. He texted me. He goes, "You hate Alabama." He said that to me. I said, "I hate Michigan more." I texted him back.
I can't believe.
Woo, man, thanks for listening, brother. Love you, man.
I can't believe you hate Michigan more than you hate Alabama. That cracks me up.
I just hate Michigan.
Their
Yes.
uniforms.
Yes.
People were making the argument that Oregon should have done a special with the Nike stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They should have done a special kind of Wolverine style uniform for tomorrow's game versus the Buckeyes because it would just throw them for a loop.
Just show up. Just show up with like the
Phil Knight's like, "Hey, I got something cooked up for you guys."
Show up with the duck feathers looking like that.
Yeah, we're gonna lean into this Wolverine.
Have like
look a
all
little
kinds
bit.
of like awards on your helmet and all that. Yeah.
That's fantastic. Are you partying tonight?
No. Walking 4 miles and watching the ball drop.
You will stay up to watch the ball drop.
I'll do my very best.
All right.
I'll do my very best.
I know you've been on your walking kick these days.
Yeah.
So you're going to walk into the new year.
I'm going to walk into the new year, yes.
And you said you had like a laundry list of resolutions, right? You've been really looking in the mirror, trying to get introspective.
Yeah, a lot. I'm thinking about maybe getting new teammates on this radio show if I can. That was one of the things I was like, number one, keep Lucius, get rid of everybody else.
You've enjoyed Walchuk and Dawson being out, but you hate the idea that you've been stuck next to me for 2 weeks.
They might not be coming back. You don't know.
Oh, you've been putting in the call?
This might be your last day, too. Get ready.
Happy holidays. I get the pink slip as I walk out of here.
You might think, like, the boss brought you a cup of coffee.
No, see, that's not fair. This is like Jerry Jones. Like, you better just tell me now. Don't do this thing where you're going to keep me waiting in the wind.
And you're like, oh, Mike McCarthy needs to be gone now.
Tell me now.
Yeah.
Okay, so no resolutions for Broadus this year? Nothing in particular?
Oh, we always have resolutions that we want to do.
But they're vague, and you don't write them down, and you forget about them on January 2nd?
Every time I kind of feel like that, hey, need to do this, need to be a little bit better, it doesn't work out all that well. Like, hey, don't go to the Chinese buffet 3 times a week. So I go 4, that kind of thing.
All right. That's fantastic.
There's nobody in America that loves rice more than me. Nobody.
You feel confident when you say that?
Rice or bread, I don't know which one. If you had to take a choice, which would you take, rice or bread?
Oh, man, that's tough. I'd probably go bread, though.
Yeah.
Because then I can still have pizza. I can still have Texas toast.
Oh.
I love it good. One of my friend's wives has become a sourdough bread baker. And so they'll give us a loaf from time to time.
Does she grow her own sourdough? Do you know?
I'm not really sure.
Because
she says she uses minimal clean ingredients, whatever, but I don't know.
It's a cultured thing that if you keep it, you constantly, like it's a living Starter.
She is doing that. Yes, she is doing that.
Did I just ask the question in a way that you just didn't get it?
I
right
had no
off the
idea
jump?
what you meant until you explained it. Now I definitely I get it.
I think there's a lot of people texting if you're ready for me not to do this job anymore.
Raise tide, ladies and gentlemen.
Raise tide.
We have the Winter Classic going down, and that is at Wrigley. Chicago-style poutine.
That's the fries with gravy. Remember that? That's that kind of that Pittsburgh dish.
Okay, so that's
or it's actually a Canadian dish. I think Pittsburgh people do it, but it's a Canadian dish.
It doesn't look like this photo doesn't look overly pleasing.
Fries and brown gravy is what it is.
Yeah, that's what it is. In a mini hockey helmet, fries, Italian beef, gravy, white cheddar cheese, curds, and some sweet peppers.
Let me tell you the first thing.
That's the special concession.
Okay,
item.
see the sweet peppers. That's the Chicago twist. You know when they have those Italian.
Yeah, I go with the pepper. I like the peppers.
The meat sandwich, beef sandwiches and stuff. Yes, peppers are a big part of that.
Yeah,
that's Chicago twist.
Okay, yeah, I don't know. I don't know the staying power of French fries in a
gravy
in a cold environment. Yeah, and the gravy and whatnot. But you get
the gravy
mini,
is hot.
You get the mini hockey helmet, which is nice to take home with you.
I kind of feel like though, if you get it like that the hot gravy over those fries might be good.
Keep it going.
Might be.
They also have 24-ounce mini hockey sticks that are for your beer, which is pretty cool. That's a cool take home because you get the beer bats in baseball. But
I've seen. How about the margaritas? The bat margarita. We saw those at the ballpark quite a bit.
Those are special. Those are fantastic.
Still, you know what? I think the first thing, Eric, we go to opening day when we're out there. I think I got to get the ice cream in the batting helmet. I always talk about it and I never do it. I just walk right by it. I just always walk right by we're like you and I are carrying our chairs going through the crowd and we walk right by the Bluebell thing and never go for the helmet, the ice cream helmet thing. I think I'm going to do that.
Well, they have the ice cream Sundays every Sunday. It's usually like $1 Bluebell or whatever. I don't know if it's every Sunday or just a handful throughout the season, but that's what we need to do. And just go punish as much ice cream as we can. Take home like 50 helmets.
Or I can go with you and stand in line and get the vodka drinks 2 at a time.
Let's go ahead and do that as well.
I'll go get the ice cream helmets and you get the vodka drinks.
I'll get the vodka.
Yeah.
817, I've partied for New Year's Eve every year for the past 12 years or so.
Be safe.
I turned 30 this year and will be going to the Dallas Symphony for a change.
Oh.
Hoping to be back home by 10 o'clock. Look at this. He turns 30 and now
can I ask
things start changing.
Can I ask if you're going to wear a tux tonight?
You wearing a tux, 817? Let us know.
Let me tell you what. I think the Stars play tonight. I think the Stars play. Okay.
972 is going to the Stars game tonight.
All right. I'll tell you what, the Stars, I've done the Stars New Year's Eve game. That is a blast. Dress up and go to that. That's fun. The crowd gets, Stars crowds are good anyway. But, man, when you walk outside and walk with the crowd and you're all kind of dressed up, and you're going to the hockey game.
It's a fun deal.
It's kind of fun.
I like the idea of, like, you're dressed to the nines, but you also have the face paint like a rabid hockey fan.
I would go for the black tie look. You have the black tie look, but have your hockey sweater over your black tie.
There you go.
Yeah.
Love it. And the 469, going to chill with my gorgeous red-headed woman and our 2 ferrets. Probably going to burn one. All right, let's go into the Pimp Cup with Lucius Alexander. It's
I like those plans. I like those plans. And you got a red-headed girl too, fam? Show off. Show off. My pops is having a big old New Year's Eve party. And he lives over there by Joe Pool. And I initially said, I'm with it. But now
like a drive.
I don't want to drive. It's like amateur night driving tonight. You know what I mean? All these drunkards on the road. They don't know how to drive already. Yeah. You know what I mean? First of all, on a Monday, they don't know how to drive. Imagine them liquored up with a reason to party, driving. That scares me, man.
You might have to crash on Pops' couch or something. You just want to park it wherever you're going to be at.
I was thinking that. There's plenty of room over there, but I also just don't want to leave. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm sitting in my house, and I can check DFW scanner in Dallas, Texas TV and see what's going on out there without me leaving.
Are you hoping for a police chase?
Look at these fools crashing out for 2025. Yeah. All right, our winner and champ so far. We go to Northern Illinois, the Huskies. And yes, I put an S on Illinois, fam. They beat Fresno State in the famous Idaho Potato Bowl. Here's the Huskies coach. He was super excited after the win. Ow!
Coach, you just got dumped with the Idaho potato fries. What does it mean to take home this win for your team?
You know, that was the best dump of my career. Come on. And it was French fries.
And it was French fries.
They were a little bit salty.
And it was French fries.
And it was French fries. Just let you know. I
didn't. Yeah.
Got to clarify here.
Uh-huh.
All right, what we got?
Never had a French fry that was too salty, Lucius. Not in my time.
Yeah, I feel you. I don't like them too soft.
You like the crunch?
Give me a crunch, like the mid vibe, or you can give me every once in a while the crunchy one.
Right.
But I don't like the sauce.
Okay, this is why.
Yeah, but in this hypothetical scenario, you're actually just ordering onion rings, Lucius, and you're not even messing around with
that. Was where I was going next.
Back to reality.
He's telling you about French fries, how he likes them, but if you said, "Hey, but you can have onion rings," bring them. I know, Lucius, bring them.
Yeah, you're right. You said something about rice or bread.
Yeah.
I was thinking when you guys were saying that, I was like, man, both. I'll throw them both away. I'll throw them both away, man.
What?
I don't eat rice or bread. I don't eat rice or bread. All right, let's see here. I mean, with a sandwich or something, I would, or with a burger or something, but it's just the rolls that sit on your tables.
Yeah.
I'm not touching that.
Like chicken fried steak, mashed potatoes, green beans, and a roll. You're not eating the roll?
I'm not eating the roll. Not eating the roll. All right, let's see what else we got right here. Let's go to Fulham FC. Fulham FC, London's original football club. The announcers, they're mad at a guy that is flopping out there. You know, he did a Marv Albert. No, it's not a Marv Albert. Who is that? Shoot. Van Gundy. Remember Van Gundy was ranting about the flopping? Yeah. Jeff Van Gundy. Yeah, that's a flop. Yeah, well, he's mad at the floppers out there. While this guy named Harry Wilson, you familiar with him? Oh, Harry Wilson, Harry! He's a gentleman, Harry! He kicks the game winner.
Anthony Robinson trying to work his way past Neto. He tried to, get up, you. He tried to take Iwobi out. Play goes on. Header back. Yeah! Oh, yes! Come on! Come on, Fulham! Harry Wilson. It's Harry Wilson again. Harry the hero. Neto can clear off, flying on the ground, holding his face, you cheat. Harry Wilson from close range.
You cheat. Like the very beginning. We say, oh, get up.
Anthony Robinson trying to work his way past Neto. He tried to, get up, you.
He wanted to call him something foul.
Yeah. Oh, get up. It's not a flop.
Man, we need to get some English accents on our NBA games, you know, on our NFL games. Mix in a little TD Tuesday with some accents. Come on now.
Yeah.
That would be good.
We got the guy, he's on the 10th floor right now.
Yeah.
That's true. British in.
Yeah, British in. Hey, this is not one, but everybody wants to know why Tom Brady talks like this. He's from California. All that time up there in Boston. Get to him.
He's held onto the ball quite a bit this season, and he's taken a lot of sacks. I think almost 46 sacks this season alone.
Socks.
Ball quite a bit this season, and he's taken a lot of sacks. I think almost 46 sacks this season.
It's even better the second time through.
Socks. In my apartment. With my water.
That would be tough, man. You spent 20 years in Boston?
Yeah, you picked it up.
You're gonna pick up a couple of those.
You picked it up. I like that one. Car. I got a brand new car. One more here. Well, not necessarily. Hey, the new Ranger, Jock Peterson.
Jock.
Talking big, baby. Talking about packing the Astros out. I'm talking about pack them out. Blow them in the air.
Played the Astros a couple times in the World Series, and they put together a nice little run, and it's coming to an end, and it's time for us to take over the West. And so, like I said, there's lots of things that are going in the right direction for the Rangers to be on top of this division. And I don't know, you talk to a lot of teams, they want to win the World Series and do this stuff like at the start. And I told Siwa, I mean, all we got to do is get to the playoffs. You let Bochy do what Bochy does in the playoffs. Usually comes well. And then, I mean, you add in a sprinkle of Seager in there, and next thing you know, we're all walking around with more rings.
He painted a hell of a picture there.
He did.
Little Seager sprinkles.
Yeah.
The best topping in the world.
ball quite a bit this season, and he's taken a lot of sacks.
Socks. All right, bro, that's it. I mean, I got more, but we don't have that type of time.
All right,
Who's your
here we
favorite
go.
team, Tom? The Sox.
The Sox.
Is it your one-time champ, the college football dump of the career? Is it the Fulham FC flop alert? Tom Brady in the Boston Sock, or Jock Peterson packing out the Astros? How can you not go with Big Jock? New fan favorite, friend of the program. I'm going with my guy, Jock Peterson.
Okay, I like that. London's original football club, the announcer, but I do like what Jock's doing there.
Here we go.
I do like Jock too, but don't be flopping.
Don't be flopping. Wow, sorry about you, Jock. We got, what was it, Harry Wilson with the game winner. All right, congratulations to Harry and the entire Wilson family. You're the G-Bag of the Day champion. All right, let's see. New Year's Eve here. Final program of the year in the G-Bag Nation. Let's go ahead and crank open a rim sesh. Mavs take an L. How about Wemby being a man of the people? And this star is looking to get moved.
Yeah.
Gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maid.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, Craig, with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
It's the G-Bag Nation for the final time in 2024. Let's crank open a rim sesh, ladies and gentlemen. Then we'll hit you with the NFL news of the day. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer. The G-Bag Nation going all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance! Is that what he does?
Yep. Okay. Kinda. You have it.
Yeah. Oh, let's roll.
It is a TD Tuesday, Lucius.
It's a commercial.
Oh, that was the commercial you
the
got
high
wrong
tide.
earlier. Okay, very good.
High tide.
LSU was officially underway versus Baylor.
7-0.
Broadus not liking the uniform combination. Wishes they would just keep it with the old school, with the traditionals.
The traditionals.
But
yep.
what are they doing it for? Who are they doing it for, Broadus?
They're doing it for the kids.
Doing it for the kids.
Yeah, they're not doing it for me. They're doing it for the kids.
Well, it is always a special occasion when we get to crank open a rim sesh and acknowledge that Spencer Dinwiddie and PJ Washington had one heck of a game last night. Unfortunately, it did not lead to a victory. Yes, you were up 37-20 after the first quarter, but that's not the point. The point is you got smashed on the glass last night, despite the fact that you were trying to run big lineups out there as much as possible. And Gafford's getting all the blocks. I mean, geez, 13 blocks on the night. The rim protection was outstanding. I believe the Kings shot like 45% in the paint. But you just couldn't do anything on the glass. 18-2 in the offensive rebounds category. That's going to get you crushed. And Sabonis, man, Gafford is no match for old Sabonis and the Kings, who have been just awful this year, riding like a 6-game losing streak coming into it, firing their coach. But De'Aaron Fox is the real deal. Got to acknowledge that.
Got beat by a coach on a leash.
Yeah, coach on a leash.
Coach on a leash.
Do you know what that is? Do you know what the deal is with that?
I know there's a picture of that.
Have you seen the photo?
I've heard about the picture of the photo. I was told we just lost to a coach on a leash.
Sacramento Kings had named Doug Christie. Mavs fans will remember him for his 2-week stretch or whatever here. A little bit of an odd bird, but he's their interim head coach now. And yes, there is a photo from probably the 90s of him being
led around
on a leash by his dominatrix lady.
Mrs.
I don't know, girlfriend, wife, what the deal is. Have you seen this photo, Lucius? Are you familiar with this?
I didn't think it was real at first. I was like, okay, hey, man. Hey, do what you got to do, Big Doug.
I just saw a video.
Do what you got to do, dog.
Big Doug.
He's trying to keep the peace in his house. Hey, this what you want? All right, fine, man.
But this is out in public, bro. This is like on a sidewalk.
It's crazy.
This is one of the crazier, and that guy was
you think he asked for it, or she said, hey, this is, I got to dominate this man totally. Or if he's like, I want to be embarrassed. This is because that's some people's vibe, and I don't want to kink shame.
Yeah.
Some people's vibe. Yeah, I don't want to kink shame, but some people like to be strapped on with leathers and beat up and shamed publicly by the one they love.
Not trying to shame anybody, but that's a little crazy. I do think the fart jar guys they deserve to be kink shamed, don't you think? This fart jar stuff's getting out of hand, Broadus.
Yeah.
You know that better than anyone. But
is that a real thing?
The fart jar
Fart
stuff?
jar?
Oh my gosh, yeah. These girls are going viral all over the place by just letting them fly into a jar and then capping it and then mailing it out to the guy who's a nut job.
Mailing it, and you don't even really have to fart in that thing, dog.
You can just spray the fart spray in there.
Yeah, and fart only have like what 3-4 seconds, and once you open that up.
If it's Wolchuk, it's more like 8 to 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got some hang
Days.
time.
It's probably her boyfriend farting in the jars and selling them.
Yeah, that's one of the craziest things that has taken over the last couple
We have
of
a
years.
home business, babe.
Yeah.
We need some more mason jars. I'm going to the store.
Yeah, we need some more hard-boiled eggs, honey. It's crazy.
Is it? Yeah.
And I don't know if Doug Christie's into that necessarily, but yeah, he was
he's
he
into
was
being
getting
led around.
He was getting leashed around. And this girl, I don't know if this is something he wanted necessarily, Lucius, but I you can see in the photo like this girl is dressed to be a dominatrix as well.
Yeah.
So she's fit for
I think it's
the
Miss.
character.
I think the missus. I think because she
That was her deal?
She used to travel on road
Yeah,
trips.
she
and
followed
stuff.
everywhere on the road trips with him. She ran everything. Doug Christie just hooped.
Yeah.
Okay.
She was the mouthpiece.
Well, there
she was
it
like his
is.
manager, his momager.
Unbelievable.
Momager.
Man.
He probably calls him ma'am.
That is truly a crazy thing that the Mavericks lost to that coach last night, and he has those type of photos circulating the internet.
That's a bad loss, I'd say.
That's you can qualify it as a bad loss.
He's been with her, what, 20 plus years,
Yeah, it's
maybe?
been a long
Yeah,
time.
that's love, dog.
Yeah.
That's love, bro.
That is love.
We hating.
We are hating.
We hating, bro.
We are hating. Oh, LSU with a pick 6.
LSU got a pick 6?
Go Tigers. Yeah, 14-0.
Nice, dude. You guys are gonna run away with this.
I
one.
hope.
There's no way you lose to the Baylor Bears. That would be borderline all-time low, wouldn't it be for your squad? All right, hey, so we have ESPN, and it's Bobby Marks, it's Tim McMahon talking about Brandon Ingram, a priority for the New Orleans Pelicans front office to trade him.
What?
And they're obviously a bad basketball team, and now it looks like they are really looking to move Brandon Ingram, one-time All-Star, and the contract extensions, the conversations have just fizzled out, and so now it's a priority for the Pelicans to move on from Brandon Ingram. So that'll be an interesting name to monitor here as we inch closer and closer to the NBA trade deadline. Of course, you have the Jimmy Butler stuff with the Heat, and he was kind of away from the team a little bit. Now he's back, and he's being asked about, do you want to be in Miami? And he's like, that's a good question. Who knows? I don't. But right now I'm here, so I'm going to make the most of it. That's how Jimmy Butler is talking right now. Seems inevitable. I know Pat Riley came out a couple of weeks ago and was like, no, we're not trading Jimmy Butler, and that's that. But that's what you would do so that you don't completely, just diminish the return that you could get on him if everybody knows you're wanting him to get out of there. But it seems clear Jimmy Butler doesn't want to be there, and I would expect Brandon Ingram and Jimmy Butler to have new homes by February 6th, which is the trade deadline.
Yep.
And then the Zion stuff is interesting too, but I don't know what you could fetch for him right now. I'm sure there are still teams in the sport that would give up quite a bit for Zion.
Mike Bassick asked me an interesting question when he was heading on out after a show. Is there a team that would trade for Zion that feel like they can get his weight in control and his dietary habits and stuff? Do you think there's a team? You think there's a team that would trade for him that think they can do that? Or is he always going to be that type of a player that you're dealing with, a guy that? And hey, I agree with him. I like to eat too. I mean, I'm trying to tell you guys to eat bread and rice, and that doesn't make you small.
It's chicken.
Yeah.
But the weight stuff always just gets harder as you
get older.
That's not something
He's a
that's
young guy still, isn't he?
No, I know, but he's dealt with these issues for years now. You're dealing with that at 20 years old, and I'm going to think that at 30 you're not going to be.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Could you trade for him thinking that, hey, we can get his dietary stuff in control?
I personally wouldn't. I wouldn't have that type of confidence that I could do that. But I mean, the only team that I know that is the super strict, it's the Heat culture stuff. All these former players talk about playing for the Heat. Shaq, and you're having to weigh in every week, and
that's a Pat Riley thing.
Yeah, that's like a Pat Riley thing.
Yeah, that's old
maybe
school. Parcells was like that.
Yeah.
Old school. Yeah, I'm not going to let you get out of shape here on my watch. That's the kind of the Parcells way. I mean, Larry Allen used to carry like money to like the scales because he knew he was going to get fined for every pound he was overweight. He just paid it right there. He just carried like $3,000 with him and just peeled the $100 bills off and then walked away.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Can you put into his contract that he can't go to the certain places here in Dallas?
I don't know, Lucius.
You can't go to Nick and Sam's.
Yeah.
No Rudy's Chicken, bro. No Fuel City Tacos, fam.
Lucius,
like, you can't go. We need you to hoop. No Sweet Georgia Browns, dog.
Lucius, do you have a place?
Potatoes, stay away.
You would just have to tell him the 1 or 2 places he can
That's
go.
it.
Because
you got to hire the cook.
You got to hire. You got to have your own
that's
chef.
a good point.
But Lucius, is there a place that you could eat at every single day of the rest of your life?
Oh, man.
You have a place, Chief? Every single day you eat at this place.
It got shamed this year, but the Cheesecake Factory, I can eat there a lot because the menu
is incredible.
Yeah.
You can never have the same thing. I mean, seriously, you could go there, but I was just kind of thinking about that. The same thing. I don't know. I mean, maybe there's like some Cajun place or something like that. I'd go
For you personally? I mean, I was
Yeah.
thinking the China buffet.
Oh, I do. Good point.
Papados is amazing.
I was there.
I love eating
Lucius,
at Papados.
I was there Saturday night.
Oh,
Chilean sea bass is incredible.
I'm glad you said Papados because that might be the one. I've only been there a few times, but
so
everything I've tried there is just out of this world.
Chef's kiss.
Yeah,
and I had
Papados is great.
That's where I had the gator bites.
Oh,
like fried
really?
gator.
Wow,
phenomenal.
Yeah.
Out of this.
Does that come with a sauce? Because I've never had gator. Even though I've lived in Louisiana, I've never had gator.
I think they have a sauce for it. Somebody could probably text in.
Yeah, there's a little sauce that goes with it. It's kind of
Romulan?
Yeah, I can't tell you, broadest. You know all about that. I
I know.
can't.
Yeah, I know.
But
yeah, I know.
No, I mean, no. I
That's my
know. No,
wheelhouse.
I didn't mean to sound like a. I didn't mean to sound like a jackass.
Get in your bag, bro.
Yeah, I'm that dude.
that was really just. Yeah, Lucius, I know.
Get in your bag.
God, I've never had
I
it.
have my limitations.
I was probably dipping it in ranch or honey mustard or something, because it's like a chicken tender. If you didn't know anybody, you'd be like, man, is this the best chicken tender I've ever had?
Wow.
And they'd be like, no, because you're eating gator. You'd be like, all right. Congratulations to the Bulls and the Hornets for the second time this month. They tied the NBA all-time record for combined missed threes in a game.
Gosh.
With 75, dude. These two teams have now matched up twice in the last month, and both times they hit the combined mark of 75 missed threes, which is truly hilarious. Now, but we do have a clip, though, of the Hornets play-by-play. This game ends up going to overtime because Miles Bridges of the Hornets actually made a three in a game where they were missing threes at a rapid rate. This was the game-tying three to send it to overtime, and listen to the play-by-play guy of the Hornets just completely losing himself here.
Bridges for the tie. Miles did it! Miles Bridges has tied the ball game.
Absolutely electric in what was probably one of the single worst games that dude's ever had to witness, except he just witnessed that same disgusting performance just a couple of weeks ago. Now, did you guys see what Wemby did over the weekend? Man of the people, Wemby.
Playing chess. Playing chess.
This was really cool.
Yeah.
He just tweets out randomly while he's in New York getting set for a game. He says, what are the best spots to play chess in New York City? And then he follows it up a few minutes later with, who wants to meet me at the southwest corner of Washington Square Park to play chess? I'm there. And then photos come about with Wemby sitting down, just playing random dudes in New York City, just squaring off in chess.
Yeah.
They different.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I hope he does that when he comes to Dallas. Not that I'd be able to play chess against him, but
That's a Jabbar move right there. Man of the people type vibes.
Man of the people.
Yeah, playing chess with the peoples.
Yeah.
I'm Kareem.
likable dude. I wish he was not a Spur. That's super frustrating that he's a Spur, but he's super cool and he's an awesome player. And I love that. Shout out to our guy Wemby. All right, there it is, a rim sesh here for the final time in 2024. We have a College Football Tuesday Darty coming up at 3:20, leading into Krusty's Corner. But let's get you that NFL news of the day next year in the Nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, we're kicking off hour number 2 with some breaking news here on 105.3 The Fan, presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Hang on to your tushes, ladies and gentlemen. Josina Anderson tweeting out just moments ago. Breaking. I'm told the Cowboys are releasing running back Ezekiel Elliott. I'm also told that Elliott requested his release.
I've already sent 3 text messages.
That came out of left field, bro.
Yeah. I was doing that during the break and trying to kind of cover this thing up. So we'll see. I find the timing of it unusual, being the last game of the season.
No doubt.
So we'll see if in fact that's the case. Usually Josina's pretty good with this stuff, and she's got a good relationship with the players and agents and stuff like that. So we'll see if we can get anybody on the Cowboys to confirm it for us.
Yeah, that's what I'm awaiting right now. I'm waiting for additional reporters to jump on this. I'm seeing the aggregators jumping on it, but I'm waiting for the official Schefter or Rappaport or Pelissero, something like that. But Josina Anderson breaking the news that Zeke has requested to be released, and it seems like the Cowboys have granted that. Unbelievable. As we head into the final week of the season, why would Zeke want to be released at this point? I don't know. I don't know what the deal is. Does he want to hop on with a team that has a chance at a playoff run right now? I don't know. I'm at a loss here.
I don't have a real good plan either. A real good idea. It seems like to me. I mean, do you think that maybe they were going to that he was going to? I don't know, that he was going to just last game of the year they were just going to give him all the carries and he just didn't want to be treated that way. Does that make sense? You know, like, hey, wait a minute, you haven't used me the last 8 weeks. You've gone with Dowdle. Now you want to all of a sudden play me in this football game? Maybe we'll crossways with him. I'm surprised he didn't get released the first time, when that whole thing, when he was inactive, and all the, there was all the
showing up late to meetings and whatnot.
Yeah. I think these guys did him a little bit of a favor, when it came to that, that they kept him around, when they could have very well just, cut the cord on that one and said, okay, go find another team. But we'll see. The timing of it is not very good.
Clarence Hill is confirming the report on Twitter as of 20 seconds ago. So it looks like this is real and this is surprising. We're finding out in real time that Zeke has requested his release and the Cowboys have granted it. And we are now going to be working Broadus rapidly on his phone trying to figure out the why to all of this because, as you mentioned, he was having some issues with some off-the-field stuff, and it was being brought into the Star in Frisco where he's late to meetings and missing team activities of sorts, and so they sat him for a game. And
I'm honestly surprised they didn't do it then. I know I'm repeating myself there, but I just felt like that all the things that were coming down about that, and that, that whole, the meetings, the stuff, and, Jane Slater was one of the first that I remember talking about it. And maybe we can get a hold of her and kind of figure this out. Maybe she's got some of understanding of why, why now and instead of, at the end of the year, let this thing play out.
Yeah. Let's see if maybe we could get Jane on the horn or something like that. We'll see who we can bring in here to advance the story and give us some of these details here. But a bit of a shocker as we are just a few days away from the final game of the season. Zeke asked for his release. Cowboys releasing Ezekiel Elliott. That's how we kick off the NFL news of the day today. And let's go from one running back to the next here with Saquon Barkley. What's going to happen here with the Eagles? Are they going to go hard for him to get the 101 yards needed to pass Eric Dickerson for the most rush yards in a single season in NFL history? You have Nick Sirianni on WIP this morning saying that he'll talk to the staff, talk to the players, talk to Howie, talk to Mr. Lurie. He'll talk to everybody to try and make sure he's making the best decision for the football team. And he said the question he asks himself is what's the best thing for the team, and then also what's the best things for the individuals going for the record. If you think back a couple of years ago, 2021, they had Devontae Smith going for rookie receiver record. Everybody else was resting, but we wanted for everyone else, whatever it is. We didn't play some other guys in that game, but we went and got him that record. Every situation is a little bit different. So, and Barkley was like, hey, whatever the decision is, I'll go for it.
If Barkley were to break Eric Dickerson's record, it would give him, I think, a leg up on the MVP. I know you and I have had our discussions about quarterbacks and running backs, but I think this might sway the voters in that direction. I think, okay, maybe I should say it this way. It would give voters a reason to vote for him.
A real leg to stand on.
If he doesn't get the record, then you could talk about all the quarterbacks you want. Hey, had a great year, offensive player of the year, all those things you're talking about. But if he breaks Eric Dickerson's record, then you have a legitimate way of saying this guy potentially should be the MVP. That's where that you're not only are you getting him the record, but you're also you're giving him an opportunity to be an MVP in a usually when it's a quarterback that's involved. Does that make sense?
Totally. Yeah, I get you. So we'll see what the Eagles end up deciding to do here. I still think it's just weird that they pulled him for the final 10 minutes or so of the game the other day.
They really could have punished Dallas. They could have got a lot closer to this record if they would have just kept him in that football game.
Now, one of the interesting things that I was unaware of, because we know that Barkley gets the additional game. Dickerson did it in 16 games.
Right.
Barkley's going to now do it. If he does it, it'll be 17 games. And so is there an asterisk involved here? Is it quite the same? And that's fair to just say no, but there's an even more reason to say no to that because Dickerson did it in 379 carries.
Yeah.
And Barkley is at 345 carries right now.
Yeah.
So, I mean, unless it's just a terrible game, he goes out there and has to carry the rock 34 times, he will have broken that record in a less amount of carries than what Eric Dickerson broke it in. So I think that's interesting and wasn't something that I was aware of when you're trying to parse through which record, I guess, is more impressive or whatever, or if this one would deserve any type of clarification or asterisk. And I would say with that right there, Barkley, if he does it, he will have done it in a less amount of carries. And so I think that kind of evens things up a little bit. So just something interesting right there. A lot of people texting in about Zeke right now and alleging that he has some New Year's Eve parties that he's got to get going to. And so that's why he doesn't want to maybe go to work. Go ahead and release me. That's the news here over the last few minutes. Zeke asking to be released by the Cowboys, and they have granted it. So we're working to get some more details on the story, but that was definitely out of left field, a bit of a shocker. Now, elsewhere around the league, you have the coaching carousel that is getting underway, and Albert Breer just connected some dots for the Bears. This would be hilarious. I'm hoping for this now. The Bears finding a way to botch this thing. They got to go get Ben Johnson. It's the only thing that they should be doing right now, the play caller for the Lions. But apparently Vikings defensive coordinator Brian Flores is a name to watch for the Bears head coach opening.
Sure.
He was a Boston College teammate of Ryan Poles in 2003. Ryan Poles is the GM for the Bears. And it seems like they're sticking with Poles. The Bears, obviously, they're gonna get a new head coach in here, but it looks like they're also just gonna retain Ryan Poles, the GM, and with that connection to Brian Flores being teammates with him back at Boston College, all of a sudden now he's in the mix here, and it would certainly make sense. Brian Flores has been a head coach before with the Dolphins. Didn't really work out for him, but his defenses were always good in Miami. He's always had great defenses wherever he was as the DC. You're seeing it right now with the Vikings, how fantastic they are. But we also remember all the details between Brian Flores and Tua in Miami.
Right.
And Brian Flores led the league in toxic masculinity, sending texts about how bad you suck, Tua, and all that stuff right to Tua's phone. Now you're going to pair him with Caleb Williams?
Yeah, I think that to me, and I just got confirmation from somebody in the organization that they in fact have released Ezekiel Elliott. So, you got to wonder sometimes with these coaches and their second opportunities. What mistakes did you make the first time around? What mistakes do you need to work on? Are there things that you think, well, this worked out for me pretty good? I would like to believe that Brian Flores might be a guy the second time around would be a pretty good NFL head coach.
I don't disagree with that at all.
And I think when you become removed out of that New England Patriot, the Patriot way and all that, that you kind of have that arrogance about you. I think Brian Flores got really humbled by that you could treat players. And, obviously in Minnesota, he's done a really, really, really good job with that defense.
They're awesome.
I kind of feeling that he'll be a better coach. I think he'll, maybe in Minnesota too, he's got some guys in mind that are those offensive play callers, those young dudes, across the hall guys that we don't know about. But I think when you look at the situation, coming out of New England, you got that little bit of arrogance about yourself, and I do believe he learned his lesson.
I'm with you 100%. I think Brian Flores would be a good candidate for any team. It's just the idea of him with Caleb Williams is not something that I would imagine would work out. Now, at least for the Bears, you're taking a strength away from a division opponent, and that's the advantage you have if you get Ben Johnson from the Lions, or in this case, Brian Flores from the Vikings. You're getting to help tear down one of your divisional opponents, which is strong.
Yeah.
But I can't wait to get some of the stories between Flores and Caleb Williams and how that relationship would go. But I do think Brian Flores will be a better head coach this time around, for sure. And he's going to bring a good defense to the table.
Yeah.
Looks like John Gruden is a name to watch during this
Chicago
upcoming head coaching cycle. He has talked about on his Barstool stuff that Chicago is, he calls it the best job available right now.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently multiple teams have been doing extensive work on Gruden. So I don't know, maybe it's the Jets or something like that. But John Gruden's name, the Jets they're interviewing Rex Ryan, Ron Rivera. Why wouldn't they just throw John Gruden in the mix there? That's pretty hilarious, though, if John Gruden ends up being a serious candidate for anybody. We love him. There's no question about that. And I'll tell you what, I'm frustrated right now because usually by this time on a Tuesday, we've got his nicey players of the week. And for whatever reason, I don't know if the holidays got him. If they got him bogged down a little bit, or if he's already just looking ahead to postseason play. But I am scouring the internet. Yeah, ask him. Say, hey man, we're dying to get your Week 17 nicey players of the week.
Yeah.
He is a sick puppy.
Please get us in the mix here.
You're right about that, Lucius. You're right about that.
And by the way, Adam Schefter did say that with the Eagles not even leaving Saquon in the game the other day in the fourth quarter, Schefter says that he would be floored if Saquon actually plays on Sunday at all. So for whatever that's worth, but we'll be monitoring to see what the plan is there for Barkley as he goes for the record. And there it is. NFL news today. We got some good Cowboy stuff to bring you coming up here in just a little bit. We got Krusty's Corner at 3:40. Broadus is working the phones here, trying to figure out this Zeke situation. If you're just joining us over the last few minutes, Josina Anderson reported that Zeke requested his release, and the Cowboys have granted it. So as we inch closer to the final game of the season, Zeke no longer a Dallas Cowboy. All right, coming up next, College Football Tuesday. Darty, let's get you set for round 2 of the College Football Playoff with Carter Freeman next in the nation.
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
We got quite the Quinn Ewers report, and we'll try to connect some dots with that one here. College football Tuesday. Darty getting you set for round 2 of the playoffs here with college football. Carter Freeman live in studio. Zeke has been released by the Cowboys. Josina Anderson reporting in the last 20 minutes or so. Zeke requested his release. Cowboys have granted it, and we're working to get more details on what the heck happened. It's the G-Bag Nation here on a TD Tuesday. What you got, Broadus?
There's a couple people not in the organization. I'm trying to kind of run down stuff. Kind of got the good riddance tag. You know, like when you ask, these aren't people within the organization. It were people like that I would know that know the situation, stuff like that. Media types.
Okay.
And they were like, yeah, good riddance.
I was just wondering if he thought Ohio State needed help tomorrow in the Rose Bowl and he had any eligibility left. Yeah. You know, Quinshon Judkins and Trevion Henderson aren't enough for them.
Yeah,
so
if they're not enough, I don't think
throw
Zeke's,
his name in the mix.
I don't think Zeke's solving any of their problems if those guys aren't enough. Welcome, College Football Carter. into the program segment here in the nation, of course, brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Also brought to you by the Frankels. That's right, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214-333-3333. All right, we got college football to get to here, and I do want to start with the most interesting man in the college football playoff, and that is Texas quarterback Quinn Ewers. And you have Pete Nakos on 3 Sports reporting that, of course, tampering at an all-time high, Ewers has received a $6 million offer to return to college football and enter the transfer portal. What team, $6 million is crazy for 1 year.
For 1 year, yeah. Darian Mensah, the former Tulane quarterback, got $8 million from Duke, but that was over 2 years.
That's 2 years. This is 1, and we're talking about Quinn Ewers, and maybe he changes the course of his entire career over these next few weeks throughout the playoff. But we talk about Texas sort of winning in spite of him at times this year, and him being their quarterback is one of the reasons why we're not 100% convinced Texas can really go all the way and be the champs. But there's multiple programs out there that are willing to give him that much money, and one team in particular going up to $6 million for 1 year mercenary deal. Quinn Ewers is your quarterback. That doesn't guarantee you anything in the way of national championship.
No, but I think, and as much negativity as Ewers gets from Longhorn fans and from national media, I still think 90% of other Division I schools would ask for someone like him. He's lost, 6 or 7 games across 3 years, and he's won 20+. I mean, that's the kind of quarterback you want. He's maybe not, the Cam Ward or the Shedeur Sanders are going to be a number 1 overall pick, but I think a lot of other programs would kill for that. And if you have $6 million laying around from a booster, we saw Bryce Underwood, the number 1 quarterback recruit in this most recent class, get $8 million from Michigan, and he's never played a snap.
That's for 1 year?
I don't know if it's 1 year,
I
but
thought that was for a couple of years.
But
and
still,
I saw him with Michigan, and he looks the part of a freaky athlete. That dude is a monster.
Well, they didn't need him today.
No.
They scored 19 was clearly enough for them playing a mediocre Alabama team for what we've seen over the last couple of years.
Yeah, Michigan beats Bama today. Broadus' LSU Tigers up 21-7 on Baylor right now in the useless Kinder's Texas Bowl. Now, you also have former Texas wide receiver John Tay Cook leaving a comment on the story about Quinn Ewers. And he says, wasting y'all money for real. So
sour grapes right there.
A former Texas wide receiver is trying to forewarn whatever program is allegedly willing to give $6 million to Quinn Ewers, Texas quarterback. He says, wasting y'all money for real.
To this day.
It's so funny. I'm into a whole group of new texting going on to people about that, about seeing if anybody knows what school is offering. It's got to be somebody. Do you think Oregon would do this?
Oregon, perhaps. I don't know who their next guy in line is following Dylan Gabriel, but
so they have Dante Moore, who's a former 5-star quarterback, was at UCLA last year, transferred to Oregon with the idea that he would take over for Dylan Gabriel after his 1 year. So they have a name there, but if you think Ewers is the guy and he can step in, and Oregon has nothing but money, Phil Knight's shown that he's willing to spend it on all their athletics. Like, if you think he's the guy, yeah, you can go out and get him. But Oregon has a guy. North Carolina was the name we were throwing around last week, right?
North Carolina would make some sense for sure. And year 1 with Belichick.
They apparently put in a big bid for John Mateer, former Washington State quarterback who committed to OU. They were a late player in that race to get him, and apparently they offered him, $3-4 million to go there.
Okay.
I would say that North Carolina, I would scrap that one.
Okay, now Broadus has some connections there, of course, with Michael Lombardi being the GM.
I would scrap that one.
Scrap that one.
Scrap that idea. Now, let's see. I mean,
okay, don't start hedging now.
No.
We're scrapping. You told us to scrap it. Consider it scrap.
Scrap it. I'm gonna trust my guys down there in North Carolina.
Okay,
put your foot down.
Okay, what about Notre Dame?
Passed the plate a couple of times.
Notre Dame passing the plate.
They just signed, I believe, the grandson or son of Lloyd Carr, the former Michigan coach.
Yeah.
And he's a 4 or 5-star kid. And they make sense because they go from Sam Hartman for 1 year, Riley Leonard for 1 year, then you could get Ewers for 1 year.
All I think is you need these quarterbacks for 1 year. It just seems like that's kind of where, you're keeping around. I'm so glad that Garrett Nussmeier's playing back at LSU, but man, I'll tell you what, maybe you need these guys first for the 1 year.
What about Alabama? If Jalen Milroe goes to the draft, they're going to need a quarterback. It'd be weird, but
the Hurricanes in Miami are going to need a quarterback because Cam Ward.
I just had a guy in the college football text me says, because I asked a couple of guys here, and this one guy said he's in a program. He says he isn't very good.
Quinn Ewers?
Yeah.
He lied!
He needs another year. But yeah, I mean, how much development can you expect when the hype has always been there for him, but you haven't seen him take a massive step like everyone thought he would. Wasn't he the highest rated quarterback coming out of high school ever when he came out?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Hasn't lived up to that quite yet, but yeah, $6 million for Quinn Ewers. That's the report. We'll see which program is the one that's looking to do that. I do think it would be in the best interest of Quinn Ewers to go grab the dollars and join a ready-made roster for one more year of development before he goes and embarrasses himself on draft night. Don't be going to New York City, Quinn. If you're going to the draft this year, you'll be sitting for a while. The current get-in prices for the quarterfinals, Rose Bowl, is the most expensive get-in ticket, $170. Most expensive Rose Bowl ticket is $1,600. Now the get-in price for the Fiesta Bowl, $40, Sugar Bowl, $33, and the Peach Bowl, $16.
Yeah.
So if you want
affordable.
If you want to get in the mix there, watching these games live, you're going to have an opportunity to do that. Okay, so let's take a look at some of these matchups here. You do have Georgia and Notre Dame. Kirby Smart does the thing, and I don't understand why every team wouldn't be doing this, but during bowl practices, the media is allowed to watch for a portion.
No numbers?
No, they have their numbers, but all they do the whole time, according to the media members that show up to these bowl game Georgia practices, for the time that they're allowed to be there, it's just yoga. The players that's all they're doing. You won't see a player on his feet unless he's in some type of stretching position. And then when the last media member walks out of the practice facility, they start practice.
They blow the horn, start practice.
They're making a whole thing about this, and I'm like, well, yeah, obviously, why wouldn't you do this? Aren't all the teams doing that right now? Why would you welcome reporters into any of your practices? We don't need that.
Because it's required.
No, you let them in, but you don't have to.
You don't have to show them anything.
But I'll tell you what they do at the Super Bowl, which I think is really a good idea, is they have a pool reporter. So like Peter King will go watch the NFC practice, and another reporter will go watch the AFC practice, and then that way they file a report of what they saw for the day. And so it gets around from having like a bunch of media members, you have one representative for each team, and they file a report, and you get an idea what happened at practice that day.
There you go.
Kirby Smart's just keeping the spirit of Saban alive, trying to give the reporters as little as he can, because Alabama's not keeping the spirit of Saban alive with how they're playing. So Smart, former Saban disciple, has to do it himself.
Carl, let me ask you a question. You think that you're hearing some like rumblings that a lot of these coaches are stepping up, college coaches are saying that they need a commissioner for college football, much like, like you have a commissioner for the NFL. And everybody's talking about Nick Saban being the commissioner for college football. Good idea?
If you want it to resemble more of what college football's been for the last, its entire existence, basically, then Saban's your guy. I think the college needs something more than the NCAA. For years, the NCAA had rules that people skirted, but they mostly followed. And now as soon as people stopped following the NCAA's rules, they just said, well, we don't care anymore. So they're letting anything happen. And I think that's bad. I think there needs to be some division between conference championship games, the playoff, and college football's free agency. I think it's ridiculous that it all happens at the same time. But I just think that this current era of the sport, you need to find your Sabans, you need to find your Stoopses, your Mac Browns, the guys who can really succeed in this era, and then give it a couple years, and then you figure out really what people want, what this sport needs, and then you find your guy based on that, because you're not going back to the way it was. That's just not going to happen. Yeah. With as much as the NCAA is allowed and as much as they're continuing to allow, and it's all in lawsuits and courts and stuff. That's why a lot of this is going on. Like the JUCO kids getting extra years of eligibility. That's because it's wrapped up in courts in like Tennessee, I think.
Yeah.
So I would love Saban because I loved college football the way it was as I grew up, but it's just never going to go back to that.
All right, we got Boise State, Penn State tonight. Ashton Jeanty, I know Cowboys fans are fired up to watch him, and he should have a nice outing versus Penn State, I would imagine. I mean, they have a great rushing tandem as well. There's probably going to be big-time explosive runs tonight in the game. I would probably like to take the over in this particular matchup, but who do you like, and will Boise S the bed?
Boise will not S the bed like SMU S the bed, I don't think. Penn State didn't have to do anything to win that game. SMU handed that to them on a silver platter. And if you look at some of the coaching decisions James Franklin made early in that matchup, he went for it on fourth down, like 4th and 1 on his own 18, and then they didn't get it. So SMU had prime position, and then because SMU played awful, they squandered it. So if James Franklin comes out and does that same stuff and Boise State doesn't crap themselves like SMU did, which I don't think they will, then you're in for a much closer game. Penn State also allows a lot more rushing yards than you would like to think. They don't allow explosive plays like Jeanty's 75-yard touchdown run. Might not see that, but you're going to get a healthy dose of Jeanty. I think his over-under for rushing yards is like 131. I would take the over on that. I think he's hit that in almost every game this year anyway, so I'd take that no matter who he's playing. But I think Boise State will keep it close. They're 11.5-point dogs, 11-point dogs. I think it'll be maybe 10 or 7, but I do think Penn State will win.
They better find a way to block Abdul Carter, Penn State's edge rusher.
Good luck with that.
Can you just run at that guy, or is he a beast from that standpoint too? I know he's going to be a top 5 pick in the upcoming draft.
Yeah, the opponents will throw screens and stuff because of how aggressive to his side. So you see them, because he's so much focused about getting up the field, and then the ball kind of goes behind him. So yeah, I mean, there would be he gets a ton of double team blocks. He takes them on well, and then other times you see him kind of get knocked around. I don't think he lacks strength, but sometimes these teams have caught him at the right moment when they're rushing. I think that when you watch this kid, Carter, number 11, Abdul Carter, he reminds me of Jared Verse that played at Florida State that the Rams have right now.
That dude setting the league on fire.
That's who this player is. So Boise has got to figure out a way to control him because he'll go hand down, he'll go 2-point stance. He gets a lot of ground on his first step. We'll see if the Boise what kind of plan they have in order to block this guy. It'll be tough.
I really like Maddox Madsen, the Boise quarterback too, but the secondary for Penn State is going to be better than pretty much anything he's seen this entire year.
Yeah.
Kevin Jennings found that out the hard way. Like, do not throw anywhere near Dom DeLuca, which is like the most Penn State defensive back name there could possibly be, because he had that early pick 6 against SMU. So it's going to be tough.
Dommy D, baby.
Dommy D, yeah, Dom DeLuca. So they're going to ride on Jeanty like they have the entire season, and I just don't think it's going to be quite enough. It'll be a lot closer than anything we saw in the first round, though.
Okay, give me Carter Freeman's upset special. Who is the underdog? You can't go Oregon, though. I'm not going to let you do the Oregon thing. That's ridiculous that they're the underdog here versus Ohio State. Who's a real underdog that you're picking to win?
And it's gotten bigger. That's the fun thing, is it's gotten bigger and bigger. It was Ohio State by 1 when the line opened. It's Ohio State 2.5 to 3 now. So that's silly to me.
That's dumb.
I mean, Notre Dame is the underdog in that game, right?
Yeah, Georgia's favored by 1.5.
That's the one where I would think they have a real shot. If you want a major upset, it would be Boise State over Penn State, because I don't think Arizona State has a chance against Texas. But I also don't think Boise State's going to win. So I would say Notre Dame, because we saw them have a really, really great game against Indiana in the last matchup, and they've been really great ever since that early loss to Northern Illinois. And what really impressed me when they beat Indiana was Riley Leonard had a great day throwing the ball. We all know he can run, and they have Jeremiah Love and several other good running backs that can tote the rock, but they were really impressive passing to me in that game. But they haven't faced a defensive line like Georgia's going to throw at them, so I don't think they're going to win. But if any of the underdogs, I would pick Notre Dame.
Love it. All right, there it is, your college football round 2 preview. The first version. We're going to get another college football darty coming up in the Expressway when we go commercial free. 5:20 college football leading into LA Live. And we just got the update from Cowboys PR in regards to Zeke. and I'll give you the info on why it is they moved on from him. Zeke requesting his release today. Cowboys grant it. Why did that happen? Plus Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Heating and Air. Broadus?
Yep, got some Cowboy questions. I'm going to fire off to you, Eric. Let's see if you can get them right. We'll do that next.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Okay, news broke earlier this hour that the Cowboys have released Ezekiel Elliott, and Jerry has a statement out now. He says, out of respect and appreciation for Zeke and wanting to provide him with an opportunity to pursue any potential playoff participation possible, we are releasing him from the Cowboys roster today. He says, as I have said many times previously, Zeke's impact as one of the greatest to ever play with the star on their helmet will never change and is etched in our record books and history forever. We thank him, love him, and wish him the absolute best. That from Jerry Jones, as Zeke has officially been released from the Dallas Cowboys. And now it's time for a TD Tuesday edition of Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Heating and Air. Broadus?
Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you very much to Reliant. If Mike McCarthy were to leave, I would love to know, there's a lot of things I'd love to know if I could sit down and talk to him. Did he ever want Ezekiel Elliott on this team? That's what I'd love to ask him, that question. Was this something that the front office, Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, Will McClay put on him? You know, was the early, having to play him instead of Rico Dowdle, was that more the front office stuff? But I'd like to know if Mike McCarthy, if he truly, truly wanted Ezekiel Elliott. I'd be interested to see that.
Yeah, I would be surprised if he actually wanted Zeke.
I would be surprised if he did too.
And I'd be surprised if it would be an indictment on the football assessment from McCarthy if he wanted Zeke to be the guy over Rico like it was for the first part of the season. Yeah. So I think that was just Mike McCarthy dealing with what he has to deal with as a Cowboys head coach, and sometimes they give you something that it's not an ingredient you really want to cook with, but it better be in the damn dish.
Yeah. Oh, I like what you said there. That's pretty good.
Thank you.
Chief.
Yep.
Questions for you.
Are these good questions? You've been doing a lot of walking, and I know you think and you come up with your questions when you're walking. You're walking for 4 miles now. I'm thinking these might be the best questions you've ever had.
Walking for 4 miles, it makes you think a lot. Yeah. It really does. And
question.
But I'm looking at holiday lights too while I'm walking all through the neighborhood over there, and just kind of
soaking it all in.
Man, yeah, it's kind of cool. Holiday lights. I love people that give effort on the holiday lights.
Yeah, some folks go all out.
Big,
yeah. My old lady be judging you, bro. If you got the one that just points at your house, those lights, things that just point at
you know what, Lucius?
She said, "Oh, you're a lazy lighter."
You and your old lady, and I are friends. Because I feel like that if you have a house that's worth, that will be a great backdrop for lights, go for it.
So you'd rather see the house that has no lights at all than a house that has the half-ass little deal that just reflects it onto the house.
The lights. Yeah, she hates that one. Yeah, just get the little lights across, the roof.
Yeah,
just make a straight line across the roof on those. You're fine.
If there's people in this neighborhood that they outline the whole house.
I love that.
In lights. I'm talking the point of the roof.
Yeah.
And we're talking
the windows, the doors.
They look like gingerbread houses.
Yeah.
They got
a nice white one or a nice blue.
They've got a
red. Oh my God.
Some of these homes.
We got Lucius fired up over here.
I love it, man. I went to prairie lights.
Some of these homes have like wreaths that are probably 4 feet tall that are up on their.
Boy, am I impressive.
Yeah. Like wreaths with lights, and
they got like a full-size Jared Sandler just hanging from their door.
I'm just telling you, it's so impressive that they have police cars at the end of the street directing traffic. That's how people coming through the neighborhoods and stuff like that.
Everybody's trying to catch a glimpse of those warlocks.
Yeah, everybody's trying to catch.
Oh yeah.
All right.
By the way, my dad for many years was putting the reflector lights up there just to please my mom. It wasn't until he found a guy that could get him the best possible deal in the history of Christmas lights that he finally has real lights on his roof.
Shout out to your pops.
Yeah.
Welcome to the new age, dog.
That's right.
Lucius, how are you about the blow up, the blow up?
Huge fan.
Yeah, we have those. There's some in the neighborhood. I don't have any myself, but yeah.
I mean, there's some
about the huge ones,
like
man.
10, 12 feet tall.
Yeah.
Ones.
Snowmen.
The best one I saw the other night was the Grinch. like a
blow-up Grinch
that was like probably about 15 feet tall.
Yeah, I've had to stop my car like 15 times over the last couple of weeks. Anytime we're by a house that has the giant balloon snowman or Grinch or Santa or Rudolph, my kids all want to stop and gaze.
Yeah. All right, Chief. Got some questions for you. See if you can answer them. These are good questions.
Yeah. We'll
Chief,
be the judge.
Yeah, you be the judge of this. Chief.
Yeah.
Do you worry that even given the opportunity to return that Mike Zimmer won't?
Yes, I do think there is a concern there. And especially if you're bringing back McCarthy, like that's one of the only things that you can really say with confidence, like if you want to bring McCarthy back, it's because you want to keep some of that continuity defensively. You bring in a new coach and he's going to bring in his new guy, and now your defense is having to learn on the fly once again like they did this year. And hearing Zimmer talk yesterday, I think it's very much unless he's just selling this thing, I think it's very much a coin flip whether or not he even wants to coach anymore. And man, if you bring back McCarthy and still have to replace your defense again, that would just be insult to injury.
Okay. Follow up to that. You talk about having to replace your defense. Al Harris and continuity, or Bob Saleh, or a guy from the Bears that was the head coach?
Eberflus. I mean, certainly.
Saying Al Harris and continuity, or Bob Saleh and Eberflus.
I don't know how you could go anything other than Robert Saleh there if you have a chance at Robert Saleh.
Yeah.
Now, the downside of Saleh is you have a guy that might be one and done as your DC, and he goes and gets a head coaching job next time around. I mean, I think he's going to be interviewed for head coaching jobs this time around. We'll see if he gets one. Yeah. But looking at it in a vacuum, there's no question you'd want Saleh as your DC over Eberflus and Al Harris, who's never done it before. So that would be, I mean, isn't that obvious to you in terms of you would want Saleh too, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah. I think that, to me, give me the opportunity with Bob Saleh. I'd take that one. I would take Eberflus too. I think Eberflus is damn good at his job.
Yeah, I mean the defenses in Chicago, that wasn't necessarily their weak link. Of their team.
No.
So as a defensive coordinator, I'd be open to it with Eberflus.
Yeah.
But Saleh would be the number one target if you can get him.
Yeah.
But he's probably going to command a lot of dollars if he's your defensive coordinator. I don't know if Jerry's throwing that type of money around for a coordinator.
Yeah. There's some people though that do believe about that, like you said, the continuity of it all. You know, give Al Harris a shot and let him go and see what you got.
And I wouldn't be totally against it necessarily. I don't know. You'd be having a guy that's kind of learning on the fly as a defensive coordinator, but I'm sure Al Harris could get it done.
Yeah. What's your feelings on Jake Ferguson going into 2025?
Well, I definitely think that his season would look plenty better if Dak had never gotten hurt.
Sure.
Bobby went through some of the game logs for Ferguson this year, and the targets are almost double when Dak's the quarterback compared to Cooper Rush.
Plays up the seam.
Yeah, Dak loves that.
Yeah.
So
willing to throw it.
Right.
Take a chance. Yeah.
And Ferguson was banged up in the first game of the season with the knee. Wasn't out very long, but then you add the concussion to it.
Couple games there.
And that kind of short-circuited things. But it's hard to grade any of these guys because this offense overall was just so bad. But it was certainly a down year for Ferguson. We were hyped thinking he had a chance to put himself in top 5, top 10 tight end category, and he absolutely did not do that. So I still look at him as a starting caliber tight end, but he's now kind of in a make-or-break-it season moving forward.
I agree with you. I just don't think that I'm going to go into 2025 thinking that we've got Kelsey, Kittle, Pitts, or any of those. You know,
yeah.
We were all talking about potentially a top 5 tight end
for sure,
and it I think we needed to tap the brakes on that.
CeeDee Lamb is really the only one outside of Rico late in the year that was able to kind of shine through what was just a disastrous offense.
I think Turpin gave you something.
Yeah,
too.
Turpin in his role for sure, but that's a much more scaled down type of role. But yeah, you're right. Turpin has been a bright spot.
The evaluation of Jonathan Mingo is unfair because he's not playing with Dak Prescott.
Yes, it is. I mean, we all have our preconceived notions. I don't think anybody within ear's reach of us would have given up a 4th-round pick for him, but we haven't really been able to see what he can do the entire time he's been in the NFL.
Yeah.
Panthers' offense was broken and disgusting, and then he came to this offense, which was the exact same thing.
Sure.
So, and they haven't even really given him that much in the way of opportunity either. It's just been go out there and block for us, bro.
Did that Philadelphia game give you a little hope that
it did?
There might be a big body guy that could separate.
Yes.
The blocking stuff is, maybe you have a complete player there. The 12-yard pass that he caught, I thought was a good route. So, yeah, you didn't want to give up the 4th-round pick. But
you might be able to get some use out of this dude.
Yeah. It went from being like oh, damn, what did we just do to, maybe?
Yeah, I still don't imagine a world where the 4th-round pick ends up being worth the trade.
Jonathan Mingo.
But I do think that it's unfair to just pigeonhole him right now as what we're seeing from him this season is who he is. And you can say that about a lot of guys on this roster, offensively.
Okay, how about this one? I'll give you this question then. Can Tyler Smith be your Zach Martin one day?
That's too much. Zach Martin is a 0.1%er, gold jacket, monster, model of consistency, always the best or second best player at his position up until this year, really, and maybe a little bit last year. But to ask that of Tyler Smith, I think highly of Tyler Smith. I think he's a cornerstone piece to your offense and your offensive line, Pro Bowl type player. But is he a Hall of Famer? I don't think we're looking at a Hall of Famer.
Where are you on free safety on your list of needs?
It's up there. I mean, this team has a laundry list of needs. So where exactly is it? I mean, is Wilson back?
Yeah, you signed him a contract. Both him and
Hooker are both under contract.
Yeah, both of them.
Yeah, and they both had down years. Wilson has his moments.
Yeah,
his skill set is very black and white with what he can and cannot do.
Sure.
But Malik Hooker is your starting free safety. That can't happen. I don't think those guys can both be starters for you next year.
Yeah, I'm willing to move on from Hooker myself.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Is this a draft where you can go get somebody?
Absolutely.
They got some dudes?
They got some dudes.
Okay, well, that's encouraging because that's going to be up there
Yep.
on the needs list for you.
Absolutely. You're right about that. All right. Thank you, man.
Yes, sir. There it is. Krusty's Corner on a TD Tuesday, the final corner of 2024. Great to have you in the G-Bag Nation. Big news of the day, Ezekiel Elliott has been granted his release from the Cowboys. They're saying that it's so that he can go hop on board with a playoff team. Will he clear waivers? Will a team want him? And will they get any use out of him? I don't know. 3.1 per carry this year for Zeke. Sports Hodgepodge coming up next. And Mike McCarthy, that's the headliner, but the real dude on a one-year deal that might be on his way out, this is the guy that we have to be concerned about. Plus, who's on the schedule for next year for the Cowboys? That's next year in the nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Uber Eats has groceries.
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady?
Pepper lady? Wasn't it cinnamon sisters?
Basil baby.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maybe?
Freaker?
No.
Nutmeg maybe.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Ellie Mazda of Arlington and her studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
All right, Ezekiel Elliott has been released by the Cowboys. Where does he rank all time? Best running backs in Cowboys history, 877-881-1053. We have the Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus in the saddle for the final time this year. Welcome to the G-Bag Nation, ladies and gentlemen. Lucius Alexander holding it down in the Pimp Cup. Ellie live at 540. Carter Freeman running the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube. Zeke no longer a member of the Cowboys, and they're saying it's they're trying to get him on a playoff team. They release him, see if a playoff team picks him up, see if he can go on a run here. Maybe a team needs 3.1 a carry to get them over the hump. You never know when you're 3.1 yards per carry away from hoisting up a Lombardi. And now the 14 playoff teams have that opportunity. And I'm sure they're all just chomping at the bit, trying to make sure he clears waivers. All right, we talked obviously a lot about McCarthy, his status, 1 year, the 1 year deal this year, and now it expires. But Will McClay, who is the de facto GM to some extent, and the guy who's been running the drafts for the Cowboys for many years now, his deal also expires. And Bobby brought this up with Jerry earlier today. He was dancing around it per usual. But isn't that potentially even bigger? We talk about the head coach and Mike McCarthy. Of course, that's the headliner. But Will McClay having an opportunity to maybe go be a GM somewhere else. Is this the year that he finally says, you know what, I want the official title. I want to go be the man somewhere. He packs his bags out of town.
Will might be listening, so he always hates what I say. I have the utmost respect for Will, by the way.
Everybody does, and the Cowboys only want to build their team through the draft, which is a fool's errand if you're trying to win a Super Bowl, but still, if you want to be respectable, you need a guy who's pulling the draft strings because you're not getting any free agency or trade strings pulled.
It's a unique job that he has. That the fact that he, and we always talk about him being in the middle of the triangle with coaches on one side, scouts on the other, and the Joneses being on the top of the triangle. And he does a really nice job of navigating that. Because the scouts are mad at the coaches are mad at the Joneses are mad at the scouts and the coaches. And Will does a really great job of navigating all that and like getting everybody together and building consensus. And Will has done a really, really fine job. And Jerry has always said this, that, Jerry wants to take the blame. He doesn't want anybody else in the organization to take the blame because when it works, he wants to be able to take the credit. And I think Will has done a really nice job of the communications aspect. He's got a scouting staff that is very loyal to him. They're not going anywhere. Their continuity is strong there. But there also needs to be a time, I think, where Will McClay has to think about, do I need to go I want to go hire my own coach. I want to go hire all my own scouts. I want to hire my own, I want to be the guy. I want to build the team. I want this to be my roster.
And you've always talked about his son being in grade school and high school and him wanting to stay local because of that.
He had a very similar situation to where I had, and I'm just saying, from being in personnel and then getting a divorce and then having to be around for your child. You don't want to pick up and move, and had other opportunities when Bennett was really young. I mean, I was divorced when Bennett was, 3 years old. Now he's about to be 21. So there were opportunities I had, but I couldn't leave. I had to be around for him. And so I couldn't go take other jobs. I couldn't go on the road. So I had to do things. It got me in the media, and I'm cool with that. Totally cool with that. But the things that Will was dealing with, his son, he was in a similar situation where he had to be around for his kid. And it was, he's well compensated with the Cowboys. But, as if he were to run a team, it would be his team. He would be the general manager of the team. And I think we're closer to that than we are of Will McClay staying around. I know he's very happy. I know he wants to get Jerry a championship if he can. But there also comes a point in time where you have to look at this and say, every time that I turn a job down, am I going to get another opportunity? And that's where that's what he has to weigh right now.
Is the son still in high school, or is he?
I think the son's in his final year. Yeah, getting closer to graduation, I believe.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
he was younger. He was younger than Bennett. I know that. So yeah, and Bennett's a junior now at Texas. So we ought to be getting close.
Okay. Where does Zeke rank for you? All best running backs in Cowboys history. He was, by the way, 3 touchdowns away from tying Dorsett for the most touchdowns in Cowboys history.
All time. I would rank him. I would rank Smith, Dorsett. I saw Dwayne Thomas play in the 70s here. Now, Dwayne Thomas did not have a really long career here, but he was a Super Bowl champ. Outstanding player. I think Ezekiel Elliott is better than Dwayne Thomas. So I would put Elliott behind Smith, Dorsett, Elliott, and then Dwayne Thomas. I did not get to see Don Perkins play. He finished in 68. I was only 5 years old. So he was another great running back in Cowboy history. DeMarco Murray should be up there somewhere too. I'm going to say DeMarco Murray is behind Ezekiel Elliott. Maybe DeMarco Murray behind Ezekiel, like I said, and then Dwayne Thomas behind him. DeMarco Murray's up there, some of the best I've seen. You know, when you talk about Cowboys all-time running backs. So Smith, Dorsett, Elliott, Murray, and then Dwayne Thomas.
The 520 and the 682 are trolling me right here, Broadus, when they're texting in that Zeke's behind Julius Jones.
You thought about it, didn't you?
They're trolling us, right?
They might really believe that.
I was smoking that. Ooh,
yeah, it seems like that is rampant right now, Lucius. Okay, let's go ahead. We have the known opponents for the Cowboys next year.
Yes. The home is in the way?
Yeah, we got the homes.
We get Green Bay at home, don't we?
Yes.
We got Minnesota at home?
Yeah, you're playing the NFC North.
Here we go.
You're playing the NFC North, and you're playing the AFC West.
Okay, so we get a trip to Vegas.
Yes, they are going to be going to Vegas.
Okay, we're going
to take on the Raiders.
Are we going to play? We got Denver at home, or are we away?
No, you're going to Denver.
Oh, that'll be tough.
You're going to Detroit.
We got Chargers at home then.
Yes, you have the Chargers at home. You have the Chiefs at home, Vikings and Packers.
So you're going,
and then also the Cardinals.
Cardinals. Oh, that's at
AT&T Stadium.
Oh, so no Cardinals. Okay, because you got your ass kicked last time you played them in.
I don't think it matters if it's in Arizona or not. I think that team has your number.
Arizona at Arizona usually beats the Cowboys.
It seems like the Cardinals always beat the Cowboys.
And there's got to be swing games. Okay, New England Jets, is that one of the swing games?
Yes. So you're going to get an NFC South team, and you're going to get an AFC East team.
So Saints Carolina, right? Because we're a third place team.
Yes.
So Saints Carolina, or we're going to get Jets New England.
Yes.
Okay.
And those will be road games for you. So you're going to go to Chicago, to Denver, to Detroit, and to Vegas. And you're going to go. You're going to welcome in the Packers, the Vikings, the Chiefs, and the Chargers. And then obviously you have your divisional games. That's tough sledding right there.
They might not win a home game.
That's that is.
If you can't beat the Saints and Houston, you're not going to beat the Chiefs and Packers.
We're looking for bounce back 25 Cowboys.
Yeah.
That schedule as it stands right now, that's going to be challenging. Maybe they'll do the beet juice thing when they go to Mile High to take on the Broncos. Pull out all the stops.
Yeah, get beet juice.
Be careful with that too. Don't drink too much.
Yeah. Is there a problem with beet juice?
Run right through you?
It doesn't run right through you, but it'll sit you down for a while whenever it starts working.
Really?
Yeah. You start sending texts. Hey, I'll be there a little late.
In what world? Why were you drinking beet juice? Is it delicious?
Stay regular and clean. You know,
okay,
I like the fiber. Keep fibrous.
There you go.
Stomach.
Fibrous.
Well,
fibrous stomach.
Apparently, it's good to prep the body.
Yes.
For mile high altitudes.
Okay.
So at least according to the Colts,
I think you're getting ball sacked.
I don't know. I mean, the Colts definitely didn't win that game when they went to Denver, so I don't know how much it helped them there. But there's your Cowboys schedule for next season, and I would like to tee up some sound from the playmaker.
What's the record?
The playmaker.
This is 6-11.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Mike McCarthy back for another one.
Yeah, we'll have plenty of time for record predictions, but that looks like a tough 2025 schedule for the Cowboys.
We predicted when we did our show deal, we picked 9 and 8.
Yes,
we did.
So we were pretty on par.
We were close. We didn't expect him to lose to New Orleans and Atlanta.
No, we didn't have the individual games nailed, but we did have the overall schedule pretty much nailed.
New Orleans thought they had it, too. They thought they were Super Bowl bound after beating the Cowboys. Had a darn parade on division right there.
They really did, dude. They had
boom, 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 boom.
They had tubas, umbrellas. They had a percussion squad. That was amazing.
The umbrellas were all out that day.
The playmaker Michael Irvin was on the Herd with Colin Cowherd and listened to him talk about McCarthy and his future status.
This for me, this kind of game erases December. I don't. You can't tell me, oh, we played good in December, and then the backups to the team, their backups playing your backups, and they put up a 40-burger on you, and you look like the way you look. So I think, this takes away some of the things that you have.
Would you replace McCarthy?
Yes, I would. Yes, I would. I just think it's time to go in another direction.
Okay.
And I hear this late surge to maybe go in to stay with Mike McCarthy. I'm not on that. I'm not on that bandwagon. What I believe is this team needs more discipline. I'm not saying Mike McCarthy is not a good coach, X's and O's coach, but I think the team needs more discipline. And sometimes, and it's hard to bring that in when you say, okay, this guy who doesn't have that firm hand and discipline is now going to either bring somebody else in to help him with
You know what I
discipline.
always said, Michael? It's much
and that
easier.
doesn't work.
Okay, so Michael Irvin, obviously not in favor of bringing McCarthy back. I disagreed with him with what he said in regards to the X's and O's stuff and having a respect for McCarthy's football acumen. But the old school players look at McCarthy's offense and they think that it is schematically up to par because it's the stuff that they were doing when they were winning in the 90s. Mm-hmm. But it has not advanced like the rest of the league has offensively. So agree to disagree with Michael Irvin there. But the overall point, the discipline, all that stuff, and this Eagles game just erasing all the good equity that he had built up over these last few weeks. I agree with Michael Irvin, and I do appreciate that he's willing to go out there and say that because there's so many voices right now. Jimmy Johnson, Troy Aikman, oh yeah, McCarthy needs to come back.
Yeah.
Come on, the discipline stuff is real too. It's not like he's got everything dialed and it's just his X's and O's offensively that are problemac. And
does he have a discipline problem?
I mean, you're just always penalized. Your teams aren't ready to play when it's time to go play up against the real teams, good teams. You and your team are deer in the headlights.
Is that discipline or is that just lack of talent? Are you playing better teams that are better teams?
These teams like
this one to me is
when you're getting blown out, dude. You're not barely losing these games. You're not there. You're getting smashed.
But is that discipline or is that just you're not good enough? I mean, I'm not trying to be a jerk here.
Well,
I think
semantics on what it is. Your coach doesn't have your team ready to play when the games actually matter. When there's no expectation to win and the postseason is now you're eliminated.
And
sure,
okay.
When the expectation go all the way down to the floor, then fine.
That's where I've said to you, I said they don't have a difference maker.
Correct.
It's not discipline. It's a difference maker. You don't have that coach that could get you to the point where when you're playing a good team, that he could be the one advantage you have. That's discipline to me is like the team is the penalty stuff and all that. We haven't had a deal where we had Mike McCarthy stand up there and, well, the bad penalties were bad today. Penalties were bad. He there was some of that early in the year, and then all of a sudden they changed the left tackle out. They weren't having holding calls. They weren't having guys lining up deep in the backfield. Defense, we didn't see the holdings and the, am I right about that? Am I right about the number of penalties? I mean, I'm sure you could pull it up a lot faster than me, but that I just kind of feel like when you talk about discipline is like your team is just, you're having problems off the field. There's a lot of complaining. There's a lot of, the locker room is bad.
Cowboys have the 4th most penalties in the season.
Okay. Can you break it down on a week-to-week thing for me? Do they have that?
I don't have that in front of me.
Okay, I could get that at the break. I could probably get that at the break. But there was a time where they were one of the and every week McCarthy stood up there and was We got to be better on penalties. We got to be better. I don't feel like that they've been the most penalized team in the league the last 6-7 weeks.
I got you.
I'm just.
I'm with you.
I appreciate Mike wants to get a new coach, but I think if he would have said, I don't think Mike McCarthy's a difference maker. Jimmy Johnson is a difference maker. He played for a difference maker. You know, that's where I think this team lacks, because you do play against teams like, look next year. Minnesota's got a difference maker. Detroit's got a difference maker. I think
Kansas
City's got a difference maker.
Denver.
I think Denver's got a difference maker. See, if McCarthy comes back, he's going to be at a disadvantage in all those games.
Chargers with Harbaugh.
Keep going.
Yeah. No, that's just the fact of the matter. And we definitely agree. We would both like to see someone new here. Yeah. So we'll agree with the playmaker on that. Sure. All right, let's get you the Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day, 2024 year in review. That's next year in the nation. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take control of your financial future.
Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I didn't know your name. No, I'm Jack. My name's Jack. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
All right, let's get you the final Wooly Bully Top 10 list of 2024. Welcome into the G-Bag Nation. We have our Odyssey NFL insider, Mark Schlereth, joining the program here in about 15 minutes. Zeke released from the Cowboys. We have a statement from his agent as well. We'll get to that at some point here very, very soon. Segment brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Also brought to you by the Frankels. And if you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. All right, what you got, Broadus?
Okay, since week 12, I was looking at the penalties, right?
Oh, cool, yeah.
Week 12, four penalties. Week 13, 6 penalties. Week 14, 4 penalties. Then they had the game at Carolina in week 15 where they had 14.
Oof.
Week 16, they had 5. Week 17, this last week, they had 8. Okay. Of their 117 penalties that they've had this year, 11 of them have been for this. Defensive, too many men on the field. 4 of those. Player out of bounds on a special teams play, like running out of bounds. 3 of those. I think those are good ones.
How do you get those too many men on the field penalties? You've been playing this game for a long time, and if somebody's in your spot,
Lucius, you're right.
You get out there like, man, this is a fool in my spot. Maybe I should go back to the block.
They've had.
Thank you, Lucius.
They've had 6 of those. They've had 6 total of too many men on the field. 2 on the offense, 4 on the defense, is what they've had. And they've had 2 penalties this year where kickoffs were short. They weren't in that landing zone.
Mm-hmm.
So 11 of their penalties were like, what? The penalties they've been called for the most are false starts, 24, offensive holding, 24, defensive pass interference, 6, illegal formation, that's the dudes lining up too deep, 6 of those, and unnecessary roughness, 5. Those are your penalties this year that you've been called on. Is that discipline or is that just some idiotic things that they're doing? Maybe it is discipline. Maybe he's right. But I would like to believe like 11 of those penalties are like sideline penalties like Lucius was asking about. Too many men on the field. Kickoff short.
You're not buttoned up.
No.
And we know that there are bigger problems than just Mike McCarthy when it comes to the Cowboys. This is a 30-year run now of not reaching the pinnacle. But
no question.
The only way to shake things up is with the head coach. You're not moving on from the Joneses. You're not moving on from the culture that the Joneses have set from the top down for, again, the last 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
So that, of course, is your biggest issue. But there's nothing we can do about that. So the next best thing is to try and go get a difference maker at the head coach spot, and they haven't had one since Jimmy. We'll see if they do it this time. All right, the top 10 list of the day. I have the top 10 new words for 2024 that the kids have apparently been saying. These are global sensations here as it pertains to some of these new words. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not really familiar with most of these. So we'll see. Have you learned any new words this year? Maybe some slang terms. 877-881-1053, the final day of the year. I also have in front of me, now do you guys know who had the #1 song of the year? Any guesses? I've never even heard of this guy.
Well, I was wrong.
You're thinking Kendrick Lamar, right?
No. I was going to go like Glorilla.
Okay.
The 7 Friday. Me.
I have heard that.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Who is it?
It's some fish dude.
Jelly Roll.
Fish.
Have you ever heard of a guy named Teddy Swims?
Teddy Swims. Fish. I'm saying fish. It swims.
Okay, you want points for that?
No, I was thinking. I knew it was fish.
That fish guy.
When he said
what I'm
fish,
talking about.
you said I knew it was swims. I couldn't remember if it was fish or swims.
You were right there, man. You really were.
I was trying, man. Uh-oh.
It's better than what I had. I'm like, who is Teddy Swims?
What are you about?
Apparently, Teddy Swims' song called Lose Control.
Oh, no.
Not sure that I've ever heard this song. Is the #1 song of the year.
Lose Control.
And so I would like for Broadus to just read us a little excerpt here. We have.
Oh, no, I am not doing
We
this.
have the opener, we have the chorus, and we have verse 2. Brought to you by Brian Broadus. This is the song of the year. Teddy Swims, Lose Control. Cold read. Take it away, Krusty.
All right, here we go.
This is your song of the year, ladies and gentlemen, performed by Brian Broadus.
Something's got a hold on me lately. No, I don't know myself anymore. Feels like the walls are all closing in and the devil's knocking at my door. Whoa. Out of my mind, how many times did I tell you I am no good at being alone? Yeah, it taken a toll on me. Try my best to keep from tearing my skin off my bones, don't you know? This is the chorus part here. I lose control when you're not next to me. I'm falling apart right in front of you. Can't you see? I lose control when you're not next to me. Yay, you're breaking my heart, baby. You're making a mess of me.
Wow.
Pretty impressive. I need to read.
It was heartwarming.
Problematic.
Sounds like a song about addiction.
And he's doing the woman metaphor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
This is it?
Yes. I think so.
This is Teddy Fish.
Yeah. Johnny Sharks with another one climbing up the charts.
Hey, this is a voice right here. I've never heard this before.
This is the #1 song in the country.
#1 for the year.
Trying my best to keep from tearing my skin
off my bones. Don't you know? Oh,
You put sauce on that.
Yeah.
All right.
Teddy Swims.
Did I do all right?
Not Teddy Fish. Yeah, you did a great job. You did a great job. This actually, this is my first listen here, but it's pretty good. It's a good voice.
Yeah. It's already ready for the grocery store.
Yeah, the grocery store songs are good. I can sing along to those. Those are good.
Quite the playlist.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Madonna. And Madonna quite a bit in the Tom Thumb.
Do you break out in song and dance when you're going to get your crawfish?
Yeah. Material Girl. Why not?
Yeah, a lot of love for this song on the text right now.
So many SKUs.
Never heard of this guy before. There's your song of the year. All right, top 10 new terms of 2024. Have you ever heard these terms? This comes courtesy of the New York Post. The number 10 new term of the year, preen.
Preen.
A slang term for a child that acts or wears clothes like a teenager. Preen.
Preteen.
Yeah, they're combining them.
Preteen. Okay.
We go to number 9. This is, I guess, a French word of sorts.
Oui.
Oeuvre or oeuvre. OEUVRE refers to the repertoire of a musician, artist, or writer.
Oeuvre.
I don't know. Number 8 is cats. KATZ.
Cats, great deli in New York.
Means
hell of a basketball player too.
Yeah.
What he wants to be.
Yeah.
It means anything fun or entertaining. These are apparently words that young folks are using.
Oh, they're cats. Is that right? Did I use it the right way, Lucius?
Like that. It's the bee's knees. Now it's the cat.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, man, that's the cats, man. Yeah, I'll tell you what.
Like Lucius.
They're going back to jazz days, bebop.
Lucius is a cat. He's one of the cats.
Cats, man, I tell you.
Number 7 new slang term of 2024. 3 letters. SEN. Sen. A slang term for self.
Sin?
Sen. SEN.
Have you ever heard me say send it? Like, do it, send it.
Yeah, full send.
Send it. Yeah.
But this is just SEN. Send.
Where'd you learn that one from, brothers?
Sniper shows.
Okay.
Like the sniper, like his guy like his spotter.
I got you.
Send it.
Send it. That's when you know it's time to let that index finger go.
I thought you learned that in the dating pool for a while. Don't be talking about it. Be about it. Send it, big boy.
Have you ever sent have you ever texted a photo of yourself?
Yeah.
Of your piece?
Oh, no. What are you doing?
Okay. Oh. Number 6.
Oh, what are you? Gosh.
I think he's ball sagging us, Lucius.
Oh, I know. Hey.
Number 6.
I worked with a guy that did, though.
Oh, really?
He was a quarterback.
He was known for it.
Awful angle, too, with the Crocs in there and everything. Come on, fam.
Yeah.
Got to work on that angle,
You can
bro.
get in trouble doing that.
Well, if they're unsolicited, for sure.
You get in a lot of trouble. Like, you get these females would they'll call you out for
It's
that.
unsolicited.
Yeah, they'll call you out for that.
Yeah,
The mind frame has got to be insane. Like, this will knock her socks off.
She's gonna
this
want
is what she's
this.
been wanting to see.
Your heart's racing.
That's it.
Surprise, surprise. Number 6, we have schmaltz as your number 6
Schmaltz
new
liquor?
slang term of the year. Let's see. I guess it's making a comeback. For those who don't know, it's a Yiddish term referring to anything highly melodramatic or sentimental.
It's a schmaltz.
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 Number 5, sobriquet.
Whoa.
Gen Z, I guess, thinks they're a little fancy here. It's another French term. Refers to a nickname or descriptive title of a person or thing.
Sobriquet?
Guess so. Or sobriquet, maybe. Quet at the end. Number 4, of course. Broadus knows this one. Hawk Tua.
Okay.
Pretty much
sums it all up.
Yep.
Kind of our whole year.
Now, how about this one?
Poor girl.
Yeah, she got roasted. I watched the.
She got roasted?
The 2024 roast. The roast of 2024. It's on Netflix, and she was brought up a multitude of different times by the.
She's making money
roasters.
off this, though, isn't
Well.
she? Is she down?
Well, she did that crypto thing, and now I don't know if we've seen or heard from her.
Yeah. What a hell of a year, right? You get blasted off into the stratosphere of being famous, and then all of a sudden now you caught up in a legal scandal.
Yeah, it's come full circle for her in less than 12 months.
I mean, what a year.
Number 3, word of the year, brand new slang term, Gen Z bringing it strong. How about this one? Have you guys heard this? Skibbity?
Skibbity.
Let's see. So it was, I don't know, it was a popular Halloween costume. There's a bunch of memes involved here. It's hard for me to really get a grasp on what it actually means, but skibbity is apparently a big time thing right now. Number 2, Sigma.
What?
Jack Sigma. He was good for the Sonics back in the day.
It refers to a lone wolf who doesn't subscribe to traditional social roles.
Gotcha.
If you're Sigma, I guess that's a cool thing. If you're Sigma, and then number 1 is demure.
Demure. I'm very mindful. I'm very demure.
Is that
These
what
are
that
terrible
is?
words.
Demure, I've heard a lot. I've heard that one a lot. These other ones, I don't know. These kids are getting into the bebop slang now, which I like.
Yeah,
They're going old school. It's not like weird things like ratchet. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah.
You give me a fly word, make me look back, and it's like, oh, they was using this word in 1880.
Yeah, they're kind of bringing some stuff back now and sort of reinventing it a little bit. There it is, top 10 new words of 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and welcome in our Odyssey NFL insider, multi-time Super Bowl champion. It's Mark Schlereth, ladies and gentlemen, next year in the nation.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
All right, let's go ahead to the D&M Leasing Hotline and welcome in our Odyssey NFL insider, Mark Schlereth, brought to you by Hellman's Mayonnaise Mayo Game Day. Be delicious. Happy New Year, Mark. How are you, man?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
Fantastic, bro. Fantastic. We just got word that Ezekiel Elliott has been released, and get this, Mark, they're trying to get him on a playoff team. Maybe you can go help somebody win a Super Bowl. 3.1 yards per carry. What say you?
Good luck. I mean, every time they give him the ball, I think to myself when I'm watching, why?
Mm-hmm.
Like, why would you do that? But hey, good luck, hey, man. That'd be great. I'd love to see him get an opportunity to, contribute. I just don't. He's not going to play special teams. He's like, I don't know. Like at some point, you got to watch yourself on film. Here's how I figured out. I sucked. Okay, you ready? Like at the end of my career, I was coming off several knee injuries, several knee surgeries. Had a knee surgery. Came back to practice. It's snowing outside. I'm in Denver. We're outdoors. I'm only taking a few reps here and there. And it got snowing so hard you couldn't really see the numbers on the jerseys. They're old faded out jerseys we're wearing in practice. And I'm watching this kid who I thought was a practice squad player, and he's taking reps, and I'm like, oh, my God, that kid sucks. I'm thinking this in my head. That kid sucks. He's never going to play in this league. And then I go, wait a minute, rewind that. And I look closer. I put my glasses on, and I go, oh, shoot, that's me. Like that, like it was that bad, and I was like, it is time to stop playing because I'm no longer a help to the team. I'm a hindrance, and and that's when in my mind I knew it was over, man. It just is. It takes its toll on your body, and you can see it in Zeke, no question about it.
Stink, when you get to that point though, is that the most difficult thing for a player? I mean, you saw it because. You're like, oh, wow, that's me, but you knew it. But is that the most difficult thing for a player to know when that day comes?
Yeah, I think it's really hard, especially, in my case, I could always play and I could always play well injured.
Right.
And so that was always like my superpower is I'm not only going to go out and play injured and I could have a surgery on a Monday and play on Sunday and grade out like really high. Mm-hmm. And I always was able to do that kind of mind over matter. And when my body just said, nope, I ain't doing it anymore. And I couldn't overcome that mentally, man. It was devastating to me because, I always pride myself on being, mentally just tougher than the injuries. Like I just was like, I am going to fight through this. And not only am I going to go out here feeling like crap, I'm going to whip your ass feeling like crap. And there was a sense of pride in being able to do that. And I did that throughout my entire career. And when my body just kind of gave up and quit and I couldn't will it to do the things I wanted it to do anymore, it's a really tough realization for you as a player. You're just like, oh, my gosh, I've always been able to do this and I can't do it anymore. And you feel like you're letting your team down. You feel like you're letting the organization down. It's hard, man. That's a really hard thing.
Stink, who's better between the Lions and the Vikings?
It's a great question. I think I would take the Lions offense and Jared Goff, and although, Sam Darnold's having an unbelievable year, and obviously Justin Jefferson is top notch. I mean, they're both super uber talented. I think what sets their offense apart, the Detroit Lions offense apart to me, is their O-line is big time. They are a big time performance group up front. Not that Minnesota's bad. They're not. They're very good, but I would put the Lions, on the upper echelon, them in Philadelphia. Maybe there's one or two more, but those guys are that good. Defensively, they scare me though. That it's funny. I did week 4 game in Arizona with Detroit. And I'm watching last night very intently because I've got San Francisco this weekend. And I'm like, holy Moses. Like, I recognize Kirby Joseph, and Brian Branch and Jack Campbell. And that's about where it begins and where it ends. Mm-hmm. 3 or 4 guys on their defense that were there in week 4 when I called the game. So it was really, it was really like eye-opening to me sitting there watching it.
Stink, should the Eagles go for the record with Barkley on Sunday?
Hell yes.
I knew this was going to come in.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, listen, man, I get it. I would sit there and say, here we go. Like, if I'm coaching that team, first off, I would talk to Saquon about it because it means a lot. Like, if you watch him break the 2,000, they panned to Jeff Stoutland, who's one of the best offensive line coaches in the business, man, and he's jacked up. And guys are jacked up, and they're celebrating Saquon, and Saquon is one of those guys that to me is like connective tissue within a locker room. He bonds together defense and offense and special teams. He's just that guy. And I know this, man, when I was playing in Denver and Terrell Davis in Week 18 in a game that didn't matter to us, we had the number 1 seed. He needed 170 yards to break 2,000. I screwed Terrell. It's important to me. Yeah. Like, I want this record for him. And, we're very close friends. It was really important to me. It was really important to us as a group, and a really cool story, man. We're in the game, and one of our guys, he's our ops. He's in charge of ops, and his name was Bill Harple. I think it was Bill that was holding it up. It might have been somebody else, but I'm pretty sure it was Bill. But anyhow, he had a little grease board on the sideline, and every time Terrell would rip off a run, 10, 12 yards. We'd be shouting at the sideline, like, what does he need? What does he need? And he'd write down the number for us, right, between plays. And it was like we get closer, and we were getting closer and closer, and all of a sudden, he breaks one off for 8 yards or something, and he goes 2007. Then we pull him out of the game. And for me, I would look at that record like, hey, let's give you let's give you the ultimate try in that first half. See if you can get this thing. See where we are at the end of the first half. If we're close, and if we are, damn it, let's go get it. Let's go make history. And that's kind of how I think I would approach it. How I feel like they're going to approach it. But again, I have no clue. That's just what my gut tells me.
Who's your MVP this year, Mark?
If Saquon breaks the record, I'd take Saquon. Now, first, you've got to understand, I hate quarterbacks.
Thank you.
Yeah, quarterbacks they're not football players. They're quarterbacks, right? They don't play football. They play quarterback.
Yeah.
And, and we just bend over backwards. Like, every rule in the league is bent toward their success. And yet we sit here and go, oh, the job is so hard. Oh, my goodness, how do they do it, right? Oh, like, we're running a high-low concept. We're running post over, and if the safety jumps on the over, throw the post. If he jumps, if he stays deep on the post, then throw the over. Oh, how do they figure it out? Ooh. Like, give me a break. Let's stop it. Every rule, you can't hit him. You can't look at him. It just is. It's ridiculous. Let's let a football player win it. Saquon is, like I said, he's connective tissue. Let him win it. I'd love to see it.
Mark, I want to thank you so much because Eric, for the last 3 or 4 days, has tried to get every prominent guest we've had, and you put it over the top. So thank you so much.
Everybody's giving it to Barkley, Stink, and I was hoping that you were.
And Eric loves quarterbacks more than anybody, and just what you said. You should have seen his face. He was just smiling to himself because he knows how wrong he is about this. And I just want to thank you for being a great guest all year, Stink. Really appreciate you.
I appreciate it, man. You guys are the best. Take care. And hey, you're only 5 plays away from winning that game.
Hey, without the scoreboard, Stink, we were right there.
Yeah, we're right there, Stink.
That may be the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I know, dude. That was amazing. Micah Parsons, incredible. Well, who's your defensive player of the year then? Who you giving to that?
Wow, that's a great question. We always make it about sacks, and sacks are hard to get. I'm biased. Like, I love watching PS2 in Denver play, but it's Denver. They're 9-7, and it's going to be hard for anybody 9-7 to win that thing. Parsons was out for so long, with the high ankle sprain. It's going to be hard for him. T.J. Watt's been amazing. I'll tell you the guy that just consistently I marvel at is Trey Hendrickson. The guy knew Trey Hendrickson is tougher than I was. Like, and he was going into last week, and I think he led the league in sacks. But Like, the first time I watched him play, that dude, watch him. He plays with no tape on his hands or fingers or gloves.
Right,
it's crazy.
Just long black sleeves.
I watch him and go, oh, yeah, he's tougher than I was.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way I would even think about playing a football game without tape on my fingers. And my fingers were taped up. Like, I mean, you wouldn't believe how much tape I would use in my hands. And your hands take a beating. And for that dude to play that way, he's a great, great player. But there's a lot of them, man. There's a lot of guys. Chris Jones is incredible. There's a ton of guys that are really, really special in this league to play on the defensive side of the ball.
No doubt about it. Well, you're the man, Mark. We appreciate it. Happy New Year to you. We'll catch up with you again next week, man. Thank you.
Sounds good. Be well.
Yes, sir. There he goes. Odyssey NFL Insider Mark Schlereth, brought to you by Hellman's Mayonnaise. Mayo game day be delicious.
Yeah.
And Broadus is laughing himself to the bank here with the Barkley MVP stuff.
See, you're
think, proud of that.
You think you're going to be so wise, and you're just going to like, okay, let's see if I could get somebody else. But you're asking all the crusty dudes.
I know. We got to get some real football power on
Yeah,
here.
you need some. If you didn't have so many crusty dudes that you asked that question to, and you had a crusty gal, yes, our sideline reporter there.
I'm sure she would appreciate that.
Yeah, who's the crusty gal? Put some names on it.
Pam Oliver.
Oh, damn.
She's a veteran. She's a crusty veteran.
She is. She's the best, and we appreciate her very much.
Yeah.
Except for the fact that she voted it for Saquon for the MVP.
Sure,
unbelievable. We're gonna get a guest on here that is gonna be on the right side of history at some point.
It ain't happening.
And I look forward to that moment. All right, let's crank open some football's finest. And why is John Gruden not giving us his Week 17 Nicey Players of the Week? Broadus has the inside scoop next in the nation.
Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking out.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Broadus has the inside scoop on why we're not getting a John Gruden Week 17 nicey list. And, well, it sort of makes some sense here. Welcome into the G-Bag Nation. Ezekiel Elliott has been granted his release by the Cowboys as he looks to hop on with a playoff contender. Will any team in the playoffs be interested in Zeke's services? 877-881-1053. Who would be that team? We do have a statement from Zeke's agent, Rocky Arsenault. He says, I'd like to thank Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys for affording Zeke this unique opportunity and granting us our release. Even though nothing is imminent, Zeke is excited about the possibilities and is grateful. He's got a lot of good football left in him and will remain a Dallas Cowboy for life. Now, what do you think, Broadus? Will there be a team that would be interested in his services? Now, Broadus is, just so you know, Broadus is
like
LSU
out on the broadcast.
Tigers.
Yeah, we're completely falling apart here in this Texas Bowl. Like, our quarterback just threw an interception. It was very reminiscent. Dak's going to catch a stray where you don't see the linebacker dropping, and all of a sudden you get in a throwing lane. That's what just happened to Nussmeier. Like
seeing ghosts out there.
Didn't see a drop in.
There's a couple of 8-4 teams doing 8-4 things.
Yeah.
As Baylor's down 10, but plenty of time left here.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
Scratching and clawing.
Baylor was down a lot more, and LSU's fumbled the ball, throwing interceptions. I mean,
we're on Broadus meltdown alert.
Yeah,
if Baylor comes back and wins this thing.
Get ready. Jeez. But yeah, no, I don't think anybody will sign Zeke. I don't.
Wow. I mean, don't you have to think if you're him and his agent, you've been back channeling and you know there's a team or two that want you? Because otherwise, why would you embarrass yourself like this? Please release me. I want to go on a playoff team, and then nobody wants you.
I just kind of feel like that maybe Zeke's in a situation where, it's like he's probably, I don't know. I mean, I kind of felt like that maybe that they're trying to say, okay, we're going to play you this week, and he's like, you didn't want to play me. I'm not going to be mop-up guy. I think this was just the last straw with him.
So you think they're just disguising it like, we want him to be on a playoff team, but that's not realistic?
That's not. I don't think that's realistic.
Nico don't know what he's doing.
I don't think he's going to go on a playoff team. Could be way wrong. I'm talking to any of my gang of 7 guys, but I don't know how you can watch his tape and feel good about that. Feel good about him coming in and helping you in any way. Oh, just a great snap for LSU here.
Baylor just snapped the ball over their
awesome.
quarterback's head and lost like 30 yards.
Yeah, now they got a punt. Yeah. Whew.
In your face, Dave Aranda.
There's a football god out there.
Well, I did see our buddy David Hellman with an interesting little tweet here. He says, maybe with Detroit having the David Montgomery injury, and he was sort of their power back. Zeke is obviously nowhere close to the level of David Montgomery at this juncture, but maybe they want a bruiser when they need a half a yard, and Zeke could be that guy. Just throwing that out there from David Hellman.
I love David. I just don't know how you could. Okay, half yard, sure. Seriously, how do you watch that? And feel really great about that.
You don't. You can't.
You don't.
And you won't. And I don't think a team will be overly interested either. But again, I just can't help but think Zeke and his agent have back-channeled, and there is a team that would be interested in signing him for the playoffs, because otherwise you're doing.
He's got to go through waivers.
Yeah, he's got to clear waivers.
Or you can claim him off waivers. This team that you're talking about could just claim him off waivers if they want him.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to wait for him to clear waivers. You just claim him off waivers.
And
if you're that team,
you have to imagine that, again, Zeke and his agent have done those backdoor conversations a little bit, because why would you demand your release if you didn't know there was at least one, if not a couple of teams that would be interested in signing you? Now, maybe they're ball sacking Zeke and his agent, and they're just leaving him hanging out to dry there. Hellman also mentioned the Chargers because they're thin and super banged up at the running back spot. And you would have the Buckeye backfield of Dobbins and Zeke coming full circle with the Wolverine Harbaugh as head coach.
I was looking at Gibbs, Reynolds, and Vakai. Is that how you say it?
I think so.
Vakai.
That's what the Lions have right now.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think for
Jackson Smith Nagujuba.
Exactly. Vakai.
I do think Zeke is pretty much done at this point, and we'll see. We'll see if a team hops on board. I guess it's going to be the Rico show on Sunday. Maybe can we get a little Deuce Vaughn action?
He's been inactive a lot of times.
I know, but or maybe it's just a 1-2 punch of Lipke and Rico.
Yeah.
Or a lot more Turpin in the I formation.
Let me tell you what, they figured out something with Turpin handing him the ball and that. I mean, it seems like every time they hand it to him, it's like a 7 or 8 yard play. He should have scored a touchdown the other day. He just got tripped. He tripped over Brooks' feet. But he was well on his way. Well blocked play. Got a great block from Brooks, but yeah, he tripped up.
Yeah.
I'd put him back there more.
I think there's going to be some teams that are putting in some offers on the restricted free agent, Kevontae Turpin.
Think so?
I bet teams are looking at him like, man, we could get a little something out of this guy.
So you got to tender him.
You're going to need to tender him.
Yeah, you don't think if you tender him the right to refuse, you think somebody will pay him $5-6 million a year? I think there would be a team that might be interested in doing that. Okay,
I really do.
You know what? If you're watching his tape as a pro guy, a pro director, you have to be very, very, like, man, this guy can do a lot for you. He's the one thing, we always very kind of critical of Mike McCarthy, and there were things they were doing with him at OTAs, and we were all like, geez, it's the same old thing. OTAs, Broadus is getting excited about this. Broadus is getting excited about kickoff return because he gets the ball out to the 35, 40 every time that kind of thing. But man, they actually did kind of follow through with some stuff and getting him more involved in some offensive snaps, and good for them for doing that.
People texting in about Dalvin Cook and his whereabouts. I haven't heard that name in a while.
Wow, that's crazy. Yeah,
I guess he's still on the practice squad.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, maybe he gets the call up. One last ride for
Dalvin Cook.
So why aren't we getting a Week 17 nicey clip from our guy John Gruden?
Get off the field things we're dealing with right now.
Dealing with off the field things.
Off the field things, yeah.
Because he's still in the midst of all sorts of.
He's got a lot of off the field things he's going on doing right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So it's not the holidays.
No, it wasn't the holidays, because I asked him. I said, "Hey, did the holidays catch you?" He goes, "No, dealing with some things." So I'm giving it the category of off the field things.
Off the field.
Off the field.
Police!
Off the field.
Nailed it. I would imagine you and Gruden had some nice New Year's nights together.
Trying to think.
New Year's with John Gruden probably gets buck wild.
Yeah.
Mike Vrabel.
Half the Hooters staff at his crib.
Yeah.
Oh, John.
I tell you what.
Let's take this party back to my place, ladies.
I was with John one night, and yeah, it got really expensive. And and it was at the end. I looked at him. He goes, "You ready to go?" I'm like, "Yeah, I guess so."
I guess we're getting out of here now.
I guess we're dipping. So we did.
We don't have the capacity.
Yeah, we dipped right on out of there.
Well, Mike Vrabel apparently really wants that Patriots job, and everybody thinks that Robert Kraft is still just going to be locked in on bringing back Gerard Mayo for at least one more season. But Vrabel using the Jets as leverage, maybe he ends up with the Raiders because of the Brady connection, but it seems like he wants to be in New England. Obviously won Super Bowls with the Patriots and knows the organization extremely well, probably has a great relationship with Robert Kraft.
Yeah.
And
they would have to admit they were wrong about Mayo, though, wouldn't they?
They would have to admit that.
Yeah.
They would have to admit that, and I don't know that Robert Kraft wants to do it, but that's definitely a spot you would like to be because the division, obviously you have Buffalo, but otherwise the Dolphins and the Jets are never really a team that has to concern you. And Drake May in year one certainly was
better than I thought he would.
Was better than many probably anticipated.
Him and Knicks both, yeah.
And you have the number 1 overall pick. So, like, that is enticing. I get it. If I'm Vrabel, I'm looking at that going, man, please get Mayo out of there. Let me take over that spot because I feel good about my quarterback now. I have all the power when it comes to the draft here. Do I want Travis Hunter? Do I want to just get a bunch of picks for the future and trade down? That would make a ton of sense. I get why Vrabel has them as his number 1.
What did you think of Penix the other day playing?
I thought he was sharp.
Yeah. Good player. I had him above those guys, like him above Knicks, and I had.
You had Penix ahead of Drake May and
exactly.
Bo Nix.
Yeah, it was Williams, Daniels, Penix for me. Those were my top 3.
Well, I mean, that was an awesome game. Daniels was out of this world dominant, and Penix was. I mean, you wouldn't think that was his second start of his career.
No.
On the road, big game, big moment.
He made some good throws.
Yeah,
he's a winner. That dude, he is a winner. I know he didn't win that game, but heck, if they had
his coach didn't really help him out there.
His field goal kicker didn't help either. They didn't have.
Well, the coach didn't help the kicker, and the kicker didn't help the quarterback.
And our kicker's named Koo.
No, well, yeah. Everybody was wondering, like, where's Younghoe Koo? He's banged up, and so they had a different guy out there.
We had a backup dude that wasn't getting it done.
Yeah.
Would you trade Aubrey for a second round pick? If it was a high 2?
Yes.
Would you?
Yes. And
if somebody offered you a second, like somebody offered you the 40th pick for Brandon Aubrey, would you take it?
Absolutely, I would. Would you?
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No.
You'd rather have Butter than a second rounder?
I think so.
That's interesting. Do you think a team would
I also want a running back in the first round.
Yeah. I like the way you
don't trust my team building.
Hey, that's going to be a kick-ass 6 or 7 win team.
I'm just telling you, though.
Do you think a team would be interested in trading a second-round pick for him? I mean, if you're looking at...
Hell yeah.
Yeah?
Hell yeah, they would. If you knew you could get a kicker that every time you get to the logo, the thing's got a chance to be good.
Baltimore's probably looking like, man...
They had the most accurate kicker at one time in their life.
Yeah, and that is no longer the case.
You do not think like the Cincinnati Bengals or... I mean, San Francisco right now is dying for a kicker. Their guy's awful, and they're having problems. They lost that game. I mean, he gave up.
Dude, they kicked a 58-yard field goal late in that game that made no sense to me. You know that kicker's awful.
Yeah.
And it's just a give-up play. You're going to give the Lions the ball at midfield right now.
Yeah.
That made no sense to me. Yeah, the Niners need a kicker. Plenty of teams need a kicker. And don't get me wrong, it sucks when the Cowboys don't have one, and we know what that feels like. Yeah. But right now, you're what is your kicker able to really bring to the table for you? Right. You're still an awful team. You have so many other issues. For a second-round pick, yes, that feels like a no-brainer.
Doesn't it? If you're a team that's like, but you're a good team. I'm watching this smash and grab. Just these people, they don't.
Dude, this was at like this was at one of these. Like
a gold
like
store?
a Michoacana or like a El Rancho. There's an El Rancho or something in Dallas. They have like a jewelry section.
They just walked in and just smashed these glass and took all these things out.
Dude, my favorite video that I've seen recently is it looked like it was maybe New York City or something, and this dude comes in the front door of a jewelry store, goes right to the glass, smashes, tries to grab out some jewelry. And then when he goes to walk out the door, they have locked him inside.
It's the greatest. You see the sheer panic on them. They get the begging and everything. You see them on their knees like, oh, I'm sorry. I had to feed my family. Oh, please. Like, nah. Where was that at earlier, family? He was pointing that gun all on my face.
It's over for that guy now. He's locked into the jewelry store. So what did we just witnessed in El Rancho? I didn't realize El Rancho's had like jewelry sections.
Yeah, you get phones, TVs, everything in the front, bro. I'm telling you. Pit bulls.
Oh my gosh. Wow, dude! That's a one-stop shop.
Yeah, I tell you what, man. When they walk in these stores, they're taught not to stop them, right? Just let it go. Is that what we do? We just let it go?
Some of these, I think it's kind of every player decides for himself how they want to approach it. You have, like, I see videos, these Best Buy employees that are like putting up a whole defense line.
They gotta relax.
Like they're serious about it. I don't know. Maybe some of these businesses have some incentives for their employees.
For 12 an hour?
Yeah.
Nah, fam.
I'm giving that up, no problem. Whatever you want to do. Now, if I'm a business owner, and now I got a little bit more to say about this. If I'm just run of the mill hourly employee, you can come up here and do whatever you want, man. I'm not.
I'm a bullfighter.
Yeah, ole.
Yeah. I just find it's fascinating. Here we are. We're just like smashing and like nobody's really doing anything about it. Just standing there watching them do it. You know?
Yeah, because it's like, what do you?
What can you do?
I know what can you do?
Like I'm saying, unless you own this business, which you should be insured.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, I'm gonna let you run off with it anyway. As long as you're not pointing guns in everybody's faces, you're threatening lives, then I may reach down in here and pull that thing out.
Yeah.
Got to stay
silent
ready.
Alarm. That do you any good?
Silent alarm.
Silent alarm do you any good?
Well, it'll speed up the process of getting the 5-0 on the call. But I like the locked door button.
Yeah.
It's like the Matt Lauer button, but you're using it for good reasons.
It's hilarious. They start throwing furniture at the door and everything.
Yeah, they're trying.
Sheer panic.
Yeah. That was a great video that I just saw. 903, I work for Lowe's. Can't even call them out for stealing.
Oh,
wow.
Okay.
So,
hey, be safe out there, Lowe's guy or gal, please.
Yeah. You got to be
Happy New
careful.
Year. I hope everything's okay for you.
Okay, 972, I'm not trading Aubrey. Not having a kicker
There we go.
hurt us in the playoffs in 2022. All those missed field goals in the Tampa playoff game. Wow, I forgot about that Maher, right?
Yeah.
Old Mayorwich. Shout out to the guy, Jerry Jones.
How about
All right.
you just immediately going, yeah.
Dude, for a second-round pick right now?
Yeah. You need a kicker.
Actually, you know what? I take everything back.
No, you don't.
All the Cowboys do is take their second-round picks and set them on fire for the most part. Like, what would they even do in that scenario? We're going to get Kelvin Joseph.
Sean Lee
is an outlier, but even him, Blue Star Special.
I named you one. Scooney.
Oh, yeah. On that note, we're going to break. We have the commercial-free Expressway for the final time in 2024. Let's take a look at these college football playoff matchups, your best bets, and then we'll get you to LA Live. That's next right here in the Nation.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial-free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next, right here on The Fan.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Blade.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Navy?
Tree Curd?
No.
Nutmeg Navy.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
DFW Security has affordable, superior technology with professional installation and local support for your home or business.
DFWsecurity.com.
Congratulations to Louisville. They win the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl, and their head coach got dumped with the Frosted Flakes bath. That's a pretty dang good bath right there.
I will say this. Best bowl game midfield logo going.
The Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl?
Yeah.
They have Tony in the middle or what?
Tony in the middle, like big logo,
Just shoving Frosted Flakes into his face.
Just a huge tiger logo in the middle of the field. It's awesome looking.
Would you rather have the Frosted Flakes bath or the
French fries?
The French fry bath?
I like fries.
I just wonder what the freshness of those fries were, Like the staying power of the Frosted Flake is obviously speaks for itself.
Sure.
But that was pretty cool because they had the mascot, the Tony the Tiger mascot doing the dumping here.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's a great tradition. It's bowl season. Broadus' LSU Tigers are looking to beat the Baylor Bears here. And the Gamecocks, South Carolina, who thought they had a case to be in the playoff.
Yeah.
Looks like they're about to lose to Brett Bielema.
The Illini, they're up 21-17 here with a minute left. Joe D. Camillus is the special teams coach at South Carolina, by the way. Remember old Joe D?
Yeah.
The Cowboys?
Yeah.
His father-in-law was Dan Reeves, the old coach, Dan Reeves, player. Played at South Carolina, so that's got to be kind of neat for Joe D. I remember talking to Joe D. He was hanging out down there in Ponte Vedra, Florida, and kind of taking on the good life and stuff. And then here he's jumping back into college coaching. So good for him.
Ponte Vedra, Florida?
Ponte Vedra.
That sounds like a place like your shirt is always unbuttoned.
Yeah.
Flip-flops on at all times.
All time, Lucius.
Yeah.
All time.
Umbrella in your drink.
Not
Nothing
far.
but good vibes in that area.
Bloodshot red eyes from last night.
right off the A1A, right there, heading south. So, yeah.
Thanks to the on-time experts, we go commercial-free here, expressway style, to the top of the hour. LA Live here in just a few minutes. Segment brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, 877-881-1053. The news of the sports day. Zeke has been released by the Cowboys, and we'll see if he can get with a playoff contender. Now, let's get in a little college football action here. We're inching closer to kickoff with the first playoff game of the week here, and it'll be Boise State and Penn State for the Fiesta Bowl. That starts at 6:30. And here is Joel Klatt, college football man for Fox, giving you the breakdown here. Ashton Jeanty, Boise State, going up against Penn State. What say you, Joel Klatt?
Ashton Jeanty is as an elite of a back as there is in the country. Love Ashton Jeanty. This guy is absolutely remarkable. His sustainability during the course of the year has been really something to watch. I mean, the number of carries that this guy has and then the productivity that he maintains. You think about this guy week in and week out getting 30 carries, and now he's had 3.5 weeks of rest. So you're going to get a fresh number 2, and that's dangerous. And Oregon found that out early in the year. I mean, this guy almost ran for 200 yards against Oregon. So Penn State's going to have their hands absolutely full with Ashton Jeanty in that run game for Boise State. And I will say this, I think that the best way to attack Penn State's defense is running the football. If you look at what they do best, it's play in space and play aggressive attacking style with length and athleticism. That's like Penn State's defense to a T. If you want to get after them in the run game, they will jump around blocks at time because they want to play with athleticism and speed. Okay, so how did Michigan get after them last year? Well, they pounded them. They brought in extra offensive linemen. How did Ohio State get after them late and put that game away this year? They pounded them with the offensive line. And guess what happens? Like Penn State shied away from that. They jumped out of gaps. They weren't as sound. So do I think Boise is going to be able to play well in this game? I actually do.
All right, there's Joel Klatt's perspective on tonight's matchup here. Ashton Jeanty, of course, is the big name in the game. Of course, Abdul Carter as well, the edge rusher for Penn State.
Yeah, you've played.
He's number 11, right?
No, yes, he is. Excuse me. He is number 11. Absolutely.
So we're going to be watching him tonight.
Number 2 and a number 11, yeah.
Yeah, number 11 is probably going to be a top 5 pick in this upcoming draft.
Yeah,
certainly top 10.
You played your way right out of that one.
Yeah. Thank you for the Cowboys for doing that. But I know a lot of Cowboys fans are going to be watching Ashton Jeanty with the hopes that he's there at pick 11, 12, 13, whatever the Cowboys are picking.
I'm just going to say this, and he is so impressive to watch. And my first line of my notes is one of the best college football players in the country. I mean, the elite balance, the way he sheds tacklers, he maintains his momentum. When he's working through traffic, he makes people miss. He could see the entire field. He finds creases and gaps before the defender even has a chance to react. And, the way he gets to and through the hole, it's super impressive. The pad level, the leg drive, he's constantly going forward. He has a knack for getting the ball in the end zone. Opponents have a really difficult time to contain him on the goal line. He's a game breaker in every sense of the word. Whatever team selects him is going to get an elite type of a player. He is a running back, and the longevity is probably not going to be great. But I will say this, though, he will be one of the most clean players in this draft when it comes to character, health, and just ability. He's got some really rare traits to his game.
Well, yes, there's no doubt about it. He is a super beast, and his
a
numbers,
running back, though.
Video game type numbers this year. And from what I've seen, I think the thing that stands out the most, his ability to break tackles and just his general contact balance.
Yeah.
Is truly outstanding. So I'm excited to watch him tonight. And Clapp makes a good point about just the general freshness of Jeanty coming into this game. He's obviously carried a huge load for Boise State this year, but he should be fresh and ready to rock and roll. They're going to need every ounce of his dominance tonight versus Penn State. And Penn State's got some good running backs as well. Singleton and Allen, these are big play backs. I would imagine we'll have a couple of highlights of big-time Jeanty 40, 50-yard touchdown runs tonight, and Penn State could be doing the same thing. I would probably go with the over here. I think both teams are going to score some points tonight, over 53.5. I'd be all over that thing right there. Now, we also get the first game tomorrow is going to be the Peach Bowl, and that's going to be Texas as a 14-point favorite versus Arizona State.
Yeah.
And Bennett, your son Bennett's not going to be at this game, is he?
No, he is not.
Okay. But he's geared up for the next round.
He's geared up, yeah. Dad's got tickets. Hopefully he has tickets. If not, he's got Dad's tickets.
He's got yours.
3 weeks ago, I made the purchase of Cotton Bowl tickets thinking that maybe Texas was going to get there. So I'm hoping for the best here.
Well, what about this Cam Scatabo guy?
3rd round pick a lot of people are looking at. Talk to like Gang of 7 guys and stuff like that. And right now, kind of thinking maybe a 3rd round player, depending on the value of where you think. There's some other running backs in this draft. This Caleb Johnson from Iowa is a guy that a lot of people like, and then also Amario Hampton from North Carolina. And Scatterbo, he has been one of those guys that this could give Texas some problems, but Texas has been really good facing teams that can run the football. And Arizona State is a tough physical team. The quarterback play has been really good. Where they've been a little bit lacking is some on their defense. So we'll see if Texas can take advantage of that. But Texas had better bring the big boy pants playing defense tomorrow in this football game. They've gotten off to some poor starts, and maybe you might be a little worried about the early kickoff of this game. Can they be ready to go?
Noon kick locally here.
Yeah, exactly. So it's at 1 o'clock. So Texas has had some problems starting out in some of these games. Can they avoid that and get off to a good start and kind of destroy Arizona State's will to compete? You let Arizona State stay around in this football game, it's going to be a problem for Texas late.
That's interesting because I saw that you have Arizona State outscored their opponents by an average of 7.6 points in the first quarter.
There you go, yeah.
And they led 3 of their games by at least 21 in the second quarter. So they are kind of a start fast
Yeah, and
team.
Texas hasn't been lately. That's been a problem.
All right, well, then that's going to be certainly a key to the game there.
Yeah.
Hopefully Texas can come out of the gate strong, but Scatabo is he's a stud back for them, and he gets it out of the backfield as well.
Yeah.
He's the only back in college football this year to have over 1,000 yards rushing and over 350 yards receiving.
Yes.
So, and he's kind of, would you say, like physical rushing style?
Oh, yeah, downhill, tough, hard to get a really good shot on him as far as the way he plays, pad level down, falling forward, you can't get negative plays against him. Yeah, he's the reason why that Arizona State has they started off a little slowly. Texas State, they actually played a game against Texas State early in the season. Texas State kind of held him in check. I couldn't get film on it. Watched a replay of the game on TV. Texas State did a good job defensively, but everybody else in the Big 12 have kind of had some problems with him.
Well, then you're going to get to, after the Texas game tomorrow, we get the Rose Bowl. And this is Ohio State and Oregon with the rematch. And Ohio State off a really impressive victory over the Volunteers in round 1 of the playoff, 42-17. Still just cannot wrap my mind around the idea that Ohio State is a 2.5-point favorite here. I am all over Oregon plus 2.5. That makes all the sense in the world. Oregon with multiple weeks to prepare, and Dan Lanning is a true difference maker at coach. And Ryan Day, we know what his status is. I mean, he's in the pressure cooker right now, and he's not been a guy that has shown up in these big games. So, and Dylan Gabriel, I think he's better than Will Howard. Lanning better than Ryan Day. All the pressure in the world. I mean, both teams dealing with pressure here, but now Dan Lanning has the opportunity to sell to his team the underdog factor. Hey, you're the 1 seed, but you're the underdog in the game. Nobody's believing in you. Us against the world. And we've heard some of his pregame speeches. That dude gets fired up. So he's going to have these guys ready to play. That's a guarantee. Here's his quarterback, Dylan Gabriel. Everybody's calling him like the stoner quarterback of college football right now after he had this to say about the Rose Bowl.
We love the Rose Bowl. We love warm weather. I think we should play more football on nice grass instead of our artificial stuff. And the more sun, the better. Why do we do it to ourselves? Like, do fans want to sit in the snow and the rain? And let's just make arenas. Let's make domes. Let's do grass. Let's do more fireworks at games. Yeah, let's do that.
All right, there he is, Dylan Gabriel, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
He's been awesome this year for sure. His completion percentage is ridiculous at like 73 or 74% or whatever. But, I mean, I do think this should be a close game, a good game. But, man, I don't see how Ohio State will be able to handle what Lanning and the Ducks are bringing to the table here.
Yeah, this is. I will say this though. I've watched several players this year, and Ohio State's got some really good defensive linemen, and it starts.
Well, this will be a tall order because the Ducks' offensive line is.
No, the Ducks are good. This matchup, we always talk about. Oh, it's going to be one in the trenches and all that. This is one of those. It's going to be one in the trenches because I think both teams have skill guys. When you start to talk about the quarterbacks, the wide receivers, the running games, and stuff like that, keep an eye on the matchup. This Jack Sawyer, who's like an edge rusher for the Ohio State Buckeyes. He usually will play as the left end, so we'll see what kind of matchup that he gets. But this guy's a 6'5", 260-pounder. He's got size. He's got a high IQ player. I wish he was just a little bit more twitchy. But the balance, the redirection, when he's too far up the field, he can come back. He's not a very easy guy to fool here. And so I'm kind of seeing. I think maybe you'll get some pass rush for him. Talik Williams, he plays as a one technique. This is a massive dude. He's 6'3", he's 327 pounds, powerful upper body, can control blocks. maybe a little upright 2 times, but his power really, really helps him, and he can be difficult to block one-on-one. Ohio State has a front 7. Can Oregon block these dudes and make it work in this football game? That's where this thing's going to come down to, I believe.
Well, I can't wait for that game. That's going to be fantastic. And, I mean, we do have some Buckeyes out here. 9-4-0, give me Ohio State by 10 or more. 6-8-2, Ohio State money line is the play here. If you say so, I'm going to take Oregon plus the 2.5, and I feel pretty great about it. Then we're going to close things down tomorrow night with the Sugar Bowl, and it'll be Notre Dame versus Georgia. Georgia, of course, now playing without Carson Beck, and they're going to be running with the Gunnar Stockton at quarterback. And this dude's got wheels. I mean, he's definitely more mobile than Carson Beck. And I think a huge factor in this game is the injury to Notre Dame's best defensive player, Riley Mills. And he's a defensive tackle for them, 7.5 sacks this year, a true cornerstone to that defense. And now you're going to welcome in the Bulldogs, who can push you around a little bit. Trevor Etienne, he's a stud at the running back position. And we just see Notre Dame has struggled over the years versus prominent SEC. You get in with the big dogs, and you just can't hang. I will take Kirby Smart to outdo Mr. Freeman. And I think Georgia will end up winning this game. And Georgia is favored by 1.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me. I do think Georgia wins this football game.
Yeah, before we get to LA Live, keep an eye on Mikael Williams, number 13. Georgia's got some legitimate edge rushers. And so if Notre Dame tries to run the ball and doesn't have success, that plays right into Georgia's hands. So Georgia's got some legitimate pass rushers and some guys that are very, very, potentially very high first-round players when it comes to those down linemen.
All right, for the final time in 2024, we head into the Pimp Cup. Lucius Alexander, LA Live.
Hey. Trying to get those podcasts loaded up for you fellas, you know what I mean?
Thank you, man. Thank you.
So I can get out of here at a decent hour and avoid all the drunks on the street. Hey, earlier today during, I don't know what segment that was you did, but you played Eric Collins, the play-by-play guy.
Hornets.
For the Hornets. You're trying to make those games interesting out there, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm not mad at him.
No, he's a beast.
You played this clip.
Bridges. For the tie. Got it! Miles did it! Miles Bridges has tied the ball game!
You got to give that man a hand for making those games out there interesting. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Bravo to him. Eric Collins, you're a beast.
And you played it when we were getting ready to go to break because I was going to pull this out on you. I had some Eric Collins just sitting in the tuck, just sitting right here, bro, for a while.
Oh, this
and
is
now
great.
I can get it off. Pause. Yeah, I can get it off.
Pause.
Just a little montage of Eric Collins going off.
And it splits a double team. Oh, yes! Statue of Liberty! Pennies from heaven. Oh, my goodness! Chicken salad deluxe. Record holder in Cleveland. Oh! What just happened? Brandon Miller happened.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute, dog. Why do you scream like that?
Cleveland. Oh! What just happened? Brandon Miller happened. He's never made a free throw as a pro, but he has now. I love leaking. Run the same play. Oh, just ripped it away from him. Just tuck it. Oh!
Ecstasy.
Tough chance. Got it! Oh, Brandon Miller! Diddly-dee!
Gosh, the energy is through the roof with this guy. Outstanding stuff.
Yeah, man. That's hard work making those games interesting out there.
How does his throat stay intact throughout a long season? The wear and tear on that must be insane.
Yeah.
All right, man, let's get into a Toxic Tuesday New Year's Eve edition of LA Live, right into the great Rick James.
Fire up this funk and let's have a touch.
Shoot, you're right, dog. I hurt my throat already.
It'll make
Telling
you
you.
dance,
I hope he has Doc Rivers throat guy.
Everybody get high.
Let's have a toast.
This is for the homies who ain't make it. AKA Adrian. We miss him. He was on some bullshit when he left. And this is for making it through 7th grade and not dropping out.
Yeah.
And let's hope we make it through 8th grade without dropping out.
Yeah.
So we're going to do it together. Family.
Let's do it together, y'all. Family 2025 right up on us. I like how my man said, yeah. Hold on, where he at?
He was
And
awesome.
let's hope.
Yeah. Hey, it's New Year's Eve out here in LA Live. We have taken another tour around the sun collectively together, y'all. 2024 was a wild one. It was one for the record books if you're paying attention. Like I've been saying for a while now, we are living in a particular time here, people. I promise you, we are living in a particular time. Stay prayed up, okay? Stay prayed up in 2025. Let's mind our business. Let's drink our water, but sip our tea in 2025. Drink your water, but sip your tea in 2025. Those are metaphors is what I'm talking to you right there. In 2025, do not engage with people online and argue.
No, please.
9 times out of 10, it's a bot. It's not even a real person. It's a bot designed to argue with you. And I just want to save you some time, my man.
I'll lead the league in that.
Yeah. Well, I think those are real people coming at you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
I think those are real people.
Spell my
Those
name
are my burners.
Yeah.
Spell my name right if you're going to argue with me, man. That's all I ask. Spell my name right. If you say Brian with an I and then they yell at you, spell my name right if you're going to yell at me.
Amen, Brodus.
Please.
Brodus. I like when they say brought us.
Brought us?
Yeah, brought us. Brought us to shut up. I'm like, oh, you're talking about Brian?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let's sit back, y'all, and let 2025 play itself out like the way it's supposed to be. In the meantime, let's make sure we're creating. Let's make sure we're building. Let's make sure we're growing. Let's make sure we're doing. How about that, huh? All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a New Year's Eve. Please be careful out here driving. I know there's a lot of drunks. It's amateur hour on these streets right now when it comes to drinking and driving. People trying to get to certain parties and everything, and they're just not knowing their limits. So please be careful out here. Use an Uber if you have to. Stay there if you have to. Do what you got to do. Just stay off the roads. Do you boys have any New Year's resolutions on deck? Or something you're just not going to take with you in 2025?
Yeah, my wife was asking me about this last time. I was like, hadn't really thought too much about it.
Okay.
I'm going to continue brainstorming, Lucius.
Okay.
I'm going to try not to argue as much with people this year.
Just across the board?
Just across the board. I'm just going to try not to. I'm just going to try and have more compassion and just try and understand people's views and be better for it. And not just have to jump in there and fight with everybody that I come across.
That's a good resi.
I'm going to let people just be, okay, hey, thank you.
You must have been doing a lot of fighting to say my New Year's resolution is I'm going to stop fighting.
That's what I'm saying. I feel like, though, there's been times where I've fought with too many people during the year. And I don't like doing it.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't like doing it.
It's run its course.
It is run its course. 61, I can't be fighting with people.
Nah, I hear you. Something I will not take with me. I don't have any New Year's resolutions, but something I will not do in 2025 is hold the door open for anyone.
Oh, they don't say thank you to you, do they?
They do not say thank you.
Yeah.
They look at me as if I was supposed to do it.
Yeah.
And my last straw was like, there was a family of 6 coming out of a restaurant, and I'm holding the door.
Yeah. And nobody jumped in?
No, I mean, not even just jump in, just like, oh, thank you, or something like that.
Wow.
The father was the last one. He looked me dead in my eyes and said, excuse me. I was like, no, bro. Thank you is what you're supposed to say, not excuse me. What is wrong?
Yeah, that's crazy. You got to get some acknowledgement there.
Yeah, so I crashed on that. I'm not going to be holding the doors for anybody. So if there's a rude black man that doesn't hold the door for you out here in DFW, that was probably me. You just met LA. He didn't hold the door for you. It's another thing I'm doing. And if you don't wave at me when I let you in traffic, I'm following you home.
Yeah.
I'm going to follow you home.
Give us the wave, dude.
I'm a waver.
Yeah.
I wave when I walk. Like now when people let me cross and stuff like that, I wave at them, like, hey, thanks. Appreciate you not trying to run over me and stuff like that. I'm a waver. I overwave to those people.
You overwave.
I overwaved. I overwaved everybody.
All right, here we go with the vibe. Yeah, I feel you, man. Like when I used to go to the court or something like that and go hooping,
yeah.
I get to do what's up to somebody, And if I don't get the what's up back, it's probably not the court we need to be on.
Oh, yeah. Let's go somewhere else, guys.
Yeah, this is not friendly over here, fam. Yeah, New Year's Eve is full of superstitions, rituals. So I looked up a few to see. I've seen some wild superstitions out there that I had no idea even existed. Tell me if you've ever heard of these, fellas. How about this one? Watch the weather. You ever heard that, brothers?
No.
Watch the weather. The forecast during the first 12 days of the year can predict how good or bad it will be for the rest of the year.
Oh, wow.
Well, we're about to get hit with a nasty cold front coming up.
Yeah!
We're starting the year off with a nationwide cold front. When you look at the graphics, everything's like purple, which I just believe is like just balls cold.
Shoot. We can't do another freeze. All right, that was a problem out here. But we did get Cancun cruise out of that.
Yeah.
Some rituals I've seen I had no idea existed. How about eat round foods during New Year's Eve? Eating round foods is believed to bring you abundance and prosperity for the new year.
So just hammer some blueberries before you go to bed and you're good?
Yeah, so the picture had like apples, oranges and stuff, just round foods.
Moon pies.
Yeah.
Oatmeal cream pies.
Dawson, yeah, I've always done that. Yeah.
Probably having one right now.
Burn photos of people or things you do not want in your life anymore.
Oh, there's going to be a lot of Caleb Williams jerseys getting burned.
Now, since we live in a time where they're not burning photos, I guess that delete a photo out of your phone. But I'm tired of dealing with this person. I'm just going to delete it.
Go through and clean your phone out.
Yeah.
Well, there's like 3 different things you have to do now to fully delete the photo, though.
Yeah.
Like, just because you click delete.
They ask you.
Don't be fooled. There's like 4 other steps you have to take to really delete that.
I wish you would have told me that a long time ago, bro.
Oh, my gosh.
What is this?
I wish I would have known, too, man.
I don't know how that got there.
How? I swear I deleted that.
I don't know how it got there. That was before you. What else we got right here? Oh, yeah. Some wild superstitions I've seen out there online. If you see any on the fan text, fellas, don't be afraid to shoot them out, because I know our listeners know some great New Year's resolutions and things you're not supposed to do, and rituals and superstitions.
Yeah, the washing your clothes is being texted in quite a bit.
Yeah, that's the one I heard from this lady right here.
Or you have anything you want to get done before the end of the year?
And they say wash those clothes,
Yeah.
Make greens and cabbage and black eyed peas, just clean up, start the new year fresh.
Start the new year
I
fresh.
never heard about that one.
Which one?
About washing clothes before the new year.
They say you want to, you don't want to wash on New Year's because it will wash away a family member. And then, but I also heard,
Wow. Okay.
That's a new one.
Yeah.
You almost killed that man.
He was tickled by that.
I've never heard that, though. And veteran guy here, I've never heard that wash away, stuff like that.
Yeah, I see
Wash your
that.
clothes.